You may not have expected that I would stay up all night for several nights in a row playing a crappy skin-changing card game. To be honest, even I find it incredible. But the weird thing is, before I was ready to finish the game, I died suddenly due to staying up late for a long time. Yes, I died suddenly. I never thought my life would end in such a fucked up way. In one word, unfair. However, things were far more bizarre than I thought, because when I opened my eyes again, I found myself in this game world. What's even more outrageous is that I have actually collected all the cards in this game. To be honest, this is something I have worked so hard for, spent so much money on, and stayed up so many nights trying to achieve, but I still couldn't do it. This is my lifelong wish. That's right, as a veteran card player, I have already memorized the plot of the game and the background story of each card character. I know all the hidden tasks in this world, future plot twists, and even the darkening and counterattack of the characters. At this moment, I realized that what I held in my hands was far more valuable than any money or power. I knew everything about the future. Before I had time to get excited for long, the scene of getting the golden finger, goddess record, suddenly appeared in my mind. Goddess record? My heart skipped a beat. This is a top-level artifact in the game. As long as I improve the favorability of the card characters in the game, I can unlock all kinds of incredible rewards. With this, I immediately became excited and realized that this time travel was not just a rebirth, but a counterattack with a hack and slash. Looking at this world full of infinite possibilities, I sneered and swore in my heart. Just imagine, if you were to live your life over again and possess such a miraculous superpower, if you were still restrained as before, wouldn't you be unworthy of this adventure? I made up my mind to use my prophetic advantage and the power of Goddess Record to gradually increase the favorability of each character. It won't be long before I stand at the pinnacle of power, looking at those cards whose favorability has already been maxed out. I, Lu Qingyuan, am invincible. As soon as I entered the teaching building, female classmates greeted me excitedly. I nodded, responded softly, and smiled as I watched her run away with her face covered. I encounter such scenes every day, and I have long been accustomed to them. Before I took a few steps, Yu Chong grabbed me and excitedly dragged me towards the school gate. Let's go. Today is the new student registration day. It's a good opportunity to see if there are any pretty schoolgirls. I smiled helplessly, shook my head and sighed. Brother, you guys can pick up girls on your own. Aren't you afraid that I will be the center of attention if you drag me on stage? Yu Chong's face froze, revealing an awkward smile. That's right. Once you, the school hunk, show up, we can only be the background board. When he said this, I could see that Yu Chong was unwilling to give up. They always pulled me in to assist, but every time the girl's eyes were glued to me. I patted his shoulder and half-jokingly consoled him. Don't be discouraged, you will find true love eventually. But he pouted his lips in self-mockery. I would rather believe in the huge sum of money on the telephone pole for a child than true love. When I returned to the dormitory, two guys in the dormitory were busy playing games, typing on the keyboards loudly, and one of them was holding the microphone and arguing fiercely. The tall Kong Lucian turned around and saw me, and said with a smile, Qingyuan, why are you back today? I lay casually on the bed, looking at the garbage and debris on the floor, and couldn't help complaining. Are you planning to open a garbage station? Kong Lucian smiled shamelessly. You don't live here anyway, so you're too lazy to clean up. Looking at this group of bad friends, I was too lazy to care and chatted with them about the registration of new students. Kong Lucian obviously hadn't given up yet, and he dressed himself up and prepared to try his luck again. Before he left, he specifically told me not to steal his business, and I smiled and agreed, watching his back as he hurried out. But I had already made a plan in my mind. When the dormitory became quiet, I closed my eyes and dozed off. I quietly opened my eyes after they left, and a familiar yet strange feeling surged in my heart. This was really the game world. My eyes fell on the goddess record in my mind. The familiar interface and cards made me sure that I was no longer the ordinary office worker Lu Qingyuan, but had come to the game world of Wuchuan University and obtained the same identity as in the game. I used to be a social animal who was overwhelmed by work, and my only daily fun was playing that card game. The cards in the game were beautifully designed, and each one was as delicate and vivid as a real person. In order to collect the entire atlas, I worked tirelessly to complete tasks and study strategies, until the day I finally collected all the cards, but I died suddenly due to excessive fatigue. When I woke up, I found myself in this world and obtained the coveted golden finger, goddess record. Looking at this familiar illustrated interface in front of me, I couldn't help but mutter to myself, what would happen if I could collect these cards in the real world? Thinking about those mysterious and dangerous hidden tasks in the game, my heart couldn't help but tighten. The women in this world are no longer virtual data, but real people whose fate and future are in my hands. This is my advantage and my biggest opportunity. I opened Goddess Record, and one unlit card after another lay there quietly. I knew that there was a complicated story and hidden reward behind each card. My eyes fell on a gray card, which was the one I was most familiar with in the game. I knew everything about her. The mission trigger points, the hidden rewards, and even every key node in her life. I decided to start with her and let the world light up for me again. Jumping out of the bed, my eyes were determined and the corners of my mouth slowly rose. New world, new beginning. Thinking of the tasks I had done and the destinies waiting for me to change, I felt full of strength. Walking out of the dormitory, I secretly vowed in my heart that this time, I would not miss any opportunity again. Whether it was the regrets of the past or the brand new life given by this adventure, I would firmly grasp it and never let it down. I stood at the school gate, watching Yu Chong and Kong Luqian busy flirting with the freshmen, and felt both amused and helpless. Yu Chong carried the luggage of the freshmen towards the dormitory with an excited look on his face, as if he had picked up a huge bargain, while Kong Luqian forced a smile and showed off his muscles, which were quite threatening to the girls, but in the end he could only watch them run away. "Brother, you are so big. Don't pick some weak girls." I patted Kong Luqian's shoulder gently and teased. He turned his head, his face full of helplessness and sadness. "Didn't you say you couldn't come?" Obviously, he was caught off guard by my sudden appearance. In fact, I know exactly what he is looking for. In the game, his girlfriend is indeed a junior, but I am not sure whether she is from this year. But I remember clearly that she was a girl who was taller and stronger than Kong Luqian, a type of Barbie doll, and she was also quite good-looking. After graduation, they got married and lived a prosperous life. But Kong Luqian was suppressed at home and didn't even dare to say a word when he was angry. Seeing his disappointed look, I couldn't help but tease him. "I think your destiny hasn't arrived yet, so don't waste your time here." Kong Luqian sneered, with a bit of helplessness. "As long as you are by my side, I will never have the chance to meet you in this life." I didn't explain, but just watched him leave silently. Yu Chong had successfully carried his schoolmate's luggage and was walking towards the dormitory triumphantly. Ma Shun, like Kong Luqian, had a dismal harvest and could only return to the dormitory in dejection to continue playing games. Only after several friends had left did I finally relax. I stood at the school gate, patiently waiting for the person I was looking for. In the game, after each player chooses his or her identity, he or she will receive a newbie gift pack, which contains 3 white cards. Although white cards are the most common level, their value has been continuously improved in subsequent updates, especially when combined with interpersonal networks. Each white card has become a precious starting point. By completing tasks and advancing interpersonal relationships, you will even have the opportunity to obtain advanced cards, even rare color cards. The person I am waiting for is a white card in the newbie gift pack. She is also connected to a relationship line that leads to a color card. This is my target, He Waning. I waited quietly until 2 figures finally appeared in my sight. He Waning came over with her uncle. Her uncle asked her with a smile on his face if she needed it to be taken in, but she cleverly avoided his hand and politely declined his kindness. Even when facing this gentle but calculating elder, He Waning still maintained a polite smile, but the vigilance in her eyes never relaxed. I stood aside and watched all this silently. He Waning looked gentle and sweet, but she was not the kind of little white rabbit who could be easily coaxed by a seemingly gentle man. I know how stubborn and unyielding she is. She often helps her mother with farm work in her spare time. She is incredibly strong and is an absolute girl of extraordinary strength. Seeing her carrying a heavy bag and walking towards the school gate alone, I walked up to her and asked gently, "Classmate, do you need help?" He Waning turned around and saw me standing in front of her with a smile, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She responded generously, "Then I'll trouble you, senior." I took her luggage and lifted it up easily. "The girls' dormitory is over here. Follow me." He Waning looked at me with a relaxed expression, obviously a little surprised. She didn't seem to expect that I could easily lift this bag that looked ordinary, but was extremely heavy. Along the way, we chatted casually, and I knew in my heart that this was just our first contact. As a commoner school beauty, He Waning may seem inconspicuous, but there is an extraordinary story behind her. I knew everything about her, and this conversation was just a prelude to the future. I know her personality and style, and I also know how to enter her world step by step. Looking at He Waning's back, I know that this is just the beginning. I carried He Waning's luggage to the fourth floor. The dormitory manager downstairs was quite easy to talk to. Today was the registration day for new students, and there were no strict rules. She actually let a boy like me in. Although it may not be so convenient in the future, I don't mind. After all, today's target is He Waning, the initial card of commoner school beauty in this game. Walking to the door of dormitory 407, I knocked and walked in. He Waning followed me with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. After all, she didn't tell me the dormitory number herself, but I seemed to have known it for a long time. There were already 3 roommates in the dormitory, all familiar faces: Li Xiangru, Tan Yi, and Chu Beiying. When they saw me come in, their eyes lit up and they were so excited. I simply said hello and put my luggage next to the only remaining bed. He Waning also exchanged a few words with the new roommates. It was obvious that she was quite benefited by their enthusiasm when we first met. Several girls were talking and laughing, and the atmosphere seemed harmonious. And I know that this superficial harmony will become He Waning's nightmare in the next few years. After saying goodbye to He Waning and her roommates, I walked out of the dormitory. Standing downstairs of the dormitory building, I looked back at the window of 407. He Waning was mingling with her new roommates with a bright smile. But in the game, this seemingly wonderful college life was the beginning of a nightmare for her. Because her family conditions were ordinary, and her other 3 roommates were all rich second generation with some background, she would soon be excluded, isolated, and even become a marginalized person in the entire class. This dark time forged her resilience and enabled her to succeed with unyielding perseverance after graduation. The goddess record in my mind emerged at this time, and He Waning's card was lit up. In the pattern, she was wearing a school uniform and her smile was still bright. Her attribute panel is also clear at a glance. Although it is just a white card, the secondary card, One Eye, 1,000 Lines, is the key to her future success. And now, these are just the starting point of her brilliant future. I touched the gift package on the card and saw a golden light shining. The familiar golden light made me understand everything in an instant. After the light faded, my attribute panel suddenly showed. Host, Lu Qing Yuan, age, 21 appearance, 99 body, 98 owned card, civilian school beauty, He Waning white, secondary card, photographic memory gold. As the protagonist in the game, I have the most perfect start and the strongest talent, photographic memory. This golden secondary card allows me to remember all the details and helps me thrive in this world. Standing downstairs of the girls' dormitory, I looked up at He Waning's window and said to myself, since I have come to this world, I will never let your life repeat the same mistakes. Reality is different from games. There is no chance to start over. I will take this opportunity to change He Waning's fate and even the rules of the entire game world. Walking out of the girls' dormitory building, I couldn't help but look at the flashing golden secondary card, photographic memory, and goddess record. This is not just a cheat code for the game, but my biggest trump card for survival in this new world. The blue, One Eye, 1,000 Lines is directly upgraded to a gold secondary card, which is a top-level ability in the game. Things that I had spent so much time playing the game but couldn't get are now within my reach. Maybe it's really the cheat code that improved this system, making me no longer just an ordinary player, but the real protagonist. While I was deep in thought, I heard a girl's teasing voice. Why haven't you left yet, senior? Are you waiting for someone? I looked up and saw Li Xiangru and her roommates whom I had just met in the dormitory. A few girls stood in front of me with smiles on their faces, and it seemed like they were not going to let me go. I was just thinking about something and accidentally delayed me. I smiled and replied, I happen to meet you all. Why don't I treat you to a meal? Let's go to the cafeteria. Okay. Tan Yi smiled so hard that her teeth were showing. Several people followed me with laughter, as if I was leading a group of little girls to go for an outing. We walked all the way to the cafeteria, and I helped them pay the bill. The dishes they ordered were not cheap, but they were also within my budget. During the meal, Li Xiangru frequently approached me to talk, and I responded while secretly observing He Waning's reaction. She sat quietly on the side the whole time, not saying much, just occasionally agreeing with me. I could tell that she was always a little wary of me. After dinner, Li Xiangru suggested adding a contact number. I originally wanted to take the opportunity to add He Waning's WeChat, but if I asked her directly, she might reject me, so I just went with the flow and dealt with Li Xiangru first, and then asked them to scan the code one by one. When He Waning scanned my QR code, she smiled politely, but I knew she was not happy. It doesn't matter. Now that I have the contact information, I can take my time with the rest. Back in the dormitory, the lively atmosphere returned. Yu Chong was holding his cell phone and laughing foolishly. Kong Luqian and Ma Shun looked down on him. After asking, they found out that Yu Chong had just successfully obtained the contact information of his schoolmate. He was as excited as if he had won the lottery. I made a few jokes, laughed and joked with him for a while, and then prepared to leave school and go home. When I used the key to open the door, the person who came towards me was Aunt Bai Shuangxi, my mother's best friend, and also an important supporting character in the game. When she saw me coming back, she lazily curled up on the sofa reading a magazine. The takeaway she ordered had not arrived yet. Aunt Bai has a casual personality and looks like a lady with charm, but I know she actually hides a side that is unknown to others. The knock on the door interrupted my thoughts. I took the takeaway and handed it to Aunt Bai. Seeing that it was full of KFC, I couldn't help but frown. Aunt Bai, is this what you're having for lunch? Aunt Bai didn't care at all. She picked up the chicken leg and took a bite. She smiled contentedly. How can a diet meal be as delicious as this? Besides, I can still maintain my figure by eating this way. You don't understand. I looked at her helplessly and was about to make some jokes, but she stopped me with one sentence. Qing Yuan, don't let me beat you while we eat. I shut up. Aunt Bai was eating fried chicken while she enthusiastically talked to me about her new bag, as if this kind of life was everything to her. But I know that Bai Shuangxi, like this family, hides complex relationships. The Liu family is more than just wealthy. The interpersonal network here is full of unknown challenges just like in the game. Looking at her smug look, I secretly planned my next move in my mind. He Waning's interpersonal relationships are just the beginning, and what I will face next will be more complex and difficult tasks. When I got home, Bai Shuangyi was reading a magazine on the sofa, as elegant as a lady. Without even raising her head, she asked me, "Do you have enough living expenses?" I thought about it and realized that it was almost the end of the month and it was time for my parents to transfer money. It's still the same as before, 100,000 for living expenses, and I'll keep the rest for you to use when you get married. She said as she transferred the money to my card. I laughed in my heart. I thought this keeping was probably to save up the dowry for her daughter by Guiwan. I never knew how much living expenses my parents gave me, but I really didn't have much to spend the money on, so it didn't matter if I let Bai Shuangxi keep it. In the game, the hero's starting capital is 100 million yuan, and no matter how he spends it, it will not be less. But this is the real world, and I haven't figured out where the money comes from. Cheng Yuan, Guan will be a senior in high school soon. Help her with her homework when you have time. Bai Shuangxi said calmly. Bai Guiwan is her daughter, and her title is Childhood Sweetheart. She is one of the 3 white cards in the novice gift package, and her future achievements are limitless. Guan is such a good student, she doesn't need me. I smiled, knowing that she was deliberately asking me to get close to her daughter. As I was talking, Bai Guiwan came into the house bouncing. When she saw me, she rushed over to me and said, "Brother Qing Yuan, long time no see." She was a lively little girl. Although she was 5 years younger than me, she had always been attached to me when she grew up. In Goddess Record, Bai Guiwan's card is lit up and several gift packs have popped up. I silently clicked on the attribute interface. Childhood Sweetheart by Guiwan, age 17, favorability, telepathic. Although it is slightly worse than the state in the game, it is still very high. Her card is not only connected with purple cards and gold cards, but also has a rare color card, which is her importance in the game. She said coquettishly that she wanted to eat the scrambled eggs with tomatoes that I made, and I couldn't persuade her, so I had to go buy groceries. Looking at the skill card, cooking on the attribute panel, I silently recited to use it, and sure enough, my cooking skills improved. Bai Guiwan and Bai Shuangxi enjoyed the meal very much, and even her mother couldn't help but praise my good cooking skills. After dinner, Bai Guiwan pestered me to chat on the sofa. She told me interesting stories about her grandmother's house, which were so innocent that I couldn't help laughing. Brother Qing Yuan, do you think I can be admitted to the same university as you in the future? Bai Guiwan's eyes were full of anticipation. Of course. I rub her head. She is one of my most important allies in this world, and it is my responsibility to accompany her through this crucial time. Early in the morning, I made breakfast and put it on the table, then walked slowly to school. As soon as I opened the door of the dormitory, a strong smell of foot odor rushed into my nose. I frowned, quickly opened the window for ventilation, and couldn't help kicking Kong Tawaqian and others who were sleeping soundly to wake them up. Get up and wash your feet. Are you trying to suffocate yourselves? I picked up the smelly socks on the ground and threw them directly on Kong Luqian's face. Looking at his hopeless look, I couldn't help but laugh. With your behavior, you still expect the junior school girl to like you? I said helplessly. If you continue like this, I'm afraid that even if you get the girl, she will be swayed away by you. They groaned in a daze about how early the time was. I glanced at my phone and realized it was just past 6:30. Suddenly I remembered the new auxiliary card self-discipline. This is probably its function. I didn't expect that such a small card could affect my daily routine. Ma Shun was also woken up. He looked at us helplessly and said, "Stop making noise so early in the morning. I still want to sleep." I was too lazy to respond and directly picked up a smelly sock and stuffed it into his mouth. "From today on, I will come to check on you every day and give you devilish training. I will not stop until you change your sloppy habits." They woke up completely, covered their stomachs, and cried out in disgust, but reluctantly agreed. Seeing their attitude, I finally let Yu Chong, the last victim, go, and took them to the cafeteria for breakfast. This is the second time I've had breakfast since I went to college. Kong Chi-chin sighed, and I couldn't help but shake my head and smile. I didn't expect such a small change to make them feel so fresh. While eating, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure, He Waning. She was walking towards me with breakfast in hand, and the morning light reflected on her face, making her look particularly clean. My thoughts were suddenly drawn back to yesterday's plan. Dealing with her malicious uncle was my next top priority. I took the high-speed train to find her uncle, Sure Bailey. I kept thinking about the scattered intelligence in my mind, trying to connect all the clues. Sure Bailey's story is almost a legend in Qingda City. From a street gangster to a prominent figure in the underworld, and then to today's entrepreneur and philanthropist, his life has been full of ups and downs. Those who really know him will know that there is too much darkness and blood behind him. But what interests me more are the people around him and those seemingly accidental nobles. He met 3 so-called noble people in his life, but in my opinion, these people might just be taking advantage of his halo after his success and kick him away when the time is right. Especially the third benefactor, the highest person in charge of Qingda City, was the key driving force behind his transformation into an entrepreneur, but he might also be the mastermind behind his eventual downfall. But Sure Bailey has a precious daughter, Sure Yun, who is my real target this time. She's the most unique card character I have ever come across in the game, and she is even designed to be extremely complex with a huge background. She is not only a naturally beautiful girl, but also possesses calmness and wisdom, which made her an independent force supporting the family during the time when the Sure family collapsed. Her loyalty to her father and sense of responsibility to her family far exceed the pressure that ordinary people can bear. Recalling my various interactions with her in the game, I realized that she was far more than the good girl she seemed. After her father's fall, Sure Yun has been working hard to clean up the family's mess, running around in an attempt to turn things around. Her tenacity and decisiveness completely broke my initial impression of her. "Sure Yun, this time, I will help you out of trouble." I made up my mind secretly. If I can find evidence in advance and help her and her father avoid those conspiracies, it will not only be a compensation for her, but also a challenge to myself. The high-speed train was running fast, and I gradually leaned back in my seat, closed my eyes and rested, constantly deducing possible countermeasures in my mind. It's not easy to change the plot, but I have enough confidence and wisdom. After all, this is all the game world I am familiar with, and I know everyone's weaknesses and choices better than anyone else. It was already past 10 when I arrived in Qingda City. I got off the high-speed train and hailed a taxi. "Master, go to Shishan Peninsula Community on Tongmu Street." After getting off the bus, I walked to the security booth and pretended to be familiar with the situation. "Brother, I am Jin Yurong's younger brother. I made an appointment with her to come here today. She was in a hurry to go out, so she only left me the key, but not the access card. Can you help me open the door?" The security guard glanced at me and swiped the access card. I put a pack of cigarettes on the table in the security room and walked into the community. Jin Yurong. This name is not unfamiliar to me. She is the girlfriend of Sure Wei, the eldest son of Sure Bailey, and also a woman who is regarded as a substitute. I walked around the community casually and left with satisfaction after getting familiar with the environment. As it got darker, I strolled along the way and visited all the main places in Qingda City. I sat on the bench and called by Shuangying, briefly telling her about my itinerary in Qingda City. She kept complaining on the other end of the phone, but was finally satisfied with my words. "I'll cook you a big meal when I get back." As night fell, I took a taxi to Xingqiao nightclub in the city center. This is the largest and most luxurious den of money in Qingda City, and it is also one of the sources of Sure Bailey's huge income. Walking into the nightclub, I casually stuffed a few bills into the waiter's hand and whispered, "Please arrange a booth for me." Sitting in the booth, I looked around at the carnival scene. All this prosperous scene of decadence and extravagance could only last for half a year at most. Thinking of this, I casually said to the waiter passing by, "Go tell your boss that I am Jian Yurong's younger brother." The waiter looked at me hesitantly, but still turned and left. After a while, two bodyguards in black suits stood in front of me and said in a cold tone, "Follow us." I got up and followed them, heading straight to the third floor, the territory of the teacher's guards. As soon as I stepped into the third floor, those ambiguous sounds came to me. I walked to the end, the bodyguard knocked on the door, and I walked directly into the teacher's office. Shi Wei is 9 years older than Shi Yun, and is at the age of full of vigor and vitality. When he saw me, his eyes were filled with defensiveness and disdain. "Are you Yurong's brother?" he asked coldly. I sat down slowly and looked at the cigar on his desk. "Don't pretend. Do you know she has a brother?" The teacher's expression froze instantly, and his hand subconsciously reached for the drawer. I had expected this, so I smiled and said, "Don't use that broken gun. You use it to scare anyone who comes. Is that fun?" His face darkened, and he asked through gritted teeth, "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I can save your life," I said calmly, not caring about his fierce look. "Do you think anyone in your family is innocent?" "Except for Shi Yun. All of you are in the quagmire." Looking at his increasingly gloomy face, I slowly said, "You made a fatal mistake. You shouldn't have recorded the video, and you shouldn't have kept it as evidence." Shi Wei's expression froze. He didn't expect that I knew his secrets so clearly. Shi Wei's face froze. He was silent for a moment, and a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. "What do you want?" he asked coldly. Although he was holding the gun in his hand, he was obviously beginning to waver. "It's very simple." I smiled and leaned back in my chair, looking very relaxed. "I want the shares of Qianli Group." Hearing what I said, Shi Wei was stunned, with a complicated expression on his face, as if he was weighing something. "It's not so easy to get shares in Qianli Group." His tone contained some warning, but more of hesitation and uneasiness. "Isn't it worth it to exchange the lives of your family for the shares of Qianli Group?" I responded calmly, staring into his eyes. I said, "Don't think I'm joking. Wait until you have investigated Qin Jian and see who else is loyal around you before discussing this issue." Shi Wei was silent. His eyes stayed on my face for a moment, then slowly moved away, as if he was thinking about the weight of my words. "Okay, I'll check it out." He finally spoke, his tone sounding a little more tired and helpless. I stood up, straightened my clothes, and prepared to leave. Before leaving, I turned around and added, "By the way, check your brother-in-law when you have time. Is he more ambitious than you think?" When I left the office, Shi Wei's expression was uncertain, and he was obviously shaken. I know that he will not let go of any clues that may pose a threat to him, and this is the effect I want. Leaving the nightclub, I took a deep breath. Today's conversation is just the beginning. My goal is far more than saving one person, but to completely change the fate of this world. Qianli Group will be the first chess piece that I control, and Shi Bailey and his family are just a part of my plan. Shi Bailey smiled kindly, but I knew he was an old fox. "Master." I sat down and observed the man in front of me. Looking in the mirror, he had a look of fatigue between his brows. This man, who once had the power to cover the sky with one hand, had begun to feel the danger lurking around him. "Wazy told me a lot about you." Shi Bailey didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "But I still don't quite understand, Mr. Liu. What confidence do you have to come and negotiate with me?" I smiled and said bluntly, "Master, you know better than anyone how many bargaining chips you have. I am not here to threaten you, but to give you a chance to survive." Shi Bailey narrowed his eyes slightly, and the smile on his face faded a little. He was used to seeing through people's hearts in the business world, but at this moment, he was obviously getting serious. "Wazy, and I made it very clear yesterday that your situation is not optimistic. I got straight to the point. You think you were at the top of the food chain, but in fact you were just a pawn being led by the nose. You may be abandoned at any time." Shi Bailey took a sip from the teacup without saying anything, but his brows slightly furrowed. I knew he was beginning to listen. "All your arrangements, those dirty tricks, those seemingly secret evidences, can't leave you a way out at all. Instead, they're time bombs." I continued, "If you don't believe me, you can ask your son to take those things out and have a look." Shi Bailey took a deep breath, put down the teacup, and his eyes showed a bit of coldness. "You are right, but why should I believe you?" "You don't have to believe me." I spread my hands and smiled. But don't forget, if I can find your weakness, it means others can find it too. Time is running out, so you decide for yourself. Sure, Bailey fell into deep thought, as if he was trying to weigh the truth of what I said. I knew he knew what was going on and had long felt the crisis was imminent, which was why he had called me to meet him. I don't expect to gain your trust right away, and I don't need it. I stood up. I just need you to give me a chance, and I will give your family a way to survive. Sure, Bailey stared at me with a complex and sharp look, as if he saw more unspoken secrets through my words. I understand that he is an old fox who has been through many battles and will not be easily shaken by a few words. But he will not miss any possible opportunity to survive. Mr. Liu, what exactly is the opportunity you are talking about? He finally asked this question. You just need to bring all the chips you have and wait for me to show you the way. I responded calmly. As for how to do it, we will have a more detailed conversation next time. Sure, Bailey was silent for a moment, then nodded, agreeing with what I said. After I watched Sure Wei leave, Sure Bailey finally revealed his true face and no longer pretended to be so friendly as before. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, revealing his inner struggle and anxiety. Can you solve these problems for me? He finally spoke, his voice low and cautious. It's still the same condition, shares of Chinli Group. I leaned back in my chair, not hiding my purpose at all. How much? He stared at me with a sharp look. It depends on your sincerity. I responded lightly, sure in my heart that he had no choice now. Sure Bailey pondered for a while and said in a deep voice, I can give you 18% of the shares. This is the maximum I can afford. Or, you can use your own means to obtain more shares from others. I nodded. I was satisfied with the number. Then signed the contract. I won't be staying in Qingda City for long. The sooner the matter is resolved, the better it will be for you. He thought for a moment and called the guard to prepare the contract. I stood up and took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet, and then took out 2 high-heel glasses and slowly poured the wine into the glasses. He held up the glass and handed it to me, smiling like a businessman. Happy cooperation? I raised my glass and clinked it with his, smiling and replied, Happy cooperation. The contract was quickly prepared. I checked it carefully and signed my name without hesitation after confirming that there were no problems. Now, I have become one of the shareholders of Chinli Group. Sure Bailey stared at me, still looking worried. The contract is signed, but how can I be sure that you will help me solve the problem? I put down my glass slowly and said calmly, Master, you have checked all my information. Do you think that someone like me who can find out your details will give you a chance to regret it? His eyes darkened, and he finally realized that I was not joking. At this time, he had no way out. Tell me about your plan. He let go of his reserve and said with a bit of eagerness, The first step is to go and apologize to Liu Yunting and return all the money his son lost. I said straight to the point. In order to train him, Liu Yunting's parents never let him rely on his family background, so he has stayed in Qingda City to develop. But the environment in Qingda City is complicated, and few people know his background. He is neither able to move up nor down, and now he needs a helper. Sure, Bailey's expression changed, and he had obviously begun to think about the interests involved. I didn't stop and continued. In addition to reconciling with him, you also need a scapegoat. Xia Hong. I spit out the name, watching a flash of disgust on Sure Bailey's face. You should be impressed by him. Kept 5 girls in Villa 26 of Fuchin No. 1, completely ignoring the law. Sure Bailey was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. His old enemy, Xia Hong, was an out-and-out villain. If these evidences fall into the hands of the relevant authorities, it will be enough to make Xia Hong spend the rest of his life in prison. The second step is to hide the account books in your hands. Clear out the contents that shouldn't be there, throw away what should be thrown away, hide what should be hidden. If someone wants to check, you can show it to them, but make sure they feel that the account book does not pose a substantial threat. I know that this account book is of great significance to him. It is not only a trump card for self-protection, but also the basis for his involvement with many important people. But once this thing falls into the hands of someone who shouldn't see it, it will be the source of disaster. If you can stabilize these people, you can stabilize Chinli Group. After I said that, I stood up and prepared to leave. Sure Bailey looked at me and took a deep breath. Mr. Liu, you are really a strange person. I chuckled. As long as you don't regard me as an enemy, we can continue to cooperate. By the way, don't forget to pay attention to the people around you, especially those who seem the most loyal. You should know about the No. 9 Mansion Club under Xia Hong's name, right? I spoke slowly. Seeing Sure Bailey nodded slightly, he continued, A few girls disappear from his place regularly. If you want to save trouble, you can just send someone to wait at the beach. He has dealt with all those girls. I smiled as I saw Sher Bailey's slightly furrowed brows. Xiao Hong simply regarded Sher Bailey as his idol and imitated him in everything. When I said these words, Sher Bailey's expression gradually became complicated, with anger and a little unwillingness. He imitated you, registered a company, built a building, and even learned your methods. I really admire him. As soon as I finished speaking, I saw Sher Bailey fell into a brief silence. I turned around and motioned for Sher Wei to hand me a piece of paper and pen. I wrote down an address and handed it to him. Go to this address to find someone. He knows how Xiao Hong got the land. How to interrogate him is your business. Sher Bailey stared at the paper and asked with a complicated expression, "Who are you?" I shrugged and replied with a smile. "Haven't we already checked everything?" I stood up and dusted myself off. It's almost done. I should leave now. I hope that next time we meet, you'll have cleaned up this mess. Sher Bailey nodded thoughtfully and told Sher Wei to take me away. I got in the car. The night outside the window was chilly, as if the sword-like conversation just now was just an illusion. I closed my eyes, but what emerged in my mind were countless game clips and clues to interpersonal relationships. My ability card, photographic memory, allows me to clearly remember all the details in the game, and Predictable weaves these details into a larger network, connecting every character and event. At this moment, I clearly know that I have grasped the steering wheel of the future. After returning to school and completing the leave application process, I went back to the dormitory. Seeing the three older boys, Kong Luqian, Ma Shun, and Yu Chong, playing games together, I suddenly felt at ease. After confirming that they were okay, I went to the market to buy some fresh vegetables and meat. When I got home, I saw Bai Shuangxi sitting cross-legged doing yoga. When she saw me, she immediately got angry. "How dare you come back? Is it so easy to escape to Qingda City?" I could only smile and explain that I was going to help a friend, and she gave up. But that suspicious look still made my back chill. I waved my hand and said no more, went into the kitchen and started working, making a few of her favorite stir-fried dishes. While eating, Bai Shuangxi's expression of enjoyment made me laugh secretly. She had just complained that she didn't want to eat, but in the end she ate more happily than anyone else. Seeing her holding her stomach and yelling, "I'm full," I shook my head helplessly. "You were the one who yelled the loudest." After washing the dishes, I told her that I needed to go back to school. Bai Shuangxi didn't say anything else, but just told me to come back early in the evening. For me at this moment, the most important thing is to increase the favorability of the card characters. I came to the bench beside the playground and looked at Sher Ian not far away. Her appearance was completely within my expectations. After talking to Sher Bailey, if he is not smart enough, he will definitely let Sher Ian contact me. Since the card character took the initiative to deliver it to my door, I will certainly not let go of this opportunity. When I arrived at Wuchuan University, I had nothing to do, so I walked around the playground for a few laps. Tanny appeared out of nowhere, came over with a smile, and tried to hug my arm. I chatted with her casually for a few minutes, and just then I saw Sher Ian coming from the side and helping me out. She smiled at me, and I accepted the invitation. We walked side by side to the nearby grove and found a quiet place to sit down. I was thinking, her card has been lit up, although the favorability is low, but I am not in a hurry. Open Goddess Record. The gift bag has already appeared on her card. Without hesitation, I clicked it. A golden light flashed, and a new subcard appeared on the interface. Combat Technique, Gold. As I expected, Shiryun's Sana ability was upgraded to Fighting Skills. This card covers a variety of fighting skills, which can not only protect oneself, but also deal with future risks. I glanced at Shiryun beside me. Her figure was indeed as good as the card data. Her height just reached my eyebrows, her curves were exquisite, and her proportions were perfect. If it weren't for her family's complicated background and experience, this card would definitely be purple. We sat down on the bench, and she seemed a little reserved. I knew she came here because of Master Bailey's arrangement, so I got straight to the point. "Did your father ask you to find me?" I got straight to the point. She nodded without saying anything more. I looked at her, feeling a lot of emotions. Shiryun, this girl who was going to experience countless hardships in the future, now has a completely changed fate because of my intervention. Once upon a time, she single-handedly carried the Qianli group and spent 2.5 years to gain a foothold. But now she doesn't have to go through that anymore. I couldn't help but stare at her in a daze. When she noticed it, a hint of doubt appeared on her face. "Senior, is there something wrong with my outfit today?" She asked softly, with a little uneasiness in her tone. I shook my head and comforted her with a smile. No, I'm just thinking about something. I told her not to be so reserved. This was not a negotiation, but a normal communication between two people. She listened to me and nodded, obviously still trying to figure out what I meant. I smiled and continued, just study hard and don't think too much. Your father will take care of the family affairs. You just need to live your life well. She was silent for a while, as if she was hesitating about something. Suddenly, she raised her head, looked at me with complicated eyes, and whispered, Senior, my father said, if we are of the same age, we can. Her voice became smaller and smaller. Her hands tightly grasped the corners of her clothes, and she looked shy. I laughed in my heart. Sure, Bailey was really unscrupulous. He pushed his daughter out. I leaned back in my chair and said jokingly, Does this count as taking advantage of someone's misfortune? I don't think so, she replied softly, her cheeks slightly red. I thought to myself, didn't people in ancient times say that if someone saved someone's life, they would repay him with their own body? I laughed, reached out and held her hand, feeling her slight trembling. Then I won't be polite. I glanced down at her favorability rating, which had jumped from casual acquaintance to 25%. It turns out that women's thoughts are always so easy to guess. As for me, I thought that because of my looks and aura, Shurian would look at me differently. But the reality is far from that simple. It seems that Master Bailey had already made arrangements and let Master Ian approach me actively. Frankly speaking, if I wasn't good-looking, even with Master Bailey's arrangement, this girl wouldn't have come down in person. She's not that naive. But since the meat is delivered to my door, I'd rather eat it. I can take this opportunity to improve my favorability and see what kind of surprises the super evolution of the Golden Finger will bring me. Thinking about how by Gawan's favorability gift box made me rich instantly. There are so many card characters in Goddess Record, each with its own characteristics. It makes people look forward to it just thinking about it. I gently scratched Master Iyun's palm, looked at the blush on her face, and said with a smile, We can't sit here all day, can we? She lowered her head shyly. Senior, do you have any ideas? Of course I wanted to take her to do something more exciting, but I still smiled and took her hand. This should be your first time in Wuchuan City, right? I'll show you around. She smiled and nodded, then followed me out of the school gate. Along the way, I took out my phone and pretended to look up the Wuchuan City travel guide seriously. Seeing her slightly surprised expression, I couldn't help but want to laugh. Senior, aren't you from Wuchuan? She asked curiously. I was born and raised in Wuchuan, I answered while browsing the content on my phone. Her face turned strange. Then why are you looking up guides? The more familiar a place is, the less distinctive it is. On the contrary, these travel bloggers summarize it more accurately. I explained seriously. She thought it made sense and nodded. Looking at the most popular amusement park on my phone, I immediately suggested, Shall we go there? Sure enough, her eyes lit up and she agreed excitedly. Of course I knew that the place sure Ian wanted to go most was the amusement park. When she was a child, her father was busy with his career. The only time he accompanied her was when she was 6 years old, when he took her and her siblings out for a day of fun. From then on, she had been taken care of by nannies and servants and was pitifully lonely. After buying the tickets and entering the park, I asked her what she wanted to ride. I had already guessed the answer in my heart. It must be the roller coaster. Sure enough, she chose the roller coaster without hesitation. After waiting in line for more than 20 minutes, I finally got on the ride. This was my first time riding a roller coaster. As the track rose and fell violently, my heart was churning and I felt like I was about to fly out. For her favorability, I was willing to risk it all. 5 minutes later, when I got off the roller coaster, I felt a little exhausted. She looked at me, smiling a bit gloatingly, but also supporting me with concern. Senior, how about we play something else first? I forced a smile and said, Okay, let's try something less exciting. But Shuriyun was obviously a professional in seeking exciting challenges. She had tried all the most exciting projects in the amusement park. Accompanied by her cheers, I would always force myself to accompany her to the execution ground, feeling like all the adrenaline in my body had been drained. In the amusement park restaurant, I nibbled the ice cream in my hand listlessly. All my hope in life had been drained away by the ride she played. Shurian came over and asked me with concern, Senior, how about we go back? I waved my hands. It's okay. It's just that these projects are a bit too exciting. My heart can't bear it. She chuckled and said she had a lot of fun today. I smiled and held her hand. Just be happy. There's no need to be so polite between us. Watching her favorability level soar from a casual acquaintance to 87%, I felt secretly happy that today's efforts were not in vain. In order to trigger the next favorability gift box as soon as possible, I simply said fiercely, "Let's go on the roller coaster again?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she immediately pulled me to the queue. I cursed myself in my heart. What a rude mouth. After another 2 rounds of roller coaster ride, I almost lost sight of her, but I finally raised her favorability to casual acquaintance. With a flash of golden light, a new gift box appeared on my panel. I clicked it without hesitation, eager to check out my latest harvest. When I saw the power card, Wanli Dragon and Phoenix Hall Gold, I couldn't help but sigh. Bailey, Chinli, Wanli, now they are all here. Looking at this power card, I fell into a brief contemplation. Faction cards are a type of secondary cards, usually only possessed by purple or gold card characters. Card characters with a level lower than purple cannot possess it at all. Moreover, in the game, even if you raise the favorability of card characters below the purple level to the maximum level, it is difficult to obtain faction cards. At least I have never done it in the game. But now, because of the super evolution of the Golden Finger, the faction card was actually obtained from the favorability of the green card character Master Yun, which was completely beyond my expectations. Sure, Yun in the game once told the male protagonist that she wanted to establish a force completely under her control to prevent any accidents, but until the end of her story, this force did not actually appear. Maybe it was just a plot designed by the game planner, but I didn't expect that I would actually do it in reality. But reality is not a game after all. How should the faction card be used? I tried to touch the card with my mind, and the card's surface instantly flashed with a colorful light, which looked particularly dazzling. And then, nothing happened. Is that it? I felt helpless, and could only put this matter behind me for the time being and study it again when I got home in the evening. Shurian looked at me worriedly and asked cautiously, "Senior, are you okay? If you can't stand it, we can play some less exciting activities." I was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. She smiled sweetly and took me to play bumper cars. As a result, she managed to make drifts and fancy turns in this ordinary bumper car project, which made me stunned. I have to admit that this girl sure Ian really doesn't play by the rules. As night fell, we finally left the amusement park with satisfaction after watching the fireworks show carefully prepared by the amusement park. She took the initiative to hold my hand and smiled sweetly. "Senior, thank you for accompanying me today." I looked back at the sad place and breathed a sigh of relief. After today's experience, I finally understand the true meaning of life. On the way back, Shuryun suddenly tilted his head and looked at me with curiosity in his eyes. "Senior, can you answer a question for me?" I smiled and said, "Is it about your father and your brother? Those are all secrets." She pursed her lips a little unwillingly, but didn't ask any more questions. In fact, I wanted to tell her that she told me all these things in person during the game, but obviously she wouldn't believe it and just thought I was teasing her. "Senior, would something like that really have happened without your intervention?" she asked in a low voice, with a hint of uneasiness in her tone. I paused, thought about it, and then said bluntly, "You should be clear about your father's past. He can't escape those old accounts. He stood on the wrong side and looked at the wrong person, and the result was doomed." She was silent, obviously digesting these words. I knew what she was struggling with. After all, her father Shirbailey had called her today and told her to get in touch with me more. I could tell that Shirbailey was both grateful and wary of me. Sure, Ian naturally felt this contradictory mentality as well. "Actually, it was your father's arrangement for you to come to me, right?" I suddenly asked, wanting to see her reaction. She was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head and finally nodded. "Yes, Senior, my father did let me get in touch with you more." I smiled and said as we walked, "Your father is an interesting person. He knew I would guess it, but he still arranged for you to come. Either I have great confidence in you and think I will fall in love with you, or I think something will happen between us and I will help you in the future because of this friendship. So, do you think I'm not pretty enough?" she asked mischievously, with a hint of playfulness in her smile. "Pretty, and with a better figure." I told the truth. Her eyes twinkled, and she continued to ask, "Then why are you not willing to go one step further?" "Because I hate this calculated feeling." I looked at her, and my tone became serious. I don't want to enter into an impure relationship because of someone else's calculations. Besides, I have too many choices. I know she can't understand my thoughts. For me, after being reborn and having a golden finger, it would be a real waste if I were to be as mediocre as before. It's not that I don't like her, but there are too many opportunities in front of me, and it's not worth it for me to hang myself on a tree. "Senior, I understand." She nodded slightly. and her eyes seemed to reveal a hint of enlightenment. I raised my eyebrows and asked curiously, "What do you understand?" She smiled sweetly. "Whether it is to fulfill my father's arrangement or to follow my own heart, having a handsome guy like you as a boyfriend is actually not a loss, right?" I looked at her and suddenly found it interesting. As expected, none of the card characters were simple. Chapter 16, Paper Talk. Lu Qingyuan looked at Shi Yun quietly and said slowly, "But I don't see your sincerity." Shi Yun stamped her feet and said, "How can you ask a girl to take the initiative in this kind of situation?" Lu Qingyuan blurted out, "That means you haven't watched enough movies." Huh. Lu Qingyuan didn't explain too much. He gently lifted Shi Yun's chin with his fingers and said with a smile, "Think about it carefully. If you regret it in the future, I will not be responsible." "What if I don't regret it?" Shi Yun asked decisively. Lu Qingyuan laughed. "Then our relationship will continue forever." Shi Yun closed his eyes with satisfaction. "If you don't take what heaven gives you, you will suffer the consequences." Lu Qingyuan took away Shi Yun's first kiss without any hesitation. As for the first night, Lu Qingyuan is not that anxious yet. Shi Yun's ventriloquism skills made Lu Qingyuan realize that she really had no experience. But Lu Qingyuan is different. In his previous generation, he had experienced 2,000, 3,000, and 5,000 people. It was just a mere ventriloquism, but Lu Qingyuan could make it come alive. A minute later, Lu Qingyuan let go of Shi Yun, who was unable to breathe and almost suffocated, and then held her hand and continued walking forward. Shi Yun raised his hand to wipe the saliva from the corner of his mouth and looked at Lu Qingyuan suspiciously. "Senior, you are very experienced." "Really? I learned it from movies," Lu Qingyuan said with a smile. "If you also want to learn, I can provide you with a few." Shi Yun is also a well-known internet surfer, so how could he not understand Lu Qingyuan's meaning? But the more Lu Qingyuan said this, the more suspicious Shi Yun became. The movie is just talk on paper. Can you perform according to the movie without physical objects? You don't understand this, do you? Lu Qingyuan raised his hand and pointed at his thumb and index finger. "Put them together and put them next to your mouth to see how it feels." Shi Yun did as Lu Qingyuan said, and then his eyes widened in shock. "So, there are actually many areas in the body that can be developed," Lu Qingyuan said with a smile. "If you want to learn, I will teach you slowly in the future." Shi Yun shook his head in disgust. "Forget it. I can find a ready-made one." Lu Qingyuan laughed. After taking a taxi back to Wuchuan University, Lu Qingyuan sent her downstairs to her dormitory. "It's not convenient for me to go up, so I'll send you here." Shi Yun nodded slightly, then took out her phone and shook it. "After all, we are now boyfriend and girlfriend, senior. You should at least give me a contact number, right?" Lu Qingyuan almost forgot about this. He opened his phone and scanned Shi Yun's contact information. But before he had time to change the note, Shi Yun took away his phone. A few seconds later, Shi Yun returned the phone to Lu Qingyuan and said with a smile, "Senior, I'm going back first. Bye." After watching Master Yun go upstairs, Lu Qingyuan lowered his head to look at his phone. Shi Yun just snatched the phone away just to modify the notes. "Red Heart, exclusive Little Fairy Red Heart." These are the notes that Shi Yun modified specifically for himself. Lu Qingyuan shook his head and smiled, then turned and left Wuchuan University. When I got home, by Shuangxi had already gone to bed. Lu Qingyuan quietly returned to the room and locked the door. "Red Heart, exclusive Little Fairy Red Heart, are you home?" "Cynic. I just got home and haven't had time to go to bed." "Red Heart, exclusive Little Fairy Red Heart, then you should take a rest quickly. I also want to sleep. Staying up late is a woman's natural enemy." Cynicism. "You are not a woman yet, so this rule does not apply to you." "Red Heart, exclusive Little Fairy Red Heart, you are good at talking." "Red Heart, exclusive Fairy Red Heart, good night, JPG." "Handsome, cynical, good night." Putting down his phone, Lu Qingyuan stood up, turned on his computer, and typed Wanli Longfeng Tang into the search engine. Click the enter key, and all the relevant information about the 5 words Wanli Longfeng Tang will pop up. Lu Qingyuan took a quick look and found nothing he wanted. Exiting the page, Lu Qingyuan clicked his tongue. Are they contacting me? Or am I contacting them? Lu Qingyuan has a high degree of trust in Golden Finger. Since he has this secondary card, Wanli Longfeng Tang must be his property. Let's wait a little longer. If there is still no movement after a while, we will have to find a way to contact them. I searched for martial arts teaching on the search engine again, and all the related martial arts materials and videos popped up. Lu Qingyuan clicked on one at random and watched the video intently. As the teaching in the video progressed, Lu Qingyuan was surprised to find that his understanding of various fighting techniques was increasing rapidly, and he could even apply what he had learned to other situations. Moreover, this memory was not just talk on paper. It seemed as if Lu Qingyuan had really experienced practical teaching. Lu Qingyuan continued watching until late at night. He rubbed his sore eyes, turned off the computer and lights, and fell into a deep sleep. Assist card, self-disciplined purple, had sent out a signal very early on, asking Lu Qingyuan to go to bed as soon as possible. It's just that Lu Qingyuan was obsessed with studying and managed to keep his eyes open until now. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Lu Qingyuan jumped out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash his face. With this secondary card, Lu Qingyuan can fall into a deep sleep at the fastest speed and will not feel sleepy at all after waking up in the morning. It's really good news for lazy people. After preparing breakfast for by Shuangying, Lu Qingyuan watched a martial arts teaching video for a while. When he felt that it was about time, he slowly came to Wuchuan University. Good morning, senior. Knowing the time Lu Qingyuan would arrive at school, Shiriyun waited for him at the school gate on time and stuffed a hot breakfast into his arms. Eating hot buns and drinking milk, Lu Qingyuan couldn't help but sigh. This is what life is all about. In the previous life, that was called tribulation. Sitting on a bench next to the grove, Shiriyun watched Lu Qingyuan eat all his breakfast with a smile, then took out a wet wipe to wipe his mouth. Throwing the package into the trash can, Lu Qingyuan said with a smile, Yun, I remember you know Sanda, right? Yes, I'm level 8 in Sanda. Shiriyun raised his fist and asked with a smile, Senior, do you want to try? Lu Qingyuan was worried about the lack of practical tests, but when he heard what Shiriyun said, he took her hand and walked out of the school. Senior, you are not serious, are you? Shiriyun quickly pulled Lu Qingyuan's arm. I was just joking just now. What if I didn't take the severity of the blow lightly and you hurt me? Lu Qingyuan looked at her with a smile. How about we make a bet? What's the bet? Lu Qingyuan pointed to his lips and smiled. Chapter 17. Could it be a love rival? Lu Qingyuan randomly found a martial arts gym that taught fighting, transferred some money to the person in charge, then changed into brand new training clothes and brought his master Yun to the training room. Senior, I'm really not joking, Shiriyun said seriously. I'm not kidding you either. Lu Qingyuan smiled softly. You do what you usually do now. If I can't bear it, can't I hide? Shiriyun hesitated for a moment. She looked at Lu Qingyuan's serious expression and nodded gently. Senior, if you can't bear it, you must tell me in advance. Lu Qingyuan smiled and nodded. Over the next hour, Lu Qingyuan went from passively taking the beating to engaging in a back-and-forth battle with Shiriyun and finally countering his moves. Shiriyun stopped and took a deep breath. Senior, have you been teasing me before? Lu Qingyuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile, I studied it for a while before. Of course, Lu Qingyuan had never learned Sanda. The only time he had come into contact with Sanda was when he watched the introductory Sanda tutorial last night. With the help of ability card, fighting techniques, gold, Lu Qingyuan found that he could quickly get started and master any kind of fighting technique. Shiriyun glared at Lu Qingyuan unhappily. You are lying to me. I've been practicing Sanda since elementary school. Can I see your level? Lu Qingyuan laughed and didn't explain. How can such a thing be explained clearly? You just want to take advantage of me. Shiriyun sat cross-legged on the ground. I don't care. The previous bet is invalid. Let it be invalidated. Lu Qingyuan sat next to Shiriyun and wiped the sweat off her face. Today's experiment allowed Lu Qingyuan to once again understand the extraordinary capabilities of the golden secondary card. Therefore, Lu Qingyuan planned to master all fighting skills in the shortest possible time to prepare for any unexpected needs. After all, in the later stages of the game planners introduced several card characters, each of which is extremely powerful, especially their storyline. Without some ability to save his life, Lu Qingyuan really didn't dare to approach them. After resting for a while, Lu Qingyuan helped Shiriyun up and said, Go change your clothes. As compensation, I will treat you to a delicious meal later. I have to decide what to eat. Okay. The two took a shower in the public bathroom of the martial arts hall, changed into their own clothes, and headed straight for the nearest shopping mall. Ian, what do you want to eat? Looking at the entire floor of food, Lu Qingyuan took her hand and asked with a smile. There's a chain grilled fish restaurant in front. I ate there once in Qingda City before. It was delicious. Shiriyun brought Lu Qingyuan to the grilled fish restaurant, holding the menu and said with a smile, It's your treat, so I'm going to order whatever I want. Don't worry, I promise I can feed you. Shiriyun called the waiter and ordered a lot of dishes as if he was reading out the names of the dishes. Glancing at Lu Qingyuan secretly, Shi Yun found that he was looking at her with a smile, and was not at all shocked by the fact that so much of her food had been lost. Lu Qingyuan knew about Shi Yun's big eater attribute. Although I don't know what Shi Yun's appetite is like in the real world, in the game, she is a big eater who can eat 7 bowls of ramen in one breath without changing her expression. The waiter looked at Shi Yun with difficulty. "My lady, the dishes you ordered seem to be too much for 2 people. How about you remove a few?" "It's okay, just follow her order." Lu Qingyuan smiled warmly. "We promise not to waste it." The waiter glanced at Lu Qingyuan and Shi Yun, shook his head helplessly, and left. In the waiter's eyes, Lu Qingyuan was just that idiot who was willing to spend a lot of money to pick up girls. "Senior, his tea is delicious." Shi Yun pushed his cup of water to Lu Qingyuan and said with a smile, "Can you please get me a cup, senior?" "Where's the tea?" "The self-service counter in front." Lu Qingyuan shook his head helplessly. "Of course you can, but it will cost you money." "Trojan horse." Shi Yun leaned over and kissed Lu Qingyuan. "Is this okay?" Lu Qingyuan smiled with satisfaction and walked to the buffet counter with a cup of water. After receiving the tea, Lu Qingyuan was about to turn around and leave with the cup in his hand when he heard a surprised shout from not far away. "Senior." Lu Qingyuan turned around and saw that it was Li Xiangru and the others. "You guys are coming out to eat too?" Lu Qingyuan nodded at her and said with a smile, "Wait for me to send the things back, and then I'll come to see you." Li Xiangru nodded quickly. Handing the cup of water to Shi Yun, Lu Qingyuan said to her, "There are a few classmates over there. I'll go say hello and be back soon." Shi Yun glanced at Li Xiangru and the others not far away and found that they were also looking at him curiously. "Are they love rivals?" Shi Yun said jokingly. "Aren't there too many of them?" Lu Qingyuan tapped Shi Yun's head gently. "Where do so many rivals come from? I've been studying here for such a long time, and you're still my first girlfriend." "Oh." Shi Yun looked at Lu Qingyuan with a smile. "It's really my honor." When they arrived at Li Xiangru's booth, before Lu Qingyuan could say anything, Li Xiangru asked hurriedly, "Senior, is that girl your girlfriend?" "She's so pretty." Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, "Yes, just like you. I am a freshman." Lu Qingyuan did not hide his relationship with Shi Yun. First, there was no need for him to hide it. They were in the same university, and they would see each other every day. Even if he hid it, he wouldn't be able to hide it for long. It would be even worse if they found out that I had concealed the truth. Second, Lu Qingyuan is not in a hurry to improve He Waning's favorability for the time being. Lu Qingyuan knew everything that would happen to her in the future, so it was easy for him to improve her favorability. Glancing at their table number, Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, "You guys eat first, I won't disturb you." "Yeah." Li Xiangru nodded obediently. After leaving their sight, Lu Qingyuan sat opposite Shi Yun. "Senior, there's a very beautiful girl over there. Even a girl like me is moved by her." Shi Yun held Lu Qingyuan's hand and said with a smile, "You don't have any feelings for her, do you?" Lu Qingyuan looked up at her and said calmly, "If I had any feelings for her, I wouldn't be with you." "I am very satisfied with your answer." Shi Yun smiled with satisfaction, stood up and sat next to Lu Qingyuan, put her arms around his neck, and gave him a passionate kiss. After finishing, Shi Yun gently took a tissue and wiped the remaining lipstick on Lu Qingyuan's lips. "You are much more skilled than yesterday. Could it be that you practiced the method I taught you last night?" Chapter 18, What Can a Little Brat Understand? "I'm not a pervert." Shi Yun rolled his eyes at him unhappily, then sat back in his previous seat, quietly waiting for the food to be served. Li Xiangru and the others who were not far away couldn't help but raise their eyebrows when they saw Shi Yun's actions. "She was probably doing it for us to see, wasn't she?" Tang sneered. "Look at how crazy she is, as if she can't find a man." Li Xiangru laughed and said, "Okay, why bother with her? It's not up to us to decide what kind of girl the senior likes." He Waning glanced at Lu Qingyuan, who was chatting and laughing with Shi Yun, and felt even worse about him. He is indeed a playboy. The dishes were served one after another. Shi Yun picked up the chopsticks and said to Lu Qingyuan, "Senior, let's eat quickly." Lu Qingyuan picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of fish, and put it in a Shi Yun's bowl. "Don't worry about me, just eat quickly." Shi Yun chuckled, and under Lu Qingyuan's gaze, the hand holding the chopsticks seemed to be waving, leaving an afterimage. Sure enough, Shi Yun in the real world is even more terrifying than the one in the game world. Half an hour later, Shi Yun put down his chopsticks contentedly. "Are you full?" Lu Qingyuan asked softly. "Would you like some more?" Shi Yun shook her head shyly. I'm full. Lu Qingyuan smiled brightly, took his phone, and stood up to pay the bill. Sir, the total is 673 yuan. Would you like to pay in cash or by scanning a QR code? Settlement the bill for table 16 together. Lu Qingyuan opened the QR code and said lightly. The cashier also printed out the bill for He Waning's table. If both tables are billed together, the total is 1,162 yuan. The four of He Waning didn't eat as much as Sure Yun alone. It's so tiring to find pictures. After scanning the code to pay, Lu Qingyuan put the receipt in his pocket and left with Sure Yun. After sending Master Yun back to school, Lu Qingyuan opened the map app on his phone and began searching for various martial arts gyms in Wuchuan City. Since he was just sitting there doing nothing anyway, Lu Qingyuan felt it would be a shame not to maximize the benefits of the supplementary card. In the evening, Lu Qingyuan returned home refreshed and said to Bai Shuangying, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa watching TV, "Aunt Bai, what do you want for dinner? I'm not eating anymore. Just eat whatever you want." Bai Shuangying looked at Lu Qingyuan expressionlessly, then shifted her gaze back to the TV. Lu Qingyuan raised his eyebrows and quietly opened an app on his mobile phone. Tisk Lu Qingyuan took out his phone and shook it, then said with a smile, "Aunt Bai, did you forget that our scale is linked to my phone?" Bai Shuangshan? Lu Qingyuan, do you want to be beaten? Bai Shuangying jumped up from the sofa and said fiercely, "Hurry up and uninstall that app, or I'll call your mother to come back and beat you up." Lu Qingyuan glanced at the data on his phone and slowly took 2 steps back. "Don't look." Lu Qingyuan took a look at the data, then quickly put away his phone and said righteously, "How could I possibly see Aunt Bai's privacy? You don't trust me at all." Bai Shuangying pinched her waist and looked at Lu Qingyuan. "Give me the phone." Lu Qingyuan handed the phone to Bai Shuangxi reluctantly. Seeing Bai Shuangying uninstall the app with her own eyes, she directly opened Lu Qingyuan's social software. Lu Qingyuan was startled and quickly reached out to grab it back. "What are you going to do?" Bai Shuangying looked at Lu Qingyuan suspiciously. "Why? Is there anything you're afraid of me seeing?" Lu Qingyuan said helplessly, "Aunt Bai, I'm not a child anymore. I won't read your privacy, and you can't read mine, right?" Bai Shuangxi stared at Lu Qingyuan quietly, and under his gaze, her eyes slowly turned red. "I was wrong. I was wrong." Lu Qingyuan quickly raised his hands in surrender. "Look, you can look at it as you like. Real? Real? That's good enough." Bai Shuangying sat happily on the sofa and looked through his social software. Her sight slowly fixed on the note, "Red Heart, exclusive little fairy Red Heart," and Bai Shuangshan asked meaningfully, "Qingyuan, who is this girl?" As she spoke, Bai Shuangying clicked on Master Yun's profile picture. Sure Yun's profile picture on social media is a selfie of her squatting among flowers with her mouth pouting, which is a bit cute. She is whoever you think she is. Lu Qingyuan pulled the corner of his mouth and said helplessly, "I was wondering why you were so wary of me looking at your phone. Turns out you really have a secret." Bai Shuangying snorted coldly. Without looking at the chat history between the two of them, she threw her phone aside. "Bring her back tomorrow. I want to meet her." "Aunt Bai, you are kidding me, right?" Lu Qingyuan sat next to Bai Shuangying and massaged her shoulders. "We have only been together for 2 days, and we are meeting our parents already. Isn't that a bit fast?" Bai Shuangxian felt that Lu Qingyuan's technique was quite comfortable, and she couldn't help but sit forward to make it easier for Lu Qingyuan to massage her. Then she said, "You are still young, and I am your elder after all. I have to check for you, right? What if one day you get hurt by this girl, and your parents come back and think I didn't take good care of you? How could that be possible?" Lu Qingyuan gently rubbed Bai Shuangxi's neck and shoulders, saying flatteringly, "Don't you know what kind of person I am? I only tease others. How could anyone hurt me?" Bai Shuangxian enjoyed Lu Qingyuan's massage service, closed her eyes comfortably, and said softly, "This should be your first love, right? I can tell you that first love is the most hurtful. If you are sure that you can go to the end with her, I won't say anything, but if you are not sure, don't blame Aunt Bai for being rude." Lu Qingyuan nodded quickly. "Don't worry, I know everything." "Humph! What can a little brat understand?" After rubbing for a while, Bai Shuangying patted him and said, "Okay, go get something to eat. Don't starve." "Okay." Coming to the kitchen, Lu Qingyuan dealt with the remaining vegetables in the refrigerator, and then finished them all in front of Bai Shuangxi. Bai Shuangshan smelled the fragrance of the food and frowned slightly. Looking down at her belly, she muttered unhappily, "I really can't eat anymore." After eating and drinking, Lu Qingyuan cleaned up the dishes, said hello to Bai Shuangying, and returned to his room. After confirming many times that Lu Qingyuan would not come out, Bai Shuangying quietly came to the kitchen. Then she saw an exquisite diet meal. Anybody, you can't hurt your body just to lose weight. This is the diet meal I prepared for you. Eat it up when you see it, red heart. Ozosi. Looking at the words on the note, Bai Shuangxi smiled softly. Before she could be happy for long, she noticed the two numbers on the back of the note. 98, 104. Veins bulged on Bai Shuangxi's forehead, and her good mood just now disappeared in an instant. Chapter 19. Wanli Dragon and Phoenix Hall. In the room, Lu Qingyuan opened Sure Yun's attribute panel. Her favorability has now risen to casual acquaintance, 48%. Judging from the current data, although the value is rising rapidly, Sure Yun is more focused on completing Sure Bailey's tasks. But I won't suffer any loss anyway. Lu Qingyuan smiled gently. Now he has obtained 2 favorability gift boxes from Master Yun. Even if he suffers a loss, it is more than enough to make back his investment. What's more, Lu Qingyuan is the complete beneficiary. After looking at the existing cards, Lu Qingyuan still felt that Sure Yun was the most convenient card character to increase favorability. If we follow the current development trend, Sure Yun's title seems to be a little unworthy of the title, right? Lu Qingyuan touched his chin and fixed his eyes on the goddess record. In addition to He Waning, by Guiwan and Sure Yun, there are several card characters of different levels in Wuchuan City, but Lu Qingyuan has not come into contact with them yet. Moreover, the higher the card level, the more complicated the storyline of the card character. Although Lu Qingyuan can contact them at any time, their complicated storylines make Lu Qingyuan feel a little resistant. There is still a lot of time. There is no need to put so much pressure on myself. Lu Qingyuan murmured in a low voice. Let's make plans after we get in touch with Wanli Dragon and Phoenix Hall. Lu Qingyuan decisively turned on the computer to continue learning other fighting techniques and soon immersed himself in it. Bai Shuangxi outside the house quickly finished the weight loss meal that Lu Qingyuan prepared for her. She looked at the closed door angrily, then crumpled up the note and threw it into the trash can. Just as she walked to the sofa, Bai Shuangxi hesitated for a moment, then went back to pick up the note and put it in the drawer of her bedroom. Lu Qingyuan watched until the second half of the night before he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. When I opened my eyes again, it was a new day. It should be okay as wallpaper. Lu Qingyuan had no plans to go to school to find his Master Yun. His plan today was still to quickly master various fighting techniques to add more cards to himself. After changing 3 or 4 martial arts schools in succession, Lu Qingyuan became completely famous in the martial arts circle. In the words of the martial arts coach, there was suddenly a fighter in Wuchuan City who was pretending to be a newcomer and enjoying the fun of it. After coming out of a taekwondo gym, Lu Qingyuan was just about to find the next one when the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. I looked at the caller ID and saw it was an unfamiliar number from Qingda City. After answering the phone, the person on the other end said calmly, "Boss, I'm one of the persons in charge of Wanli Dragon and Phoenix Hall." Wanli Dragon and Phoenix Hall? Lu Qingyuan was a little surprised that the power card finally showed some movement. "Where are you now?" Lu Qingyuan asked calmly. "Our headquarters is located in Qingda City. If you need anything, we can send someone to Wuchuan City to find you." Well, Goldenfinger was really thoughtful. He arranged everything clearly, saving Lu Qingyuan a lot of trouble. "Please arrange a few people to come here. I have a lot to know about Wanli Longfeng Hall." Lu Qingyuan thought for a while and said slowly, "Okay, our people will contact you tomorrow morning." After saying this, the person on the other end hung up the phone cleanly. Lu Qingyuan smiled and put the phone back in his pocket. Golden Faction card. I'm really looking forward to it. In that game, it was extremely difficult to get a gold secondary card, let alone a gold faction card. If Lu Qingyuan remembered correctly, there didn't seem to be many card characters that possessed gold faction cards. Anyway, there are none in Qingda City and Wuchuan City. The sudden appearance of Wanli Longfeng Tang did not disturb Lu Qingyuan's plan. He continued to look for the next martial arts school to expand his knowledge. The next morning, Lu Qingyuan was jogging in the park downstairs when the phone in his pocket rang again. It was still an unfamiliar number from Qingda City. After the call was connected, a gentle voice came out. "Boss, we have arrived in Wuchuan City. Where are you now? We will find you. You can just go to the park opposite the Byangshan community." Okay. More than 10 minutes after the call ended, 3 men appeared in Lu Qingyuan's sight. "Boss." The man in the front waved and greeted Lu Qingyuan, then handed him the breakfast he brought over. "Just bought it, it's still hot." "Thank you." Lu Qingyuan took the breakfast and sat on a bench in the park. While eating breakfast, he said, "Tell me about the situation of Wanli Dragon and Phoenix Hall." The man smiled and nodded. Wanli Dragon and Phoenix Hall is a general name. To be specific, it should be two departments, one for dragons and one for phoenixes. The man pointed at the two burly men behind him and introduced them with a smile. They are the ones with the character dragon. The ones with the character phoenix are both female. What is the main business of Wanli Longfeng Tang? Lu Qingyuan asked curiously. The gentle and elegant man said calmly, Wanli Longfeng Tang is a large security company on the surface, but secretly it is protecting some shady companies. Lu Qingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Openly or secretly, they are all considered security companies, right? The man nodded slightly and pointed at the two strong men who came with him today. Boss, the one on the left was once the unrivaled boxing champion in the underground boxing ring. He has killed more boxers than you can count with both hands. The man on the right was once a member of a special forces unit in our country. After retiring, he was recruited into the Wanli Dragon and Phoenix Hall. Lu Qingyuan raised his eyebrows. Wow, each one is more valuable than the last. The man saw Lu Qingyuan's expression and smiled slightly. Even so, they are just the apparent power of Wanli Dragon and Phoenix Hall. Lu Qingyuan was shocked. He touched his chin and said slowly, So, the dark side of Wanli Dragon and Phoenix Hall can be considered a killer organization? Not accurate. The man said with a smile on his face. You also know that our Yin country attaches great importance to security, so there are many constraints in many aspects. To be strict, my colleagues on the dark side are actually more like professional thugs, but they are not as vulgar as those professional organizations abroad. Lu Qingyuan immediately understood. Yin State attaches great importance to domestic security and is destined not to allow the hail of bullets like those in foreign countries to occur. Therefore, even a force with golden cards like Wanli Longfeng Tang is walking on a tightrope among the dark forces. Lu Qingyuan turned his head and looked at the white paper fan beside him, and suddenly asked, Do you know anything about the underground world of Wuchuan City? The man thought for a while and said slowly, Wanli Dragon and Phoenix Hall has a grasp of the dark side of almost every city in the country, but it has not cooperated with many places, so the details are not very clear. Lu Qingyuan smiled casually. It's okay, I understand. Lu Qingyuan was just worrying that Master Yi Yun's title was not worthy of its reputation. And then Wanli Dragon and Phoenix Hall came to his door. No matter what, Sure Bailey is in Qingda City after all. If there is something that really needs to be solved, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. If it weren't for the fact that Sure Bailey, this chess piece, was about to be destroyed, he would not have chosen to contact him so soon. Go find a place to rest first. I'll contact you in the evening. Looking up at the two strong men, Lu Qingyuan grinned and said, It's a good opportunity for me to see your strength. Chapter 20 There is a special program. Having learned almost everything he needed to learn, Lu Qingyuan did not continue to play the role of a pig and eat the tiger by wandering around from martial arts gym to martial arts gym. After returning home and taking a shower, Lu Qingyuan opened the social software and contacted Shuriyun. Cynicism. I'll take you to a fun place tonight. Do you want to go? Red Heart exclusive little fairy Red Heart picture. Shuriyun sent a selfie of herself, just waking up. She was barefaced and had her eyes half open, as if accusing Lu Qingyuan of disturbing her sleep. Cynicism. What time is it and you're still asleep? You don't sleep at night and don't get up in the morning. You don't act like a young person at all. Red Heart exclusive little fairy Red Heart. Lu Qingyuan laughed. Ever since he got the assist card, self-discipline purple, Lu Qingyuan's greatest pleasure has been to get others up early, especially when he saw them living a life worse than death. Lu Qingyuan felt a sense of accomplishment. Sure, Ian didn't reply, and no one knew whether he went back to take a nap or to wash up. As soon as Lu Qingyuan walked into the school, Shuriyun directly initiated a video call. In the video, Shuriyun regained her vitality. She said with some complaints, Senior, is it really fun to disturb other people's sleep? Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly and said as he walked towards the dormitory, I think it's quite interesting. Shuriyun curled her lips helplessly, then asked curiously, You said before that you would take me to a fun place. Where is it? It's a very famous nightclub in Wuchuan City. Do you want to go and have some fun? Senior, have you forgotten what my family does? Shuriyun's forehead was bulging with veins. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Qingyuan looked at her with a smile. You can't beat me. Shuriyun thought about it and immediately lost his temper. Yes. Although the Starry nightclub is very famous, you can't just stand still. It's good to go out and learn more. Lu Qingyuan said meaningfully. Also, there may be a special show tonight. Shuriyun's eyes lit up and he nodded quickly. What time do we leave? Yun had always been curious about Lu Qingyuan. Noticing his mysterious tone, she knew that tonight must be unusual. Wait for my news. Lu Qingyuan walked into the dormitory building and said with a smile, there is no point in going to a place like a nightclub too early. Ian, where's your boyfriend? The voice of Yun's roommate came from the video. She came over curiously and asked quietly, I won't disturb you, right? It's okay. I won't bother you. Yun smiled cheerfully. He is not only my boyfriend, but also our senior. Really? Yun's roommate said in surprise. You guys are developing too fast, aren't you? Yun glanced at the smiling Lu Qingyuan in the video and explained to his roommate, we have known each other for a long time, and my father is very optimistic about him. Yun made up a lie to fool his roommate. No wonder. Pushing open the dormitory door, Lu Qingyuan didn't smell any strange smell and nodded with great satisfaction. Kong Luqian and Ma Shun were still typing away at the computer keyboards, both with serious looks on their faces. If you didn't know better, you would think they were fighting for million-level concert tickets. As for Yu Chong, he was holding his cell phone and grinning foolishly. Senior, if that's the case, I'll wait for you to contact me in the evening, Yun said with a smile. See you in the evening, Trojan. As Yu Chong listened to the familiar voice, the smile on his face slowly disappeared. Qingyuan, who are you video chatting with? Yu Chong asked cautiously with his lips trembling slightly. Lu Qingyuan looked at him and suddenly didn't dare to say anything. My girlfriend. Kong Luqian took off his headphones, his eyes still fixed on the screen, and asked curiously, is it the one who left school hand in hand with you that day? Yes. Lu Qingyuan nodded. Qingyuan, you are so handsome, it's time for you to have a girlfriend. Otherwise, how can you and your brother survive if you are single? Kong Luqian won the game and turned to look at Lu Qingyuan. But when I looked at your girlfriend's back that day, why did I feel like I had seen her somewhere before? Well, Lu Qingyuan glanced at Yu Chong and found that he had collapsed on the bed, almost foaming at the mouth. Yu Chong, what's wrong with you? Kong Luqian looked at Yu Chong, who was living a miserable life, and asked in confusion. Qingyuan has a girlfriend. Shouldn't we be happy? Yu Chong stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. His well-trained strong arms could no longer hold a small mobile phone. The cell phone rolled to the ground. Kong Luqian looked at the photo on the screen and instantly knew why it looked so familiar. Isn't this the goddess of his dreams that Yu Chong has been thinking about these days, even talking about in his sleep? This? Kong Luqian looked at Yu Chong and shook his head helplessly. Finally, there is someone who understands my heartache. This is how Kong Luqian felt when he took Lu Qingyuan to pick up girls, and the girl fell in love with Lu Qingyuan. Yu Chong slowly came to his senses. He looked at Lu Qingyuan with tears in his eyes. Qingyuan, can you leave a way out for our brothers? Yu Chong, it's not that we are rude. Lu Qingyuan directly brought out the excuse that Yun had prepared. Our two families are old friends, and I just found out that she and I are in the same school. Yu Chong sighed quietly and stared at Lu Qingyuan. Qingyuan, apart from the schoolgirl I met at dinner that day and my goddess, you don't have any other target, right? No more. This time it's really gone. Lu Qingyuan held up 3 fingers and swore. I can swear. Yu Chong silently deleted the photo of Yun, buried his head under the pillow, and cried loudly. My goddess left me just like that. Kong Lugan curled his lips and said, Yu Chong, you should be more self-aware. How could a girl like this be attracted to ordinary people like us? Why don't you like it? Yu Chong asked unhappily. Kong Luqian pointed at Lu Qingyuan and said, do you have Qingyuan's looks and figure? No. Do you have a good family background? No. Have you any money? Yu Chong. Look, you have nothing. How could such a beautiful girl fall in love with you? Kong Luqian shrugged. In this case, it's either the legendary true love or a takeover. Anyway, I don't believe that such a good thing can happen to me. Yu Chong was stunned for a while, then cried even more sadly. The corner of Lu Qingyuan's mouth twitched slightly. Luo Qian, your way of comforting people is also quite unique. Chapter 21, the show begins. Senior. Yun ran down from the dormitory building and gave Lu Qingyuan a warm hug. Lu Qingyuan reached out and hugged her. Then looking at her outfit today, his hand slid down uncontrollably. Yun gently held Lu Qingyuan's hand and said with a smile, Senior, you are not obedient. In order to leave a good impression on Lu Qingyuan, Yun dressed up deliberately tonight. The top is a beige tight short-sleeve top, and the bottom is a short skirt that just reaches the knees. In order to maximize her seductiveness, she deliberately wore black stockings to show off her long and beautiful legs to the fullest. Lu Qingyuan held Shi Yun's hand and said, I'm afraid you'll be cold, so I want to feel your body temperature. Oh. Shi Yun glanced at Lu Qingyuan, then placed his hand on his thigh. What's my body temperature? Lu Qingyuan hesitated for a moment and said, the time is a bit short. I need to feel it for a while longer. Shi Yun rolled her eyes and shook his hand away. Let's go. I'll let you feel it when we get there, okay? Lu Qingyuan. Okay. Kurikushi Omega. At the school gate, Lu Qingyuan waved to stop a taxi. Master, let's go to MLS's nightclub. MLS's nightclub is one of the largest nightclubs in Wuchuan City. Because there is no figure like Shi Bailey, the underground world in Wuchuan City has become complicated. Therefore, if one wants to integrate the underground world of Wuchuan City, MLS nightclub is a good breakthrough point. Lu Qingyuan didn't have any ambition to control the underground world. He just didn't want to waste the title of Master Yun. What's more, this is his base camp. Lu Qingyuan once planned that he would not leave here in a short time. Therefore, in order to reduce some troubles for himself, the underground world of Wuchuan City must be rectified. Moreover, if arranged properly, Lu Qingyuan could take this opportunity to get in touch with all the card characters in Wuchuan City. The taxi slowly stopped at the door of the MLS's nightclub. After Lu Qingyuan paid the bill, he walked in leisurely with Shi Yun. Looking at the extravagant MLS nightclub, Shi Yun nodded involuntarily. This place is comparable to the Starry nightclub. Of course, who knows how much money the person behind the MLS's nightclub has spent here. If the effect is not achieved, he will probably cry to death in his bed. Lu Qingyuan called a waiter, gave him a tip, and then arranged a booth for him. Not long after they sat down, two burly staff members from Wanli Longfeng Tang found Lu Qingyuan. Boss, please take a seat. Lu Qingyuan glanced at the crowd in the nightclub and said with a smile, the main character hasn't arrived yet. Shi Yun looked at the two burly men in front of her with curiosity. Her intuition told her that these two men were definitely not ordinary people. Shi Yun seemed to smell the same kind of sin in them. The two strong men sat quietly aside, scanning the entire place with sharp eyes to prevent any accidents from happening. After ordering 2 cocktails, Lu Qingyuan casually placed his hand on Shi Yun's leg and then clinked glasses with her. Don't worry, the fun is yet to come. Shi Yun smiled slightly. I'm not in a hurry. I'm just afraid that if the good show doesn't start, I'll be eaten up by you. Lu Qingyuan laughed. Don't worry, I will give you the best memory. Shi Yun raised his glass in gesture, then took a sip of the cocktail. Soon, a group of young people walked into the nightclub with a crowd of people following them. Lu Qingyuan fixed his eyes on the young man in the middle, and a smile appeared on his face. Shi Yun noticed Lu Qingyuan's expression, leaned against him gently, and whispered in his ear, the real master is here? Jianyu is one of the top second-generation rich people in Wuchuan City and a frequent visitor to this nightclub. Lu Qingyuan hugged Shi Yun's slender waist and smiled gently. His parents are both businessmen, very famous in Wuchuan City, comparable to your father. But his grandparents are quite famous. Shi Yun looked at Jianyu and asked curiously, how famous is he? Well, before his parents got married, they were both well-known second-generation officials. Shi Yun understood immediately. It's just that one bad apple spoils the whole barrel. Jianyu has never been at peace since he entered puberty. Every day, he is either getting into trouble or on his way to getting into trouble. His parents and elders have to deal with the troubles he causes almost every day. So, he's the breakthrough for what you're going to do. You can understand it that way. Lu Qingyuan nodded with a smile. But dealing with him is much easier than dealing with your father. There are so many things about Jianyu that his parents don't know. And these things were enough to make him get shot many times. You girls have so many cosmetics. Do you know a brand called Lanyu? Lan is beautiful, Yu is pretty. Shi Yun nodded and said, the mask I use is from this brand. But is there any relationship between this brand and Jianyu? The founder of Lanyu is Jianyu's sister, Jianlichu. Shi Yun took out his mobile phone, opened the search engine, and then typed in the 3 words Jianlichu. The next second, all the information about Jianlichu popped up. Looking at the photo of Jianlichu, Shi Yun laughed. In my opinion, your target is not Jianyu, but her sister Jianlichu, right? Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. Don't be so vigilant, I'm not that kind of person. Shi Yun snorted coldly and was too lazy to pay attention to Lu Qingyuan. After drinking a glass of cocktail, Shi Yun's pretty face flushed. She looked up at Lu Qingyuan and said, are we going to wait here forever? Are you sure, Jian, you will get into trouble today? Even if he can't, his group of cronies will definitely do it. Lu Qingyuan pointed at a thin young man next to Jian Yu and whispered in Shi Yun's ear. That's his military advisor. Many of the troubles that Jian Yu caused were caused by his bad ideas. So, before Shi Yun could finish his words, he saw Jian Yu stand up and walk towards a certain place. Look, I'm not wrong, am I? Lu Qingyuan kept an eye on Jian Yu's actions. When he was sure that Jian Yu was moving in the direction he had guessed, he waved to the burly man beside him and said, in order to maintain the harmonious development of Wuchuan City, go teach him a lesson. Jian Yu is a very conceited person. If someone or something fails to achieve the results he wants, his explosive temper will instantly erupt. Just like now, Jian Yu's rude and meaningless pickup attempt failed, causing him to lose his disguise as a modest gentleman. Chapter 22, How Could Your Master Notice Me? My dear handsome man, I am so sorry. A girl in a miniskirt smiled and rejected Jian Yu's approach. My bestie and I are just here to broaden our horizons, and we will leave soon. Jian Yu could no longer maintain the smile on her face. It's just a drink. There's no need for you two beauties to resist, right? One of the girls glanced at Jian Yu's previous position and shook her head gently. I'm so sorry. After saying that, she was about to pull her best friend away. The smile on Jian Yu's face disappeared immediately. He pulled one of the girls expressionlessly and said calmly, have a drink. I'll let you go after you finish. The girl waved her arms vigorously, but still failed to shake off Jian Yu's hand. What? Are you so resistant to drinking with me? Jian Yu's face became worse and worse. He waved behind him, and a follower trotted over and handed a briefcase to Jian Yu. Jian Yu took out 2 stacks of cash from her purse. Have a drink, and these are yours. The girl looked at the 2 stacks of cash and was a little tempted, but she thought about it seriously and still shook her head and said, handsome guy, there are so many beauties here, you don't have to stare at us, right? 20,000 is not enough? Jian Yu took out 2 more stacks. Is 40,000 enough? If not, Jian Yu continued to take out 4 stacks of cash. 80,000, just drink a glass of wine. A tangled look appeared in the girl's eyes, and the girl next to her said anxiously, let's go quickly. The girl named gritted her teeth, shook off Jian Yu's hand, and quickly ran to the door. 2 young men with a playful look on their faces blocked the 2 girls' way and said, 2 beauties, please have a drink with young Master Jian. Everyone in the nightclub watched this scene coldly. Occasionally, a few young men who wanted to be heroes and save the beauty were pulled down by their companions. Are you going to die? That's Jian Yu. Beating you to death is like stepping on an ant. It's nothing. Just when the 2 girls were most helpless, 2 strong men slowly walked over and pushed the 2 young men aside. You're blind. The young man was pushed to the ground. He looked up at the sturdy man and cursed. Do you believe I'll have someone kill you? The sturdy man looked down at the young man, then bent down, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up in front of everyone. Cough! The young man pinched the strong man's fingers hard, and his face gradually turned purple because he couldn't breathe. The 2 girls were so frightened by this scene that they huddled together and trembled. Are you not leaving yet? Another strong man asked calmly. The 2 girls finally reacted and left the nightclub in a hurry, without even daring to look back. Throwing the young man aside, the sturdy man slowly turned his gaze to Jian Yu. Are there still idiots who are willing to save beautiful girls these days? Jian Yu sneered and said to the 2 bodyguards who were walking over, kill them. The bodyguard nodded slightly and punched the sturdy man in the stomach. The sturdy man uttered a tisk and slowly lowered his head to look at the bodyguard. That's it. I saw him hold the bodyguard's head with his big hand, then clench his fist and punch him in the stomach. The bodyguard was knocked back 3 or 4 steps by the punch, and he knelt down, holding his stomach and whispering, his face turning pale. The other bodyguard couldn't help but swallow his saliva and looked at the burly man with horror. When Jian Yu's friends saw this, they rushed over and said, fuck you. I'll kill you. Shi Yun, who was watching the show on the side, was suddenly speechless. Even in this situation, he still sends them away one by one, just like the Calabash brothers saving his grandfather. Could it be that I took too much? Just as Shi Yun guessed, the sturdy man faced this group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals with 1 punch each, and did not even plan to throw a second punch. Slowly walking in front of Jian Yu, the sturdy man looked down at him and said indifferently, that's it? Jian Yu sneered. So what? Do you dare to touch me? Do you know that my parents are? The sturdy man was too lazy to listen to Jian Yu's nagging, and just threw a left hook, almost knocking him out. Just as Lu Qingyuan was hugging Shi Yun and watching the fun, a beautiful woman dressed extremely sexily walked over. Sir, there's no need to make things so awkward, right? The beautiful woman looked at Lu Qingyuan with a smile. Lu Qingyuan let go of Shi Yun's hand, looked up at her, and smiled slightly. If I hadn't made such a big fuss, how would your master have noticed me? The smile on the beautiful woman's face slowly disappeared, and she took out her cell phone to contact someone. A few seconds later, a phone call came in. After the beauty answered the call, she heard the instructions from the other end and handed the phone to Lu Qingyuan. Reaching out to take the phone, Lu Qingyuan said with a smile, "Mr. Tang, do you have any comments?" The other party was silent for a moment, and then said lightly, "It's very interesting. Come up and talk." "Good." Lu Qingyuan hung up the phone, returned it to the beauty, stood up with Shi Yun, and said with a smile, "The show is about to begin." Although Shi Yun didn't know who had just talked to Lu Qingyuan, she could guess by intuition that it must be the boss behind the nightclub. So, Lu Qingyuan's target is not Jianyu, but the boss behind the MLS's nightclub? The burly man noticed Lu Qingyuan's figure, then reached out and grabbed Jianyu's collar, and slowly walked to the second floor. MLS's nightclub is not as big as Xingqiao nightclub, but all the necessary special services can be found here. Just like in the Xingqiao nightclub, after stepping onto the second floor, the sound of music instantly reached the ears of Lu Qingyuan and Shi Yun. Lu Qingyuan's expression remained unchanged. He turned to look at Shi Yun. Shi Yun noticed Lu Qingyuan's gaze and rolled her eyes. "Have you forgotten what my family does?" Lu Qingyuan chuckled, put his arm around Shi Yun's waist, and, led by the beauty, walked into a very secluded office. A young man sat quietly behind the large boss desk, calmly looking at Lu Qingyuan and Shi Yun who walked in. "Sit." Tang Xuanya pointed at the two chairs in front of him, then took out 2 bottles of iced mineral water from the refrigerator next to him and handed them to them. As expected of someone who comes from a big family, he is well-mannered. Lu Qingyuan turned on the bottle of mineral water and said meaningfully. The next second, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling came from outside. "Please open the door for me," Lu Qingyuan said to the beautiful woman with a smile. The beauty looked at Tang Xuanya and only opened the door after seeing him nod. Lu Qingyuan sat on the chair and said calmly, "I have something to discuss. Let him be quiet for a while." "Okay," the sturdy man replied in a muffled voice, and then the shouting outside stopped abruptly. Chapter 23, He will eventually return to his roots. After the sound disappeared, the beauty closed the door again. Tang Xuanya crossed his arms and said calmly, "You should know his identity, right?" "Certainly." Lu Qingyuan nodded. "He is just a beast who was raised by his mother, but not taught by her." Tang Xuanya smiled and leaned back on the chair. "Interesting, you got into so much trouble today just to see me?" "I guess so." Lu Qingyuan shrugged casually. "There are actually many ways to meet you, but I don't have that much free time, so I can only find the fastest way." Tang Xuanya fixed his eyes on Shi Yun and smiled slightly. "Miss Shi, I wonder if your father knows that your boyfriend is about to cause a big trouble?" Shi Yun didn't expect Tang Xuanya to recognize her, but she still said calmly, "It's not necessarily a trouble, is it?" Lu Qingyuan laughed, lowered his head, held Shi Yun's small hand and played with it gently, and said nonchalantly, "The so-called troubles are nothing more than difficult people or things to deal with. But as long as you find the right way, there are actually not so many troubles in this world. Just like now, Jianyu is not a trouble to me." Lu Qingyuan looked at Tang Xuanya and smiled gently. "I believe someone will solve this trouble for me." Tang Xuanya shook his head helplessly. Arrogance is a very fatal bad habit. Shi Yun's fingers were long and soft, and Lu Qingyuan couldn't let go of them. 2 years ago, on April 27th, a teenager mysteriously disappeared in Jiashui City. Various forces mobilized more than 3,000 people and searched for him for 149 days, but nothing was found. Lu Qingyuan slowly raised his head, stared into Tang Xuanya's eyes, and continued, "No one dared to believe that a young man who had just entered college disappeared in front of everyone, alive or dead." Tang Xuanya's face darkened, and he stared at Lu Qingyuan coldly. "What do you want to say? During the past 2 years, you two siblings should have never given up on looking for your brother, right?" Lu Qingyuan let go of Shi Yun's hand and sighed softly. "Big families have their advantages, but the disadvantages are too obvious. Your family will not provide much help to useless family members, just like your missing brother. If the Tang family had used a little more power, we wouldn't be like this now, with no news at all." Bang! Tang Xuanya stood up suddenly and slammed the table vigorously. "Tell me, what do you know?" Lu Qingyuan's expression remained unchanged. "My troubles have not been resolved yet. Let's talk about this matter after I have dealt with everything." Tang Xuanya was so angry that he laughed. He waved at the beautiful woman at the door and said, "Let's deal with this matter and don't leave any trouble behind." The beauty nodded slightly, turned around, and was about to leave. "Leave Jianyu here. I have something to talk to him about later." Lu Qingyuan looked back at the beautiful woman and said with a smile, "Just go and negotiate with the Jian family." The beauty ignored Lu Qingyuan and left the office. Tang Xuanya stared at Lu Qingyuan and asked coldly, "Can you tell me now? Bring me a pen and paper." Tang Xuanya handed the paper and pen on the table to Lu Qingyuan. "He's been missing for 2 years. Don't hold out hope for some things." Lu Qingyuan picked up the pen and wrote while saying calmly, "But he will eventually return to his roots." Tang Xuanya was trembling all over. He clenched his fists tightly and said, "What else do you know?" Pushing the paper and pen to Tang Xuanya, Lu Qingyuan sighed quietly. "Send people to this place, starting from the first tree seen from east to west, and when you count to the 9th tree, you can start digging. Oh, by the way, there is something I need to remind you of." Lu Qingyuan said calmly, "Ask your sister to send someone. Those people under your command are very nervous, so don't let them get discovered." Tang Xuanya looked down at the address written on the paper, his eyes filled with bloodshot. After chatting with him for such a long time, Lu Qingyuan only spoke half of his words, which made Tang Xuanya very uncomfortable. Tang Xuanya suppressed his doubts and anger and asked in a cold voice, "What you meant just now is that there is still someone monitoring the place where my brother is buried." Lu Qingyuan nodded without hesitation. "You know something else? Okay, let's do it one by one." Lu Qingyuan slowly stood up and said calmly, "Knowing too much about some things will only add to your troubles, and you can't solve it now. Even if you let your sister handle it personally, it will only anger the Tang family and others." Looking at the extremely angry Tang Xuanya, Lu Qingyuan said calmly, "Isn't the most important thing at the moment to find your brother?" After leaving the office with Shuriyun, Tang Xuanya took a deep breath, took out his phone, and contacted his sister. "Sister, I think I found Xiaoza." After leaving the office, Lu Qingyuan looked down at Jianyu, who was leaning against the wall, and passed out, then pushed open the door of the office again. "Mr. Tang, is there an empty box? Can you lend me one?" Tang Xuanya was on the phone when he heard Lu Qingyuan's words and reached out and pressed a button on the table. A moment later, the floor manager came over in a hurry. "Arrange a box for him." Lu Qingyuan nodded at Tang Xuanya, then asked the strong man to drag Jianyu into the box. After completing the tasks arranged by Tang Xuanya, the floor manager quickly left the box. He knew that he must not see or hear what happened next, otherwise he would most likely disappear tomorrow. Let the strong man wake up Jianyu, and Lu Qingyuan stared at him with interest. Jianyu woke up in a daze, felt the pain in his body, and slowly recalled what had happened before. Jianyu raised her head and looked at Lu Qingyuan, her eyes bloodshot. "It was you who arranged this? We are all civilized people, so please speak more elegantly." Lu Qingyuan smiled gently and said, "Mr. Jian, your parents are both famous entrepreneurs in Wuchuan City. Please don't embarrass them." "Why do you care?" Jianyu pointed at Lu Qingyuan and said, "I will arrange for someone to get rid of your whole family tomorrow. Tonight." "Tisk." Lu Qingyuan shook his head helplessly. "Master Jian, you don't seem to understand the current situation clearly. Do you think you can walk out of here intact in this situation?" Lu Qingyuan looked at him with a smile. "Or do you think I will give you a chance to mess with me?" Leaning in front of him, Lu Qingyuan whispered, "Master Jian, your sister probably doesn't know about the depth charge you and your group of friends played with, right?" Jianyu's expression changed. He looked at Lu Qingyuan and asked through gritted teeth, "How did you know?" "Not only do I know about depth charges, I also know about a boy named Fengxing." Lu Qingyuan reached out and patted Jianyu's face. "You guys, the second generation of rich people, are having fun. Do you want me to arrange a devil toast for you? By the way, that boy named Fengxing seems to have disappeared for a long time, right?" Lu Qingyuan looked up and thought for a moment. What a pity, he was 16 years old and in his prime. Looking at Jianyu, Lu Qingyuan smiled and asked, "Tell me, if I tell your sister all these things, what do you think will happen to you?" Jianyu, who had been acting so aggressive just now, suddenly became obedient. "Wang Yuding should be in Qingda City now, right?" Lu Qingyuan crossed his legs and looked at Shi Yun beside him. "How long does it take to find someone?" Shi Yun said without hesitation. "About a day." "What do you need me to do so that I won't tell my family about these things?" Jianyu looked up at Lu Qingyuan and asked directly. Lu Qingyuan smiled cheerfully. "It's very simple. Help me deal with someone." "Who?" "Fang Wuxi." Lu Qingyuan looked at him with a smile. "Is it very simple for you?" Chapter 24, The Unknown Secret. Jianyu thought for a while and realized that he didn't know this person at all. Don't worry, he can't beat your family background. Lu Qingyuan crossed his legs and said with a smile, think about it carefully. As long as you promise to help me deal with him, I promise not to tell your sister about your affairs. Real? Real. Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, there's no need for me to lie to you. After all, I don't want to tell your sister about these things. With these, I can still let you do more things for me. Jian Yu's face was uncertain. After a moment, he looked up and asked, how long do you need me to deal with him? Of course, the sooner the better. Lu Qingyuan thought about it and smiled softly. How about just 1 month? Jian Yu gritted his teeth and said, I need to check his background carefully. 1 month is not enough. It will take at least 3 months. 3 months? Lu Qingyuan was quite satisfied with the time, so he nodded and said, then let's take 3 months. If you don't finish it in 3 months, all your work will appear on your sister's desk. After tidying up Jian Yu's messy clothes, Lu Qingyuan said with a smile, I'll wait for your good news. After saying this, Lu Qingyuan took Shi Yun away. After leaving the MLS's nightclub, Shi Yun took Lu Qingyuan's arm and asked him all the questions in his mind. Who is the owner of MLS's nightclub? What's the situation with his brother? And, don't worry, come one by one. Lu Qingyuan interrupted Shi Yun with a smile. It's not like I didn't tell you. There should be a first-come, first-served order, right? Shi Yun smiled awkwardly, then asked curiously, what is the identity of the boss of MLS's? Him. Lu Qingyuan smiled softly. They are descendants of a big family, but they are useless now. The power of their family is not there at all. Their family just didn't abandon them because of the relationship with them. The story about Tang Xuanye appears in the middle and late stages of the game. After all, his sister is a purple card character and plays an important role among all the card characters. Lu Qingyuan remembered Tang Xuanye's story very clearly, because the story between him and his sister involved many card characters in the game, and it was one of the biggest storylines in the late stage of the game. Among all the card characters, Sister Tang Xuanye has the largest storyline. The reason why Lu Qingyuan interrupted Tang Xuanye's questioning in the office was actually to avoid trouble. The forces involved with Tang Xuanye and his sister are definitely not something that Lu Qingyuan can handle at the moment. Otherwise, their plots would not be arranged in the middle and late stages of the game. However, by finding their brother 3 years in advance, Lu Qingyuan has completely disrupted the plot. I wonder if it will trigger any butterfly effect. Then his brother. He is just a victim of the family struggle. Lu Qingyuan sighed helplessly. His brother is not missing, but murdered. Si Yun. Moreover, the one who murdered him was his own uncle. Shi Yun tightly grasped Lu Qingyuan's arm and said, how did you know such a secret? Secret. Lu Qingyuan chuckled. It's like I know a lot of your secrets. Shi Yun looked at Lu Qingyuan suspiciously. What secrets do I have that no one knows about? Lu Qingyuan raised his hand and gently stroked her back, then leaned close to her ear and whispered, for example, you have a butterfly tattoo on your back. Shi Yun's pupil shrank suddenly, and he looked at Lu Qingyuan in disbelief. She did have a butterfly tattoo on her back, and only she knew about it, not even Shi Bailey. Lu Qingyuan looked at her shocked expression and smiled smugly. And in his mind, the swimsuit benefit of Shi Yun in the game also emerged. I just don't know if such a plot will be triggered in the real world. Wrong? Lu Qingyuan suddenly realized that he was almost at third base. So what else did he want from a swimsuit? It's not an invisible paper, man. Looking back at the 2 burly men behind him, Lu Qingyuan said calmly, notify the headquarters to set up a branch in Wuchuan City. I will be able to use it in the future. The sturdy man responded, and then Lu Qingyuan let them leave. After taking a look at the time, Shi Yun suddenly became alert. At this time, the dormitory has long been closed, so where will she sleep tonight? Lu Qingyuan noticed Shi Yun's movements and put his arms around her waist. It's so late, I'm afraid we can't go back. How about we spend the night outside? Did you do this on purpose? Shi Yun reached out and pinched the soft flesh on Lu Qingyuan's waist, asking unhappily. Lu Qingyuan nodded calmly. Nonsense, otherwise who would go out with you in the middle of the night? Wouldn't it be nice to go home and sleep in the cat's bed? Shi Yun was a little hesitant and didn't know what to do. During the days she spent with Lu Qingyuan, although Shi Yun was mainly trying to complete the tasks assigned by Shi Bailey, she was also attracted by Lu Qingyuan's appearance. The most important thing is that Lu Qingyuan has too many secrets. There were so many that Shi Yun's curiosity was about to explode. She knew very well that Lu Qingyuan was like a whirlpool, and the closer she got to him, the more she would be unable to extricate herself. Okay, I'm just teasing you. Lu Qingyuan held her hand and said with a chuckle, I said I would give you an unforgettable memory, so I definitely won't do anything rash. Walking on the sidewalk, Lu Qingyuan took her slowly towards his own community. Shuriyun looked at Lu Qingyuan's profile and suddenly smiled. You are quite gentlemanly. Lu Qingyuan's mouth twitched slightly. Gentlemen? I just don't want to break the atmosphere between us now. Otherwise, who would hug a beautiful woman and act like Lu Xiaoe? Shuriyun smiled helplessly, then broke free from Lu Qingyuan's hand and jumped directly onto his back. Forget it. Let's go to the hotel. Are you sure? Lu Qingyuan was stunned for a moment, carrying Shuriyun on his back. I'm telling you, I won't let go of the duck that's in my mouth. I won't care if you regret it later. Shuriyun punched Lu Qingyuan's back hard. I'm a girl, and I have hinted to this extent. What else do you want me to do? Also, are you going or not? If you don't go, I will regret it. As soon as a taxi happened to pass by the two of them, Lu Qingyuan quickly waved to stop it, dropped off Shuriyun, and got into the car. Where are you going, young man? Master. Luyan Hotel? The taxi driver glanced at Lu Qingyuan and Shuriyun and smiled. Okay. Chapter 25, My sincerity towards you is in vain. Some things are actually similar to playing games. When you first start playing a game, you always have trouble controlling the strength. If the strength is a little too strong, the battle will easily end. But it's a little slower, and I can't find the fun of playing games. So you must find a good rhythm, neither too fast nor too slow. As long as you find a secret to pass the level, not only will you feel good, but the game will also be fun. The most important thing is to be serious when playing the game, because there are always some hidden levels in the game. As long as you touch this position, many unexpected rewards will pop up. After finishing a game, Lu Qingyuan went to the bathroom to take a shower and wash off the sweat from playing the game. Then he came out with a wet towel and wiped the stains off Shuriyun's body. Then he sat beside her and looked at her with a smile. Little guy, you obviously have no experience at all, but you always act like an experienced person. Shuriyun was so tired that he couldn't open his eyes. He mumbled, Do you think you can really learn so much knowledge on the internet? Lu Qingyuan almost laughed out loud. Noticing Lu Qingyuan's expression, Shuriyun grabbed a pillow and threw it at Lu Qingyuan. I know you didn't learn that knowledge from the internet. Lu Qingyuan laughed. I'm just teasing you. You are indeed the first girl I have had a deep contact with, and also my first girlfriend. Of this world. Although he didn't have a girlfriend in his previous life, he always used his meager salary to help those ragged girls who lived in a glamorous environment. And the experiences he talked about were also learned from these ragged girls. Throwing the wet towel aside, Lu Qingyuan jumped onto the bed and hugged Shuriyun, saying softly, All right, you're exhausted, right? Go to bed quickly. I'll ask for a day off tomorrow, take a rest, and then we'll go back to Qingda City. Shuriyun blinked and looked at Lu Qingyuan curiously. No matter what, you are my legitimate girlfriend. I should let that old fox know the strength of his future son-in-law. Shuriyun's face turned a little red, but she didn't refute. She really just wanted to have a brief contact with Lu Qingyuan and complete the task assigned to her by her father. God knew Lu Qingyuan was so charming that she was taken advantage of without even realizing it. Looking at Lu Qingyuan's profile, Shuriyun slowly closed his eyes. In fact, this feeling was not bad. She could feel Lu Qingyuan's heart and knew that he and she were not just playing around. At 6 o'clock the next day, Lu Qingyuan opened his eyes on time. Glancing at Shuriyun beside him, Lu Qingyuan carefully got up and notified the front desk to deliver 2 breakfasts. After finishing his own portion, Lu Qingyuan went to school alone. After strolling to the school, Lu Qingyuan went straight to Shuriyun's counselor and told him about Shuriyun's leave. The freshman asked for leave just a few days after the start of school, which made Shuriyun's counselor feel very embarrassed. 99% of the things in this world can be solved with money, and the remaining 1% may require stronger money power. After solving the leave problem for his master Yun, Lu Qingyuan went straight back to Luyan Hotel. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Shuriyun leisurely eating breakfast. Seeing Lu Qingyuan's figure, Shuriyun said with a smile, I thought you had taken advantage of everything and then ran away. Come on, is this how you think of me? Lu Qingyuan sat opposite her in a bad mood, curled his lips and said, My sincerity towards you is in vain. After drinking the milk in the cup, Shuriyun leaned over and kissed him on the face. This is my apology for misunderstanding you, okay? Lu Qingyuan wiped the milk off his face with a look of disgust, then leaned back in his chair and said to Shuriyun, Do you want to take a day off, or do you plan to go back to Qingda City today? Shuriyun took off her bathrobe, revealing her beautiful figure. Ignoring Lu Qingyuan's gaze, Sure Ian walked into the bathroom slowly. I finally found such a handsome boyfriend. Of course I have to go back and show off. After Sure Ian had dressed up, Lu Qingyuan took her on the train to Qingda City. In the car, Sure Ian leaned on Lu Qingyuan and teased. If my father knew about our current relationship, would he think his daughter is too capable? Or would he worry that his daughter would be taken advantage of by a pig like you? Lu Qingyuan thought about it and said seriously, if I were a pig, then you wouldn't be much better. Screw you. After getting off the car, the two went directly to Qianli Group. As the little princess of Qianli Group, everyone in the group knows her. Miss Sure, you're back? The company's front desk saw Sure Yun and said quickly, the chairman is meeting with guests. Would you like to go to the lounge and wait for a while? Sure Yun nodded slightly and took Lu Qingyuan upstairs. Hello. Do you know the name of the guest that Chairman Sure is meeting today? Lu Qingyuan asked casually. The receptionist glanced at Sure Yun, then at the registration form. The guest's surname is Lu. Lu Qingyuan immediately understood. Sitting on the sofa in the lounge, Lu Qingyuan remained silent. What are you thinking about? Sure Yun approached Lu Qingyuan and asked with a smile. What's wrong? Are you nervous because you changed your identity? Lu Qingyuan shook his head. I was thinking, now that I have changed my identity to meet your father, what kind of gift should I give him? Slowly standing up, Lu Qingyuan took Sure Yun's hand and said with a smile, let's go. I'll meet your father's distinguished guest. Bursts of laughter came from Sure Bailey's office. Lu Qingyuan raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Sure Bailey and Lu Yunting were having a harmonious conversation. There was a gentle knock on the door, and the laughter in the room stopped abruptly. The door was opened, and Sure Wei saw Lu Qingyuan and Sure Yun outside. He also saw the two of them holding hands tightly, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Wei who is outside? The teacher stepped aside and whispered, it's Mr. Lu and Yun. Lu Qingyuan walked into the office holding Sure Yun's hand. After glancing at Lu Yunting beside him, he shouted to Sure Bailey with a smile on his face. Uncle, long time no see. Sure Bailey looked at his daughter's rosy face and was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Although he originally wanted his daughter to take down Lu Qingyuan, isn't the progress a little too fast? Are you sure it is your daughter who takes the initiative? However, it was impossible to discuss such a topic in front of Lu Yunting. He could only suppress the shock and confusion in his heart, nodded and smiled. Come on, sit down. You two kids are really something. You didn't even tell me that you were back. Chapter 26, The Beginning of Cooperation. Lu Yunting looked at Lu Qingyuan and Sure Yun with interest. Although he and Sure Bailey had just started working together, information about Sure Bailey had actually been on his desk for a long time. To be honest, Lu Yunting was also quite surprised that Sure Bailey took the initiative to bring the division guards to show goodwill to him a few days ago. But he was more confused. After all, Lu Yunting's position in Qingda City is quite embarrassing. Neither up nor down. But after talking with Sure Bailey for a while, Lu Yunting had a guess in his heart. There must be an expert guiding Master Bailey. Even the senior leaders of Qingda City were not aware of the specific situation of Lu Yunting's family, let alone the dog, that was ignored by those senior leaders. On that day, Lu Yunting and Sure Bailey talked for a long time, and they quickly reached a cooperation agreement. While chatting and laughing, Lu Yunting also tentatively asked Sure Bailey several times about the expert behind him, but Sure Bailey changed the subject without leaving any trace. Watching Sure Bailey pour a cup of tea for Lu Qingyuan, Lu Yunting suddenly had an incredible guess in his mind. Could it be that the expert behind Sure Bailey is this young man? Thinking back to when the two of them entered the room just now, Sure Bailey's expression was obvious that he couldn't believe that his daughter would be with him. So, did Sure Bailey sacrifice his own daughter in exchange for a way out? Just now, Sure Wei called this young man Mr. Lu. There doesn't seem to be anyone with the last name Lu among the noble families in the capital. Before he knew it, Lu Yunting had come up with a bunch of random things in his mind. Lu Qingyuan held the teacup, glanced at Lu Yunting who was deep in thought, took a sip of tea, and said with a smile, it is not easy for Mr. Lu to get to this point by his own ability. Lu Yunting's thoughts were interrupted. He looked at the smiling Lu Qingyuan, then glanced at Sure Bailey, whose expression remained unchanged, and immediately realized that his guess was correct. It is a great blessing for Chairman Sure to have a son-in-law like you. Lu Yunting seemed to be hinting at something. After all, there are not many people who can pull him out of the quagmire. Lu Qingyuan smiled, slowly put down the teacup and looked at Lu Yunting. What if I can not only help my uncle, but also help you? Lu Yunting laughed. I'd like to hear more details. Lu Qingyuan considered his words for a moment and said slowly, Do you want to be favored by the Tang family in Beijing? Lu Yunting could no longer put on that nonchalant expression. He stood up suddenly and asked, "Do you know what you were talking about?" "I know the Tang family in Beijing very well." Lu Qingyuan's face was calm. Although it is a huge company, the person at the helm has less than 2 years to live. The younger generations in the family are scheming against each other every day. There is nothing interesting to watch. Lu Yunting tapped the armrest of the sofa with his index finger and asked with narrowed eyes, "Since the Tang family is already like this, what's the point of me asking for favors for the Tang family?" "Mr. Lu, what you said is quite interesting." Lu Qingyuan laughed. "A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if the leader of the Tang family is gone, it is still incomparable to other families in the capital. Besides, don't you want the next head of the Tang family to be grateful to you?" Lu Yunting couldn't sit still anymore. He pondered for a long time and slowly shook his head. "To be honest, I find it hard to believe." What to believe? Naturally, it was Lu Qingyuan's identity and everything about the Tang family. "I was anxious." Lu Qingyuan smiled and dropped a bombshell. "A noble family like the Tang family actually has very strict family rules. If the old man of the Tang family knew that his own children were killing his own family members in order to fight for interests, I wonder what he would think." Lu Yunting was stunned. Sure, you knew that Lu Qingyuan was talking about Tang Xuanye, the owner of the MLS's nightclub. "Let me tell you a story, Mr. Lu." Lu Qingyuan smiled and said slowly, 5 years ago, a couple was killed in a car accident, and their 3 children became orphans. After the funeral was completed, the family shares held by the couple were directly taken over by their eldest daughter. Lu Qingyuan took a sip of tea and suddenly smiled. That family took great care of these 3 children and wanted to take them to their home. It's a pity that the couple's eldest daughter has always been wary of these relatives in the family and never let them get their wish. Yun tilted his head and asked at the right time, "Those relatives are not really kind to those children, but they are just thinking about the shares, right?" "Clever." Lu Qingyuan held Yun's hand, looked at Lu Yunting, and continued to tell the story. Seeing that the girl was stubborn, over time, those relatives lost their patience and were too lazy to hide their thoughts. They showed their true colors and wanted to snatch the shares from the girl. Originally, the girl was able to handle the pressure until another unexpected incident occurred, which broke her down. Lu Yunting said expressionlessly, "Her youngest brother is missing." Lu Qingyuan clapped his hands and smiled. "It seems that Mr. Lu knows this story." Lu Yunting asked in a deep voice, "From what you said, the boy was actually killed by the Tang family? Who was that person?" Lu Qingyuan shook his head and did not continue to tell the story. Instead, he said directly, "Mr. Lu, do you want to cooperate with me?" Lu Yunting frowned slightly, weighing the pros and cons of this matter for himself and his family. Lu Qingyuan was not in a hurry and turned to whisper to Yun. Bailey sat quietly by the side, not saying a word, just watching the interaction between his daughter and Lu Qingyuan. He did not see any reluctance on Master Yun's face. After about 10 minutes, Lu Yunting suddenly said, "Mr. Lu, I think you can continue." Lu Qingyuan smiled with satisfaction. "Mr. Lu, I don't know if you noticed that in the story just now, I have actually been hiding a very important person." Lu Yunting thought about it carefully. "Tang Shiyuan, right? Since Tang Huiran and Luo Jin passed away, he has been the best to their children." Lu Qingyuan sighed quietly. "So, it is said that it is difficult to paint the bones of a tiger even if you can paint its skin, and you can know a person's face but not his heart." Lu Yunting's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Lu Qingyuan in disbelief. Lu Qingyuan shrugged. "You don't believe it?" "I didn't believe it at first either." The atmosphere in the office was very depressing, and no one spoke first. Lu Yunting looked at Lu Qingyuan, who was calm and composed, and said with difficulty, "To be honest, I find it hard to believe this." "Mr. Lu, this is just the beginning of our cooperation." Lu Qingyuan did not explain anything, but looked at him calmly. "I have already communicated with Tang Xuanye, and I believe that some things should not be hidden from your eyes." Chapter 27, The First Colored Secondary Card. Lu Yunting left. Although he expressed his willingness to cooperate with Lu Qingyuan, he also needed to wait and see for a while. First of all, we need to determine whether the story made up by Lu Qingyuan is true or false. Bailey poured another cup of tea for Lu Qingyuan. "Mr. Lu, Uncle, you could just call me by my name." Lu Qingyuan held Yun's hand and said with a smile, "Given the current relationship between Yun and I, it would be a bit strange for you to call me Mr. Lu." Bailey glanced at Yun and remained silent. Yun looked at his father's expression with interest and smiled slightly. Dad, isn't this what you want to see? Lu Qingyuan raised his eyebrows. Maybe things between us developed too fast, and Uncle didn't react for a while. Shuriyun rolled his eyes at him and said to Sure Bailey very frankly, Dad, don't let your imagination run wild. Chung Yuan and I are in a normal boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Sure Bailey glanced at the smiling Lu Qingyuan and nodded slightly. Uncle, the cooperation with Lu Yunting must be implemented as soon as possible. Lu Qingyuan said bluntly, You don't have much time left. Sure Bailey put these trivial matters behind him and said seriously, It has been implemented. What should be destroyed has been destroyed, and what should be given to him has been given to him. That's good. After all, Shuriyun is just a green card. The storyline is not very complicated, and her interpersonal network is not related to high-level cards, so it is still very simple to deal with her trivial matters. Of course, Shuriyun is one of the first batch of cards released in the early stage of the game, so her storyline is not that rigorous and is far less complicated than the storylines of those later cards. On top of that, this is the first 3 years of the game. The main plot of Shuriyun is entirely because his father was imprisoned, and his brothers and sisters followed in their father's footsteps and left her one after another. And now, with Lu Qingyuan stirring up trouble here, her original storyline is long gone. As for what will happen 3 years later, even Lu Qingyuan doesn't know. Qingyuan, about the Tang family's matter. Sure Bailey was about to speak when he was interrupted by Lu Qingyuan. Uncle, forgive me for being blunt, but with your status, you should not get involved in this matter of the Tang family. Shuriyun pinched Lu Qingyuan hard. Lu Qingyuan took a deep breath and explained helplessly. Do you think the affairs of the aristocratic families are simple? This matter alone involves 3 aristocratic families. Do you think that with the strength of Qianli Group, a new company, it can pry open any aristocratic family? Shuriyun pursed his lips and said weakly, I was wrong. Lu Qingyuan rolled his eyes, then said to Sure Bailey, Uncle, the most urgent task is to stabilize the base camp. We can talk about other things later. After chatting with Sure Bailey for a while, Lu Qingyuan and Sure Yun left Qianli Group. Qingyuan, were you angry just now? Sure Yun looked at Lu Qingyuan cautiously and said weakly, I know I was wrong, so don't be angry. Lu Qingyuan pinched her nose helplessly. Am I such a petty person? Sure Yun breathed a sigh of relief and smiled more. She hugged Lu Qingyuan's arm and said with a happy smile, Let's go. I'll take you home. Sitting in Sure Bailey's special car, Lu Qingyuan opened the goddess record, while chatting and laughing with Sure Yun. After clicking on Sure Yun's panel, Lu Qingyuan looked at her favorability column and smiled. Sure Yun's favorability level has risen from casual acquaintance to daily companionship, and they're just a little bit away from achieving a tacit understanding. Lu Qingyuan suddenly remembered a sentence from a writer in his previous life. The esophagus leads to a man's heart, and the vagina leads to a woman's heart. This statement is true. After receiving the favorability gift box, Lu Qingyuan opened it without hesitation. A flash of colorful light almost made Lu Qingyuan drop his jaw in shock. The light emitted from the gift box just now was colorful, right? Quickly opening his own attribute panel, Lu Qingyuan quickly found the secondary card he had just obtained. Assisted card. History of the future development of the world color. Lu Qingyuan was so excited that he was shaking. Color card. The best cards. I didn't expect it to come out from Master Yun. Lu Qingyuan hugged Sure Yun and kissed her hard. You are my lucky star? No one could understand Lu Qingyuan's excitement. This crappy game only distributed 4 color cards from the beginning of its launch to the 3 years before Lu Qingyuan traveled through time. If the game planner had not placed 3 of the color cards in the interpersonal network in a later stage, ordinary players would never have been able to obtain the colored cards. The future development history of the world, Lu Qingyuan murmured in a low voice. What exactly is the effect of this auxiliary card? As the underground king of Qingda City, Sure Bailey's family's mansion really opened Lu Qingyuan's eyes. Holding Lu Qingyuan's hand and coming to her bedroom, Sure Yun glanced at him with a red face. Except for my family, you are the first man to enter my bedroom. It's my honor. Lu Qingyuan had entered Sure Yun's bedroom more than once in the game, but it was just a game after all. This room can almost satisfy the princess dream of any girl in the world. Glancing at the nanny who was still busy at the side, Lu Qingyuan closed the door casually. Sure Yun noticed his movements and couldn't help but blink. Qingyuan, what are you going to do? Ahem. Lu Qingyuan said seriously. I've been thinking too much today, so I plan to take a break. Although Sure Yun had not been in contact with Lu Qingyuan for a long time, he could guess what he was thinking. In fact, Yun also wanted to play with Lu Qingyuan. When the new orange color first broke, Yun could not forget the feeling of floating on top of the clouds. Lying on his big bed with disheveled hair, Yun couldn't help but think of a question. It seems that my room was not soundproofed at the beginning. More than half an hour later, Lu Qingyuan leaned over and looked at Yun, whose face was flushed and smiled slightly. Are you still going? Ian hasn't come down from the top of the cloud yet. Lu Qingyuan got off the bed, went to the bathroom, took a wet towel, and started serving Yun. Yun was good in every way except that she was probably too nervous when playing games. She was sweating without realizing it and even wet the bed. Slowly, Yun came to her senses. She looked down at Lu Qingyuan, who was observing the abalone, and kicked him in annoyance. Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly and handed her the warm water he had just received. Drink some water. Your throat is almost hoarse. Yun blushed and glared at him. Isn't that your fault? Chapter 28, Don't you understand what people are saying? Because Yun had no strength left, he just had a simple lunch at home. It was not until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon that Bailey came back from outside. Where's Ian? Miss and Mr. Liu are in the room, the nanny said in a low voice. As if they heard Bailey's voice, Yun and Lu Qingyuan walked out of the room together. Not long after, Wei and Shirley entered the villa one after another. Sister. Yun quickly ran to Yin and said proudly, like a child showing off his favorite toy. He is my boyfriend. His name is Lu Qingyuan. How could Yin not know Lu Qingyuan? She nodded gently to Lu Qingyuan, then rubbed Yun's little head. By the way, it was Lu Qingyuan who told her the news that her husband had a mistress. As for Lu Qingyuan, Bailey did not show his underground king's posture. He talked to Lu Qingyuan in a very friendly manner about some trivial matters about Qingda City. Lu Qingyuan thought for a while and suddenly remembered something. Uncle, I remember there should be a piece of land waiting to be developed in the south of the city, right? Bailey nodded. Yes. Yuan has any ideas? Lu Qingyuan smiled and shook his head. What do I need the land for? But if Uncle has sufficient funds, he can consider holding the land in his own hands. Bailey pondered for a moment and said, I will study it carefully tomorrow. That piece of land doesn't have any special meaning, but it will involve several card characters in the subsequent development. Bailey cooked dinner himself, with Yin helping him. Lu Qingyuan looked at the teacher's guard who was sitting upright and smiled helplessly. Half an hour later, at Yin's call, several people came to the restaurant. Noticing the dazzling array of dishes on the table, Lu Qingyuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. I didn't expect Uncle's cooking skills are so good. Bailey smiled heartily and then asked casually, Can Qingyuan drink? It should be okay to have less. Bailey took a bottle of white wine and poured a glass for Lu Qingyuan. After filling his own glass, Bailey raised his glass and said seriously, Qingyuan, this glass of wine is for you. If you hadn't shown up, your situation would have been really dangerous. Lu Qingyuan raised his glass and said with a smile, Uncle, you are too polite. We are a family now, so there is no need to say thank you. Bailey laughed loudly and drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. Lu Qingyuan followed closely behind. Yun glanced at her father, then at Lu Qingyuan, and gently said, My father is an old alcoholic. He can drink a little when he's alone. You should take it easy. There's no need to drink with him. Bailey pointed at Yun and said to Wei and Yin, Look at your good sister. She has a lover and even sold her own father. Yin smiled. A married girl is like spilled water. The fact that Yun is good to Qingyuan shows that Qingyuan is also good to Yun when we can't see her. Lu Qingyuan glanced at Yun, whose face was rosy, and smiled softly. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. When Bailey was pulling Lu Qingyuan to continue toasting, the cell phone in Lu Qingyuan's pocket suddenly rang. When he took out his cell phone and looked at it, Lu Qingyuan's heart sank immediately. Bailey glanced at it without leaving a trace and saw the caller ID. And by. Lu Qingyuan smiled apologetically at Bailey, then answered the phone. Before he could say anything, he heard Bai Shuangying yelling angrily on the phone. Little bastard, you didn't come back all night yesterday, so it's okay, but don't you plan to come back today? There was silence at the dinner table. Lu Qingyuan rubbed his brows awkwardly and said weakly, Aunt Bai, my friend and I came to Qingda City for something. We will be back in a few days. Friend? Bai Shuanxian asked suspiciously. Is it your girlfriend? Lu Qingyuan paused and said softly. Bai Shuangxi was silent for a long time, then asked in a low voice. Stinky boy, You're not going home with your girlfriend, are you? Lu Qingyuan. My Aunt Bai, why do you react so quickly today? Seeing that Lu Qingyuan didn't say anything, Bai Shuangying knew that her guess was almost right. You. Bai Shuangxi almost jumped up from the sofa. You want to meet the parents without saying anything? Did you ask for my opinion? Lu Qingyuan coughed dryly. Aunt Bai, this matter is a little complicated. Can I go back and explain it to you? What a fart, Bai Shuangying asked angrily. Give me the address. I'll be there right now. Ah, what? Bai Shuangying said coldly. Lu Qingyuan, your parents entrusted you to me to take care of you, but you actually lied about military intelligence? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Sure Bailey listened to the voice on the phone, holding the wine glass and looking at Lu Qingyuan's expression with interest. Ever since the two of them met, Lu Qingyuan had always been calm and composed. This was the first time he saw Lu Qingyuan panic. It seems that Lu Qingyuan still attaches great importance to this Aunt Bai he mentioned. Aunt Bai, some things are hard to explain over the phone. Lu Qingyuan said helplessly. Just trust me this time. I'll go back tomorrow, okay? Lu Qingyuan, don't you understand what I'm saying? Bai Shuangying ignored him and repeated her words coldly. Send me the address. Okay, I'll send you the location now. Lu Qingyuan was so annoyed by Bai Shuangying that he had no temper at all and could only send her the location of the villa. After receiving the location, Bai Shuangying hung up the phone immediately. Seeing Lu Qingyuan put away his phone, Sure Bailey said meaningfully, Qingyuan, it seems that you have a lot of secrets hidden from your Aunt Bai. But, Sure Bailey patted Lu Qingyuan on the shoulder. In the adult world, only the closest elders will care about you so much. Lu Qingyuan glanced at Sure Bailey. This old fox would not miss any opportunity to curry favor. However, he guessed wrong about one thing. That is, Lu Qingyuan was not angry with Bai Shuangxi at all. First of all, Lu Qingyuan has been handed over to Bai Shuangxi for care since he was 4 or 5 years old. Although he has not experienced the ups and downs of these years, in Lu Qingyuan's heart, Bai Shuangxi can already replace his parents. Second, Lu Qingyuan suspected that Bai Shuangxi's identity was not simple ever since he started playing this game. Although in the game, Bai Shuangxi is just a set of data, it doesn't matter how unreasonable it is. However, the world where Lu Qingyuan is now is a real world. If all the unreasonable things about Bai Shuangxi in the game also appeared in this real world, then Bai Shuangxi's strength would definitely be comparable to a color card. Chapter 29, The Legendary Evil Granny Zhe, is just like this. In the game, Bai Shuangxi is almost everywhere the protagonist appears, and Bai Shuangxi accounts for half of the plot about Bai Guiwan. In the later stages of the game, as the protagonist, you will slowly start to come into contact with purple and gold cards, and Bai Shuangxi will still appear in card plots of this level. Once upon a time, Lu Qingyuan only regarded Bai Shuangxi in the game as a guide for the game, but now when he thinks about it, he feels a sense of fear. Some things really can't stand careful thinking. If everything develops as in the game, then Aunt Bai should be the scariest character. Lu Qingyuan kept these thoughts in his heart, then raised his glass and said to Sure Bailey, Uncle, you misunderstood. My parents went abroad when I was a child, so it was Aunt Bai who took care of me all the time. Her position in my heart is no less than that of my parents. That's best. Lu Qingyuan glanced at the clock on the wall and realized it was already 9:30. Sure Yun also looked at the time and asked doubtfully, Qingyuan, your Aunt Bai is not really coming to see you, is she? The corner of Lu Qingyuan's mouth twitched slightly. She should be able to do it. Qingda City is adjacent to Wuchuan City, and it only takes 1 hour to get there by car. When Sure Bailey saw that Lu Qingyuan had almost finished eating, he called the nanny to clean up the mess. Sure enough, about an hour later, the phone rang again. It was Bai Shuangying calling. Aunt Bai, you're not here, are you? Lu Qingyuan hurriedly walked out of the villa and saw Bai Shuangying's red BMW. Bai Shuangying parked the car in front of the villa, got out angrily, grabbed Lu Qingyuan's ear and sneered, You've grown up and become powerful, and you dare not inform me of such a big thing? Aunt Bai, I told you this is a misunderstanding. Lu Qingyuan didn't dare to resist. He grimaced in pain. Aunt Bai, please be gentle. It's going to fall off. Bai Shuangying snorted coldly. If I don't teach you a lesson, you really think I'm made of mud? Lu Qingyuan chuckled. Sure Bailey strode out of the villa, and when he saw Bai Shuangying, there was obvious shock in his eyes. He never expected that Bai Shuangxi, whom Lu Qingyuan always called Aunt Bai, actually looked so young. If Sure Bailey had not heard Lu Qingyuan say this in advance, he would have thought that this was his lover. She looks younger than my own daughter. Noticing Sure Bailey, Bai Shuangying put away the cold expression on her face and smiled slightly. I'm really sorry. Qing Yuan has caused you trouble. You're welcome. Chung Yuan is the most outstanding young man I have ever seen. Bailey smiled and said, would you like to come in and sit down? Then I am sorry to bother you. Bai Shuangyin glared at Lu Qingyuan, pulled him by the collar, and walked into the villa. Yun hid behind Wei, looking at Bai Shuangxi's full aura, and a drop of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. The legendary evil mother-in-law is just like this, right? Lu Qingyuan glanced at the time and laughed dryly in his heart. It's really strange that they are meeting each other at this time. The nanny made a pot of tea and gently placed it on the tea table. Bailey stood up and poured a cup for Bai Shuangyin, and then poured another cup for Lu Qingyuan. Bai Shuangxian raised her eyebrows and sneered at Lu Qingyuan. How come you have no sense at all after living so long? Lu Qingyuan was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly reacted and wanted to reach out to take the teapot. Bailey stretched out his hand to block it and poured himself a cup of tea with a smile and said to Bai Shuangyin, Miss Bai, today's incident is actually my fault. I heard that Yun had a boyfriend, so I wanted her to bring him back to me. Bai Shuangyin glanced at Yun, smiled and nodded at her, then said to Bailey, actually, the reason I was angry today was mainly because Chung Yuan was too careless. After all, this was considered a meeting with his parents, but he didn't say a word to me. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Bailey laughed heartily. It happened suddenly. I think Chung Yuan didn't have time to inform you. Bai Shuang looked at Bailey, then looked at Lu Qingyuan who was beside him, and said with a smile, Mr. Shi, why do I feel like you don't meet Qingyuan for the first time? Bailey waved his hands quickly. I really dare not lie to you. This is indeed the first time I meet Qingyuan. It was Lu Qingyuan who frowned slightly. He never told Bai Shuangxi what his girlfriend's name was. Moreover, Bailey's reputation has never spread to Wuchuan City. How did Bai Shuangxi recognize it? Qingyuan, Bai Shuangxian gently placed her hand on Lu Qingyuan's big hand and asked softly, I remember you came to Qingda City some time ago. What did you do that time? Ian, come and sit down. Bai Shuangyin waved and called Master Ian over. Ian walked over weakly. Bai Shuangyin took Ian's hand, pulled her to her side, then hugged her arm and said with a smile, I never thought that my Chung Yuan could find such a beautiful girlfriend. Ian didn't have a very good first impression of Bai Shuangyin, so she always felt that she was smiling but hiding a dagger. Aunt Bai, you are beautiful. How can I compare with you? I'm old. I can't tell. Unconsciously, Bailey and Lu Qingyuan seemed to have been forgotten by her. By the way, when did you and Qingyuan confirm your relationship? Bai Shuangxi suddenly asked. Lu Qingyuan's whole body tensed up, and Bailey couldn't help but look up. Yun paused for a moment, then said with a simple smile, Aunt Bai, I can't quite remember. My kid, this is our anniversary of meeting each other, Bai Shuangyin said with a smile, holding Yun's arm. Yun shook her head and looked at Lu Qingyuan tenderly. For me, every day that Qingyuan is by my side is an anniversary. The smile on Bai Shuangyin's face froze, and she poked Lu Qingyuan's forehead with her finger. Did you hear me? You must treat Yun well in the future. That's for sure. Seeing that Bai Shuangyin was no longer obsessed with the previous question, Bailey and Lu Qingyuan both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After checking the time, Bai Shuangyin said to Bailey, I'm sorry to bother you so late. I won't stay here any longer. Bailey stood up and shook his head and said, It's too late. It's not safe for you to drive back. I have a guest room here. Why don't you rest here for a night and go back with Qingyuan and Ian tomorrow? Bai Shuangxian hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently. Then I'll trouble you. Bailey smiled, arranged for the nanny to clean up the guest room, then said hello to Bai Shuangyin and went upstairs with Wei and Yin. Lu Qingyuan asked Yun to go upstairs to rest first, and then he sat alone beside Bai Shuangyin, silent. Qingyuan, I won't stop you from having a girlfriend, but Bai Shuangxi was silent for a moment, then slowly said, You should at least know her family background in advance. Lu Qingyuan lowered his eyes, so as not to let Bai Shuangxi see the surprise in his eyes. Chapter 30. Embezzlement. As the king of Qingda City's underground world and the chairman of Qinli Group, Bailey seems to be well known, but ordinary people have no way of knowing about his identity in the underground world. Qinli Group is not a top-notch enterprise in Qingda City, and almost no one in the whole city knows about it. But how did Bai Shuangxi know? Aunt Bai, do you know my uncle? Lu Qingyuan asked tentatively. Bai Shuangxi did not answer Lu Qingyuan's question, but just said lightly, If something big happened in Yun's family, would you face it with her? Lu Qingyuan pursed his lips gently. I think I can do it. Sure enough, Bai Shuangying knew where Sure Bailey came from. Moreover, she also knew that if there were no unexpected circumstances, Sure Bailey would soon fall. Lu Qingyuan was a little confused. Who on earth is our Aunt Bai? How could she know such information? Bai Shuangxian sighed softly and put her hand on Lu Qingyuan's hand again. Qingyuan, right now, the most important thing for you is to complete your studies. The rest can be put aside for later. Aunt Bai, don't worry. Lu Qingyuan walked behind the sofa and massaged Bai Shuangying's shoulders. You watch me grow up. Don't you know what kind of person I am? 6 years old. After so many years. Was it me who taught you to meet your girlfriend's parents without informing them? Lu Qingyuan smiled awkwardly. Except for this, when have I not listened to you? Bai Shuangxi snorted softly, and a sleepy look appeared on her face. Aunt Bai, you must be tired after driving for such a long time. Why don't you go and rest first? Lu Qingyuan gently helped Bai Shuangxi up and whispered, I will go back with you tomorrow. If there is such a big event in the future, I will definitely inform you. After, Bai Shuangxian glanced at him and said, How many times do you want to see your parents? Lu Qingyuan secretly glanced at Goddess Record, smiled, and said nothing. All right, get out of here. After sending Bai Shuangying back to her room, Lu Qingyuan strolled to Shuriyun's bedroom. Shuriyun sat quietly on the edge of the bed. When she saw Lu Qingyuan, she asked with tears in her eyes, Qingyuan, does your Aunt Bai dislike me? How is that possible? My Yun is so beautiful. Lu Qingyuan hugged Shuriyun in his arms. Don't think too much. The reason why she was angry today was because I didn't tell her in advance that I was going back to Qingda City with you. What if Aunt Bai wants to break up the couple? She asked us to separate. So we separated? Lu Qingyuan scratched her nose and said, Don't think about it. Go to sleep. After turning off the bedroom light, Lu Qingyuan hugged Shuriyun and slowly closed his eyes. In his dream, he was floating in the universe, quietly looking at the blue planet in front of him. Lu Qingyuan? Damn, the style of painting is wrong. I'm just the protagonist of an urban novel. Please don't give me any fantasy stories. As if Lu Qingyuan's thoughts were heard, the blue planet in front of him grew larger and larger, and the buildings on the ground became clearer and clearer. Lu Qingyuan clearly saw that tall buildings were rising from the barren land and slowly forming. Qingda City. Lu Qingyuan tried to wave his hands, and the blue planet in front of him also rotated following Lu Qingyuan's gestures. Just when he was having fun, the blue planet suddenly slipped out of his control and disintegrated into one area after another in front of him. Under Lu Qingyuan's gaze, these areas began to change slowly again. Lu Qingyuan suddenly realized that this was the future development of this world. It was that colorful secondary card that worked. Lu Qingyuan opened his eyes wide and tried to remember the changes in all the areas in his mind, but there were too many areas, so he could only keep a close eye on the areas closest to him. As time passed, Lu Qingyuan felt his head getting heavier and heavier. Chengyuan, Chengyuan. The blue planet turned to dust before him, and the entire universe fell apart. In an instant, everything in front of me turned dark. Lu Qingyuan slowly opened his eyes. Bai Shuangying sat anxiously beside the bed. When she saw Lu Qingyuan open his eyes, she quickly asked, Do you feel better? Lu Qingyuan? What are you talking about? Shuriyun was crying beside her. Sure Bailey had a serious look on his face and seemed to be instructing the doctor beside him. After confirming that Lu Qingyuan was fine, Bai Shuangxi also breathed a sigh of relief. You little brat, you almost caught fire yesterday. Did you know that? Spontaneous combustion? No way. Lu Qingyuan said dazedly. I've been holding it in for so many years, and it hasn't spontaneously combusted. Bai Shuanghan, Shiyun Shabaule. Lu Qingyuan suddenly woke up and quickly opened his eyes wide and looked at the surrounding environment. This is not Shuri Yun's bedroom. It is clearly in the hospital. Why am I in the hospital? Lu Qingyuan asked in confusion. Bai Shuangxi's face flushed with anger. You are finally awake. Sure Bailey looked at Lu Qingyuan with a strange expression and explained, You suddenly had a high fever in the middle of last night, and you were talking nonsense which scared Yun. Lu Qingyuan blinked and asked cautiously, Yun, what was that nonsense I said last night? Sure Yun thought for a moment and said slowly, What do you mean by slow down? I can't remember so much. What did you dream about last night? Lu Qingyuan scratched his head, feeling a little socially frustrated. But Lu Qingyuan was thinking about the blue planet he had dreamed of last night. But suddenly he discovered that he could clearly remember the future development of all regions. Even this kind of memory is not just a visual one. There is also a text version. The colored secondary card is really awesome. The side effects are just not so good. But this time the memory is only within 5 years. Although the time is relatively short, the coverage is wide. Especially for some companies that were established in the past 5 years. He can easily snatch them up. Bai Shuangying sat beside the bed and said to Shi Yun, Ian, you've been worried all night. Go back and rest. I'm here. Aunt Bai, you should go back and rest. Shi Yun said weakly. You rushed here in the middle of the night yesterday. You must be exhausted. I'm fine. I'm used to it. Bai Shuang looked at Lu Qingyuan tenderly and pulled the quilt for him. He was like this when he was a child. He was weak. I was with him like this at that time. Then I'll go back and rest and come to replace you in the evening. Lu Qingyuan. Please, it's just a cold. It's not a life-and-death separation, I hiss. Bai Shuangxian raised her hand and slapped Lu Qingyuan on the mouth. What nonsense are you talking about? Ba ba ba. Lu Qingyuan? Ba? Ba? Ba. Shi Bailey stood aside, looked at Bai Shuangxi, and then at Lu Qingyuan. Why did he always feel that Bai Shuangxi didn't seem like Lu Qingyuan's guardian at all? Looking at his daughter again, an idea suddenly popped into Shi Bailey's mind. White Sedge. Could it be that he is stealing from his employer? Chapter 31. You've suffered. He quickly threw away this terrible idea, but the more Shi Bailey looked at Bai Shuangxi, the more he felt something was wrong. In desperation, he could only leave temporarily. Sure enough, once people accept a setting, they cannot change it in a short time. For example, Shi Bailey. At Lu Qingyuan's strong request, he underwent another checkup and left the hospital only after making sure that there was nothing wrong. But after such a long delay, it was dark again. After staying at Shi Bailey's place for another night, Bai Shuangying left with Lu Qingyuan and Shi Yun early the next morning. After returning to Wuchuan City, Shi Yun originally wanted to get off directly at Wuchuan University, but was dragged back home by Bai Shuangxi. Sitting stiffly on the sofa, Bai Shuangying looked at her with a smile. Shi Yun smiled awkwardly and quickly looked away. Then she noticed a photo. In the photo, Lu Qingyuan is leaning against a big tree, with a girl beside him hugging his arm with a smiling face. Bai Shuangxian noticed Shi Yun's look and took the initiative to say, That's my daughter, Bai Guiwan. Shi Yun immediately understood. No wonder she was so excited to hear that Lu Qingyuan came back with her to meet his parents. So that's how it is. Lu Qingyuan walked out of the room and smiled at Bai Shuangying. Aunt Bai, Ian and I are back to school. Don't worry, I will definitely be back tonight. Go ahead, Bai Shuangxi said with a smile. Watching the two of them leave hand in hand, the smile on Bai Shuangxi's face slowly disappeared. She walked to the balcony, looked at Lu Qingyuan's back, took out her cell phone, and dialed a number. After a few busy tones, a female voice came out. Shuangxian, why did you suddenly think of contacting me? Did Qingyuan cause you trouble? Qingyuan is so well-behaved. How could he possibly cause trouble for me? Bai Shuangxi couldn't help but smile. He even has a girlfriend. The man on the other side was stunned for a moment, then asked in surprise, Could it be Gue Wan? I remember Gue Wan is still underage. Cheng Yuan is so ignorant. Although he was blaming Lu Qingyuan, there was more joy in his voice. It would be great if it was Gue Wan. Bai Shuangying pouted and said unhappily, His girlfriend is the daughter of Shi Bailey from Qingda City. The other side was silent for a moment. Is there something wrong with this Shi Bailey? He was involved in the underworld. Although he has been cleaned up in recent years, he is still a pawn that can be discarded at any time. And judging from recent developments, he is on the verge of being discarded. What does Cheng Yuan think? Bai Shuangxian sighed quietly. I asked for his opinion indirectly, and he will help the little girl get through the difficult times. There was a long silence on the phone. Shuangxian, if this situation really happens, I hope you can help Cheng Yuan. As for the two children, whether they continue or separate depends on their fate. Bai Shuangxian nodded gently. Then I understand. The female voice on the phone said with some emotion. Shuangxian, how many years has it been? It's been 16 years. Bai Shuangying said in a low voice as she looked at Lu Qingyuan's disappearing figure. Yes, it's been 16 years. The female voice on the phone said softly. You have suffered a lot over the years. Bai Shuangxi couldn't stop her tears from flowing out. This is the path I chose myself. After all, I can't let Gue Wan become an orphan. She is already so miserable. As for Cheng Yuan, I owe you this. But your best years are wasted like this. The female voice on the phone was also a little sad. Initially, we didn't want to give Cheng Yuan to you, but unfortunately things happened suddenly, and we had to go abroad immediately. The only person we can trust is you. Bai Shuangxian wiped away her tears and said, It's actually good this way. I'm all alone, but Gue Wan and Cheng Yuan are by my side. Haven't we made it through all these years? Alas! A sighing voice came from the phone. Qing Yuan has grown up, and we can return to China occasionally in a few years. You, Sister Rushuang, Wuchuan City is their last bottom line. They won't let me leave here. Bai Shuangying gritted her teeth and said, over the years, I have hoped that they would die in front of me one by one even in my dreams. They forced my sister who loved me the most to death. I will never forget this hatred. Don't worry, they won't have a good ending. The voice on the phone also said coldly, I won't let them go either. I'm back. Lu Qingyuan returned home on time and saw Bai Shuangxi lying on the sofa with a steam eye mask on. He asked curiously, why didn't you use a facial mask today but a steam eye mask instead? Why are you so busy? Bai Shuangying snorted coldly. Hurry up and cook for me. Lu Qingyuan rolled his eyes, made some threatening gestures in front of her, and then obediently went to the kitchen to cook. The alarm on her cell phone rang, and Bai Shuangxi took off her steam eye mask and went to the bathroom. Her eyes were still swollen from crying. She pouted, turned around, and walked into her bedroom, locking the door. When Lu Qingyuan heard the voice, he came to the door and asked loudly, Aunt Bai, you don't want to eat? I'm not eating anymore. I want to lose weight. Lu Qingyuan shrugged helplessly and could only leave one portion for Bai Shuangxi. Nightfall. Bai Shuangxi quietly opened the door and stuck her head out to take a look at Lu Qingyuan's room. After making sure he was asleep, she tiptoed into the kitchen. Looking at the food Lu Qingyuan left for her, Bai Shuangying smiled happily, then picked up her chopsticks and started eating voraciously. In the corner, Lu Qingyuan looked at Bai Shuangying's profile, shook his head helplessly, and then fixed his gaze on her swollen eyes. The next morning, after Lu Qingyuan prepared breakfast for Bai Shuangying, he went to the park for a jog. But Bai Shuangxi's swollen eyes kept lingering in his mind. Sitting on a bench in the park, Lu Qingyuan took out his phone and contacted the person in charge of Wanli Longfeng Tang. Boss, what can I do for you? Regarding the Wuchuan branch, when will it be completed? Lu Qingyuan asked in a deep voice. About a week. The man said steadily. It will take some time to transfer the location and personnel of the branch. Also, do you need dark side staff to go to the Wuchuan branch? Lu Qingyuan thought about it for a while and nodded gently. Just send a few people over, just in case. Understood. Oh, there's one more thing. Lu Qingyuan said seriously. I'll send you a photo. Please help me check her details. I'll do my best. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingyuan murmured in a low voice. Aunt Bai, how on earth do you know so many details? Lu Qingyuan walked slowly towards the school. While waiting for the traffic light, a black Mercedes suddenly stopped in front of him. The rear window slowly lowered, revealing Tang Xuanya's face. Chapter 32. The abandoned daughter of the Tang family. Get in the car. Lu Qingyuan opened the back door and sat next to Tang Xuanya. After seeing Lu Qingyuan get in the car, the driver stepped on the accelerator and drove away from the fork in the road. You came to see me today. It seems like you must have discovered something, right? Lu Qingyuan asked with interest, his hands on his shoulders. Tang Xuanya nodded expressionlessly. The MLS nightclub is empty during the day, in stark contrast to the bustling crowds at night. The cleaning lady was cleaning the empty hall. Lu Qingyuan followed Tang Xuanya and came to his office. As soon as he pushed open the door of the office, Lu Qingyuan saw the beautiful figure sitting in the boss's chair. Sister, I brought the person to you. Tang Xuanya stood beside the woman and spoke obediently. Lu Qingyuan looked at Tang Xuewei and smiled softly. I didn't expect Miss Tang's speed to be quite fast, but it only took one day. How did you know about my brother? Tang Xuewei stared into Lu Qingyuan's eyes and asked calmly. What else do you know? Tell me all at once. Lu Qingyuan shook his head and smiled. Ms. Tang is a member of the Tang family. Even if she is away from the family, she should know some things. With a smile on her pretty face, Tang Xuewei picked up the red wine on the table and stood up to pour it for Lu Qingyuan. What does Mr. Lu want? Thank you, I can't. Lu Qingyuan raised his hand to stop Tang Xuewei's action. There are actually many things I want. I don't know if Miss Tang wants to hear the truth or a lie. Tang Xuewei was not angry at Lu Qingyuan's behavior. She put the red wine aside and smiled. Since Mr. Lu said so, I want to hear whether it is true or false. Let's tell a lie first. Lu Qingyuan played with the goblet in front of him and said slowly, You are only a few years older than me. It's really heartbreaking for you to carry such a heavy burden, so I want to help if I can. What about the truth? Lu Qingyuan placed the goblet on the table and said, If I were to bring Miss Tang to a high position in the Tang family, I wonder what the Tang family members would think of her. Tang Shuowei looked at Lu Qingyuan curiously. Mr. Lu wants the Tang family? I said, I want a lot of things. Lu Qingyuan looked at Tang Shuowei carefully. Life is really short, so I want to make my life more colorful. Tang Xuanye narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Lu Qingyuan with an unfriendly expression. Having said that, the brother and sister also guessed what Lu Qingyuan meant. Mr. Tang, what's that look in your eyes? Lu Qingyuan seemed puzzled. Isn't this what men want? Power, influence, money, and beautiful women. I am no exception. Tang Shuwei tapped the table lightly. That's right, but Mr. Lu, are you really sure you can control this? I'm trying. Lu Qingyuan smiled softly. And I'm gaining a lot. In Goddess Record, Tang Shuwei's card has been lit up. The mysterious purple light continued to shine around Tang Shuwei's cards, making people subconsciously want to explore more. What a certain singer sang was really correct. Purple is indeed very charming. The favorability gift box bounced in front of Tang Shuowei's card. Lu Qingyuan touched it lightly, and a flash of golden light passed by. Opening his own attribute panel and looking at the additional secondary card that had just appeared, Lu Qingyuan's mouth curled up slightly. Temperament card, elegant and handsome, gold. Lu Qingyuan casually clicked on Tang Shuowei's personal page. Abandoned daughter of aristocratic family, Tang Shuowei. Age, 27. Value, 96. Body type, 99. Favorability, a chance encounter, 76%. Secondary card. Temperament card, master style, purple. TSK. This title, Mr. Lu, let's stop beating around the bush. Tang Shuowei said seriously, whatever you want, I can satisfy you. I just want to know about my brother now. Lu Qingyuan retracted his gaze and looked calmly at the Tang siblings in front of him. You should have guessed that the mastermind is the Tang family. Tang Shuowei nodded slightly. Your second uncle. Tang Xuanye clenched his fists fiercely. Tang Shuowei even stood up from her chair. Is it really him? It's really him. Lu Qingyuan's expression remained calm. It's just that he is also working with other people, but the idea was indeed his. Looking at the expressions of the two, Lu Qingyuan noticed that the brother and sister were not that shocked. They must have had some guesses, but just had no evidence. He should have been looking for you to discuss marriage recently, right? Lu Qingyuan looked at Tang Shuowei with a smile. Which family did he introduce to you? Song family. Lu Qingyuan raised his eyebrows. The principal and accomplices are all here. Tang Xuanye asked coldly. These are just your one-sided words. What we want is evidence. As for the evidence, Lu Qingyuan tapped the table lightly with his index finger. Your second uncle Tang Qiyuan's cooperation with the Song family started 2 years ago, and this is all well documented. Tang Qiyuan and his first wife were in a marriage alliance, but he also had a concubine, and that woman was from the Song family. If I remember correctly, his concubine seemed to be almost 20 years younger than him. By the way, the girl from the Song family gave birth to a big fat boy for him. Tang Shuowei frowned slightly. Not enough. Lu Qingyuan also knew that it was impossible to nail Tang Qiyuan to death with these. Tang Qiyuan's handling of this matter was flawless, and there was no loophole to be found at all. However, just because Tang Qiyuan is cautious doesn't mean others are the same. In fact, there were 2 children who disappeared at the same time. Miss Tang, you only cared about your own brother and didn't think about checking what happened to the other child. Tang Shuowei didn't understand the connection and looked at Lu Qingyuan in confusion. This kid is now abroad, and he's very carefree. Lu Qingyuan laughed sarcastically. Although your brother is young, he has experienced the death of his parents and felt the sarcasm of the family elders. How could he not have any ideas in his heart? Tang Xuanye slammed the table and shouted angrily. Where is that student now? Lu Qingyuan ignored Tang Xuanye and looked at Tang Shuowei quietly. Miss Tang, I still have something to say. Do you really intend to touch the truth? Although you can't find the truth here, life is relatively peaceful and getting better and better. The company is thriving, and young Master Tang has also opened up a pattern in Wuchuan City. But once the truth is revealed, you will face a storm. Lu Qingyuan slowly stood up, walked behind Tang Shuowei, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, Are you sure you can survive their attack? Chapter 33 Internship. Tang Shuowei remained silent, but Tang Xuanye on the side roared, Sister, I'm not afraid. I must make these people pay the price. I went from having nothing to being successful in Wuchuan City now, all for the sake of finding Xiaoza. Even if I have to beg on the streets in the future, I must avenge Xiaoza. Tang Shuowei glanced at Tang Xuanye. You think I am not? How can you not control your emotions when you are so old? Tang Shuwei stood up and looked at Lu Qingyuan, smiling slightly. Mr. Lu, if possible, please lend a hand. As for the price, you can name it as you like. Lu Qingyuan took 2 steps back and looked Tang Shuwei up and down. Tang Shuwei's figure is a little better than Shuri Yun's. As for appearance, 96 says it all. Let's not talk about the price for now. After all, our cooperation will last a long time. Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. But I hope Miss Tang can do me a favor. What's the matter? Practice. Bai Xuanxian's eyes widened. When did you find a job? Lu Qingyuan scratched his cheek and chuckled. I've been looking for it for a long time, and I just found the one I like. What company? What's its name? Where is it? Bai Xuanxi's little mouth was like a machine gun, firing off all the questions. It's a fashion company in a neighboring province. Lu Qingyuan noticed that Bai Xuanying's eyes widened, so he quickly explained, Aunt Bai, I can commute. Although Wuchuan City and Jiashui City are in 2 different provinces, it only takes less than an hour to get there by high-speed rail. Bai Xuanying sat cross-legged on the sofa, with her head down and silent. Lu Qingyuan scratched the back of his head and said weakly, Aunt Bai, if you don't agree, I won't go. Bai Xuanxian shook her head and sighed softly. It's okay, you've grown up, and I can't take care of you forever. As he spoke, he raised his hand and gently wiped the corners of his eyes. Lu Qingyuan was also feeling uncomfortable and quickly came over. Aunt Bai, please don't be like this. It's not okay for me not to go. Nothing. I just feel a little emotional when I think about you getting married and having children in the future. Bai Xuanxian gently stroked Lu Qingyuan's face. It has been 15 years in a blink of an eye, and you are a big boy now. If you have any ideas, just realize them. Lu Qingyuan pursed his lips. 15 years. How many 15 years can a woman have? Aunt Bai, give me a week. Lu Qingyuan held Bai Xuanxi's hand and said with a smile, I'll go and see what the environment is like first. If it's not good, I'll come back. As for the internship, it was ultimately just an excuse made by Lu Qingyuan. In the future, he will come into contact with more and more card characters, and there will be more and more trivial things. If he does not have a private space, it will be difficult to deal with these things. Especially now that he guessed that Bai Xuanxi's identity was not simple. He couldn't let her know these things. But seeing Bai Xuanxi's expression, Lu Qingyuan could only temporarily disrupt his plan. There is still a chance. Arriving at Wuchuan University, Lu Qingyuan contacted Shuri Yun. Ian, I have something to do and need to go to Jiashui City. Why is it so sudden? Shuri Yun asked puzzledly. Lu Qingyuan did not hide. Tang family's affairs. Shuri Yun suddenly understood. Is it dangerous? Shuri Yun grew up in a different environment from others, so she considered every aspect of the matter very carefully. Do you want my dad to arrange for someone to protect you? Lu Qingyuan smiled softly and kissed her lightly on the lips. Don't worry. How can I have you without some tricks? Sure, Ian smiled and said. Then I will wait for you here obediently. After bidding farewell to Master Yun, Lu Qingyuan boarded the train directly to Jiashui City. Sitting in his seat, Lu Qingyuan suddenly thought about a question. Is it time to buy a car? He took out his cell phone and contacted the person in charge of Wanli Longfeng Tang. Send 2 Dark Side staff members to wait for me at Jiashui City Railway Station. It just so happens that some colleagues from the Dark Side are in Jiashui City. I'll ask them to pick you up. The Tang siblings have already passed away. The matter of their younger brother Tang, Zay, has tormented them for more than 2 years. Now that they are about to see the truth, they naturally don't want to wait any longer. Walking out of Jiashui Railway Station, a woman with a ponytail waved at Lu Qingyuan. Mr. Lu, here. Lu Qingyuan walked over in confusion, and the woman smiled brightly. Mr. Lu, my boss asked me to pick you up. You are? Lu Qingyuan blinked his eyes. Phone? The woman nodded. My name is Xiaoli, and another colleague is hiding in the dark. Xiaoli's car was a very high-profile Aston Martin supercar. Lu Qingyuan sat in the passenger seat, looking a little puzzled. You are so high-profile, is it convenient for you to complete the mission? Boss, did you misunderstand something? Xiaoli stepped on the accelerator, and the Aston Martin sped along the road like a wild horse. Although we are walking in the dark, we also have our own private space. When we are on a mission, we certainly cannot drive such a high-profile car. But now is not the mission time. Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, I see. The Aston Martin stopped at the entrance of Luyan Hotel in Jiashui City. Xiaoli turned to Lu Qingyuan and said, Boss, I have arranged a room for you. It's the presidential suite on the top floor. I will come to see you with another colleague later. Led by the hotel butler, Lu Qingyuan walked into the presidential suite, stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and overlooked the scenery of Jiaxue City Center. In a person's life, all the busyness may be for the purpose of truly enjoying life. There was a knock on the door, and Xia Li and a middle-aged man walked into the room. "Boss, my name is Yang Jian." Yang Jian stood in front of Lu Qingyuan with a resolute look on his face. "During your stay in Jiaxue City, Xia Li and I will be responsible for your safety." Lu Qingyuan nodded in satisfaction and asked with a smile, "There is a Golden Shield security company in Jiaxue City. Do you know about it? I've had contact with him a few times. The forces behind him are very complicated, and there seems to be a shadow of an aristocratic family." Yang Jian said without hesitation. "On the surface, one of the bosses of the Golden Shield Security Company is one of the big bosses in the underground world of Jiaxue City, but he is very likely also a pawn of the aristocratic family." "That's right, the dog raised by the Song family." Lu Qingyuan laughed. "The hands of these noble families are getting longer and longer. Most of the formation of aristocratic families are gradually formed from families established in the early days. After so many years of development, the family power becomes stronger and stronger, and gradually forms an aristocratic family. In the game, those top families can even be involved in history hundreds of years ago, which is very powerful. However, the Song family has a history of only 100 years, and it survives by relying on the influence of other top families. I didn't expect them to become so rampant. Arrogance is indeed a fatal flaw. Chapter 34, Stage 1. Weimu Fashion. This is a company founded by Tang, a fashion company that mainly deals in cosmetics, jewelry, clothing, etc. It is considered a new enterprise in Jiaxue City and has achieved certain success. Mr. Liu, Tang Xue's secretary, was standing in the lobby on the first floor. After seeing Lu Qingyuan, she said softly, "Mr. Tang is waiting for you in the office." Led by the secretary, Lu Qingyuan came to Tang Xue's office. "Mr. Liu, you are finally here." Tang Xuanya walked up to Lu Qingyuan impatiently and asked, "What should we do now?" Lu Qingyuan smiled and brushed away Tang Xuanya's hand. "This matter cannot be rushed. Do you think that you and Miss Tang can defeat the Song family, or Tang Qiyuan?" Tang Xuanya was a little embarrassed. Sitting on the sofa in the office, Lu Qingyuan said calmly, "There are several important witnesses who must be in our hands." Chun Pu, a captain of the Golden Shield Security Company, was one of the people who kidnapped Tang Zhe. Zhou Ziming, Zhou Sheng's son, was also involved in the kidnapping incident. Lu Qingyuan glanced at Tang Xuehui. "You should know who Zhou Sheng is, right? Who in Jiaxue City doesn't tremble with fear when hearing Zhou Sheng's name?" Tang Xuehui sneered. "He has been rampant in the underground world of Jiaxue City for decades. He has been in police custody several times, but unfortunately, no evidence has been found to convict him. The above two are directly related to the Golden Shield Security Company." Lu Qingyuan continued. "There are two more, and they are the most important too." Boom, 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 tilde. Lu Qingyuan smiled, stood up, walked to Tang Xuehui's desk, looked around, then picked up a folder and held it in his arms. Tang Xuehui frowned as she watched Lu Qingyuan's actions, and said to Tang Xuanya, "Xuanya, go open the door." Tang Xuanya opened the office door, and a middle-aged man walked in with a smile. "Mr. Tang, long time no see." The middle-aged man fixed his eyes on Lu Qingyuan, looked him up and down, then asked with a smile, "Boss Tang, this is—" Tang Xuehui seemed to understand what Lu Qingyuan meant and said, "I'm giving a lecture to the new intern." "Oh, anyone who can be personally lectured by President Tang must have some background, right?" The middle-aged man looked at Lu Qingyuan with a smile. "The young man looks quite energetic. Who is his background?" Lu Qingyuan smiled shyly. "Mr. Tang's best friend Song Jiai is my sister." "No wonder." The middle-aged man patted Lu Qingyuan on the shoulder and said, "Young man, work hard. Our company still has a bright future." Tang Xuehui watched coldly and asked calmly, "Boss son, what are you doing here?" The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then smiled warmly. "It's okay. The company's next plan is out. I came over to give it to you for review." "Leave it here." Tang Xuehui calmly put away the plan and said, "If there is nothing else, Mr. Sun can return to his post." The middle-aged man smiled and nodded, then left the office. After Tang Xuanya closed the door, Lu Qingyuan put the folder back in place. "Now you should know who the remaining two people are, right?" Tang Xuehui leaned back in her chair and sighed softly. Lu Qingyuan shrugged lightly. "Besides these two, are there any other people of theirs around me?" Tang Xuehui asked coldly. "Your driver, your company's security captain, your department manager," Lu Qingyuan said with emotion. Fortunately, you still have a sense of crisis and change secretaries frequently. Otherwise, Tang Shuawei was so angry that she wanted to smash things. Actually, if I were you, I would probably be quite happy. Lu Qingyuan said with a smile. Although the main personnel of the company are their people, they are all working for you after all, and each of them is talented and speaks well. Tang Shuawei almost laughed out of anger. What is this? If the arrangements were more strict, would we know when she eats, sleeps, and takes a bath? So, I gave you a shot of prevention before. Lu Qingyuan restrained a smile and said, you must think it over carefully. Once you do this, there is no turning back. And you must be quick. A step slower will be equivalent to failure. Tang Shuawei took a deep breath, stood up, and sat next to Lu Qingyuan. Mr. Lu, what should I do? In the game, this incident is Tang Shuawei's main storyline, but the timeline is moved back to 3 years ago. The purple card Tang Shuawei originally appeared in the later stage of the game. At that time, the game character created by Lu Qingyuan also had his own capital, and the interpersonal relationship lines of various cards gradually became clear. But even so, Tang Shuawei's main storyline is still full of crises. In the game, you can start over every time you fail, but it doesn't work that way in the real world. Once you fail, Lu Qingyuan is sure to escape, but the Tang siblings are destined to fall into the abyss. Seeing that Lu Qingyuan was silent, Tang Shuawei gently held Lu Qingyuan's hand under Tang Xuanye's gaze and said softly, Mr. Lu, help me. Lu Qingyuan placed his eyes on Tang Shuawei's little hand, smiled, and shook his head. Ms. Tang, since I'm here today, I have actually expressed my intention to cooperate. In fact, Tang Shuawei knew exactly what Lu Qingyuan wanted. Tang Shuawei approached Lu Qingyuan slowly. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Lu Qingyuan, who had been in deep thought for a long time, slowly say, let's solve the internal affairs of the company first. If we don't clean up these spies, we will be restricted in doing things. As for Miss Tang, Lu Qingyuan pulled his hand out and smiled. I am not the kind of person who takes advantage of others. I believe you are also clear about my requirements. After the first stage is over, we will discuss it in detail. Tang Shuawei withdrew her hand and nodded slightly. Except for Sun Qi, everyone else in your company has received money from Sun Qi. They are actually easy to deal with. Let young Master Tang solve it. As for Sun Qi, do you want to keep him to cooperate with your actions, or kill him directly? Tang Shuawei said without hesitation. Kill him. Lu Qingyuan nodded, took out a pen and paper, and wrote down the names of the 3 girls. They were all employees of your company. Sun Qi used his status to do something improper to them, and later gave them a large sum of money to keep their mouths shut. Handing the list to Tang Shuawei, Lu Qingyuan once again reminded her, be careful when you touch her, and be quick. Tang Shuawei took the list, her eyes filled with anger. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I'll arrange for you to rest first. I'll contact you after these things are dealt with. Just do your thing. I've already booked a hotel before you came. Lu Qingyuan stood up and said with a smile, besides, Sun Qi has seen me before. If I don't show up at the company these few days, he'll probably get suspicious. Lu Qingyuan blinked his eyes and said, Boss Tang, please give your secretary a vacation. During this time, I will be your secretary. Chapter 35. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Hello, Mr. Tang. Hello, Mr. Tang. Tang Shuawei nodded slightly, and Lu Qingyuan, dressed in work clothes and carrying a briefcase, followed Tang Shuawei. After the two entered the elevator, the company employees began to discuss. Who was that person just now? Looks like Mr. Tang's new secretary. He's so handsome. I also want to work hard and try to open a fashion company and be the boss. I want to hire a secretary like this. When there is something to do, the secretary will do it, and when there is nothing to do, Nude, wake up. Stop dreaming. Today's work has just begun. Arriving at the office, Tang Shuawei turned around and glanced at Lu Qingyuan and said with a smile, having a secretary like you, I feel very stressed. Ms. Tang is too modest. Lu Qingyuan threw his briefcase on the sofa and said with a smile, your ability is obvious to all. It is not something that ordinary people can achieve in just a few years to build a fashion company like this. After saying a few simple words, Lu Qingyuan took out his cell phone, took a photo, and sent it to Bai Xuanxi. Aunt Bai, check in for you. Don't worry about me. I'll be back in a few days. A few seconds later, Bai Xuanxi sent a smiley face, and then a hungry emoticon. Lu Qingyuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and could only type quickly on the keyboard. Don't worry, when I get back, I will definitely prepare a delicious meal for Aunt Bai. Tang Xuewei looked up at Lu Qingyuan's expression and asked curiously, "Girlfriend?" Ah! Lu Qingyuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled helplessly. "Just an elder." Tang Xuewei was a little unconvinced. "I've never seen that kind of expression when chatting with elders." "Lu Qingyuan? What kind of expression do I have?" Tang Xuewei thought for a moment and said, "It feels a bit like being pampered." The corner of Lu Qingyuan's mouth twitched slightly. During lunch, Tang Xuanya came to the office. "Sister, everything has been handled. I've also sent someone to keep an eye on it. There won't be any problems." Lu Qingyuan was eating his work lunch and asked vaguely, "Have you contacted those girls?" "I have contacted 2 of them, and the remaining one is already moved away." Tang Xuanya was somewhat helpless. "These 2 girls refused to come out to testify no matter what. What should I do?" Lu Qingyuan pouted in annoyance. "How can you let others say such things?" Tang Xuewei also nodded in agreement. Lu Qingyuan touched his chin and said, "Forget it. I'll take care of this matter. Young Master Tang has been keeping an eye on Sun Qi these days. It would be best if we could find out what color bitter tea he wears every day." After leaving the office, Lu Qingyuan contacted Xiaoli. "Help me deal with these 2 people." "Okay, let's make them disappear at night." Lu Qingyuan. After explaining the cause and effect of the matter clearly, Lu Qingyuan said with a headache, "Are you sure you can do this job? Boss, asking me to do this is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito." Xiaoli was also a little helpless. "But who made you the boss? Let someone come over to contact these 2 girls tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingyuan felt very nervous. Xiaoli shouldn't mess it up, right? When she returned to the office, Tang Xuewei's lunchtime was over. "Mr. Lu, please take your time eating. I have to continue dealing with company affairs." Tang Xuewei explained, and then continued to work at her desk. Sure enough, no one can ever become a boss easily, unless they are reborn. That would be really amazing. The day passed peacefully, and everything was as usual. The next day at noon, Tang Xuanya rushed into the office excitedly and looked at Lu Qingyuan in disbelief. "Mr. Lu, how did you deal with those 2 girls?" Lu Qingyuan looked like an expert and said calmly, "It's a secret." Tang Xuewei couldn't help but feel a little happy. Sun Qi is finished this time. Lu Qingyuan shook his head. "Don't be happy too soon. The Tang family may not be able to let Sun Qi get into trouble. He will be able to get away sooner or later." The smile on Tang Xuewei's face suddenly disappeared. "But don't be so pessimistic." Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. "This window period is what we want. This period of time is enough for us to perform well." Tang Xuewei smiled again and breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Qingyuan glanced at Tang Xuewei and didn't say anything to dampen her mood. In fact, compared with Tang Xueyuan, everything we are doing now is just a drop in the bucket. Tang Xuewei and Tang Xuanya are now regarded as abandoned children by the Tang family. With such identities, even if they have evidence, they cannot do anything to Tang Xueyuan, unless Tang Xuewei can meet the helmsman of the Tang family. It's a pity that with the elders of the Tang family and Tang Xueyuan around, Tang Xuewei's chance of meeting the person at the helm of the Tang family is extremely slim. However, everything depends on human efforts. If there was no challenge, there would be no need for Lu Qingyuan to contact Tang Xuewei now. Under Tang Xuanya's arrangement, the 2 girls complained about Sun Qi's past behavior. The police also came to Weimu Fashion and took Sun Qi away directly. Tang Xuewei stood at the door of the office, looking at the scene in disbelief. The plan went better than expected. Those traitors in the company are under control. Can we deal with others now? Tang Xuanya asked eagerly. Lu Qingyuan smiled and nodded. I'll have to ask young Master Tang to help with this. We must make those key witnesses confess everything. Don't worry, Mr. Lu. Tang Xuanya grinned and said, if they fall into my hands, I can dig out everything about how old they were when they wet the bed. Tang Xuanya left excitedly. Tang Xuewei couldn't help but smile as she watched her brother leaving. Tang Xuewei silently stared at Lu Qingyuan and suddenly asked, Mr. Lu, if it weren't for you, things wouldn't have progressed so quickly. Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, So, Miss Tang, do you want to discuss terms with me now? Tang Xuewei sat next to Lu Qingyuan and asked softly, So what are Mr. Lu's conditions? You and the Tang family. This time, Lu Qingyuan did not beat around the bush, but stated the conditions directly. Tang Xuewei was not surprised. She leaned back in her chair, looked at Lu Qingyuan's profile, and asked curiously, It's easy for me to say it myself. After all, I'm old, and I also hope to have someone to rely on. Mr. Lu is handsome and elegant, which meets my standards for choosing a spouse. It's me who was suspected of being an old cow eating young grass. But how do you plan to solve the Tang family problem? Lu Qingyuan turned his head to look at Tang Xuewei's pretty face and said calmly, "You should be very clear about your grandfather's physical condition. He won't live for more than 2 years. Even so, can you still intervene? I wonder if Miss Tang has ever heard of the saying, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter." Lu Qingyuan sighed softly. Without your grandfather's Tang family, there is no deterrent power anymore. When the time comes, do you think your elders will be able to protect such a big piece of fat meat? Chapter 36. Enjoy. Lu Qingyuan lifted Tang Xuewei's chin and laughed. At that time, the Tang family was already busy with their own affairs. Did they have the time to deal with you and me? Tang Xuewei was a little surprised. Why do you want to take me with you? How about this as a betrothal gift to you? Lu Qingyuan looked a little cynical, and it was unclear whether he was telling the truth or joking. Tang Xuewei held Lu Qingyuan's hand and looked at him calmly. As long as Xiao's matter can be solved perfectly, then Xuewei will be at your disposal. After the brief interaction, Tang Xuewei continued to work, while Lu Qingyuan sat on the sofa and pondered. People like Sun Qi are easy to deal with. The only difficulty in this matter is how to meet the helmsman of the Tang family. The head of the Tang family has been in poor health in recent years and has been living in a sanatorium to recuperate. All affairs of the Tang family are handled by the eldest son of the Tang family, who is Tang Xuewei's uncle. The fundamental reason why Tang Qiyuan wanted Tang Xuewei's inheritance and cooperated with the Song family was that he wanted to overthrow the head of the Tang family and take the position of the head of the family himself. Miss Tang, call me Xuewei. Tang Xuewei said without raising her head. Everything has been said out loud. There is no point in being subtle anymore. Lu Qingyuan smiled and shook his head, then changed his address. Xuewei, what was your mentality when you gave the shares left by your parents to Tang Qiyuan? Tang Xuewei stopped what she was doing and whispered, because at that time, the one who treated us the best from beginning to end was Tang Qiyuan, and after Xiaozi got into trouble, he was the one who argued for us. At that time, I had already wanted to cut off ties with the Tang family, so I just gave him everything related to the Tang family. Then how did you find out that Xiaozi's disappearance was related to him? Although he hid it very well, but a hint of hatred appeared in Tang Xuewei's eyes. His carelessness about Xiaozi's disappearance made me suspect more than once that he was the one who caused this incident. Women's sixth sense is really scary. Don't cut off contact with your best friend Song Jiai for the time being. Lu Qingyuan said calmly. Tang Qiyuan cannot be dealt with in one go. We need her to pass some false news back to the Song family from time to time. Tang Xuewei smiled and said, I'm not such an impulsive person, don't worry. Tang Xuewei had already checked Song Jiai's background, but the Song family did it more thoroughly than Tang Xuewei. They had already dealt with Song Jiai's identity, leaving no loopholes for Tang Xuewei at all. The sky gradually darkened. After Tang Xuewei finished processing all the documents, she raised her hand and pinched her cervical vertebrae. Lu Qingyuan glanced at her, came behind her, and gently massaged her stiff cervical vertebrae. Tang Xuewei's whole body stiffened, and then slowly relaxed. What are you planning to eat tonight? Tang Xuewei looked at herself, and Lu Qingyuan reflected in the glass and said with a smile, I know a delicious Western restaurant. Do you want to try it? Lu Qingyuan thought about it and shook his head to reject her proposal. Western restaurants don't seem to be full. Do you have any other options? How about Cantonese food? Can. Lu Qingyuan stopped massaging until his hands felt a little sore. Tang Xuewei shook her neck, looked up at Lu Qingyuan, and said with a smile, It feels different when there is someone around. Lu Qingyuan grinned. The difference is still to come. Tang Xuewei spat, and maybe she was thinking about something wrong, but her face actually turned slightly red. After dinner, Lu Qingyuan rejected Tang Xuewei's invitation to go home together and returned to Luyan Hotel alone. Boss, we have almost investigated the location you gave me. Yang Jian had been waiting in the house for a long time. When he saw Lu Qingyuan coming back, he said directly, There are indeed 3 people monitoring that place. It is not clear whether there are any shift changes. Lu Qingyuan opened a bottle of mineral water and asked calmly, If I ask you and Xiaoli to solve it, are you sure? Yang Jian was silent for a moment. Boss, do you know what it means to use a cannon to kill a mosquito? Lu Qingyuan. Okay, I underestimated you, okay? Go and deal with those surveillance people and dig out the useful information. Remember to record it. Lu Qingyuan put the mineral water on the coffee table and looked at the night view outside the window. The beginning of the plot should also be over. The next morning, as soon as Lu Qingyuan arrived at Tang Xuewei's office, he heard the sounds of smashing and looting inside. Lu Qingyuan frowned slightly, pushed the door open, and what caught his eyes was a mess. Something went wrong? This was Lu Qingyuan's subconscious thought. Tang Shuwei tidied up her messy hair and looked at Lu Qingyuan with red eyes. No, I really can't control my emotions. Lu Qingyuan closed the door of his office, glanced at Tang Xuanye standing beside him, and saw the recorder on the desk, knowing that he had obtained all the necessary information. Let's clean up the office. Lu Qingyuan sighed softly. Shuwei, the most important thing for you now is to let those culprits go down to accompany Xiaoza instead of losing your temper here. Tang Shuwei took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. After the office was tidied up, Lu Qingyuan, who had been silent, suddenly said, Shuwei, calm down. We will go pick up Xiaoza and take him home later. Tang Shuwei bit her lips, trying hard not to cry. Half an hour later, Tang Xuanye drove, took Lu Qingyuan and Tang Shuwei straight to the woods where Tang Zhe was buried. Yang Jian was waiting on the road leading to the grove. After seeing him, Lu Qingyuan said to Tang Xuanye, who was driving, Mr. Tang, stop in front. The vehicle stopped in front of Yang Jian. Rolling down the car window, Yang Jian handed the recorder to Lu Qingyuan. Boss, the people under surveillance have been dealt with. The information you want is all in the recorder. I have also cleared the location where the child is buried in advance. Good. Letting Yang Jian leave first, Tang Xuanye continued driving towards the grove. After getting off the car, Lu Qingyuan walked beside Tang Shuwei and slowly walked into the grove. The closer Tang Shuwei got to Tang Zhe, the slower she walked. Seeing a big pit in the distance, Tang Shuwei couldn't help but shed tears. In more than 2 years, Tang Zhe's body had long turned into dry bones. Tang Shuwei knelt in front of the pit, crying until she almost fainted. Tang Xuanye jumped into the pit and dug out a metal pendant from the soil. He choked up and said, Sister, it's really Xiaoza. I bought this pendant for him. Lu Qingyuan leaned over and helped Tang Shuwei up. She looked at Lu Qingyuan with red and swollen eyes, and then she lay in his arms and burst into tears. Lu Qingyuan hugged her trembling body and whispered, Take Xiaoza home first. Tang Shuwei nodded slightly, took the bag that had been prepared in advance, and together with Tang Xuanye, put Tang Zhe's body into the bag. Chapter 37. A generation lower than me. Tang Shuwei's current condition was no longer suitable for going to the company, so the three of them went straight back to her villa. Lu Qingyuan did not disturb the Tang siblings, but stood alone in front of the window and dialed Sher Bailey's cell phone. Qingyuan, what's wrong? Sher Bailey quickly answered the phone and asked seriously. Lu Qingyuan looked back at Tang Shuwei's back and said calmly, Uncle, give me Lu Yunting's contact information. Okay, I'll tell you, remember this. After writing down Lu Yunting's contact information, Lu Qingyuan hung up the phone and dialed Lu Yunting's cell phone number. After a few busy tones, Lu Yunting's voice came out. Hello? Who is this? Mr. Lu, it's me. Lu Qingyuan said calmly. I wonder what you think of the cooperation we discussed before? I have already discussed this matter with my father. It's not that we don't want the Tang family's favor, but judging by the current situation, the risk seems to be greater than the reward. Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, I know Mr. Lu has a lot of concerns. I wonder if you have time tomorrow. Some things would be better discussed in person. Okay, tomorrow morning? Okay, I'll contact you then. After finishing the call with Lu Yunting, Lu Qingyuan came to Tang Shuwei and said, We should prepare for the next stage. Tang Shuwei carefully put away Tang Zhe's body and said in a hoarse voice, Qingyuan, I just thought of one thing. I can't see my grandfather at all. Lu Qingyuan squatted in front of Tang Shuwei and wiped the tears from her face with his hand. Since I said I would help you solve this matter, I will definitely consider these things. Otherwise, how can I have the face to own you? Tang Xuanye couldn't help but glance at Lu Qingyuan, as if he wanted to say something, but finally held it back. All right, stop crying. If you keep crying, your eyes will be swollen like a frog. Lu Qingyuan said helplessly, You are not the Tang Shuwei in my mind. Tang Shuwei smiled softly, put her arms around Lu Qingyuan's neck, and kissed him lightly on the lips. Lu Qingyuan did not take the opportunity to cooperate. After all, such an occasion was not suitable. After a brief taste, Tang Shuwei said softly, This is what you deserve. There will be more in the future. Lu Qingyuan gently stroked her smooth hair. Go and rest first, and come with me to Qingda City to meet someone tomorrow. Mr. Tang, you should go and have a rest as well. Lu Qingyuan turned to Tang Xuanye and said, Leave the rest to me. Tang Xuanye hesitated for a while and whispered, Okay, brother-in-law. Lu Qingyuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled softly. After both of them went to rest, Lu Qingyuan sat alone in the living room and opened the goddess record. On Tang Xuewei's card, she is wearing frameless glasses, with her smooth hair draped behind her, and her OL uniform showing off her perfect figure. And on her card, 2 gift bags were constantly rotating around her card. Has the level of favorability reached the point where you spend every day together? Lu Qingyuan was a little surprised and quickly clicked on the 2 gift packages. 2 rays of light, one golden and one purple, flashed by, and Lu Qingyuan couldn't wait to open his attribute panel. Wealth card, Weimu Fashion Blue. Power card, Fashion Advanced Research Institute Gold. A blue wealth card that can be upgraded at any time, and a gold power card. Lu Qingyuan was grinning so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. Just like in the game, after Tang Xuewei's favorability reaches a certain level, you will get the company under her name. There is nothing to say about it. However, this power card made Lu Qingyuan somewhat confused. Judging from Tang Xuewei's identity and the name of this faction card, the main focus of this research institute should be fashion. But how awesome is this research institute to be worthy of this golden card? Etc. Lu Qingyuan suddenly recalled the memories he had gained in his dream after obtaining the color card last time. If he handed over all the information about fashion to this research institute, could all the fashion-related information in his memory be converted into cash? Lu Qingyuan looked at the wealth card he had just obtained. If Weimu Fashion and this research institute are combined, can a color-grade fashion company be created? From this point of view, the importance of these 2 secondary cards is no less than the colored card obtained from Shuriyun. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Qingyuan continued to think about Tang Xuewei. The head of the Tang family has been recuperating in a sanatorium, and his control over the Tang family has become increasingly weaker. Otherwise, the elders of the Tang family would not have been kept in the dark about Tang Xuewei's affairs. However, no matter what, as long as he is not dead, he will always be the helmsman of the Tang family. As long as he could stand behind Tang Xuewei, Tang Qiyuan would no longer be able to interfere with Tang Xuewei. After resting for a day, the few of them immediately set off for Qingda City. In a private restaurant, Lu Yunting and Sher Bailey were sitting in a private room. Master, I think you'd better tell Mr. Lu not to get involved in the Tang family's affairs. Lu Yunting said with a wry smile. Those noble families are not something that ordinary people like us can get in touch with. Sher Bailey felt so miserable that he couldn't express it. If I could persuade him, I would have done it a long time ago. What's more, I was the one who was pulled out of the quagmire. Not only do I have no position, but I also lost my daughter. Where can I go to seek justice? There were footsteps at the door was pushed open, and Tang Xuanya walked in first. Behind him was Lu Qingyuan and Tang Xuewei, who was hugging Lu Qingyuan's arm. Lu Yunting. Sibaili. Lu Qingyuan's originally calm expression suddenly froze. This? Lu Yunting subconsciously glanced at Sher Bailey, not knowing what to say. Lu Qingyuan is unfaithful? Or is Lu Qingyuan brave? He had 2 girlfriends. One was the daughter of an underground boss in Qingda City, and the other was the abandoned daughter of the Tang family in Beijing. Neither of them was a good person. Lu Qingyuan, you are really stubborn. Uncle, you are here too. Lu Qingyuan regained his calm expression and said with a smile, let me introduce you. These 2 are from the Tang family, Tang Xuewei and Tang Xuanya. Sher Bailey looked at Lu Qingyuan deeply, then smiled and shook hands with Tang Xuanya. I have heard of Mr. Tang's name a long time ago, but it's a pity that I have never had the time to meet you. Tang Xuanya was even more embarrassed than Sher Bailey. He called the person he should call son-in-law his brother-in-law. Wasn't he being a generation lower than him for no reason? Tang Xuewei glanced at Sher Bailey thoughtfully, then leaned over to Lu Qingyuan's ear and whispered, sure enough, you are more dishonest than I thought. Chapter 38 Not illegal, but immoral. After sitting down, Lu Qingyuan didn't beat around the bush and said to Lu Yunting directly, Mr. Lu, your father should be able to contact Mr. Tang Lied, right? Lu Yunting nodded. He glanced at Tang Xuewei and Tang Xuanya and said with a wry smile, Mr. Lu, are you determined to get involved? Mr. Lu, don't worry. No matter what the result is, I will never drag you and your family down. Lu Qingyuan said seriously, Xuewei and Xian, you will not go to the capital. I will personally contact Mr. Tang Lied throughout the whole process. Upon learning that Tang Xuewei and Tang Xuanya would not go to the capital, Lu Yunting was visibly relieved. Lu Qingyuan smiled helplessly. Mr. Lu doesn't trust me enough. Lu Yunting smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, Mr. Lu, even though my parents have a wide network of contacts, they are still no different from ordinary people when facing aristocratic families. Lu Qingyuan still agreed with this point. None of these noble families that have been in the capital for a long time are simple. Their personal connections are complicated and involve many things. If you trace the history of their ancestors, it can be found very far back, far beyond the reach of other noble families. I said I would give Mr. Lu a favor from the Tang family, so I will not break my promise. Lu Qingyuan sat beside Tang Xuewei and said with a smile, "There are many superficial things that cannot stand up to scrutiny." Lu Yunting glanced at Tang Xuewei, thinking about something. "Qingyuan, you've been out for so long. Isn't your aunt Bai worried?" Sure Bailey took this opportunity to suddenly say, "Go back when you're done, so that Yun and your aunt Bai won't worry." Lu Yunting, "Don't worry, uncle. I told Yun in advance when I came out." Lu Qingyuan smiled gently. "You don't have to worry about the relationship between Yun and me." Sure Bailey nodded and said nothing more. What else can he say besides Sure Yun? Although Yin country is a monogamous country, how can the world of the superiors always follow the rules? Not to mention the aristocratic families, just some of the powerful people that Sure Bailey knows have countless mistresses, and they even have more fun with them in private. These things are not illegal, but they are immoral. Since the first time he came into contact with Lu Qingyuan, Sure Bailey was already in a disadvantageous position. What can he do in the current situation? Are you willing to risk your own life to seek an explanation from Master Yin? Sure Bailey felt that his weight was not enough. "Mr. Lu, you'd better contact your father in advance. We don't have much time." Lu Qingyuan said seriously. "It's best to meet Mr. Tang Lied as soon as possible, otherwise something might happen." Lu Yunting also knew the importance of this matter and called his father in front of Lu Qingyuan. After a brief exchange, Lu Yunting hung up the phone and said to Lu Qingyuan, "When are we leaving?" Lu Qingyuan said without hesitation, "Now." The two of them stood up immediately, and Lu Qingyuan turned to Tang Xuewei and said, "Xuewei, wait for me here. If nothing unexpected happens, I will be able to give Xiaoza an explanation in the next 2 days." Tang Xuewei grabbed Lu Qingyuan's hand and whispered, "No matter what, pay attention to your own safety." Sure Bailey's eyelids twitched. As he and Lu Yunting boarded the plane to Beijing, he whispered, "Mr. Lu, how confident are you?" Lu Qingyuan thought for a while. "More than 90%. Tang Lied is a law-abiding person who attaches the most importance to family rules. As long as he can produce evidence, he will definitely side with Tang Xuewei." After the plane landed, the two quickly walked out of the airport. Lu Qingyuan shook his stiff neck, and Lu Yunting beside him smiled and said, "After these things are settled, I'll take you to get a massage." Lu Qingyuan smiled and rejected Lu Yunting's kindness. "Forget it. I still have a lot of troubles to deal with." Lu Yunting shook his head and said meaningfully, "There are some rules that you don't need to follow, but the prerequisite is that you must have a certain level of strength." Lu Yunting's father is a very serious old man. He has actually experienced war and made contributions. He has a very strong aura. "Mr. Lu, do you need to rest for a while?" The old man looked at Lu Qingyuan and asked lightly. Lu Qingyuan shook his head. "Now is not the time to rest." The old man nodded slightly, took the two of them into a special car, and headed to the nursing home. "You don't have any contraband on you, do you?" The old man said calmly in the car. "This nursing home only serves those in high positions, so the inspection is very strict." "Does a recorder count?" The old man did not answer. After driving for a while, Lu Qingyuan noticed that the population around him became sparse, and the environment became better and better. A large iron gate came into view, and a guard stopped the old man's car. The old man rolled down the window and handed over a certificate. After checking that everything was correct, the guard returned the certificate to the old man, then looked at the other people in the car, pressed the switch, and the big iron door slowly opened. Lu Qingyuan looked at the certificate curiously. "This is the pass to this nursing home," the old man explained calmly. The car was parked in front of the nursing home, and the old man got out with the help of the driver. Before entering the sanatorium, the old man told Lu Qingyuan, "You should know what to say and what not to say." Lu Qingyuan raised his eyebrows. "How would I know what to say and what not to say?" I was afraid that the old man would get angry if he knew about Tang Xuewei's situation. Under the guidance of medical staff, Lu Qingyuan and the old man came to Tang Lied's room. The old man knocked gently on the door, and a deep voice came from inside. "Come in." Pushing open the door, I saw a white-haired old man sitting in a rocking chair, basking in the sun leisurely. "Brother Lu, long time no see." Tang Lied looked at the old man and pointed at the sofa opposite. "You are a rare guest." The old man smiled heartily. "You are in a high position and have great power. I usually don't dare to disturb you. You're talking nonsense again. Tang lied, cursed in a loud voice. No matter how high my position is or how much power I have, can I still live forever? Don't I have to face birth, aging, sickness, and death? You old men are getting more and more reckless as you get older. Looking at Lu Qingyuan, Tang lied was a little surprised. Who is this guy? He's quite handsome. Old man, you are not here to introduce a date to my granddaughter, are you? Lu Qingyuan took this opportunity to say directly, Hello, Mr. Tang. I am Shuowei's boyfriend. Shuowei. Tang lied, snorted unhappily. This girl, her parents died in an accident because her elders said one thing to her face and another behind her back. She got angry and ran away from home with her two brothers. She still hasn't come to see me, an old fellow. Although he had experienced it once in the game, he still had some emotions after experiencing it personally in this world. The man who once led the Tang family to great power is now isolated from the Tang family because his own child tried to seize power. His current control over the Tang family is still at the same level as a few years ago. Chapter 39, As Long as You Don't Die. Lu Qingyuan took out 2 recorders from his pocket and placed them on the table in front of Tang lied and whispered, Tang Zhe was murdered 2 years ago. The creaking sound of the rocking chair suddenly disappeared, and Tang lied stared at Lu Qingyuan coldly. Say it again. What happened to Xiaoza? He was murdered. He's been dead for 2 years. Lu Qingyuan said calmly. Everything is in the recorder. There is no need for me to hide it. Who is the murderer? Tang lied, asked angrily. How dare you murder even my Tang family members? Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, Mr. Tang, do you know why Shuowei didn't come to see you in person when such a big thing happened? Because she doesn't dare, Lu Qingyuan said coldly. Because she is afraid that she will be killed as soon as she steps on the land of the capital. The anger on Tang lied's face froze. He picked up a recorder with trembling hands and played the recording inside. Mr. Tang, stop hitting me. I'll tell you everything. It was Song Xian from the Song family who asked me to do this. It was planned by him and the second son of the Tang family. I'm just a thug. Is this? Tell me, who asked you to send someone to murder Tang Zhe? It's Song Xian. He is working with Tang Qiyuan to defraud Tang Shuowei of her shares. After the plan is completed, the Song family can share some business information with the Tang family's companies. What else? At first, I was worried that I would be abandoned, so I secretly recorded the conversation between Tang Qiyuan and Song Xian, including the subsequent call in which Song Xian asked me to kidnap and murder Tang Zhe. I also recorded it. Give me the recording, and I'll give you a quick death. This is the end of the recording for the first recorder. Tang lied's face turned pale, and he picked up the second recorder tremblingly. Whose people are you? Who asked you to monitor here? We are from the Golden Shield Security Company. Our boss asked us to guard here. Do you know what's here? Yes, it's the body of a child. How long have you been monitoring? About 2 years or so. Tang lied tightly grasped the recorder, and his expression became worse and worse. Seeing that something was not right, the old man quickly stood up and prepared to call for medical staff. Old Lu, don't call for help. Tang lied stopped the old man. He took 2 deep breaths, his voice trembling a little. These beasts, for that little bit of shares, actually murdered a child. Lu Qingyuan took out his mobile phone, opened the hot chat software, and had a video call with Tang Shuowei. Handing the phone to Tang lied, Lu Qingyuan said calmly, If you have anything to say, talk to your granddaughter in person. At this moment, Tang Shuowei's early storyline has been completely completed. In the game, Lu Qingyuan needs to control the protagonist of the game to look for clues everywhere, and also face the pursuit of the Song family and the Tang family. Fortunately, he experienced it once in the game and completed it again in reality at the fastest speed. As for the game rewards, the image of Tang Shuowei appeared in Lu Qingyuan's mind. After standing at the door for a long time, Lu Yunting's father left very early. The door was gently opened, and Tang lied looked at Lu Qingyuan outside, his tiger eyes slightly red. Come in. After returning the phone to Lu Qingyuan, Tang lied sighed. Qingyuan, I want to thank you. Without your help, I might never see Shuowei in my life, let alone know the fact that Xiaoza was murdered. After all, I'm Shuowei's boyfriend, so this is what I should do. Tang lied nodded slightly. I just talked to Shuowei. Her second uncle Tang Qiyuan's matter needs to be considered in the long run. My control over the Tang family is not as strong as before. I don't know what stupid things they have done in the past few years without telling me. Lu Qingyuan said bluntly. As long as you are still alive, the truth about Xiaoza will be revealed one day. I will go back in the next few days. I will give you an explanation about Xiaoza as soon as possible. Tang lied, said coldly. If the Tang family falls into their hands, it will be doomed. Lu Qingyuan stood up and poured himself a glass of water. If you can consider my opinion, it's best not to go back yet. Are you sure that the current Tang family is still the Tang family you imagine? Are you sure they want the living helmsman or the dead helmsman? Tang lied, remained silent. The most critical point of this matter has been completed, and the rest can be dealt with slowly. Lu Qingyuan blew the hot water in the cup and said slowly, "You should mainly take care of your body and don't die." Tang lied looked at Lu Qingyuan carefully and smiled. It's been a long time since anyone dared to talk to me like this. Lu Qingyuan sneered. Really? Then do you think a tiger without claws is still a tiger? After slowly drinking the hot water in the cup, Lu Qingyuan threw the disposable paper cup into the trash can. Okay, I won't bother you anymore here. I'll go back first. Are you busy? Nonsense, I still have to go to school. Tang lied. How old are you? Tang lied was a little confused. Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, I'm 21 this year. Tang lied was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. My granddaughter has good taste. Lu Qingyuan was too lazy to pay attention to the old man and said slowly, although you're not going back to the Tang family, you should do whatever you can. After all, your granddaughter's company is full of Tang Qiyuan's people. By the way, I'm lucky that Mr. Lu's son introduced me to you today, otherwise I might not be able to meet you. After saying these words, Lu Qingyuan turned around and left. Tang lied smiled and said, this kid is quite interesting. I wonder if my granddaughter can control him. The old man's private car was parked quietly in the parking lot. Noticing Lu Qingyuan's figure, the old man told the driver to drive over. Get in the car. I'll take you away. Lu Qingyuan got into the car quickly and said with a smile, fortunately, you haven't left yet. Otherwise, I really don't know how to get back. The old man snorted, then said calmly, we will remember this favor. If you have any problems in the future, please contact Yunting. Please help Yunting as much as possible. Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. Mr. Lu and I have been working together for a long time. The old man didn't speak. After returning to the old man's home, Lu Qingyuan declined his invitation and, under the guidance of Lu Yunting, found a club to relax. In the private room, two women wearing classical cheongsam sat in front of the two men, placed Lu Yunting and Lu Qingyuan's heads on their thighs, and gently massaged their shoulders. Lu Yunting closed his eyes and said slowly, you don't need to worry about my side. The cooperation between your uncle and I is also very smooth. As for the official investigation team, they came here to investigate some people. Your uncle's problem is not serious. Chapter 40, Confirming the Relationship. After enjoying a comfortable night with Lu Yunting in the club, Lu Qingyuan felt that the fast pace of the past few days had finally slowed down. The next morning, the two of them simply washed up and boarded the return flight. After landing, the two whispered a few words. Lu Yunting looked a little surprised, then nodded and said goodbye to him. Lu Qingyuan took out his phone and contacted Tang Xuewei. Where are you? You're back. Tang Xuewei's voice was a little surprised. I'm at Luyan Hotel in Qingda City. Did you just get off the plane? Then I'll pick you up now. Wait for me there. Lu Qingyuan said with a smile. This is not my first time in Qingda City. How could I get lost? But I missed you. Lu Qingyuan was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled softly. I will definitely be there within 15 minutes. After the call ended, Tang Xuanye, who had been by Tang Xuewei's side, looked extremely strange. Sister, Tang Xuewei walked to the mirror and tidied her appearance. Why? What do you think? Tang Xuanye hesitated for a while and whispered, actually, there is no need to do this. We can give him some of our businesses, which is also a considerable asset. Tang Xuewei's expression remained unchanged. And then? Tang Xuanye was a little confused. Who will take care of the rest? Tang Xuewei looked at Tang Xuanye in the mirror and asked with a smile, do you think this matter will be easy to solve? Yes, a little bit. Then why haven't you found Xiaozhou in more than 2 years? Tang Xuanye had nothing to say. He grunted and struggled for a long time, but couldn't come up with a clear answer. You think this is easy because all the important people have been pointed out by Lu Qingyuan. Tang Xuewei tidied her smooth hair and said calmly, you only need to follow his instructions and do your part. Naturally, you don't have to put in too much effort. Also, even if you can solve all the previous problems, do you dare to go to the capital? Even if you dare to go, can you see Grandpa? Tang Xuanye was a little dissatisfied. Tang Xuewei smiled and said, you want to say that you can also cooperate with Lu Yunting? Tang Xuanye nodded vigorously. Xinyi, you are not the child you were back then. Why are you still so naive? Tang Shuwei turned around and looked him in the eyes. If you really have such an idea, then you have been in Wuchuan City for almost 2 years. Have you made any breakthroughs? Besides, why do you think Lu Yunting will cooperate with you? Because of your identity as a member of the Tang family? Don't you know what our current situation is? Tang Xuanya lowered his head and said nothing. Don't look at things from a god's perspective. It will only interfere with your judgment. Tang Shuawei's cold voice sounded again. If you really think you can solve this matter, why don't you tell me first? How do you plan to deal with the next thing? Tang Xuanya said weakly. Grandpa already knows about our affairs anyway, so we just need to contact him alone for the rest. Tang Shuawei laughed. Were you not with me when I talked with Grandpa yesterday? Does Grandpa still have control over the Tang family? After applying some lip gloss, Tang Shuawei looked at herself in the mirror and said, Xinya, I am not young anymore. It is time for me to find someone to spend the rest of my life with. He is a very good choice. Tang Xuanya was a little confused, but he has other women, right? Tang Shuawei spread her hands elegantly. As a child of an aristocratic family, haven't you seen enough of this kind of facts? Do you think I don't know how open you are in private? Tang Xuanya scratched the back of his head awkwardly. After checking the time, Tang Shuawei felt that Lu Qingyuan would be here soon. She walked to Tang Xuanya and said softly, Xuanya, even if I don't make this choice, my life may not be much better. Tang Qiyuan talked to me about marriage some time ago. People like us don't have the ability to choose our own lives. What's more, he's handsome and young, which is very much my style. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Tang Shuawei opened the door, looked at Lu Qingyuan outside, and smiled. Come in. Holding Lu Qingyuan's hand, Tang Shuawei led him into the room. You must be exhausted. You haven't had a good rest these days. Not bad. I went out with Lu Yunting to relax last night. I'm not that tired. Lu Qingyuan sat on the edge of the bed, glanced at Tang Xuanya, who was standing silently beside him, and said with a smile, Although your grandfather's control over the Tang family has declined, he can still do a lot of things. At least your company won't have so many spies. As for Tang Qiyuan, don't worry. Lu Qingyuan patted Tang Shuawei's hand. He also holds a lot of power in the Tang family. It's not something that can be solved overnight. I know that. Tang Shuawei leaned on Lu Qingyuan, looking very relaxed. I'm not in a hurry about their affairs. Xiaoza has been found now, and I can finally put my heart at ease. Tang Xuanya raised his eyes slightly, looked at the two people who were in love, pursed his lips, and said in a low voice, Sister, brother-in-law, there is nothing else. I will leave first. Noticing the way Tang Xuanya addressed him, Lu Qingyuan smiled softly and said, Don't rush to change the address. After all, the choice of this matter is still in your sister's hands. Tang Shuawei angrily said to Lu Qingyuan, I have already expressed this. What else do you want me to do? Lu Qingyuan shook his head. Although it seems a bit hypocritical, I still have to say that I already have a girlfriend, and there may be more women in the future. Tang Shuawei took Lu Qingyuan's hand and kissed him vigorously. Is my expression very clear? Lu Qingyuan looked at him, and his smile softened. In that case, we should talk about another issue. Tang Shuawei's face turned slightly red. Are you in such a hurry? Xian Yi hasn't left yet. Lu Qingyuan. Blinking his eyes, Lu Qingyuan coughed dryly. You are distracted. I am talking about serious matters. Tang Shuawei's fair face turned red visibly. She smiled awkwardly at a loss. Is that so? That. Lu Qingyuan shook his head helplessly, raised his head, and said to Tang Xuanya, Now that the relationship has been confirmed, we should talk about Wuchuan City and the Song family. Tang Xuanya quickly pulled over a chair. Brother-in-law, do you have any instructions? Lu Qingyuan asked mysteriously. Do you know why you have been in Wuchuan City for 2 years, but still haven't opened up any favorable situations? Chapter 41. Okay, I'll accompany you. Tang Xuanya shook his head. Because you're going in the wrong direction. Lu Qingyuan said with a smile. In fact, Wuchuan City is not as complicated as you think. In Lu Qingyuan's memory, there is very little content about Wuchuan City in the game, and it can even be said to be very clean. The plot in this regard includes Shi Bailey from Qingda City, the Song family from Jiashui City, and even several card characters in the capital are involved in the relevant plot. Only in Wuchuan City, except for Tang Xuanya, who appeared in Tang Shuawei's main storyline, the other card characters have no plot related to this aspect at all. For this reason alone, Wuchuan City can even be rated as a civilized city. Lu Qingyuan once thought that it was probably because Wuchuan City was the birthplace of the protagonist in the game, so there were not too many complicated plots here. There are only a few card characters related to Wuchuan City. Bai Guiwan, Jin Lichu, He Waning, and a purple card that has not been touched yet. It is definitely a novice village. Sure, Yun's main storyline takes place in Qingda City, so she was not counted in Wuchuan City by Lu Qingyuan. Now that Tang Xuewe's initial plot is over, Lu Qingyuan feels that he can free up time to trigger other plots. You're becoming more and more like a scumbag. Once I started thinking about the next one. Wrong direction? Tang Xuan didn't understand and asked in confusion. Brother-in-law, what direction are you talking about? Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, Wuchuan City is actually not as complicated as you think. In other words, you don't need to be so cautious. Tang Xuanye's eyes slowly widened. Yes, you can think of Wuchuan City as a pure land. Tang Xuanye didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I've been scheming everywhere for the past 2 years, but in the end I found myself scheming against myself. Lu Qingyuan was also speechless about this weird setting. But who makes Wuchuan City a novice village? With Lu Qingyuan's guidance, Tang Xuanye said hello to the two of them and left in a hurry. Only Tang Xuewei and Lu Qingyuan were left in the room, and the atmosphere suddenly changed. Tang Xuewei pursed her lips, not even daring to look at Lu Qingyuan. Should we go out for dinner first, or? Lu Qingyuan held Tang Xuewei's hand and smiled softly. Although you are my trophy, you also have your own position. I am not to the extent that I haven't seen a woman for more than 20 years. Tang Xuewei's face turned slightly red. Under the guidance of Lu Qingyuan, she took the elevator downstairs. Is there anything you want to eat? Lu Qingyuan looked at Tang Xuewei, who looked like a little bird beside him, and asked for her opinion. Tang Xuewei hugged Lu Qingyuan's arm and tilted her head to think for a while. Is there any specialty in Qingda City? Lu Qingyuan blinked his eyes. I'm not sure after all. I'm not from here. The two smiled at each other, and Tang Xuewei also relaxed. She put her arm around his and said, Why don't we go to the snack street? I haven't tried street snacks for a long time. Okay. The scene of a grown girl struggling in society with her 2 younger brothers after her parents passed away appeared in Lu Qingyuan's mind. In this real game world, Tang Xuewei could be the legendary girl of luck, right? Otherwise, given her situation, there would be no need for the Tang family to intervene, and society alone would be able to take advantage of her. Tang Xuewei put down all the burdens on her body, and like a little girl, she took out her mobile phone and began to search for travel guides in Qingda City. Then she pointed at the guide on the screen and said happily, Qingyuan, many netizens said that the snacks in the snack street are very delicious. Let's go and try them. Of course, Lu Qingyuan would not refuse. He hailed a taxi and headed straight to the snack street. Walking among the crowd, Lu Qingyuan put his arm around Tang Xuewei's slender waist and walked slowly. Tang Xuewei sighed with emotion. I haven't felt this way for a long time. After entering society, everyone has their own burdens and their own inability to control themselves. Lu Qingyuan's arms exerted a little force. The future is worth looking forward to. After all, you are no longer alone. Tang Xuewei turned around and hugged Lu Qingyuan's neck and gently kissed Lu Qingyuan's lips in the crowd. Looking at this handsome man and beautiful couple, the tourists around them wanted to give them their sincere blessings, but they felt as if they had eaten a lemon and felt extremely jealous. After the interaction, Tang Xuewei smiled and took out a tissue to wipe the lipstick off Lu Qingyuan's lips, then pointed to a stall not far away. I want to eat grilled squid. Okay. Lu Qingyuan waved the banknotes and plunged into the crowd. After struggling for a while, Mr. Lu, who was so calm and composed yesterday, was actually pushed out by the crowd. Lu Qingyuan. Tang Xuewei was laughing so hard that she fell backwards. After struggling several times, Lu Qingyuan, with messy hair and lifeless eyes, handed the grilled squid to Tang Xuewei. Tang Xuewei fixed his hair with a smile, and then happily tasted the grilled squid that Lu Qingyuan had worked so hard to buy. The phone in his pocket rang. Lu Qingyuan took out his phone and found that the caller ID showed an unknown number. Hello, who is this? I am the director of the Research Institute. Please send me your email address. I will send you the research results of this period via email. That cutting-edge research institute. Lu Qingyuan didn't expect that this golden power card would contact him so quickly. Where are you located? Is it convenient? It's inconvenient. Please tell me your email address immediately. I still need to continue related research. Please don't waste my time. Lu Qingyuan grinned and quickly told the other party his email address. Okay, please remember to check your email. Also, this is my cell phone number, but if it's nothing important, you can contact me via email. After all, I don't have much free time. The person on the other end hung up the phone cleanly and neatly, and a few black lines appeared on Lu Qingyuan's forehead. As expected, there are all kinds of birds in a big forest. This is the first time he has seen such a cool and arrogant power card. What's the urgent matter? Tang Shuowei asked curiously. Lu Qingyuan shook his head. Nothing. What else do you want to eat? Grilled cold noodles, stinky tofu, grilled gluten. Lu Qingyuan's eyelids twitched as he looked at the surging crowds at the stalls and rushed in with gritted teeth. Tang Shuowei watched the scene with a smile and murmured in a low voice, Dad, Mom, I met the person destined for me. He treats me very well. Don't worry. After eating all the snacks she wanted, Tang Shuowei looked at the sky and decisively pulled Lu Qingyuan to the street to eat skewers. Boss, give me a case of beer first. Tang Shuowei shouted loudly, sitting on a small stool like a gangster. Looking at Lu Qingyuan, Tang Shuowei winked playfully. I finally get to relax for once. I want to do everything I've ever wanted to do. Lu Qingyuan nodded gently. Okay, I'll accompany you. Chapter 42, She is always the first person around me. After throwing the drunk Tang Shuowei onto the bed, Lu Qingyuan sat beside her with a helpless look on his face. Everything was fine at first. As Tang Shuowei drank, she began to reminisce about the past and slowly mentioned Tang Zhe. Tang Shuowei drank bottle after bottle and got drunk. Lu Qingyuan wet a towel with warm water and wiped her face, then placed the trash can next to her bed. After turning off the lights, Lu Qingyuan lay down beside Tang Shuowei and slowly closed his eyes. In this situation, a man should have no desire, right? Unless it's a chick, or perverted. At around 5 in the morning, Tang Shuowei slowly opened her eyes, covered her dizzy head, and slowly sat up. After sitting there blankly for a long time, Tang Shuowei finally remembered what happened last night. She looked down at her clothes, then turned back to look at the sleeping Lu Qingyuan. Tang Shuowei smiled, got up, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. In the dream, Lu Qingyuan's lower body was soaking in a warm, hot spring. The comfortable feeling instantly made his fatigue from the past few days disappear. After a long time, Lu Qingyuan felt that the blood circulation in the area where he was soaked in the hot spring accelerated. Wait, wasn't I sleeping? Lu Qingyuan opened his eyes suddenly and saw Tang Shuowei's throat move. Tang Shuowei was shocked to find that Lu Qingyuan would suddenly wake up at this time. Tang Shuowei's face flushed slightly, but she pretended to be calm, took out a tissue, and gently wiped the corners of her mouth. 548. Ever since he got the assist card self-discipline, purple, Lu Qingyuan became extremely sleepy at a certain time every day and almost fell asleep as soon as he touched the pillow, and he had to get up on time at 6 o'clock every morning. Today was the first time he broke this rule. Good morning. Lu Qingyuan greeted her with a smile, then got up and washed. Tang Shuowei sat aside, covering her face and not daring to look at Lu Qingyuan. She felt that she was a little impulsive, but there was nothing she could do. After all, she lacked experience and could only learn from the internet, and almost all the teaching videos on the internet were like this. What are your plans for today? Lu Qingyuan asked casually while wiping his face with a towel. Tang Shuowei shook her head. I don't have any plans. If it doesn't work out, I'll go back to Jiashui City. The company is still waiting for me. Lu Qingyuan nodded casually. Okay, but I won't go back with you. I have to go back to school. I'll go to Jiashui City to find you when I'm free. Tang Shuowei pursed her lips, stood up, and dragged him towards the bedroom. What's wrong? Lu Qingyuan looked at him puzzled. Tang Shuowei didn't say anything and pushed him down on the bed. In case you forget me, I intend to make a lasting impression on you. This was the most passionate game Lu Qingyuan had ever experienced. From the beginning to the end of the game, Lu Qingyuan spent the entire morning. Every time when he thought he had finished the game, a new level would appear, and he could only play this new game over and over again without getting tired of it. More importantly, the number of hidden levels in this game is simply rare in the world. With almost no effort, Lu Qingyuan was able to successfully reach the hidden level. Especially the boss of this game. Every time after being killed, he can recover quickly, not caring about the new injuries on his body, and attacking Lu Qingyuan. Fortunately, the presidential suite of Luyan Hotel has excellent sound insulation. Otherwise, the speakers of this new game console would definitely blow up the entire Luyan Hotel. Lu Qingyuan held his waist and stood up tremblingly. Sure enough, the game can't be played for too long. Otherwise, the waist really can't bear it. Tang Shuowei was lying on the side, her whole body convulsing uncontrollably. There's nothing we can do about it. Who made her so persistent in playing games? Even though she was so tired, she still didn't give up. No wonder she could start a big company. This spirit of never giving up is worthy of learning for sure, Yun. For the remaining half-day, Lu Qingyuan had no chance to go out for a walk and could only lie on the bed with Tang Xuewei to recover his energy. That night, Tang Xuewei refused to admit defeat and gritted her teeth to play another round with Lu Qingyuan. But this time, both of them held back a little and were not as exhausted as they were during the day. The next day, Lu Qingyuan helped Tang Xuewei leave Luyan Hotel. Looking at her weak body, Lu Qingyuan contacted Sure Bailey with some distress. "Uncle, can you lend me your car?" Lu Qingyuan said with a dry laugh. "I'll take Mr. Tang back to Jiashui City and then come back to see you." Sure Bailey was so annoyed that he said, "Give me the seat. I'll let the driver go." Sure Bailey's driver quickly picked up the two people and took them to Jiashui City without saying a word. Back at Tang Xuewei's villa, Lu Qingyuan helped her back to the bedroom and whispered, "Don't go to the company yet. Rest at home for a few days. When you're almost recovered, go to the company again. These few days won't be a big deal." Tang Xuewei nodded shyly and watched Lu Qingyuan leave the room. After hearing the door closing downstairs, Tang Xuewei got up and took out the hotel sheets from her bag. Looking at the plum blossom mark on it, Tang Xuewei smiled unconsciously and then put it in the bedside table. Following the driver back to Chinli Group, Lu Qingyuan pretended to be calm and found Sure Bailey. "Have you dealt with Mr. Tang's affairs?" Sure Bailey calmly poured a cup of tea for Lu Qingyuan and said softly, "I can't interfere with your private affairs, but I hope you can always remember that Yun is still waiting for you in Wuchuan City. If you really have other options, I hope you can tell me directly." Lu Qingyuan held the teacup and was silent for a long time before he slowly said, "Don't worry, Ian will always be the first person by my side." Sure Bailey nodded gently. "You have been out for long enough. Don't let your Aunt Bai worry about you. It's time to go back." Lu Qingyuan looked at the untouched tea in the teacup, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "You old fox, you finally caught me." After drinking the warm tea in one gulp, Lu Qingyuan turned around and left the office. "Qingyuan, the driver is waiting for you downstairs." Sure Bailey stopped Lu Qingyuan, who was about to leave, and said with a gentle smile, "Let the driver take you back." Lu Qingyuan nodded slightly. "Are you doing this because you care about me, or because you are afraid that I will run around?" The driver took Lu Qingyuan directly to the gate of the community. After saying thank you to the driver, Lu Qingyuan slowly returned home. As soon as he took out the key and opened the door, Lu Qingyuan saw Bai Shuangying standing at the door. Chapter 43, Secret Scandal. There was a hint of surprise in Bai Shuangxi's eyes, but it was hidden after Lu Qingyuan opened the door. "You're back." Bai Shuangying stared at him coldly. "You still remember to come back? I see your workplace is pretty good. I thought you were planning to stay there." Lu Qingyuan chuckled and moved closer to Bai Shuangying. "Knowing that Aunt Bai is waiting for me at home, how could I stay there?" "You can talk." Bai Shuangying handed him a menu with great satisfaction. "Go ahead. This is the menu I spent several days thinking about. If I don't see these dishes at dinner tonight, you'll have to sleep under the bridge with your blanket." Lu Qingyuan remembered the agreement with Bai Shuangxi and nodded quickly. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." Lu Qingyuan took the menu and went to the supermarket to buy vegetables. Bai Shuangying looked at the door that closed again, took out her mobile phone, and played the video that Lu Qingyuan had recorded for her in the Weimu fashion office. When the video was almost halfway through, Bai Shuangying pressed the pause button. Tang Xuewei's figure was reflected on the glass. Bai Shuangxian looked at the figure and muttered in a low voice, "How is it related to her? What on earth has Cheng Yuan done in the past few days?" Lu Qingyuan went to the supermarket with a menu. As he walked, he suddenly stopped. Looking back at his balcony, Lu Qingyuan took out his mobile phone and contacted Lu Yunting. "Mr. Lu, what's wrong?" Lu Yunting asked directly. "Mr. Lu, I'm sorry to bother you," Lu Qingyuan said apologetically. "Can you let your father go to the sanatorium again? I have a question for Elder Tang." "Is there a problem with Miss Tang's matter?" "No." Lu Qingyuan paused and said in a low voice, "It's my personal problem." "Okay, I'll contact my father right away." After going to the supermarket to buy all the necessary ingredients, Lu Qingyuan was walking back with the vegetables when a strange phone call came in. "Lu boy, what do you want to ask?" Tang lied, asked directly. Lu Qingyuan put the dishes on the side of the road and asked softly, "Mr. Tang, do you know that there is a family with the surname Bai in our Yin country? Why are you asking about this?" Tang lied, asked puzzledly. "That is to say, there really is a family with the surname Bai, right?" Lu Qingyuan asked excitedly. Tang lied nodded. "The Bai family in the southwest is a very powerful family, comparable to the top families in the capital. However, the Tang family and the Bai family have no cooperation, so we have little contact. The last time I heard about the Bai family was because of the scandal of the Bai family." "Scandal?" What scandal? Tang lied, didn't say anything, but Lu Qingyuan heard the sound of the door closing from the phone. It seems that it was Tang lied who asked Lu Yunting's father to leave. Can others even listen to the Bai family scandal? Lu boy, you shouldn't have known this, but I owe you a favor for my granddaughter. Since you asked, I'll tell you. Tang lied said calmly. 16 years ago, Bai Huairan, the head of the Bai family, planned to form an alliance with the Yi family, which is also located in the southwest. The target of the alliance was Bai Huairan's eldest daughter and the son of Yi Ning, the head of the Yi family. Everything was almost settled, but something unexpected happened. Tang lied said calmly. Bai Huairan's eldest daughter secretly married a man outside and even gave birth to a daughter. Lu Qingyuan's pupils shrank sharply. When the head of the Bai family learned about this, he was so angry that he almost died. He directly sent people to capture Bai Huairan's eldest daughter. The Yi family was not able to hide this matter after all. The Yi family could not stand such humiliation, so they broke the contract and angrily accused the Bai family of not educating their daughter properly and raising such a shameless daughter. That's not right. She was pregnant for 10 months and then disappeared for 10 months. Didn't anyone notice? Lu Qingyuan asked hurriedly. Are all members of the Bai family blind? I heard that Bai Huairan's eldest daughter said she was on a business trip, but I feel that this is inaccurate. I don't know the specific situation either. Tang lied continued. The Bai family lost face in the entire southwest because of this incident. The head of the Bai family was so angry that he ordered someone to beat to death the man that Bai Huairan's eldest daughter was with. Bai Huairan's eldest daughter was also a sentimental person. After learning about this, she committed suicide, leaving behind only a 2-year-old daughter. Lu Qingyuan took a deep breath and asked nervously, Mr. Tang, do you know how many children this Bai Huairan you mentioned has? Of course I know this. 2 daughters. But the age difference between the 2 daughters is quite large. If I remember correctly, it should be 10 years apart, right? Tang lied sighed. At the beginning, I also had the idea of marrying the Bai family, so I knew a little about it. But before I took action, the Bai family broke out this scandal. There is a 10-year age difference. Bai Shuangxi is 41 years old this year, so the age doesn't match. But memories of his childhood emerged in Lu Qingyuan's mind. These were memories that appeared only after he traveled through time. The first time I saw Bai Shuangxi was 15 years ago, when Lu Qingyuan was 6 years old and Bai Guiwan was 3 years old. The timings all match up. The only difference is Bai Shuangxi's age. Mr. Tang, do you know any news about Bai Huairan's youngest daughter? Lu Qingyuan asked. Tang lied thought for a while and said, I really don't know. Maybe the Bai family was affected by this scandal, and they don't dare to let the daughters of the Bai family show up in public anymore, right? Then I understand. Thank you for clearing up my confusion. Lu Qingyuan said gratefully. Just take good care of my granddaughter for me. After hanging up the call, Lu Qingyuan remained silent. Could it be that I was thinking wrongly? The goddess record in my mind suddenly vibrated. The title page of Goddess Record was turned, and a few lines of words appeared in his eyes. Congratulations to the host for successfully discovering the hidden Easter egg. The first update of Goddess Record will be carried out. The update time is about 3 minutes. Updating, please wait. Lu Qingyuan looked at Goddess Record, and his eyes slowly widened. The hidden Easter egg, is it referring to Bai Shuangxi? These 3 minutes seemed very slow in Lu Qingyuan's eyes. After 3 minutes, Lu Qingyuan couldn't wait to open the Goddess Record. There was no change in the Goddess Record after the update, but Lu Qingyuan keenly noticed that there seemed to be 4 more cards in the Goddess Record, and one of them is already lit up. The one that was lit up emitted colorful light, which made Lu Qingyuan unable to open his eyes. On the card, a young girl is holding a doll in her left hand and holding a boy's hand in her right hand, and seems to be looking in a certain direction. In that direction, there was vaguely a pair of figures, but unfortunately they were too far away and Lu Qingyuan could not see them clearly. Chapter 44. Getting Rich Overnight is just like this. Li Dai Tao Jiang by Shengxi. Age, 31. Value, 99. Body type, 99. Favorability, sharing life and death, 13%. Secondary card. Assist card, good times come after bad times, color. Lu Qingyuan looked at Bai Shuangji's name and his hands couldn't stop shaking. It turned out that his guess was correct. Bai Shuangying is really not Bai Guan's mother. Her real identity should be Bai Guan's aunt. Bai Shuangxi's real age is not 41 as stated on her ID card. 41 is her sister's age. She is 10 years younger than her sister and is exactly 31 this year. Lu Qingyuan was 6 years old. His parents placed him with Bai Xuanxi. Now he is 21 years old, and exactly 15 years have passed. According to this number, when he first met Bai Xuanxi was just 16 years old. A 16-year-old girl ran away from the southwest for her sister's child, hid her identity, and lived as her sister for 15 years. In these 15 years, she grew from a 28-year-old girl to a 31-year-old young woman. She wasted her best years just for 2 children. Lu Qingyuan couldn't imagine how much suffering and loneliness Bai Xuanxi had endured over the years to get to this point. He only knew that in the past 15 years, Bai Xuanxi had no social life, no friends, and stayed in a room that was like a cage all day long. With a faint sigh, Lu Qingyuan picked up the vegetables on the ground and slowly walked towards home. What if he knew the inside story? Confrontation with Bai Xuanxi? He had a premonition that if he revealed his true colors now, he would never see Bai Xuanxi again the next day. So, it's better not to know than to know. Arriving at the door, Lu Qingyuan took a deep breath, sorted out his mentality, and kicked the door with his foot. "Aunt Bai, open the door." "Here it comes." Bai Xuanxi opened the door angrily. "Stop dawdling. If you don't come back, I'll starve to death." Lu Qingyuan chuckled. "I bought a lot of things which took me a while. I'll cook for you now." After carrying the dishes to the kitchen, Bai Xuang followed behind Lu Qingyuan and said, "I'm telling you, there's one dish missing from the menu today, so you can go sleep under the bridge." "Okay." After sending Bai Xuanxi away, Lu Qingyuan looked at her back and suddenly realized some things. "I always thought Bai Xuanxi took good care of herself. At the age of 41, she still looks like a girl in her 20s. What's the result? She is just in her early 30s. As for the level of the card, it was the same as Lu Qingyuan guessed. Bai Xuanxi was indeed a colored card. Focusing on her figure and appearance, the double 99 data, just like her card level, almost blinded Lu Qingyuan's eyes. As for the favorability, 15 years of getting along, it's normal for the level of affection to be as deep as life and death. However, most of this favorability should be due to family affection. Now that Bai Xuanxi's favorability has reached the top level, naturally there are 6 favorability gift packs waiting for him to claim. Around the Bai Xuanxi card, 6 favorability gift packs were floating gently. Lu Qingyuan opened them one by one, and 6 rays of light, for colors and 2 gold, flashed. So much for getting rich overnight, right? Lu Qingyuan quickly opened the attribute panel, and 6 secondary cards had already appeared in the secondary card column. Power card, elite club color. Assist card, reading a lot of books color. Temperament card, elegant and romantic color. Wealth card, elite club lottery. Skill card, art appreciation gold. Ability card, linging sound gold. Lu Qingyuan rubbed his eyes subconsciously. If Bai Xuanxi hadn't been at home, Lu Qingyuan would have been so excited that he wanted to shout. When Lu Qingyuan got the colored card from Master Yun, he treated it as a treasure. As a result, just a few days later, the colored secondary cards were already everywhere. But why do 2 secondary cards overlap? Among them, the wealth card and power card are both elite club, and the levels of the 2 secondary cards are also color cards. Color card level power cards and wealth cards. How awesome would that be? Thinking of the impact of the only colored card, Lu Qingyuan had a hint of anticipation in his eyes. A large table of dishes was quickly prepared, and Lu Qingyuan served Bai Xuanxi a bowl of rice. "Aunt Bai, come and eat quickly." Bai Xuanxi came over in slippers, looked at the dazzling array of dishes on the table, and quickly came to Lu Qingyuan's side. "You silly child. You just do what I ask you to do? Are you tired? How can you be so tired from doing such a small thing?" Lu Qingyuan pressed Bai Xuanxi on the chair. "Besides, Aunt Bai has taken care of me for so many years. What's wrong with me cooking a meal for Aunt Bai? From now on, I will cook for you every day with different dishes every day and keep you plump and white." Bai Xuanxi laughed so hard that her body shook. She rolled her beautiful eyes at Lu Qingyuan and said, "Stop flattering me. Let's sit down and have dinner together." Lu Qingyuan nodded, sat down next to Bai Xuanxi, picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of pork ribs for her. "Aunt Bai, eat more." Bai Xuang looked at him with interest. "Why are you so sensible today? Is there anything you want to ask of me?" Lu Qingyuan shook his head, feeling that he was indeed a little too enthusiastic. "Aunt Bai, you don't need to lose weight." Lu Qingyuan put away his chopsticks and said with a smile, "You have such a good figure. There is no need to lose weight." Bai Xuanxin snorted. "What do you know? Women must always maintain a good figure." Lu Qingyuan pursed his lips and didn't continue the conversation. The meal lasted about an hour, and finally ended when Bai Xuan she couldn't eat anymore. Seal the remaining dishes with plastic wrap and put them in the refrigerator. Lu Qingyuan instructed. Aunt Bai, I put all the dishes in the refrigerator. If you're hungry, just heat them up in the microwave. When you're almost done, I'll make you new ones. Bai Xuanxi lay on the chair, holding her belly with both hands. Forget it, I feel like in my current state, I probably won't need to eat for several days. Lu Qingyuan smiled, poured Bai Xuanying a cup of warm water, and returned to the bedroom. Turning on the computer, Lu Qingyuan pondered for a moment and planned to classify and organize all the memories of the next 5 years given by History of Future Development of the World on the computer. In the past few days, he took time to recall these memories, and Lu Qingyuan was surprised to find that some of the memories seemed to be specially marked by this colored card. Lu Qingyuan started typing quickly, discarding the dross and retaining the essence, and typed all the useful information in his memory onto the computer. Among them, Lu Qingyuan recorded separately the related memories that were specially marked on the colored subcards. The sky gradually darkened. Bai Xuanying leaned against the bedroom door and looked at the serious Lu Qingyuan. She smiled gently and did not disturb him. The typing sounds continued late into the night. Lu Qingyuan rubbed his sore arm, saved the information, and went to bed to rest. Chapter 45: The Ugly Daughter-in-Law has to meet her parents-in-law. History of the Future Development of the World. This colorful secondary card gave Lu Qingyuan countless memories. Even if Lu Qingyuan only recorded the important things, it would take more than a day or two to finish. After waking up on time in the morning, Lu Qingyuan prepared breakfast for Bai Xuanying, skipped the exercise step, and went to the school slowly to find Shi Yun. He had a video call with Shi Yun out of mischief, and when the call was about to end automatically, Shi Yun answered the call. Not awake yet? Lu Qingyuan looked at Shi Yun in the video, whose eyes were half open and whose hair was so messy that it looked like a chicken coop, and said with a smile, "Would you like to have breakfast? If so, just pack up and we can go to the cafeteria to have a bite." Shi Yun, who was still half asleep, opened his eyes wide and asked happily, "You're back?" Lu Qingyuan nodded. "Wait a moment, I'll get up now." Shi Yun threw his phone aside and quickly got up from the bed. Lu Qingyuan said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm on my way to school now. It will probably take about 20 minutes. Okay." After ending the video call, Lu Qingyuan smiled and shook his head. When he arrived downstairs at the girls' dormitory, Shi Yun was already standing at the door waiting for him. "Are you anxious?" Seeing Shi Yun rushing over, Lu Qingyuan quickly stretched out his arms and hugged her. Let's go eat." Shi Yun hugged Lu Qingyuan's arm tightly, pouting a little unhappy. "Other couples have just confirmed their relationship and can't wait to be together every day. But only a straight man like you is so boring that you disappeared for such a long time. I have something urgent to do. I won't do it again in the future." Lu Qingyuan didn't explain anything. He touched her slender waist and whispered, "Do you think I don't miss you? I dream about you every night." Shi Yun snorted, but couldn't hide the happiness on his face. The cafeteria in the early morning is the quietest time of the day. The two of them found a random seat. Shi Yun suddenly looked in a certain direction and then asked Lu Qingyuan, "Have we met that girl before?" Lu Qingyuan turned his head and nodded slightly. "Last time when we were eating grilled fish." "Tisk," Shi Yun said sarcastically. "Oh, your memory is so good? You can still remember it after such a long time?" Lu Qingyuan tapped her head with chopsticks. "Why are you still thinking about me? Have I become your captive?" Shi Yun smiled happily. "Okay, you can talk." Lu Qingyuan glanced at He Waning's lonely figure and thought about today's date. Normally, she should have felt the isolation her roommates brought her. However, Lu Qingyuan already appears in her storyline, and I wonder if the plot will be the same as before. By the way, what happened to He Waning during her school years doesn't count as her official plot, right? If her life is changed now, will there be any subsequent plot for her? Lu Qingyuan was a little unsure. However, the plots of the novice cards are very simple. On the one hand, it is convenient for new players to get started with the game faster. And on the other hand, it is to create a new interpersonal network for subsequent updates. What are you thinking about? Shi Yun stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Lu Qingyuan. You are a scumbag who is still thinking about what's in the pot while eating what's in the bowl. Admit it now. Lu Qingyuan came back to his senses, pinched her little face, and said unhappily, "Do you think it will be good for you if I admit that I am a scumbag?" Shi Yun blinked. That's right. If Lu Qingyuan admitted that he was a scumbag, then wouldn't she be the girl who was cheated by him? When He Waning finished her meal and was about to leave, she happened to see Lu Qingyuan and Shi Yun. Seeing that Lu Qingyuan didn't look at her, He Waning quickly left the cafeteria. He Waning's actions were not hidden from Lu Qingyuan and Shi Yun at all. Shi Yun rested his chin on his hand and said with a smile, Lu scumbag, what did you do to her to make her so wary of you? Lu Qingyuan rolled his eyes. Eat your meal. Even eating can't stop your mouth. Shi Yun laughed. You are the only one who can shut me up. Lu Qingyuan grinned, as if he felt the implicit signal sent by Shi Yun. Are there any events tonight? If not, do you want to see the night view of Wuchuan City? Seeing Lu Qingyuan's evil smile, Shi Yun knew that he had no good intentions. However, Shi Yun, who had just tasted the forbidden fruit, could not resist the feeling of floating on the cloud. She could only whisper shyly, it's all right. Letting Shi Yun go to class first, Lu Qingyuan returned to the dormitory alone. The dormitory was empty. Lu Qingyuan sat in his seat, turned on his computer, and continued to input the memories in his mind into the computer. At noon, Kong Luqian and Yu Chong came back from outside. Looking at Lu Qingyuan typing frantically, they asked with a smile, Busy man, how come you have time to come to school today? Lu Qingyuan saved the information and turned off the computer. If I don't come soon, I'm afraid I won't be able to get my diploma. After chatting for a while, Lu Qingyuan asked curiously, Where's Ma Shun? He is different from us. He has a girlfriend now and doesn't want to hang out with single guys like us. Kong Luqian pouted, looking unhappy. What's the point of dating? You might as well play games and basketball with that time. Yu Chong nodded seriously. Seeing that Lu Qingyuan wanted to speak, Kong Luqian and Yu Chong shouted in unison. Don't say anything. Lu Qingyuan shrugged and shook his head helplessly. After having lunch with the two of them at noon, Lu Qingyuan returned to the dormitory to continue typing. He wanted to organize these memories in the shortest time possible for future use. After school in the evening, Lu Qingyuan picked up Shi Yun and took her hand and walked home. Come to my house for dinner later, and I will take you to a nice place in the evening. Ah! Shi Yun quickly grabbed Lu Qingyuan and shook his head vigorously. Let's forget it, shall we? Shi Yun was frightened by Shuangying last time. Aunt Bai has a good personality. She was a little irritable last time because she was worried about me. Lu Qingyuan comforted Shi Yun. Be obedient. Besides, an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law. Can you hide from her forever? That? Shi Yun thought for a while, looked at his watch, and rushed into the mall with Lu Qingyuan. After selecting for a long time, Shi Yun chose a necklace and a set of cosmetics, then turned to Lu Qingyuan and said, Okay, let's go. Lu Qingyuan carried the things and said helplessly, This is all unnecessary. What do you know? Shi Yun rolled her eyes. The last time we met didn't even count. This time is a proper meeting with my parents-in-law. How can a new daughter-in-law meet her parents-in-law without bringing gifts? Chapter 46 in my heart. You are the most beautiful. The sky gradually darkened. Bai Shuangying curled up on the sofa. She wanted to pick up her phone to contact Lu Qingyuan several times, but after thinking for a while, she did not turn on the screen. There was a sudden knock on the door. Bai Shuangying smiled and quickly got up and opened the door. Aunt Bai, I'm back. Lu Qingyuan walked in with Shi Yun and said with a smile, Look who I brought back. Shi Yun stood timidly behind Lu Qingyuan. Hello, Aunt Bai. What Lu Qingyuan didn't expect was that Bai Shuanxian seemed very surprised. She took Shi Yun's hand and smiled happily. Why didn't you tell me in advance that Yun was coming? Aunt Bai, this is the gift I prepared for you. Shi Yun handed the gift to Bai Shuanxi. This is my first visit, and I don't know what to buy. I hope you like it. Bai Shuanxian took the gift with a smile and said with some complaint, Why is this child still so distant? Lu Qingyuan was somewhat surprised by Shuanxi's reaction, but he thought that maybe she didn't want to embarrass herself too much. Lu Qingyuan didn't understand why Shuanxi's attitude changed so much, but it was also a good thing. While Lu Qingyuan went to the kitchen to cook dinner, Bai Shuanxian quietly took Shi Yun's hand and asked in a low voice, Yun, Qingyuan went to Joshua City some time ago. Do you know what he went there for? Shi Yun shook his head. He only told me that he had something to do and didn't say anything else. Bai Shuanxian nodded thoughtfully and then instructed, Qingyuan is too handsome. I'm worried that he will attract many women, so you should pay more attention to this aspect. If there is anything you can't solve, tell me and I will help you solve it. Shi Yun nodded in surprise. Aunt Bai, don't worry, I will definitely keep him firmly in my hands. Bai Shuanxian nodded with satisfaction. Although Bai Shuangying was not satisfied with Shi Yun's background, she still hated Tang Xuewei more than Shi Yun. After all, her identity as the abandoned daughter of the Tang family is known to almost everyone in the aristocratic families, and nothing good will happen if she has anything to do with her. Ever since she noticed Tang Xuewei in the video sent by Lu Qingyuan, Bai Shuangying has not been able to sleep well for fear that he has some relationship with Tang Xuewei. The dinner was still very sumptuous. Shi Yun ate the food and looked at Lu Qingyuan in surprise. Your cooking skills are so good? Lu Qingyuan was very proud. There are still many things you don't know. Bai Shuangying kept adding more food to Shi Yun's plate and looked at her with a smile. Eat more. Being too thin won't bring good luck to your husband. With Bai Shuangxi's feeding, Shi Yun ate so much that he could hardly walk. Lu Qingyuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry and pulled Shi Yun up from the chair. If you can't eat it, don't force yourself to eat it. Shi Yun wanted to cry, but had no tears. If I gave it to me, how dare I not eat it? After saying hello to Bai Shuangying, Lu Qingyuan took the full Shi Yun out for a walk. Standing by the window and looking at the two figures, Bai Shuangying thought for a while, took out her cell phone, and called Shi Bailey. Fortunately, I exchanged contact information with Shi Bailey last time. Miss Bai. Shi Bailey received a call from Bai Shuangying and asked in confusion, "What can I do for you?" Bai Shuangxian's eyes turned and she said in an angry tone, "Master, how could you let Qing Yuan come into contact with them? Whether there's a date or not, you will know after trying it twice." Shi Bailey explained with a smile, "Miss Bai, you really can't blame me for this. I didn't expect Qing Yuan to know the brother and sister from the Tang family." Bai Shuangxian, suppressing the anger in her heart, Bai Shuangying complained, "Master, you are Qing Yuan's future father-in-law after all. You should keep an eye on Qing Yuan." At this point, Shi Bailey was still very angry, but he couldn't show it yet, so he could only say helplessly, "The relationship between Qing Yuan and Miss Tang is unexpectedly good. What else can I, as an elder, say?" Bai Shuangxian narrowed her eyes slightly. "Good? How good?" Shi Bailey sighed. "I'm worried that Yin can't beat that Miss Tang." Bai Shuangying snorted coldly. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one can shake Yun's position." "Haha, I feel relieved with Miss Bai's words." After hanging up the phone, Bai Shuangying frowned. She had been worried before that Lu Qingyuan and Tang Xuewei had some kind of relationship, but now it turns out that not only are they related, but the relationship is also extraordinary. Lu Qingyuan can enter and leave Tang Xuewei's office at will. Based on this relationship, perhaps the two of them have even slept in the same bed. Bai Shuangxi rubbed her eyebrows with a headache. Shi Yun alone is troublesome enough, and now Tang Xuewei pops up. Qing Yuan, can't you find a girlfriend with whom you can live a peaceful life? On the other side, Shi Bailey was looking at the phone in his hand and suddenly froze. Shouldn't Bai Shuangxi be an ordinary housewife? How did she know about the Tang family? Where are we going? Shi Yun asked curiously. Lu Qingyuan took Shi Yun's hand and pointed to the top of a mountain not far away. That is a very famous observation deck in Wuchuan City. You can enjoy the night view of Wuchuan City at night. It is a must-visit place for many tourists who come to Wuchuan City. Shi Yun said excitedly. Really? I've never noticed the night view here. Lu Qingyuan said meaningfully. It's okay, I'll let you see enough later. It was the tourist season, and the viewing platform was crowded with people. Lu Qingyuan took Shi Yun's hand and walked to the edge of the viewing platform. He pointed at the night view of Wuchuan City, put his arm around Shi Yun's slender waist, and asked with a smile, "How is it? Not bad, right?" Shi Yun snuggled in Lu Qingyuan's arms and nodded vigorously. Looking back at a higher place, Lu Qingyuan leaned close to Shi Yun's ear and whispered, "There is a better spot. Do you want to check it out?" Shi Yun nodded quickly. Lu Qingyuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and held Shi Yun's hand and continued to walk up. The crowd around them gradually thinned out. Lu Qingyuan pointed to a small house not far away and said with a smile, "That was originally a temporary workplace for the staff of the observation deck. Later, the studio moved to another place, and this place became abandoned." Walking to the front of the hut, Shi Yun looked at the door lock and was a little disappointed. "It's locked." "Just watch me." Lu Qingyuan picked up a branch from the side, squatted down, and lifted up a brick at the door. Under the brick, there was a rusty key. Taking out the key, Lu Qingyuan said with a smile, "This is the information I got from the staff at a high price. Please don't spread it out." It's just that this huge price was spent in the game. After unlocking the door, Lu Qingyuan pulled Shi Yun into the cabin. The cabin was relatively clean, with only a layer of dust. Directly opposite the two of them is a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Because the cabin is located higher than the observation deck, the view is better. Shi Yun ran over excitedly, stuck to the glass, and said excitedly, "Qing Yuan, The view here is really better than down there. The night view of Wuchuan City is really beautiful. Lu Qingyuan locked the door from the inside, then walked behind Shuriyun, put his arms around her waist, and whispered in her ear, "But in my heart, you are the most beautiful." Chapter 47 Worth a Visit. Shuriyun sensed Lu Qingyuan's ill intentions, and she looked down nervously. "Qingyuan, don't mess around. There are tourists here. If they see you, you'll be at a loss." "Don't worry, they can't see it." The big hand holding Shuriyun exerted a little force. "Don't forget, they have to look up to see here, and the trees below can just cover this place." "But, no buts," Lu Qingyuan whispered. "Didn't you just say you were full? I can help you digest it. Read the review." "You're full. Is it my turn now?" Lu Qingyuan pushed Shuriyun against the glass and said with a smile, "Look at the night view more. After all, the feeling here is different from that down there." Shuriyun's eyes were blurred, and he whispered softly, "Indeed, I feel extra comfortable here, which I can't feel anywhere else." The brand new environment allowed Lu Qingyuan to more carefully feel the comfort that the night view of Wuchuan City brought him. However, no matter how beautiful the night view was, it would eventually end. Carrying Shuriyun on his back, he slowly walked down the mountain. Shuriyun rested her head on Lu Qingyuan's shoulder and said shyly, "Qingyuan, the night view here is really beautiful. Can we come and see it more often in the future?" Lu Qingyuan grinned and said, "Okay." The night view of Wuchuan City is indeed beautiful and worth visiting several times. It was late and Shuriyun couldn't go back to the dormitory. Lu Qingyuan thought for a while and took Master Yun home directly. Bai Shuangying was curled up on the sofa watching TV. When she heard the door open, she saw Lu Qingyuan coming back carrying Yun on his back. "What's wrong with Yun?" Bai Shuangying asked with a frown. Lu Qingyuan smiled casually. "I took Yun to the observation deck to see the scenery. When we were going down the mountain, I accidentally sprained my ankle, so I carried her back." Bai Shuangying quickly stood up to help Master Yun and said unhappily, "How are you going to take care of Yun in the future?" Yun was put on the ground. Perhaps because she had been looking at the night view for too long, her legs became weak. If Bai Shuangying hadn't supported her, she would have almost fallen to the ground. Bai Shuangying glared at Lu Qingyuan and said, "Ian will sleep with me tonight, so hurry back to your room." Lu Qingyuan, looking like a sage, nodded and slowly returned to his bedroom. Yun's face flushed. Aunt Bai, I want to take a shower. I just walked around and sweated a lot. I feel a little uncomfortable." Bai Shuangying nodded gently. "There are new toiletries at home. You can take a rest first. I will go get them for you." Lu Qingyuan looked back at Yun. She noticed Lu Qingyuan's teasing look, and her face turned red. After resting for a while, Yun hurried into the bathroom with her toiletries. While Yun was taking a shower, Bai Shuangjia walked into Lu Qingyuan's bedroom and asked with a smile, "Qingyuan, are you still going to Jiaxue City? I saw the video you recorded for me, and the environment over there seems to be pretty good." Lu Qingyuan closed the computer, shook his head and smiled. "I'm not going. No matter how good it is there, I don't have Aunt Bai to take care of me. I'd rather stay in Wuchuan City and feel safer. Besides, I still have to go to school. Running back and forth is a bit tiring." "Is that so? Then I feel relieved." Bai Shuangying sat on Lu Qingyuan's bed and asked casually, "Is the person who interviewed you the boss of that company? How could that be possible? How could I have such a great reputation that the boss of the company could personally interview me?" Lu Qingyuan was a little confused, but he still made up this lie. "It was the HR of the company who interviewed me." "Oh." Bai Shuanxi got up and returned to her room. Sitting on the chair, Lu Qingyuan closed the door, quickly opened his mobile phone, and found the video he had sent to Bai Shuanxi before. After reading it over and over again, Lu Qingyuan slapped his forehead hard. He also noticed Tang Xue's figure reflected in the glass. No wonder Bai Shuanxi's reaction was strange today. Forget it, a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Lu Qingyuan decisively put the matter behind him. Anyway, it had already happened. Moreover, with his current strength, although it was not enough to affect the aristocratic family, he still had the ability to protect himself. What's more, he has too many memories from the game, and he has no idea how many people he has leverage over. If you really want to target a certain family, it is not impossible, but you need to do it carefully. Except the Bai family. Bai Shuangxi is not a card in the game, so there is no plot related to her. In the entire game, the name of the Bai family never appeared at all. Whether in the early or late stages, even in the plots of those colored cards, there was no information about the Bai family. However, Lu Qingyuan has also considered this issue. As it stands now, he will not contact the Bai family in the short term. Moreover, the Bai family does not exist in the entire game, which seems to indicate that the Bai family does not seem to interfere with Lu Qingyuan and Bai Guiwan. However, it is unknown whether a different situation would result if Lu Qingyuan and Bai Shuangying confronted each other. Shiyun put on the new pajamas that Bai Shuangying found for her and slowly walked behind Lu Qingyuan. "What are you busy with?" Lu Qingyuan turned around and looked at the beautiful Master Yun, smiling and said, "I'm just sorting out some information. Are you exhausted today? Go and have a rest." Shiyun hugged Lu Qingyuan's neck and kissed him lightly on the face. "You should go to bed early too." Not long after, the lights in Bai Shuangying's bedroom were turned off. Lu Qingyuan pricked up his ears and listened for a while. He could vaguely hear the two people's intentionally suppressed conversation. Lu Qingyuan smiled and shook his head, stood up, closed the door, and continued to organize the information. The useful information in his mind has been sorted out almost. Looking at the time, Lu Qingyuan rubbed his brows and said, "I will try to finish sorting out all the information tonight." History of future development of the world. Although this colorful secondary card told him all the changes in the world in the next 5 years, it contained too much useless information. If this colorful secondary card could organize the information before giving it to him, Lu Qingyuan wouldn't have to spend so much effort to reorganize it. Lu Qingyuan worked until midnight. After saving all the information and sorting out the messages specially marked on this colorful secondary card, he went to bed with dark circles under his eyes. Chapter 48, Elite Club. Why are you up so early? In the morning, Lu Qingyuan was preparing breakfast. Seeing the sleepy Shiyun, he smiled and asked, "It's still early. Go get some more sleep." Shiyun shook her head and lay in Lu Qingyuan's arms. "I have to leave a good impression on Aunt Bai." Lu Qingyuan almost burst out laughing. She usually stays in bed until 9 or 10 o'clock. "Who are you showing this to?" Shiyun blinked, then decisively broke away from Lu Qingyuan's embrace. "Then I'll go to sleep for a while." Lu Qingyuan smiled and shook his head, then continued to prepare breakfast. The cell phone suddenly rang. Lu Qingyuan looked at the caller ID and saw that it was the person in charge of Wanli Longfeng Tang. "Boss, the construction of the Wuchuan branch has been completed and the relevant personnel have already moved in. I will send you the location later. If you have any questions in the future, please contact the person in charge of the Wuchuan branch directly." Lu Qingyuan nodded slightly. "Okay, I understand." Just as the other party was about to hang up the phone, he heard Lu Qingyuan slowly say, "Ask Xiaoli to bring 2 more Darkside employees with the word phone to help me protect someone." "Is that Miss Tang?" "Right. I understand." The person in charge of Wanli Dragon and Phoenix Hall asked strictly, "Do we need to let her know?" Lu Qingyuan thought for a while and said, "Send an open staff to contact Shui Wei. It shouldn't be convenient for Xiaoli and the others to show up, right?" "Okay, I understand. I just finished a call and another call came in." Looking at this unfamiliar number, Lu Qingyuan felt that this person should be from the Elite Club. "Hello, boss. I am a member of the Elite Club." A very pleasant female voice came from the phone. "Is there anything we can help you with?" Lu Qingyuan turned off the gas valve and said calmly, "Tell me about the situation of the Elite Club." "Okay, boss. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lin Qingxian, and I'm the founder of an international law firm." Lin Qingxian said seriously, "The Elite Club, as the name suggests, is an organization that only recruits elites. Currently, there are 79 members in the organization, including me, and they are all elites from all walks of life. Because most of the members of the Elite Club are overseas, our headquarters is also set up overseas to facilitate our regular contact." Lu Qingyuan wiped the water stains on his hands and said calmly, "Then tell me about the assets of the Elite Club." Lin Qingxian's tone remained unchanged. "Boss, all the industries we founded were funded by the Elite Club, so in fact, these industries all belong to the Elite Club. That is you, boss." No wonder. Lu Qingyuan didn't understand before why the power cards and wealth cards that came out of Bai Shuangji's favorability gift pack were all Elite Clubs. It turned out to be this reason. "Are you also abroad now?" Lu Qingyuan seemed to have thought of something. "Are there any venture capital companies among our members?" "Boss, I just went abroad and am not in China, but I can give you the contact information of the members who are still in China," Lin Qingxian said seriously. "In addition, there is indeed someone in the Elite Club who is responsible for venture capital companies, but he is also abroad. I will give you the contact information of the domestic members later." "Okay, I'll tell you my email address, and you can send the contact information directly to it later." Speaking of email, Lu Qingyuan suddenly remembered that the director of the Fashion Advanced Research Institute had sent him an email before, and Lu Qingyuan almost forgot about it. After preparing breakfast, Lu Qingyuan returned to his bedroom. As soon as he walked into the bedroom, Lu Qingyuan saw Shiyun sleeping soundly in the quilt. After covering her with the quilt, Lu Qingyuan quickly turned on the computer. There were 2 emails in the mailbox. One was from the Research Institute, and the other was just sent by Lin Qingxian. First, open Lin Qingxian's email. There are only 3 names and 3 contact information. There are only 2 members of the Research Association in the country. These 2 members, one controls a huge gaming empire, and the other controls a top internet company. Tisk. Lu Qingyuan couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the elites are colored secondary cards. They are too powerful. Putting these 2 members aside, Lu Qingyuan added the contact information of the 3rd member through the social software and waited quietly for his consent. Unexpectedly, in less than a minute, the other party agreed to Lu Qingyuan's request and sent a video invitation. Lu Qingyuan took out his computer, walked out of the bedroom, closed the door, and then answered the video call. "Hello, boss." The 3rd member was a middle-aged man in his 50s. He smiled and said, "My name is Chung Liang. Ms. Lin just contacted me. What do you want to talk to me about?" Lu Qingyuan nodded slightly. "Give me your email address first, and I'll send you a document. Take a look first." When the documents that had been sorted out in the past few days were sent to him, Chung Liang didn't take it seriously at first, but as he looked at them, his expression became more and more serious. "Boss, I need some time, about an hour," Chung Liang said seriously. "This document is really interesting." "Okay. After you finish reading it, please contact me." Although it was said to be 1 hour, by the time Chung Liang contacted Lu Qingyuan, 3 hours had already passed. Lu Qingyuan walked on the campus and answered the video call. "Boss, do you have a separate staff?" Chung Liang asked excitedly. "Do you know what this information represents? What does it mean?" He danced with joy and said, "With this information, we can control almost every industry in the next 10 years. 10 years? Lu Qingyuan smiled gently. "It seems that the members of the elite club are quite discerning. I can't believe it." He was shaking with excitement. "We can seize all opportunities and opportunities. All industries are no longer a barrier to us. They are like strippers. They have no secrets from us." Lu Qingyuan laughed. "It's good that you understand. You can send this document to each member of the elite club. I hope that I can see the expected results in the next period of time." "Don't worry," Chung Liang said passionately. "With this information, those shitty families abroad are nothing but shit in front of you. I can guarantee that in 10 years, you will be the world's largest tycoon. Wealthy enough to rival a country is an adjective specially prepared for you." Lu Qingyuan controlled his phone and sent another email to Chung Liang. "We will try our best to control all the companies marked above, whether it is investing in or acquiring them." Chung Liang looked at the names of the companies listed above and nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, there will be absolutely no mistakes here." Chapter 49. Get in the car and talk about dreams with your sister? Not long after Lu Qingyuan finished talking to Chung Liang, without even drinking water to moisten his throat, another call came in. But this time, it's the director of the Fashion Cutting Edge Research Institute. "Boss, where did you get this information?" Upon hearing this, the difference in level between the Fashion Cutting Edge Research Institute and the elite club was immediately apparent. Lu Qingyuan smiled complacently. "Didn't you say that if you have nothing to do, you can contact me by email?" The other party coughed dryly. "Boss, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I have my own channels. You don't need to know this." Lu Qingyuan laughed. "This information should be enough for you to use for a while, right? This data is exactly what we expected," she said excitedly. "With this data, our research and development speed will be increased several times." "That's good. You guys should hurry up with your research and contact me as soon as you have any results." Lu Qingyuan ended the call with her. After taking 2 steps, Lu Qingyuan took out his cell phone again. Alas, this is a life of hard work. Sitting under the tree roots, Lu Qingyuan found Tang Xuewei's social account and made a video call with her. The video call was answered almost instantly, and Tang Xuewei's pretty face appeared on the screen. She looked at Lu Qingyuan with a smile. "Finally, you remembered to contact me? I still have to go to school," Lu Qingyuan said with a smile. "How about you come to Wuchuan City and open a branch? Then we can see each other every day." Tang Xuewei smiled and said, "As expected of my man, you have the same idea as me." Lu Qingyuan. "Xuewei, what do you mean?" Lu Qingyuan's eyes widened. "You are not really planning to open a branch here?" "I have such an idea, but it's just an idea," Tang Xuewei said helplessly. Do you think starting a company is just a child's play? When I save some more money, I will go to Wuchuan City to find you. Are you going to support me? Why? Is it not possible? Tang Xuewei winked playfully. It's exciting to think about supporting a handsome guy. Lu Qingyuan shook his head helplessly, minimized the video call, and then sent a file via social software. Huh? What did you send me? Tang Xuewei clicked on the document curiously. Lu Qingyuan deliberately didn't tell her. You can find out if you click it and take a look. Tang Xuewei looked at the contents of the document for a while, then took off her rimless glasses, rubbed her eyes, and looked at the screen again. The next moment, the video call ended. Lu Qingyuan was a little confused and quickly sent an emoji. After a while, Tang Xuewei's message came. Wait for me. I will go to Wuchuan City to find you now. I can't wait even a minute. Lu Qingyuan scratched his face, feeling as if he had gotten into big trouble. I looked at the time, and it would take less than 2 hours to drive from Jiashui City to Wuchuan City. Lu Qingyuan hurried to find Shiyun. No matter what, he needed to set aside a day or two to accompany Tang Xuewei. He couldn't imagine what kind of sparks would occur if Shiyun and Tang Xuewei met. Although this was the retribution he deserved, it came too quickly. He was not prepared at all. On the way to find Master Yun, Lu Qingyuan racked his brains to think of a reason. He didn't even notice that he had just passed by Master Yun. Qingyuan, why are you so absent-minded? Yun grabbed Lu Qingyuan helplessly. What are you thinking about? Lu Qingyuan suddenly woke up, smiled, and said, I don't miss you. Yun crossed his arms and looked at him with interest. I have reminded you many times not to forget my family situation. Do you think I can't see that you are worried? Lu Qingyuan smiled awkwardly, then coughed dryly. It's like this, a friend came to see me, and I have to accompany her these few days, so that's it. Yun patted Lu Qingyuan on the shoulder and said, You don't trust your girlfriend that much, do you? Am I the kind of girl who gets jealous easily and is petty? Of course not, Lu Qingyuan said with a flattering smile. My girlfriend is quite a big shot. Yun snorted. Okay, just leave me alone and go get busy. Lu Qingyuan held Yun's face and kissed her hard, then made a cell phone gesture. Call me if you have anything. Yun smiled and nodded. After watching Lu Qingyuan leave, the smile on Yun's face disappeared. She took out her phone and contacted by Shuangying. Bye, it's time for you to take action. Someone is about to take Qingyuan's soul away. A Koenigsegg was speeding on the road. Tang Xuewei took out her cell phone and called Lu Qingyuan. Qingyuan, are you still in school now? I just came out. Where are you now? Lu Qingyuan sat on a bench on the road and asked with a smile. I'm waiting for you on the roadside. Tang Xuewei put the call on hold, then placed her phone on the passenger seat and stepped on the accelerator. Have you been waiting for a long time? I'm about to get off the highway. Send me your location and I'll pick you up. By the way, I also brought you a gift. Lu Qingyuan sent the location to Tang Xuewei. I'm on a bench by the roadside. You can see me when you get there. Okay. Lu Qingyuan put his phone aside and gently touched his chin. I have to buy some daily necessities. Lu Qingyuan thought for a while and sent an email to Cheng Liang. Thinking of the time difference where he was, it should be late at night, so Lu Qingyuan wanted to put away his phone. Unexpectedly, within a minute, Lu Qingyuan received a reply email from Cheng Liang. Boss, all the funds of the elite club are managed by Lin Qingqian. If you have any needs, just tell her directly. After replying with a no, Lu Qingyuan contacted Lin Qingqian again and expressed his demands. Lin Qingqian replied quickly. Boss, someone will personally take care of what you want this afternoon. Someone will contact you at that time. You just need to sign. I suddenly understand why so many people like to hire a secretary. It feels so good to not have to worry about anything. A super cool sports car stopped in front of Lu Qingyuan. Tang Xuewei rolled down the window and whistled. Handsome boy, get in the car and talk to me about your dreams. Lu Qingyuan smiled and nodded. Okay, I've been waiting for an older sister to support me. After opening the door of the Koenigsegg, Tang Xuewei gave Lu Qingyuan a passionate kiss before he even sat down. After some communication, Lu Qingyuan wiped the lipstick from his lips and asked with a smile, Where are we going next? Tang Xuewei looked at him tenderly. Hotel. Chapter 50 Coincidence? Bai Shuangying looked at Lu Qingyuan's location displayed on her phone and remained silent. Ever since Bai Shuangjia learned that Lu Qingyuan went to Jiashui City last time to see Tang Xuewei, in order to prevent him from doing bad things in the future, she secretly used her own mobile phone to bind his mobile phone to hers as a relative while Lu Qingyuan was sleeping. In this way, the next time Lu Qingyuan disappears, Bai Shuangxi will be able to find his location. However, Lu Qingyuan's current location made Bai Shuangying hesitate whether she should tell Shuriyun. After dialing Shuriyun's cell phone number, Bai Shuangying hesitated again and again, but decided to keep it a secret. Yun, you don't know where Qingyuan is either? He didn't tell me and just left. How would I know? Sure, Yun pouted and kicked the stones on the road unhappily. I thought you would know. Bai Shuanxi felt a little embarrassed on the other end of the phone. She did know, but she couldn't take Shuriyun with her to catch the adulterer, right? In that situation, Bai Shuangying would never allow it to happen no matter what. Even though the woman who was with Lu Qingyuan now was someone she didn't like. Wait a little longer. I'll tell you when there's news. On the big bed in the hotel, Tang Shuwei looked at Lu Qingyuan with a dazed look. It has to be said that in this regard, Tang Shuwei has the biggest contrast. Obviously, her purple secondary card is a card with the temperament of a lady from a noble family. But in the game, her temperament is like that of a succubus, which makes Lu Qingyuan a little intoxicated. Could this be the legendary two-faced person? Patting Tang Shuwei on the head, Lu Qingyuan whispered, "Let's try a different position." Tang Shuwei nodded slightly, turned around, and lay on the bed waiting for Lu Qingyuan. Lu Qingyuan was very satisfied with her skilled appearance. He inserted himself into the game with ease, and Lu Qingzhou quickly entered the game. Happy times are always short. After the in-depth communication, Lu Qingyuan asked Tang Shuwei to rest for a while, and then took her out to find food. Or, why not take Tang Shuwei to enjoy the night view of Wuchuan City in the evening? He placed the Koenigsegg car key in Lu Qingyuan's hand and said, "This is what Jinya bought. It has been collecting dust in the basement garage. You can drive it from now on." Lu Qingyuan smiled gently. "Is this okay?" "What's wrong with that?" Tang Shuwei hugged Lu Qingyuan's arm and said, "Rather than leaving it there to suffer a loss, it's better to give it to you. I remember there are a few more in the underground garage. If you like them, I'll have them all delivered to you." Tang Xuanye sneezed silently in his office. "Strange, have you caught a cold?" Driving this supercar, Lu Qingyuan received countless turns of attention. Tang Shuwei looked at him with a smile. "How do you feel? True or false?" "Of course it's true." Lu Qingyuan thought for a moment and said, "I enjoy this feeling, but I would rather hide behind the spotlight." Lu Qingyuan knew that the idea of hiding behind the spotlight was unlikely to be realized. After all, as long as he participated in the plot of the card characters, he would inevitably come into contact with many forces. But even so, Lu Qingyuan still hopes to maintain his mystery. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so looking forward to having a power card. "Is there anything you want to eat?" Lu Qingyuan asked jokingly. "You just exercised for so long. Are you hungry?" Tang Shuwei smacked her lips and said, "I just ate so much nutritious food, I'm not particularly hungry." Lu Qingyuan raised his eyebrows and said, "I'll let you eat as much as you want tonight." Tang Shuwei moved closer to Lu Qingyuan and asked with a sweet smile, "Are you sure?" "What do you think?" Taking Tang Shuwei to a hotel, Lu Qingyuan took her hand and walked in. After asking the waiter for a small private room, Lu Qingyuan smiled and said to Tang Shuwei, "This hotel is very famous in Wuchuan City, and the dishes are also very delicious." Really, Tang Shuwei leaned on Lu Qingyuan. "Is there any bang bang homonym delicious?" The corner of Lu Qingyuan's mouth twitched slightly. I always feel that after Tang Shuwei had a deep communication with him, she seemed to have embarked on another path. On the other side, Bai Xuanxin noticed that Lu Qingyuan's location began to move, so she kept watching it. After Lu Qingyuan's location stopped moving, she quickly contacted Shuriyun. "Ian, I know where Qingyuan is now." Shuriyun's eyes lit up. "Aunt Bai, wait for me for a moment. I'll come to you right away." Bai Xuanxi smiled and nodded, stood up, looked at herself in the mirror, and walked into the bathroom silently. Half an hour later, the two met at the gate of the community, and then went to the hotel together angrily. Lu Qingyuan, who was having dinner with Tang Shuwei in the hotel, had no idea that a huge trouble was about to come. After eating and drinking, Lu Qingyuan got up and went to the bathroom. When passing by a private room, he heard the sound of laughter from inside. As soon as he entered the bathroom, a man passed by Lu Qingyuan. Lu Qingyuan looked back at the man and took out his cell phone from his pocket. Today's date caught my eye. September 23rd. Lu Qingyuan silently put the phone back into his pocket and muttered softly while draining the water. "Is it such a coincidence?" After a start, Lu Qingyuan got rid of his brothers and returned to the private room and said to Tang Shuwei, "Shuwei, I saw a few familiar friends. I want to say hello, and we'll be back soon. Do you need me to go with you?" Tang Shuwei was about to get up. Lu Qingyuan quickly stopped Tang Shuwei's action. "He's not a very important friend. I'll be back soon." Lu Qingyuan closed the door of the box, glanced at the entire corridor, and then slowly moved his gaze to the box where the loud laughter had just been heard. Lu Qingyuan walked over, knocked on the door of the box, then turned the handle and pushed the door open. There were about 12 or 13 people in the box. The man sitting in the main seat frowned and looked at Lu Qingyuan. "Who are you?" When the girl next to the man saw Lu Qingyuan, a look of surprise and joy suddenly appeared in her eyes. Lu Qingyuan glanced around and grinned. "I'm Wen Ying's boyfriend." This man was the one Lu Qingyuan had just met at the bathroom door, and he was also He Waning's scumbag uncle Foresee. The only girl in this box was He Waning. Today's drinking party was the most dangerous experience in He Waning's life. This experience only exists in He Waning's oral account and is not in her plot. Today's drinking party exposed Foresee's beastly mentality and also allowed He Waning to officially draw a line between herself and her beastly uncle. Chapter 51, What on Earth is Going On Today? If He Waning had a weaker character and no rebellious mentality, then her experience today would probably be different. In the game, He Waning personally stated that the reason she came here this time was entirely because Foresee told her that he was having dinner with a friend and his friend wanted to meet his niece. He Waning didn't agree at first, but she didn't expect Foresee to contact her mother directly. Under her mother's earnest persuasion, He Waning had no choice but to attend the drinking party. Those who can make friends with Foresee are not good people. After drinking some wine, their true colors are revealed, and they all look at her with timid eyes. He Waning realized that something was wrong and overturned the table. The broken plates and leftovers on the floor attracted the attention of the surrounding boxes and waiters. He Waning used her saved pocket money to compensate for the meal damage and quickly left. From then on, she drew a line between herself and Foresee. Everyone at the table looked at Lu Qingyuan unhappily. Foresee frowned slightly. "Waning, do you have a boyfriend?" He Waning pursed her lips slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. Although in her heart, Lu Qingyuan was not a good person. Her action felt like she had just escaped from the tiger's mouth and fell into the wolf's mouth. But weighing the pros and cons, the sense of danger Lu Qingyuan gave her was definitely less than that posed by Foresee and his cronies. Foresee's eyes were sinister, but he quickly hid them and said with a smile, "Since you're here, why don't you sit down and eat something together?" Lu Qingyuan glanced at He Waning, noticed her anxious look, and shook his head and said, "Forget it. I still have to go to school later, so I won't eat." Looking at He Waning, Lu Qingyuan stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "Waning, let's go." He Waning quickly stood up, picked up her small bag, and trotted to Lu Qingyuan's side. Looking at the hand he stretched out, He Waning slowly placed her hand on Lu Qingyuan's hand. Lu Qingyuan gently held He Waning's hand and said to everyone present with a smile, "Everyone, enjoy your meal. We will leave first." A man sitting at the door lowered his head to glance at He Waning's fair calves, then revealed an obscene smile and secretly reached out to touch them. Lu Qingyuan glanced over, pulled He Waning to the other side, and said with a smile, "You are so old now. It's time to do something." The man's face turned ugly. Just as he was about to stand up, Lu Qingyuan put his hand on his shoulder. "Sit down and eat. Don't send me off." The man tried to stand up several times, but failed. Under Lu Qingyuan's smiling eyes, he kept silent. After leaving the box with He Waning, Lu Qingyuan looked down at her and said with a smile, "From your expression, I know you don't want to have dinner with them. So who are they?" "My uncle and his friends." He Waning whispered, "Thank you for today. I just happened to be eating here today. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to help you." Lu Qingyuan smiled and waved his hand. "Besides, you are also my junior schoolmate. If I see you, I will definitely lend a hand." Tang Shuwei pushed open the door, leaned against the door frame, and looked at the two people's intimate appearance and said jokingly with a smile, "Qingyuan, do you want to bring your friend in to sit for a while?" Lu Qingyuan's face froze, and he turned around to look at Tang Shuwei, who had an as expected expression, feeling a little embarrassed. He Waning glanced at Tang Shuwei secretly, then quickly took 2 steps back. "I won't bother you anymore. I'll leave first." "Chung Yuan." When Lu Qingyuan heard the familiar voice, his expression became extremely strange. "What on earth is going on today?" Bai Xuanxian and Sure Yun appeared in Lu Qingyuan's sight. They walked behind He Waning and asked with a smile, "Is this the friend from another province you mentioned?" Sure Yun looked at He Waning and knew in his heart that this was definitely not the friend Lu Qingyuan was talking about. Looking up and glancing around, Sure Yun saw Tang Shuwei. When Sure Yun was looking at Tang Shuwei was also looking at Sure Yun. From Master Yun's appearance, Tang Shuoei could vaguely see some of Master Bailey. No wonder Sure Bailey looked so unhappy the last time he saw her, and Lu Qingyuan being so close. Walking to Lu Qingyuan, Tang Shuoei smiled and said, "You too have misunderstood. I am the friend that Qingyuan mentioned." Bai Xuanxi sighed softly in her heart. The scene she least wanted to see appeared before her. "Who are you?" Sure Yun felt a sense of crisis. She believed that her appearance and figure were impeccable, but Tang Shuoei's domineering aura still made her wary. Moreover, she herself knew that Lu Qingyuan was not that kind of obedient person. Once the meat is put into his mouth, he will never spit it out. "Let me introduce myself. I'm the boss of Weimu Fashion. I'm here to discuss cooperation with Cheng Yuan." Tang Shuoei made up an excuse and said with a smile, "You should be Cheng Yuan's girlfriend. You're so beautiful." Sure Yun was almost furious. Tang Shuoei was not speaking to her, but to Bai Xuanying. "I am his girlfriend," Sure Yun said coldly, suppressing the anger in his heart. "Ah, you are Cheng Yuan's girlfriend." Tang Shuoei covered her mouth pretentiously, seeming a little surprised. "I thought you were Cheng Yuan's sister. Since you were Cheng Yuan's girlfriend, then who is this?" Bai Xuanxian smiled politely. "I am Cheng Yuan's guardian, Bai Xuanxian." Tang Shuoei suddenly realized. "You are the aunt by that Cheng Yuan mentioned? You have taken good care of yourself, haven't you? I really didn't recognize you." Bai Xuanxi was somewhat happy in her heart, but thinking that she and Sure Yun were on the same side, she could only pretend to be calm. "Thank you for your compliment." He Waning saw that the situation was getting more and more wrong. Just as she was about to say hello to Lu Qingyuan and leave, she heard Tang Shuoei say with a smile, "It's not good to always stand in the corridor. Why don't you go into the box and talk?" Looking at He Waning, Tang Shuoei said with a smile, "This little sister, come along too." He Waning, "I'm the little sister?" Looking down at her own figure, He Waning followed Sure Yun with an expressionless face. "I'm not competing for anything. I just want to prove my figure. You are the little sister. Your whole family is little sisters." Tang Shuoei secretly winked at Lu Qingyuan, then pushed open the door of the box herself. Bai Xuanying nodded slightly at her and walked into the box first. Lu Qingyuan was standing at the back. When he was about to enter the box, Tang Shuoei closed the door a little and kissed Lu Qingyuan on the lips. The two of them were just blocked by the door, so Bai Xuanxi and the others couldn't see them at all. Chapter 52, You Still Have a Long Way to Go. The two of them stopped after a quick bite. Tang Shuoei followed Lu Qingyuan into the private room and asked softly, "Aunt Bai, have you had lunch?" Lu Qingyuan blinked and found it somewhat interesting. Tang Shuoei is 27 years old this year, and Bai Xuanying's real age is only 31 years old. The two are only 4 years younger. But Tang Shuoei wanted to call Bai Xuanying Annie Bai, which felt a bit weird. But if the two of them really confirmed their relationship, let alone the fact that she was 4 years older, even if she was 4 years younger, Tang Shuoei would still have to call her Aunt Bai. Bai Xuanxian shook her head slightly, and Tang Shuoei immediately called the waiter. "Please help me remove the dishes on the table and bring me the menu." The waiter nodded quickly, handed the menu to Tang Shuoei first, and then quickly replaced the leftovers and used plates on the table. Handing the menu to Bai Xuanxi, Tang Shuoei said with a smile, "Aunt Bai, take a look and see if there is anything you would like to eat." Bai Xuanying took the menu and paused for a moment, then handed it to Sure Yun. "Yun, you should take a look." Sure Yun took the menu as a matter of course and ordered a few dishes at random. Tang Shuoei smiled and shook her head, then walked towards He Waning with the menu. Lu Qingyuan reached out to stop Tang Shuoei and smiled gently. "You must be tired after driving here today. Take a rest, I will do it." Tang Shuoei couldn't help but smile and handed the menu directly to Lu Qingyuan. Tang Shuoei acted so humble on purpose. She knew that Lu Qingyuan would never look at her like this. Bai Xuanxi sighed quietly in her heart and glanced at Sure Yun imperceptibly. In this regard, Sure Yun seems to be no match for Tang Shuoei at all. "What should I do?" Bai Xuanxi looked at He Waning. Lu Qingyuan opened the menu and placed it in front of He Waning and asked softly, "Is there anything you want to eat?" He Waning looked at the price of each dish and didn't know how to start. "What flavor do you like?" Lu Qingyuan knew what she was thinking and changed his approach. "Sweet? Spicy? Sour? Or?" The courage He Waning had mustered just now disappeared when she saw the prices of the dishes. She said weakly, "I prefer sweet and sour." "Good." Lu Qingyuan took the menu, ordered a few sweet and sour dishes, and then picked a few that Bai Xuanxi liked. Handing the menu to the waiter, Lu Qingyuan said with a smile, "Please serve the food as soon as possible." After the waiter left, the atmosphere in the room instantly dropped to to freezing point. Sure Yun was the first to attack. Ms. Tang, you are the boss of a fashion company. Why are you looking for Cheng Yuan? To let him be a model. Tang Shuawei smiled and said, that's not a bad idea. Cheng Yuan has the best figure of all the men I've ever seen. If Cheng Yuan is willing, I naturally won't refuse. Sure, Ian got a cold shoulder and her eyebrows raised in anger. Bai Xuanxian gently patted Sure Yun's hand under the table and then asked softly, Ms. Tang, Ian was just joking. I wonder what your visit this time has to do with Cheng Yuan. Knowing that Bai Xuanying was Lu Cheng Yuan's elder, Tang Shuawei changed her attitude. Aunt Bai, the main reason I came here this time is to invite Cheng Yuan to join my company. But Cheng Yuan has never been exposed to fashion knowledge. Will it cause trouble for Miss Tang? Bai Xuanying said apologetically. Besides, Cheng Yuan's studies have not yet been completed. I don't want him to work too far away from home. Tang Shuawei glanced at Sure Yun and raised her eyebrows slightly. Tang Shuawei, learn from Aunt Bai. You still have a long way to go. Sure Yun. Oh, Aunt Bai, it's like this. Tang Shuawei sat upright on the chair and explained seriously. I also know that Cheng Yuan's studies have not yet been completed, so I have considered it a long time ago. It just so happens that my company's development in Jiashui City has also reached a bottleneck, so I want to open a branch in Wuchuan City. If possible, Cheng Yuan can be responsible for the operation of this branch temporarily. Even if you don't work for me anymore, I believe that this resume will make you more popular than other fresh graduates when you look for a job in the future. Tang Shuawei's words were flawless, and Bai Xuanying found it difficult to find a breakthrough point. What surprised her even more was that Tang Shuawei could actually come to Wuchuan City to open a branch for Lu Cheng Yuan. Why are you so obsessed with Lu Cheng Yuan? I raised him for 16 years, and he never became like you. The waiter placed the dishes on the table one by one. Tang Shuawei said appropriately, let's eat first. We could talk about this later. After all, opening a branch company is not something that can be done in a day or two. Seeing that Tang Shuawei had given her a way out, Bai Xuanying could only take advantage of the situation and nodded, saying, Ms. Tang is too modest. At your age, you have been able to build such a large company on your own, which is beyond the reach of many people. Tang Shuawei smiled and said, it's just luck. Sure Yun remained silent, and it was unclear whether he was thinking about how to confront Tang Shuawei or just feeling shocked. On the contrary, He Waning on the side gradually relaxed her restraint, picked up the chopsticks, and started eating the food in small bites. Lu Cheng Yuan looked at the silent Sure Yun, sighed helplessly, stood up and sat next to her, and picked up a piece of pork chop for her. What are you thinking about? Lu Cheng Yuan grabbed her little hand and said with a smile, if you don't eat now, the food will get cold soon. Sure Yun pursed his lips, picked up his chopsticks, and ate sullenly. No matter how mature Sure Yun is or how complicated her family is, she is still a 19-year-old girl who is well protected by her father. How can she compete with Tang Shuawei, who has been struggling in the business world? The two are not on the same level at all. Lu Cheng Yuan gently stroked her hair and whispered, don't think too much. I will always be by your side. Really? Sure Yun asked weakly. Lu Cheng Yuan squeezed her hand tightly. Of course. Sure Yun smiled more often and seemed to no longer care about Tang Shuawei and He Waning. Tang Shuawei shook her head slightly. It was lucky that she met Lu Cheng Yuan. Otherwise, she would have been eaten up by other boys without leaving anything behind. If Lu Cheng Yuan knew what Tang Shuawei was thinking, he would definitely not agree. But don't forget the name of this card, Sure Yun. Underground Queen Alas. In the game, she controls the huge Qinli group, eliminates countless opponents, and forcibly suppresses the chaotic underground world of Qingda City after Sure Bailey's explosion. Although the appearance of Lu Cheng Yuan disrupted Sure Yun's destiny, a person's character will never change. She just lacks a catalyst. And now it seems that Tang Shuawei is very much like this catalyst. Chapter 53, This is the Real Deal. The meal was eaten very quickly. Bai Xuanxian wiped her mouth elegantly and said to Tang Shuawei calmly, I'm sorry for disturbing you today. I hope Miss Tang doesn't mind. Aunt Bai, what are you talking about? Tang Shuawei said with a smile. Cheng Yuan is a talent. I would rather have such a talent in my hands. Sure Yun had the reassurance Lu Cheng Yuan had just given her, and was no longer obsessed with Tang Shuawei's matter. Standing up together with Bai Xuanxi, Sure Yun saw He Waning, who had finished eating but hadn't moved, and said with a smile, Waning, come with us, it's a good opportunity for us to go back to school together. He Waning was sitting on the chair, so stiff that her whole body almost froze. When she heard Sure Yun's words, she nodded quickly. After watching the three people leave, Tang Shuwei quickly approached Lu Qingyuan and said, "How is it? I didn't embarrass you today, did I?" Lu Qingyuan laughed, put his arm around Tang Shuwei's waist, and said with a smile, "Shuwei is so considerate. She is really my good wife." The door was pushed open, and Bai Shuangying watched the interaction between the two with an expressionless face. Lu Qingyuan Tang Shuwei. "Is this the cooperation you were discussing?" Bai Shuangying asked calmly. Lu Qingyuan smiled awkwardly. "Well, Aunt Bai, please listen to my explanation. What do you have to explain to me? I'm not your girlfriend." Bai Shuangying walked into the private room and closed the door. "You should be thankful that I saw what happened just now. If Yun saw it, you would be in trouble." Sitting on the chair, Bai Shuangying said calmly, "I don't want to get involved in the matter between you two, but Miss Tang, I hope you know that Chung Yuan has a girlfriend." Tang Shuwei said calmly, "Aunt Bai, what if I don't care?" Bai Shuangshan? Bai Shuangshi's calm expression suddenly collapsed. "Miss Tang, what did you say? I don't think I heard it clearly just now." Bai Shuangying sat up straight and asked again, "Can you say it again?" Tang Shuwei smiled slightly. "No matter how many girlfriends Chung Yuan has, I don't care." Bai Shuangshi took a deep breath and looked at Lu Qingyuan in shock. "Did you drug her?" Lu Qingyuan's expression became even more devastated. "Aunt Bai, is this what you, as an elder, should say?" Bai Shuangying knew Tang Shuwei's identity, so she could not accept her statement even more. "Although you are an abandoned girl from a noble family, you have lived in the Tang family since childhood. Normally speaking, what kind of men have you not seen over the years? How could I be so obsessed with Lu Qingyuan? Besides, my own Chung Yuan is indeed very handsome, has a good figure, is gentle, can cook and do housework. And wait, am I praising him?" Bai Shuangshan shook her head vigorously. Bai Shuangxi could no longer speak. Tang Shuwei smiled gently. "Aunt Bai, please don't interfere in the affairs between Chung Yuan and me. If Chung Yuan really wants to get married one day, I will take the initiative to leave him." Bai Shuangying blinked dully, then walked out as if she had lost her soul. Lu Qingyuan could vaguely hear her mumbling, "I'm really old now. I can't understand the world now." After waiting for a long time and making sure that Bai Shuangxi really left this time, Lu Qingyuan hugged Tang Shuwei tightly and said, "If I really get married, are you really going to leave me?" Tang Shuwei leaned close to Lu Qingyuan's ear and whispered, "Will you let me go?" Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, "Of course not." After leaving the hotel, Tang Shuwei hugged Lu Qingyuan's arm without hesitation and walked aimlessly on the street. The phone in Lu Qingyuan's pocket rang. He looked at the caller ID and saw it was another unfamiliar number. When I answered the phone, the person on the other end asked directly, "Boss, where are you now?" Lu Qingyuan looked around and reported his current location. "Please wait a moment. I'll be there in about 5 minutes." After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingyuan said to Tang Shuwei, "Wait a moment, I'll take care of something." In less than 5 minutes, a black Cullinan stopped in front of Lu Qingyuan. A young man in a casual suit quickly got out of the car, came to Lu Qingyuan, and handed him 3 documents. "Boss, you need to sign these 3 documents." Lu Qingyuan was extremely confident about the power card that Golden Finger had arranged for him, but he still glanced at the contract and then signed the 3 documents one by one. The young man put away the 3 contracts, then handed a bank card and 2 keys to Lu Qingyuan. "Boss, this is the bank card that Sister Lin asked me to prepare for you. The password is the last 6 digits of the card number." The young man pointed to the other 2 keys and said, "One of these 2 keys is the key to this car, and the other is the key to Villa number 01 in Qinglong Lake Villa in Wuchuan City." Lu Qingyuan accepted the gift with a clear conscience, then said with a smile, "Thank Qinxian for me." The young man nodded slightly, then hailed a taxi and left in style. Tang Shuwei looked at the scene in confusion. "Qingyuan, who is the Qinxian you were talking about?" "One of my partners is the founder of an international law firm." Lu Qingyuan did not explain the matters of the elite club in too much detail. He took her into the car and turned on the navigation to search for Qinglong Lake Villa. Lu Qingyuan had forgotten what Lin Qinxian said about arranging someone to come and see him in the afternoon, so after dinner, the two of them did not drive and simply wanted to take a walk. Now that their world of two was interrupted, Lu Qingyuan could only drive Tang Shuwei back to the previous hotel, and then each of them drove to Qinglong Lake Villa. After parking the car in the villa's underground garage, Tang Shuwei looked at the surroundings and said in surprise, "Just as I imagined, Villa number 01 is indeed the king of buildings. 01 is located right in front of Qinglong Lake. You can see the beautiful scenery of Qinglong Lake as soon as you open the door of the villa. Lu Qingyuan looked at the familiar environment in front of him and couldn't help but look to the east. Sure enough, the environment over there is more familiar. Because the villa over there is the residence of one of the two card characters that Wuchuan City has not yet met. Lu Qingyuan didn't think anymore and walked in with Tang Xuewei. There are only 29 independent villas in Qinglong Lake Villa, and they are all in Chinese style, with pavilions and waterside terraces. Tang Xuewei said with some envy, I really want to live here forever. Lu Qingyuan did not hesitate to play the trick of offering gifts to Buddha. It was originally prepared for you. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, Tang Xuewei's eyes were filled with mist. Tang Xuewei jumped directly into his arms, put her arms around Lu Qingyuan's neck, and gave him a passionate kiss. Lu Qingyuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he broke away from Tang Xuewei. Xuewei, don't worry about this for now. Let's talk about business first. This is the real thing. Chapter 54 Exchange of Interests. Lu Qingyuan suddenly wanted to smoke a cigarette. They say that a cigarette after the fact is better than being a living god. He wants to try it too. Looking at his own attribute panel, Lu Qingyuan never thought that his physical strength enhanced by ability card, fighting technique, gold, would be used in this aspect. Compared to Lu Qingyuan, who had just entered the sage mode, Tang Xuewei had not yet come down from the top of the cloud. The blush on her face faded away little by little, and Tang Xuewei slowly regained consciousness. She leaned against Lu Qingyuan and smiled foolishly. I've lived for almost 30 years, and I finally know what the pleasure of being a woman is. Lu Qingyuan smoothed her hair and said, It's comfortable enough. Now we should talk about business. What business? Song family. When Tang Xuewei heard the word Song family, the smile on her face slowly disappeared. Now that I have you, I must fulfill my mission, Lu Qingyuan said calmly. Besides, if you have the power of the Song family, you won't be so passive when facing Tang Qiyuan again. But the Tang family is an aristocratic family after all. Are you really sure? Lying in Lu Qingyuan's arms, he whispered, We can take our time with the Song family's affairs. You don't have to be so anxious. Lu Qingyuan shook his head. The Song family was originally in his plan, and he would have to deal with them sooner or later. Rather than waiting until later, it is better to act now. Looking at the goddess record, Lu Qingyuan could not guarantee that he would have so much energy to deal with the Song family's affairs in the future. The more cards you come into contact with, the more plots you will be involved in, and the more things you will face will increase as time goes by. You don't need to worry about the Song family's affairs for me, and I don't need to deal with them myself. Lu Qingyuan smiled softly. You just need to sit back and enjoy the results. Tang Xuewei knew that he had many secrets, but she didn't intend to ask about them. She knew in her heart that if Lu Qingyuan really wanted to say something, he would have confessed it long ago. If he didn't want to say it, even if Tang Xuewei pressed him, she wouldn't be able to get anything useful out of him. Instead, it would make Lu Qingyuan's feelings for her fade. However, she thought of her own affairs and suddenly asked, You are not going to exchange interests with others again, are you? That's what I think. Lu Qingyuan nodded without hesitation. Tang Xuewei narrowed her eyes slightly. The target of the interest exchange is also a girl? Lu Qingyuan shook his head and smiled. In fact, he hasn't told the truth yet. The exchange of interests that Lu Qingyuan mentioned involves more than just one girl. Tang Qiyuan is not a fool. Once he finds out about what happened in the Song family, he will definitely take revenge on him and Tang Xuewei. He needs to accumulate his momentum as quickly as possible within this period of time. This power is not a power card, but the local power that the card characters possess. If he uses the power card, Lu Qingyuan won't take the Song family, let alone the Tang family, seriously. However, for someone like Tang Qiyuan, Lu Qingyuan intended to defeat him head-on, making him completely despair and without any hope for eternal life. In the evening, Tang Xuewei called Tang Xuanye over, and the three of them had a simple meal together. Brother-in-law, just as you said, the situation in Wuchuan City is indeed not as complicated as I imagined. Tang Xuanye raised his glass happily. I toast you. Lu Qingyuan raised his glass and clinked it lightly, then took a sip. Even so, don't let your guard down. Don't forget that the official guidance group is in Qingda City next door. Don't lure them over here. I still have to find someone to save you. Tang Xuanye nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Because of his own brother's affairs, his own sister has already been involved. If something unexpected happens, Tang Xuanye will have nothing to sacrifice. You can't get yourself involved, right? If Lu Qingyuan knew what Tang Xuanye was thinking, he would probably spit out all the wine in his mouth. Tang Xuewei only stayed in Wuchuan City for one night and returned home the next day. Without Tang Xuewe's company, it would be boring for Lu Qingyuan to stay alone in Qinglong Lake Villa, so he could only go to find Shi Yun obediently. As a result, he saw Shi Yun and He Waning huddled together, so close that they could even wear the same pants. No, how did you two become so close? Doesn't time flow differently for you and me? Didn't we just have a meal together yesterday? Although Shi Yun is part of He Waning's interpersonal relationships, the relationship between the two is not even that of best friends. In the game, after Shi Yun returned to Qingda City, he had no contact with He Waning and also had his own interpersonal relationships. Is this a cause and effect relationship? No matter how much damage is done, it can't change the direction of events. Lu Qingyuan couldn't understand. Ian, what are you doing? Lu Qingyuan came closer and saw He Waning looking at him. He nodded and smiled. Waning is here too. Shi Yun slapped him in anger and said, "What kind of relationship are you trying to establish? Are you familiar with Waning? Why are you calling her that?" Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, "Is it familiar?" He Waning ignored Lu Qingyuan and continued to whisper with Shi Yun. Instead, Lu Qingyuan was sitting alone, looking extremely pitiful. It was not until noon that Shi Yun said to Lu Qingyuan, "Are you hungry?" "Hungry." Lu Qingyuan nodded quickly. Shi Yun smiled and said, "Then go eat and stop bothering me here." Lu Qingyuan. After leaving Lu Qingyuan alone for a whole day, Shi Yun walked up to him arrogantly and said, "Do you know why I ignored you today?" Lu Qingyuan blinked. "Because of Miss Tang?" Shi Yun rolled her eyes. "What does it have to do with Miss Tang? She and you are talking about cooperation. Even if I am jealous, I can't interfere with your life." Lu Qingyuan was shocked. "Are you Yin? Have you let someone take over your body?" The next moment, Shi Yun picked up a branch from the side and chased after Lu Qingyuan, saying, "Stop right there." Lu Qingyuan ran away with his head in his hands. After a while, Lu Qingyuan took the initiative to admit his mistake. Shi Yun took a few deep breaths and said unhappily, "When Wening came to school, were you the one who carried her luggage?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" Chapter 55, Let's go out for dinner. It's my treat. Shi Yun said helplessly. She was excluded by her roommate. Lu Qingyuan was stunned for a moment. What does her being excluded have to do with me? Isn't the reason He Waning was ostracized because her roommates looked down on her background? Shi Yun said sarcastically. Who made that person so handsome? And he only showed his courtesy to Wening. Lu Qingyuan. Okay, it's my fault, okay. Lu Qingyuan spread his hands helplessly. How can I express it? Can I turn the fake into the real? How dare you? Shi Yun glared at him and said, I'll help Wening deal with her problem. You just need to stay away from her in the future. Lu Qingyuan could only nod helplessly. He Waning can't run away anyway. Not to mention that Shi Yun is watching her now. After leaving school, Lu Qingyuan thought about it and decided to visit the Wuchuan branch of Wanli Longfeng Tang. The Wuchuan branch was not the office building that Lu Qingyuan had imagined, but a huge warehouse. Boss, you're here. The person in charge of the Wuchuan branch was called Chu Lin. He took Lu Qingyuan to visit the newly renovated branch and introduced, "This place has just been cleaned up, and many equipments have not been delivered yet." Chu Lin divided the huge warehouse into several areas for easy management. How many people are there in the Wuchuan branch now? Lu Qingyuan asked calmly. 180 staff members in the open, and 32 in the dark. Lu Qingyuan thought for a moment and asked, how many branches does Wanli Dragon and Phoenix Hall have in total? 9 officially established branches. Chu Lin took out a special map and handed it to Lu Qingyuan. The branches hidden in the dark include many safe houses, so the number is not clear to others except the relevant persons in charge. Lu Qingyuan put the map away and asked Chu Lin to send a secret staff member to protect Shi Yun's safety. Shi Yun is different from Tang Xuewei. She is not involved in so many things, and Lu Qingyuan didn't want to send anyone to protect her at the beginning. But he was also worried that Tang Qiyuan would follow the clues to find out the truth, so it was better to be on guard. When Lu Qingyuan got home and just opened the door, a figure rushed over. "Brother Qingyuan!" Bai Guiwan jumped directly into Lu Qingyuan's arms and asked complainingly, "Why did you come back so late?" Lu Qingyuan glanced at Bai Shuangying and found that she was staring at him sinisterly, as if reminding him of something. Lu Qingyuan understood and said with a smile, "I just went out to do something, which delayed me a little." Bai Shuangying didn't want Lu Qingyuan to tell her that he already had a girlfriend. And Lu Qingyuan didn't want to talk about this with Bai Guiwan. Out of some inexplicable tacit understanding, both of them kept a little secret from Bai Guiwan. Bai Guiwan followed Lu Qingyuan closely, like a follower. Pulling Lu Qingyuan's sleeve, Bai Guiwan said excitedly, Brother Qingyuan, do you have time tomorrow? Let's go out and play. Lu Qingyuan smiled and asked, Okay, where do you want to go? Bai Guiwan jumped up and down and said, Why don't we go to the amusement park? It feels like I haven't been there for a long time. Lu Qingyuan recalled the bad memories and asked weakly, Can I choose another option? Bai Guiwan blinked and nodded quickly. Sure, Brother Qingyuan. Wherever do you want to go? I'm fine with it. Lu Qingyuan touched his chin and said, I heard that the city has just developed an artificial lake park. How about we go there and take a look? Sure. Bai Guiwan was unexpectedly easy to coax. After dinner, Bai Guiwan was sent by Bai Shuangying to do his homework. Lu Qingyuan also took the time to return to the bedroom, turn on the computer, and begin to organize the memories in his mind. This time the memory was not given to him by a history of future development of the world, but was brought over from his previous life, the memory of the plots of the card characters in Record of the Goddesses. The current time is 3 years before the plot officially began, and the plots of many card characters are derived from an experience 3 years ago. For example, Shuriyun. For example, Su Ili and Wu Qianqian. Lu Qingyuan suddenly understood why he came to the time 3 years before the plot officially began. Perhaps Goddess Record also hopes that Lu Qingyuan can completely change their fate. Lu Qingyuan knew every card in the Goddess Record very well, so he sorted out the memories in his mind according to the order of the cards in the Goddess Record. Speaking of this, we have to thank He Waning. If Lu Qingyuan hadn't obtained the ability card, Photographic Memory Gold, from her, he might not be able to remember his past memories so clearly. The sorting process is also a good thing for Lu Qingyuan. After all the cards in the game are added with updates. There are many cards that have linkages among themselves, but because the time interval is too long, many interpersonal relationships can only be cut off. But now with Lu Qingyuan, things are completely different. He can maximize the benefits of all relationships between card characters without wasting even a single cent. Bai Guiwan had just finished his homework and was about to continue pestering Lu Qingyuan, but was stopped by Shuangying. Your brother is busy, don't disturb him. Hurry up and wash up and get ready for bed. Do you still want to go out and play tomorrow? Bai Guiwan said, sullenly, and walked towards the bathroom, carrying his toiletries. Listening to the sound of running water coming from the bathroom, Lu Qingyuan smiled helplessly. Memory may be just a picture in the mind, but turning the picture into words becomes a long process. In particular, Lu Qingyuan had to record in detail the connections, interpersonal relationships, plot, etc. of each card character, which caused his typing speed to slow down continuously. Lu Qingyuan worked until midnight, but he had only recorded 1/10 of the Goddess Record. Forget it, I'll deal with the rest sometime later. Lu Qingyuan decided to go for broke, so he went to the bathroom to wash his face and went to bed. Brother Qingyuan, get up! Bai Guiwan shook Lu Qingyuan vigorously. Didn't we agree to go out and play today? Lu Qingyuan opened his eyes dazedly and looked at Bai Guiwan beside the bed. For a moment, he thought that the secondary card of self-discipline was useless. I picked up my phone and checked the time. 5:43分. Lu Qingyuan. Guiwan, isn't it too early now? Lu Qingyuan rubbed his sleepy eyes and said with a smile, Why don't you go back to sleep for a while? No way. No way. Bai Guiwan grabbed Lu Qingyuan's sleeve and forcibly pulled him up. You know how difficult it is for me to have a day of free time. Lu Qingyuan then remembered that this little girl was already in her 3rd year of high school. Rubbing her little head, Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, Okay, I'll go wash up now and make breakfast, okay? Making breakfast is such a waste of time, Bai Guiwan said directly. Let's go out and eat. It's my treat. Chapter 56. Fuck the guilt. In the breakfast shop, Bai Guiwan held a large fried dough stick as thick as his arm and shoveled it into his mouth. Lu Qingyuan drank the white porridge with some pickled vegetables, and in the blink of an eye he felt like he was back in his previous life. Only Bai Guiwan's presence made him feel a sense of disobedience. Otherwise, he would really think that he had put on his clothes again. He took out a tissue and handed it to Bai Guiwan. Wipe your mouth, it's full of oil from eating. Bai Guiwan pouted at Lu Qingyuan. Lu Qingyuan had the urge to kiss her, but after thinking about it, he controlled himself. Wiping the grease off her mouth, Lu Qingyuan smiled softly and said, Eat slowly. Why are you in such a hurry? He quickly finished the fried dough sticks, and then Bai Guiwan drank a large bowl of soy milk in one breath. I'm full, it's time for us to set off. Lu Qingyuan glanced at the time. It was just past 6 o'clock. At this time, the park must be full of old men and women exercising, right? Have I, Lu Qingyuan, fallen to this point? Taking out his own pocket wallet, Bai Guiwan paid the bill generously, then took Lu Qingyuan's hand and walked out. After hailing a taxi, Bai Guan dragged Lu Qingyuan to sit in the back and said to the driver, "Master, let's go to the artificial lake park." "Okay." The taxi driver looked at the young couple through the rearview mirror and grinned. There are very few young people who can wake up so early nowadays. Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. "The air is good in the morning, and I feel relaxed after some exercise." The newly built artificial lake park had already been occupied by Grandpa and Andy. Lu Qingyuan held Bai Guan's hand and walked on the plank road beside the lake. Looking at the sparkling artificial lake, he smiled and asked, "It's almost November 11th. Do you have any plans?" Although the 3 novice cards in the game have their own plots, the plots are so short that they are almost non-existent. He Waning and another card character are relatively better, as their plots are slightly longer. But for Bai Guan, the plot is only about the part where they meet. Her story didn't have any ups and downs, just a smile, a hug, and a long time no see. That's all. As the plot slowly develops, Bai Guan will appear in the plots of different card characters, but he always serves as the assistant or secretary of the game protagonist. Just like the background of the picture, Wuchuan City in September has already entered the threshold of autumn. Lu Qingyuan looked at Bai Guan beside him and asked in a low voice, "It's not cold, right?" "It's not cold." Bai Guan happily held Lu Qingyuan's hand. "It feels like I haven't been so relaxed with Brother Qingyuan for a long time." Lu Qingyuan rubbed her little head and said, "Senior year of high school is the most important watershed in life. Just try your best to get through this stage." The smile on Bai Guan's face gradually disappeared. She lowered her head and looked at her toes. But when I apply for university, you will be graduating soon." "So what?" Lu Qingyuan smiled and said softly, "Although I have graduated, I am still in Wuchuan City. We can meet whenever we want." Bai Guan shook his head vigorously. "No. By that time, Brother Qingyuan might have a girlfriend. It turns out this is what I am struggling with." Lu Qingyuan sighed softly. If it was any other girl, Lu Qingyuan might have made up a pretext and let it go. But when facing Bai Guan, Lu Qingyuan always felt guilty for deceiving her. However, when he thought about Bai Guan belonging to another man in the future, Lu Qingyuan suddenly couldn't accept it. "Fuck the guilt. Don't worry, I will always be with you." Lu Qingyuan gently pinched Bai Guan's smooth face, and his voice sounded in her ears like a devil tempting mortals to fall. "Go on, grow up quickly." Bai Guan's face turned slightly red. She looked around and said softly, "Brother Qingyuan, you close your eyes." Lu Qingyuan smiled and asked, "Why are you closing your eyes?" "I want to give you a gift." Bai Guan's face became redder and redder. "Just close your eyes." Okay, I'll close my eyes." Lu Qingyuan smiled helplessly and closed his eyes gently. Bai Guan waved his hand in front of him, and after making sure that Lu Qingyuan had closed his eyes, he tiptoed and approached him gently. Lu Qingyuan felt a gentle touch on his lips and subconsciously opened his eyes. Their eyes met quickly, and Bai Guan quickly separated them. Her face flushed red as she said, "Brother Qingyuan, didn't I tell you not to open your eyes?" Lu Qingyuan pursed his lips, looked down at Bai Guan with a strange look in his eyes. "That's not how you kiss." Lu Qingyuan slowly approached Bai Guan, hugged her slender waist, and whispered, "Let me teach you." Bending down, under Bai Guan's gaze, Lu Qingyuan kissed her lips. Perhaps, in the heart of a girl of Bai Guan's age, love might be just like what it was just now. But who is Lu Qingyuan? How could she let the duck that was right in front of her mouth fly away? Under Lu Qingyuan's careful teaching, Bai Guan seemed to have lost all his strength and was hanging on his arms. Slowly separating, Lu Qingyuan leaned close to Bai Guan's ear and whispered softly, "Now that the seal has been passed, you can only be mine." Bai Guan's eyes were blurry, and he felt dizzy. Nodding slightly, Bai Guan murmured softly, "I will not leave Brother Qingyuan." Lu Qingyuan held her quietly. After about 4 or 5 minutes, Bai Guan regained consciousness. Just now, she seemed to have floated to the top of the clouds and saw a scenery she had never seen before. "Brother Qingyuan, you. How can you be so mean?" Bai Guan lay weakly in Lu Qingyuan's arms, muttering softly, "But it does feel very different." Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, "Do you want to feel it again?" Bai Guan hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. A minute later, Bai Guan shook slightly and then lost his strength again. Lu Qingyuan blinked and stopped bothering her. Holding her on a bench in the park, Lu Qingyuan tapped her little nose and said, "You are both naive and playful." Bai Guan recovered much faster this time than last time. She covered her red cheeks with her hands and said shyly, "But that feeling is really comfortable." Rejecting Bai Guan's proposal to do it again, Lu Qingyuan said with a smile, "Wait until the 11th. Then I will make time to take you out to play." Bai Guan nodded quickly. "Then you can't stand me up? Otherwise, I will tell my mother about what happened today." Lu Qingyuan. "Bai Guan, are you a child? Are you still playing this trick on me at this time?" Chapter 57, What's the Plan? Bai Guan was of course joking. There was no way she would tell Bai Xuanxi about this kind of thing. After a while, the old men and women in the park dispersed, and the artificial lake park returned to its previous tranquility. After what he had just experienced, Bai Guiwan became even more attached to Lu Qingyuan. Although the artificial lake park is newly built, the environment is just so. After walking around for a while, Bai Guiwan lost interest. "Let's go somewhere else for a walk." Just as Lu Qingyuan and Bai Guiwan were about to leave, two familiar figures came into view. Bai Guiwan also noticed the two figures. She widened her eyes and pointed at the girl. "Brother Qingyuan, I know that big sister." Lu Qingyuan? Is Jian Lichu also included in Bai Guiwan's interpersonal relationships? Is there something wrong with my memory? "Brother Qingyuan, do you know there's a makeup brand called Lanyu?" Bai Guiwan said excitedly. This sister used to be a makeup blogger who specialized in reviewing makeup. Later, she switched to creating her own brand and even established her own company. The last time I taught Jian Lichu about this was when Lu Qingyuan told Shuriyun. As a result, now it was Bai Guiwan who gave Lu Qingyuan the popular science education. This is how things change. Then let's go over and say hello. Lu Qingyuan pulled Bai Guiwan towards Jian Lichu. Next to Jian Lichu stood a big boy with an impatient look on his face. He put his hands in his pockets, and when he noticed the two people walking towards them, the impatience on his face immediately disappeared. "Hello." Lu Qingyuan smiled at Jian Lichu. "My sister is your fan. After seeing you, she wanted to come over and say hello to you." "Of course." Jian Lichu looked at Bai Guiwan with some surprise in her eyes. What a pretty little sister. Bai Guiwan's appearance was naturally resistant to being belittled, especially after having just experienced something wonderful. The slight blush on her face had not yet dissipated, and her appearance seemed to be even better. Let Bai Guiwan go and have a conversation with Jian Lichu. Lu Qingyuan stood beside Jian Yu and said calmly, "So free? Have you finished what I asked you to do?" Jian Yu's mind uncontrollably recalled the last time he was at the MLS nightclub, and he said dryly, I'm still investigating, and the deadline you gave me hasn't expired yet." Lu Qingyuan looked at Bai Guiwan, who was taking a photo with Jian Lichu, and said calmly, "If you don't finish it in a month, all your dirty deeds will appear on your sister's desk. Don't go too far." Jian Yu lowered his voice and shouted angrily, "How can you investigate a person thoroughly in a month? With your family background, it's more than enough." Seeing Bai Guiwan running towards him, Lu Qingyuan smiled again. "I hope you won't let me down. Brother Qingyuan, let's go." Bai Guiwan waved at Jian Lichu and left with Lu Qingyuan. Jian Lichu walked up to Jian Yu and looked at him puzzledly. "Why do you look so bad? You play here by yourself? I'm going back." Jian Yu was no longer in the mood to hang out with his sister, so he turned around and left. Jian Lichu frowned slightly, looking at Jian Yu's back, feeling a little strange. "It was fine just now." "Jian Yu, stop right there." Jian Lichu called out to Jian Yu, frowned, and asked, "Do you know the man just now?" "I don't know him," Jian Yu said without hesitation. Jian Lichu became even more certain that there must be something going on between them. When taking a photo with Bai Guiwan just now, Jian Lichu saw Lu Qingyuan and Jian Yu chatting in her peripheral vision. It was also at that time that Jian Yu's expression became very ugly. "I don't know what you two were talking about just now." Jian Lichu's tone turned cold. "Does he have any evidence against you?" Jian Yu's expression became even uglier. "You have no right to interfere in my affairs." Watching Jian Yu walk away, Jian Lichu looked down at the contact information of Bai Guiwan that he had just added to his phone and smiled coldly. "I want to see what you are up to." "Brother Qingyuan, where are we going next?" Bai Guiwan asked with a smile, hugging Lu Qingyuan's arm. Lu Qingyuan looked Bai Guiwan up and down and said, "Let's go shopping and buy you some clothes." Bai Guiwan didn't care. As long as he was with Lu Qingyuan, he could go anywhere. As soon as they entered the mall, Bai Guiwan let go of Lu Qingyuan and ran forward. Slow down, slow down." Lu Qingyuan shook his head helplessly and could only speed up and follow Bai Guiwan. Bai Guiwan ran into a jewelry store, looked at the pairs of rings with sparkling eyes, then looked at Lu Qingyuan, blinking her big eyes. The cashier came over and introduced with a smile. "This little girl has a good taste. This pair of wedding rings is the latest model this year. Many newlyweds have chosen this style. Lu Qingyuan smiled dotingly, and without saying a word, he took out his mobile phone to scan the code to pay. The teller took out the rings and handed them to Lu Qingyuan. Put them on your girlfriend. Lu Qingyuan slowly put the couple rings on by Gowon's left middle finger. Bai Gowon immediately frowned and pointed at his ring finger vigorously. Under the teller's gaze, Lu Qingyuan could only put the ring on her ring finger. The little girl is not very old, but she knows a lot. Bai Gowon looked at the ring on her hand happily, a smile almost overflowing from her face. Picking up the other dock, Bai Gowon took Lu Qingyuan's hand and helped him put it up. Taking out his phone and taking a picture, Bai Gowon pretended to be threatening and said, "Don't take it off. Do you hear me? I heard it. I heard it." Lu Qingyuan rolled his eyes, then picked and chose another necklace. "Give me your hand." Bai Gowon held out his left hand in confusion. Lu Qingyuan took the ring off his finger and put it on the necklace. "Brother Qingyuan, you?" Putting the necklace on her, Lu Qingyuan said with a smile, "Your studies are at a critical time now. Don't be distracted by things like this." Bai Gowon pursed his lips and said, "Oh," unhappily. The teller looked at Bai Gowon, then at Lu Qingyuan, and suddenly had the urge to call the police. "Uncle Police, come quickly. There's a weird guy here." After leaving the jewelry store, Lu Qingyuan held Bai Gowon's hand and said helplessly, "Okay, don't be unhappy. It's not like I'm not letting you wear it. When you go to college, I'll buy you something better, okay? Then let's make a pinky promise." "Okay, let's pinky promise, X." The two took the escalator to the second floor. Lu Qingyuan took Bai Gowon for a stroll. When they passed a Cheongsam store, they paused slightly. In a Cheongsam store, a tall and graceful beauty was holding a Cheongsam in front of her body for comparison. "Brother Qingyuan, what are you looking at?" Bai Gowon saw Lu Qingyuan looking in a certain direction, and he looked over there curiously. Chapter 58, I know it clearly. Lu Qingyuan took a step forward to block Bai Gowon's sight. He smiled slightly and said, "I was just wondering what you would look like in a Cheongsam." "Then let's go over and take a look." Lu Qingyuan shook his head. "The Cheongsam is not suitable for you now. I will bring you here later." Bai Gowon's current figure is not suitable for a Cheongsam. It looks weird on her, and it's better not to wear it. However, Lu Qingyuan was very interested in the girl who was trying on the Cheongsam just now, because she is the last card character that Lu Qingyuan has not yet met in Wuchuan City. A purple level card. In the game, there are only 4 cards with many plots in Wuchuan City. He Waning by Gowon, Jian Lichu, and the girl from before. Among them, He Waning left Wuchuan City and joined Shanghai Group 3 years later, which was when the game just started. If you choose He Waning as one of the 3 novice cards at the beginning of the game, the plot will be that He Waning has just resigned from the Shanghai Group, and then after a brief plot, he becomes the assistant and secretary of the game protagonist. If you choose other cards, He Waning's identity will change to the personal secretary and best friend of the chairman of Shanghai Group. So, according to the plot, there are actually only 3 cards that are truly classified as Wuchuan City. Bai Gowon, Jian Lichu, and Gu Fenglan are the Cheongsam beauties just now. Of course, now we have to add one more person, Acaranthes Bidentata. It's just that Gu Fenglan's card appeared in the later stage of the game. It was only after the game had been updated several times that a new card character was launched based on the plot of other cards. That's why her card level is purple. The higher the level of the card character, the more complex her storyline will be. Lu Qingyuan's initial plan was to only temporarily get in touch with white and green level cards, or at most blue level. When I met Tang Xuanya before, I just wanted to make him familiar to make it easier for me to contact Tang Xuewei in the future. But man proposes, God disposes. He stepped into the circle of aristocratic families ahead of time and had to face some things. But now it seems that his gains far outweigh the risks. This is very nice. After picking out a few pieces of clothes for Bai Gowon, Lu Qingyuan took her out to eat something delicious. In the afternoon, Lu Qingyuan still took her to the amusement park. "It's just a roller coaster. Just sprinkle some water." "Brother Qingyuan, if it really doesn't work, let's just forget it." Bai Gowon looked at Lu Qingyuan's pale face and said very sensibly, "We can try something else." Lu Qingyuan shook his head. "It's okay. Pick what you like to play, as long as you are happy." Bai Gowon kissed Lu Qingyuan happily, and then took him to the haunted house. Lu Qingyuan. In the evening, Lu Qingyuan dragged his tired body and took Bai Gowon back home. Bai Xuanying curled up on the sofa and looked at the two of them. She asked with a smile, "Where did you go today?" Bai Gowon took off his shoes and sat next to Bai Xuanxi, craning his neck to show off something. Bai Xuanxi noticed the ring on the necklace, and then turned her eyes to Lu Qingyuan's hand. Lu Qingyuan unconsciously wanted to hide his hands behind his back, but before he could do anything, he heard Bai Shuangying say with a smile, "The necklace is very beautiful." "Mom, did I ask you to look at the necklace?" Bai Geiwan pointed at the ring on the necklace and said proudly, "This ring was bought for me by Brother Qingyuan. It's a pair of rings." Bai Shuangxi's smiling eyes revealed a dangerous light. "Really? Cheng Yuan is so good to you." "That's right. Brother Cheng Yuan took me to the amusement park this afternoon." Bai Guwan had no idea what her brother Cheng Yuan was about to face. Patting Bai Guwan's arm, Bai Shuangying smiled and said, "You've been tired all day. Go wash up quickly. You have to go to school tomorrow. Let Cheng Yuan take you out to play next time we have a holiday." Bai Geiwan nodded repeatedly and was fooled away by Bai Shuangying. "Cheng Yuan, come and sit down." Bai Shuangying patted the sofa beside her and said lightly. Lu Cheng Yuan sighed inwardly and sat behind Bai Shuangxi. "What kind of identity do you think Gue Wan is?" Lu Cheng Yuan looked towards the bathroom and was silent for a long time before he whispered, "Sister." Bai Shuangxi sighed softly. "You already have a girlfriend, Gue Wan Shi." Bai Shuangxi didn't say the rest of the words after all. Lu Cheng Yuan lowered his eyes and said, "Aunt Bai, I know it clearly. There are many kinds of my sister. Cousins, and siblings. Besides, dear sister." Back in the bedroom, Lu Cheng Yuan stared at the computer quietly. After a long while, he began to slowly sort out the remaining memories about the card characters in his mind. The next day, Bai Guiwan went to school early. After Lu Cheng Yuan made breakfast for Bai Shuangying, he also left home. After both of them left, Bai Shuangying opened the door and walked out. Standing in front of the window and looking at Lu Cheng Yuan's figure below, Bai Shuangying couldn't help but sigh. What should we do now? Lu Cheng Yuan didn't know how conflicted Bai Shuangying was. After he left the community, he called Tang Xuanya. The busy tone lasted for a long time before Tang Xuanya answered the phone. "Brother-in-law? What do you want to talk to me about?" Lu Cheng Yuan smiled and said, "Yes, there is something. I will go to the MLS's nightclub to find you." A female voice came from the phone. "Who is it so early in the morning?" Lu Cheng Yuan raised his eyebrows. "Did I disturb your good thing?" "Brother-in-law is joking." Tang Xuanya laughed, then half-covered the microphone and said to the girl next to him, "Go home and remember to come to work at MLS's tonight." Lu Cheng Yuan, "As a boss, do you care so much about the hygiene of nightclubs? You have to try it yourself to see if it is safe?" After about a minute, Tang Xuanya said directly, "Brother-in-law, I will send you the location of my home. Please come directly." "Good." After hailing a taxi, Lu Cheng Yuan went directly to the community where Tang Xuanya lived. Lu Cheng Yuan left the luxury cars that Tang Xuewei and Lin Qingqian prepared for him at Qinglong Lake Villa. Bai Shuangying had already been alert because of the relationship she had with Shi Yiyun and Tang Xuewei. If a few more luxury cars were driven back, Bai Shuangying would probably be furious. Opening the door for Lu Cheng Yuan, Tang Xuanya smiled in his pajamas and said, "Brother-in-law got up really early. I'm used to exercising every day." Let Lu Cheng Yuan sit on the sofa. Tang Xuanya came to the wine cabinet and asked with a smile, "Brother-in-law, what would you like to drink? Tea or wine?" "Just plain water." Handing a bottle of mineral water to Lu Cheng Yuan, Tang Xuanya asked curiously, "Brother-in-law, what's the matter with you coming here today?" Lu Cheng Yuan put the water on the coffee table and looked Tang Xuanya up and down. "If a girl from a noble family comes to you and wants you to pretend to be her boyfriend, what will you do?" Tang Xuanya was stunned for a moment, then quickly shook his head. "I won't do such a thing." Chapter 59. A man's mouth is a lie. What if she says that you can use the power of her family to accomplish what you have always wanted to do? Tang Xuanya was silent this time. Lu Cheng Yuan looked at him with a smile, but said nothing. The woman Lu Cheng Yuan was talking about was Gu Fenglan. As the granddaughter of the head of the Gu family, she was promised out as a bargain early on. The object of the promise was the Zhao family of Huaizhou province, a family whose strength was no weaker than that of the Tang family at its peak. In the game, Gu Fenglan tried countless methods to escape this fate, but in the end he was no match for the Gu and Zhao families. During this period, she also found Tang Xuanya, who was also in Wuchuan City. She knew that Tang Jianya had been abandoned by the Tang family, but Tang Jianya was the only person in Wuchuan City who could be her shield. Silly Tang Xuanya thought it was a pie in the sky. If he hadn't informed his sister Tang Xuewei, by the time the game officially started, the grass on his grave would have been 3 feet high. Tang Xuanya thought that he could bring down the Tang family or Tang Qiyuan by relying on the power of the Gu family. But what he didn't know was that if Tang Xuanya and Gu Fenglan really pretended to be boyfriend and girlfriend, then Tang Chiyuan would probably be grinning all over the capital. Just when he was worrying about how to deal with Tang Xuanye and Tang Xuewei, he ended up offending the Gu family and the Zhao family, who were no weaker than the Tang family. For Tang Chiyuan, this was truly pie in the sky. After Tang Xuewei scolded him, Tang Xuanye rejected Gu Fenglan. The above-mentioned fragments are just Gu Fenglan's memories in the plot. As for what happens next, Lu Qingyuan doesn't know either. He only knew that the reason why Gu Fenglan was able to resist her hated fate during these 3 years was because she later met a golden card character. With the help of this card character, she was able to briefly own a life of her own. It has to be said that game planning is not something that ordinary people can do. The complicated interpersonal relationships alone would make Lu Qingyuan want to go bald. Fortunately, he is just a player and can occasionally scold the game planners. So cool. Brother-in-law, if it's really as you said, maybe I would agree. Tang Xuanye was silent for a long time before he slowly said, if you hadn't appeared, I would definitely be eager to find Xiaoza and kill Tang Chiyuan. Lu Qingyuan praised his honesty. Then have you ever thought about this question? Lu Qingyuan asked with a smile. Why would this girl from an aristocratic family come to you for no reason? Tang Xuanye shook his head. I won't think too much. I just want to have the power to kill Tang Chiyuan. Lu Qingyuan laughed. It's a very rough idea. I support you. After seeing Gu Fenglan yesterday, Lu Qingyuan focused on sorting out some of his memories about her after returning home in the evening. Gu Fenglan must have come to Tang Xuanye to seek cooperation in the past few days. Brother-in-law, you wouldn't say all this nonsense to me for no reason. Tang Xuanye asked curiously, who is this girl from aristocratic family you are talking about? Do I know her? Lu Qingyuan nodded slightly. You should have heard of their family, but you may not know who she is. You should have heard of the Gu family, right? Tang Xuanye nodded slightly. I have heard of it before. It is said that their family is very powerful. There is a provincial governor in the family, and several others have official positions. That's good. Lu Qingyuan nodded and said, if she shows up, remember to contact me. This person is not someone you can handle. Don't worry, if this person really shows up, I will definitely contact you. After leaving Tang Xuanye's home, Lu Qingyuan still did not go to school, but went to the Wuchuan branch of Wanli Longfeng Tang. Chu Lin asked the headquarters to help me find someone in Qingda City. His name is Tianyin, and he is 34 years old this year. Lu Qingyuan said to Chu Lin seriously, there is a serial killer in Qingda City recently. You should have heard of him. I've heard of him. He's a rapist and murderer. It's said that the civil servants in Qingda City have been very busy these days. Chu Lin frowned and asked, is this Tianyin the rapist and murderer? Yes, it's him. Lu Qingyuan said to Chu Lin seriously. Tell our people to keep an eye on him after they find him. I will go to Qingda City to meet him in a few days. Chu Lin nodded slightly. I will go and inform the headquarters right away. Although Tianyin, the rapist and murderer, deserves to die, he is related to 2 card characters in Qingda City. Lu Qingyuan glanced at today's date and said, it's almost time. I should go to Qingda City around November 11th. He Waning and He Waning became best friends ever since they had dinner together that day. They spent every day together, leaving Lu Qingyuan with no time to spend time with He Waning. Lu Qingyuan even suspected that He Waning had poached his girlfriend. No friends from other provinces came to see you today? He Waning said sarcastically. I thought you had gone to see your friends from other provinces after not coming for such a long time. Lu Qingyuan. The sour taste is a bit irritating to the eyes. He Waning looked at Lu Qingyuan's frustrated expression and laughed secretly. Lu Qingyuan glared at her unhappily and said, damn, I helped you out that day in vain. When I get you done one day, I'll put you 2 on the bed together and see if you can still laugh. My friends from other provinces are not as pretty as my girlfriend. Lu Qingyuan approached He Waning with a shy face and said with a smile, my girlfriend is so beautiful that she can make the moon ashamed of the flowers, the fish sink to the bottom of the water, and the geese fall to the ground. I have been happy with her for a long time. He Waning tugged at He Waning's sleeve and whispered, Yun, men's words are deceitful. Lu Qingyuan. He Waning, do you think we are getting to know each other well? He Waning patted He Waning's hand and said, Waning, you don't have a boyfriend, so you may not understand that men are like sand. The tighter you hold them, the more they will flow away. He Waning glanced at Lu Qingyuan and said meaningfully, as his girlfriend, I can't interfere too much in his private life. Lu Qingyuan chuckled. Since you understand what this means, why do you grit your teeth when you say this? Lu Qingyuan strongly suspected that his future father-in-law had said something to He Waning. After playing with He Waning and He Waning for a whole day, Lu Qingyuan finally made it to the evening. When he was about to take Shi Yun to see the night view of Wuchuan City, Tang Xuanye suddenly called him. Xian Yi, what's wrong? Tang Xuanye was in the office of the MLS's nightclub, looking at the Chongsam beauty across from him, and said with a wry smile, "Why don't you come over in person?" Lu Qingyuan knew that it was most likely Gu Fenglan who came to him. He sighed helplessly. "I'll be there soon. It seems that I can only wait until later to go see the night view with Shi Yun. Or, taking Gu Fenglan to see it is also a good choice." Chapter 60, A child whose hair hasn't even fully grown? In Tang Xuanye's office, Gu Fenglan frowned and looked at Tang Xuanye. "Who are you calling?" "Someone who might help you out with your troubles." Tang Xuanye glanced at Gu Fenglan and suddenly felt that the reason why Lu Qingyuan talked to him before was, on the one hand, for his safety, and on the other hand, it was probably to tell him to get away. Tang Xuanye took out his cell phone several times and wanted to take a picture of Gu Fenglan and then send it to his sister. But after thinking about it, he found that the relationship between his sister and Lu Qingyuan was not legitimate. If I tell this to Tang Xuanye, perhaps her answer might be, "Get away." Besides you, are there any other children from aristocratic families in Wuchuan City? Gu Fenglan frowned slightly. Tang Xuanye pouted his head and said impatiently, "It's not like only the aristocratic families can solve your problems." Gu Fenglan was even more impatient than Tang Xuanye. "Just a straightforward statement. Is it okay? Cooperate with me, and you can use all the rights of the Gu family. Don't you want to solve your current situation?" Tang Xuanye raised his head and looked at her. "Is my current situation very bad?" "Isn't it?" Gu Fenglan said coldly. "The children of the Tang family in Beijing can only stay in Wuchuan City and roam the underground world. Don't you feel ashamed?" Tang Xuanye shook his head decisively. "First of all, I was not kicked out by the Tang family, but I left the Tang family voluntarily. Second, I am very satisfied with my current life. I think it is very good." Tang Xuanye leaned on the boss chair and said with a smile, "I am fed up with the dirty environment of the aristocratic family. I finally got away from the environment of the aristocratic family. Why should I go back? Don't you want revenge?" Gu Fenglan couldn't understand Tang Xuanye's thoughts. "You would rather live your life as the Tang family's abandoned child." Tang Xuanye spread his hands. "Miss Gu, this is my choice. It seems to have nothing to do with you, right?" Gu Fenglan was so angry that she could hardly speak. She picked up her bag and turned to leave, but she heard Tang Xuanye say indifferently, "I advise you to wait a little longer. Maybe the person who comes later will help you solve the problem. Are there such kind-hearted people in this world?" Gu Fenglan sneered. Tang Xuanye curled his lips. "It's just an exchange of interests. As for what the benefits are, that depends on what Lu Qingyuan wants. However, in Tang Xuanye's opinion, perhaps the benefits are right in front of us." More than 10 minutes later, Gu Fenglan heard a greeting coming from the door. "Mr. Lu." The office door was pushed open. Tang Xuanye stood up, and just as he was about to speak, Lu Qingyuan raised his hand to stop him. "Damn, if you call me brother-in-law, how am I going to play next?" "Ms. Gu, I've long heard of your name." Lu Qingyuan smiled and stretched out his hand. Gu Fenglan looked Lu Qingyuan up and down, then smiled and said to Tang Xuanye, "Is this the person you said could solve my problem? A child who hasn't even grown all his hair yet." Tang Xuanye, both. Lu Qingyuan was not angry. He withdrew his outstretched hand and sat calmly opposite Tang Xuanye. Gu Fenglan snorted coldly, picked up his bag, and turned away. "Zhao He has been targeting you for more than a day or two." Lu Qingyuan picked up a bottle of red wine and poured himself a glass. "You can't hide from him even if you hide in Wuchuan City." Gu Fenglan stopped and asked, "Do you know Zhao He? Whose family are you from?" "Not only do I know Zhao He, I also know that everyone in the Gu family agrees with your grandfather's idea." Lu Qingyuan raised his red wine glass and shook it gently. "Also, I can tell you that not only the Gu family, but also the Yun family hopes that you can marry Zhao He as soon as possible." The Yun family, the aristocratic family behind Gu Fenglan's mother. Gu Fenglan walked up to Lu Qingyuan and asked, "What else do you know?" Lu Qingyuan turned to look at Gu Fenglan and handed her the red wine glass. "I've sobered you up. Drink it, and we'll continue our conversation." Gu Fenglan knew that Lu Qingyuan was trying to take revenge on her because of what she had just said. Gu Fenglan took the wine glass without hesitation and drank the red wine in the glass. "Can you tell me now?" Lu Qingyuan nodded in satisfaction. "Originally, your mother was thinking about you, and your grandparents also love you, so they wanted to help you. You should know Zhao He's temper. He is moody and narrow-minded." Lu Qingyuan spread his hands. Then the Yun family was in trouble. The several groups in the family were all in financial deficit. If you didn't marry him, the Yin family would probably become history. Gu Fenglan took a deep breath and stared at Lu Qingyuan seriously. Tang Xuanye just said that you can help me solve this problem? Of course. Lu Qingyuan nodded calmly. So, what's your method? Lu Qingyuan turned around and glanced at Gu Fenglan. Gu Fenglan was wearing a dark green cheongsam today, with her long hair fixed behind her head with a hairpin, giving her a gentle and virtuous feeling. Don't you want to find a fake boyfriend? I am a good choice. Lu Qingyuan pointed at himself and said with a smile, not only can I make Zhao He mad, but you don't have to worry about me being killed by Zhao He. And then, Gu Fenglan asked with a sneer, didn't you say you would help me solve the problem? You have to eat one bite at a time and do things one step at a time. Lu Qingyuan smiled softly. How can you become fat in one bite? Tang Xuanye curled his lips at the side. I knew you didn't hold your fart in. I know you want to find a fake boyfriend from an aristocratic family to make Zhao He afraid to act rashly. Lu Qingyuan looked at him with a smile. I may not be unable to become a descendant of an aristocratic family. Tang Xuanye? Where the hell did you get your family status from? Lu Qingyuan looked at Tang Xuanye. You still have the evidence against Zhou Sheng, right? Zhou Sheng is one of the bosses behind Jiashui City's Golden Shield Security Company, and also one of the bigwigs in Jiashui City's underground world. When helping Tang Xuewei find her brother, Lu Qingyuan also asked Tang Xuanye to kidnap his son. Of course, I've been holding it. Tang Xuanye was a little confused. Why are you suddenly talking about Zhou Sheng? Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, send someone to find Zhou Sheng and ask him to arrange a position for me in the Golden Shield Security Company. Tang Xuanye? Just go if I tell you to. Lu Qingyuan rolled his eyes. I'll give you one day. If you can't do it well, I'll let your sister deal with you. Tang Xuanye nodded helplessly. Of course, the leverage I have can allow the Song family to kill him. Tang Xuanye reacted suddenly and shouted excitedly. Brother-in-law, do you want to pretend to be a boyfriend and girlfriend with Miss Gu using the identity of the Song family? Brother-in-law? Gu Fenglan tilted his head and looked at Lu Qingyuan with an inexplicable smile on his face. Mr. Lu, you and I are pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Do you want to tell Miss Tang in advance? Chapter 61, No Problem. Lu Qingyuan didn't look at Gu Fenglan's expression, but glared at Tang Xuanye with disappointment. It's been a waste of time. Lu Qingyuan curled his lips, found Tang Xuewei's social account in front of Gu Fenglan, and then made a video call. A few seconds later, the video call was connected and Tang Xuewei's pretty face appeared on the screen. Honey, is there something you want to talk to me about? Tang Xuewei was lying in the bathtub with a facial mask on her face, enjoying her leisurely life. I'm here with Xuanye. Lu Qingyuan coughed dryly. There's something I need to tell you in advance. Turning the camera to Gu Fenglan, Lu Qingyuan introduced. This is Miss Gu Fenglan from the Gu family. I might pretend to be her boyfriend for a while. Tang Xuewei tore off her mask and greeted Gu Fenglan. Hello, Miss Gu. Gu Fenglan also responded with a smile. Hello, Miss Tang. Turning the camera back, Tang Xuewei asked meaningfully, is this the exchange of interest you mentioned? Lu Qingyuan nodded calmly. The Song family won't be around for much longer. You can prepare to take over the Song family's assets now. Tang Xuewei blinked her eyes, her face full of smiles. Then I understand, dear, remember to have fun. The video call ended, and Lu Qingyuan turned to look at Gu Fenglan. When will our business begin? Gu Fenglan was bewildered. Is this the end? Isn't Tang Xuewei too generous? You are a beautiful woman after all, right? Aren't you jealous when your man pretends to be my boyfriend? Hey, what are you thinking about? Lu Qingyuan waved his hand unhappily. Come back to your senses. If you're sleepy, go home and sleep later. Gu Fenglan set his gaze on Lu Qingyuan, and suddenly there was some alertness in his eyes. The person who could deceive Tang Xuewei like this must not be a good person. Lu Qingyuan noticed her look and could only smile helplessly. It was originally just a normal difficulty, but after Tang Xuanye called him brother-in-law, the difficulty went straight to hell level. Don't you need some time to prepare? Gu Fenglan picked up the paper and pen on the table, wrote his contact information on the paper, and handed it to Lu Qingyuan. This is my contact information. Contact me when you are ready. After watching Gu Fenglan leave, Lu Qingyuan also stood up. Xinyi, the rest of the things are left to you. Remember the deadline I gave you. Tang Xuanye felt that Lu Qingyuan's tone was a little off, and he also knew that he seemed to have let something slip just now, so he nodded and responded quickly. Don't worry, I guarantee that it can be completed before tomorrow night. After leaving the MLS's nightclub, Lu Qingyuan slowly walked home. Although his plan included Gu Fenglan, her sudden appearance still slightly disrupted some of his plans. But It's not a big problem. The Zhao family is more powerful than the Tang family. The Zhao family, which is at its peak, cannot be compared with the Tang family, which is on the verge of collapse. Especially this Zhao He, a third-generation member of an aristocratic family who has committed all kinds of evil and has a habit of abusing others. Lu Qingyuan did have a lot of leverage over Zhao He, any of which could put him to death. However, Lu Qingyuan still has to consider the Zhao family. As the future heir of the Zhao family will never let anything happen to Zhao He. If anyone wants to target Zhao He, they would be making an enemy of the Zhao family. Although Lu Qingyuan now has a rich foundation and the golden finger of goddess record behind him, blindly going to war with the aristocratic families is not a good choice. What's more, some things can obviously be done by others, so why should we do it ourselves? After returning home, Bai Shuangying seemed to have grown onto the sofa, watching the brainless ancient costume love fantasy drama with great interest. Lu Qingyuan glanced at the tiring plot, quickly covered his eyes, and returned to the bedroom. Turning on the computer, Lu Qingyuan continued to organize his memories. But this time, he was not organizing them according to the order of the cards in Goddess Record. Instead, he was organizing Gu Fenglan and the card characters related to her in detail. After all, he now has to participate in Gu Fenglan's story, and those details in his memory are still very important. In addition to Gu Fenglan, Lu Qingyuan also has to sort out the memories of two other card characters, because he is about to meet these two card characters. The next day, Lu Qingyuan stayed with He Waning and He Waning all day as usual. Before he knew it, He Waning's favorability level was about to reach that of an acquaintance. After school, Lu Qingyuan had a meal with his teacher Yun. During the meal, he received news from Tang Xuanye that he was now a formal employee of Golden Shield Security Company, and I can get a salary every month without having to go to work. After sending Shi Yun back to the dormitory, Lu Qingyuan took a taxi directly to the MLS's nightclub. Brother-in-law, this is the work permit of Golden Shield Security Company. Tang Xuanye put on a full show, handing his work permit to Lu Qingyuan, and said with a smile, Zhou Sheng is surprisingly easy to talk to, but it's a pity that he doesn't know that he's about to face a disaster. It's more than just a disaster. Lu Qingyuan knew Zhao He's character and said with emotion, I hope he can be smarter. Otherwise, you will probably have to find time to burn incense for him later. Lu Qingyuan didn't quite understand. Zhao He was obviously a child of aristocratic family and the future successor of the family. Why was he so narrow-minded? He didn't think about things when encountering problems and just retaliated like crazy. Although he didn't understand, Lu Qingyuan really liked his character. If this knife can be controlled well, it could do a lot for Lu Qingyuan. Moreover, Lu Qingyuan was able to stay out of the matter, as all his firepower was attracted by Zhao He. So cool. He took out his phone and contacted Chu Lin. Send a dark side staff member to come to the MLS's nightclub to find me. Okay, we'll be there in about 10 minutes. After chatting with Tang Xuanye for a while, his female secretary knocked on the door and walked in. Boss, someone is outside looking for Mr. Lu. Let's stop here today. I'm leaving now. Lu Qingyuan stood up and said to Tang Xuanye with a smile, I think Zhao He might ask you to cooperate with him in the future. It's not convenient for me to show up at this time. You should know what to do, right? Tang Xuanye patted his chest and said, Don't worry, I will make clear arrangements for the Song family. Accompanied by his secretary, Lu Qingyuan left the MLS's nightclub. The dark side employees of Wanli Longfeng Tang were standing at the door of the nightclub. Boss, what can I do for you? This dark employee wore a baseball cap, camouflage uniform, and had an untidy beard. If Lu Qingyuan hadn't known in advance that he was a dark employee of Wanli Longfeng Tang, he would have thought he was working at a construction site. Go to Qinglong Lake Villa and help me find someone. Lu Qingyuan said calmly. He should have been wandering around the outskirts of Qinglong Lake Villa, observing Villa number 02. Chapter 62 Timing. The dark side employees left quickly after receiving the task. Lu Qingyuan smiled softly. Zhao He, I hope we can get along better from now on. The next day, Lu Qingyuan came directly to the villa in Qinglong Lake Villa. Standing on the balcony on the second floor, looking at Villa number 02, he took out his mobile phone and called Gu Fenglan. Hello, who is this? Your boyfriend. Lu Qingyuan said with a smile. Hasn't our cooperation already begun? Gu Fenglan lazily lay on the big bed. Yes. What are you going to do next? Lu Qingyuan leaned on the railing, looking at the beautiful scenery of Qinglong Lake, and said with a smile, Would you like to come to my house and sit for a while? So direct. Not really. It's mainly because we're a little close. Close. Gu Fenglan didn't understand what Lu Qingyuan meant. 01 of Qinglong Lake Villa now. Do you think it's close? Lu Qingyuan returned to the living room leisurely. So, do you want to visit my house? Gu Fenglan sat up in disbelief. The silk quilt slipped off his body, revealing his beautiful spring scenery. You are in Villa 01? Gu Fenglan picked up the nightgown beside the bed and said quickly, Wait for me. I'll be there now. Don't worry. Just follow my instructions. Lu Qingyuan said calmly. You should have a light red cheongsam, right? It's the one you like. Gu Fenglan was stunned for a moment, looked at the closet, and said nothing. Put on this cheongsam and dress up carefully. Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, Pick out a pair of high heels. Remember to walk slowly and smile more when you come to me. Gu Fenglan asked doubtfully, What do you mean? Lu Qingyuan opened a bottle of red wine and poured it into the decanter. I asked you to change into this outfit not for me, but for Zhao He. This is how Gu Fenglan was dressed when Zhao He first saw her photo. It was also at this time that he wanted to keep Gu Fenglan in captivity and have him serve him alone. He came to Wuchuan City? There was some fear in Gu Fenglan's voice. Of course not, otherwise how could you live such a leisurely life? Lu Qingyuan consoled him. She's just one of his informants. Gu Fenglan breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll do as you say now. After ending the call, Lu Qingyuan walked around the villa and finally found a spot with the best view. It is also the most convenient place for Zhao He to take photos with his eyeliner. The dark side employee of Wanli Longfeng Tang walked to the villa quietly. Boss, I have found the person. Do I need to make him disappear? Lu Qingyuan shook his head calmly. I will be meeting a guest here later. You go and supervise him in person. Take pictures of everything that happens and send them to the person behind him. After everything is done, remember to do it cleanly. The dark side employee nodded slightly and left the villa. Half an hour later, Gu Fenglan's beautiful figure appeared in Lu Qingyuan's sight. She walked slowly along the path in the villa area, with a smile on her face, and seemed to be in a particularly good mood. When she got closer, Lu Qingyuan took out his phone and dialed her number again. I'm watching you on the second floor. When you come downstairs, remember to look up at me and give me a sweet smile. Remember to say sweet. Gu Fenglan smiled and said, Handsome boy, I recorded what you said. Aren't you afraid that I will tell Miss Tang about it? Lu Qingyuan laughed. Don't forget, Shuoei specifically told me to have fun. Gu Fenglan rolled his eyes and hung up the phone. Arriving in front of villa number 01, Gu Fenglan looked up and saw Lu Qingyuan looking at her tenderly. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Gu Fenglan smiled and said, I dressed up specially to see you. Otherwise, I could have been even faster. The two smiled at each other, and Lu Qingyuan said with a smile, The door is not closed. Just come in. Coming to the second floor, Lu Qingyuan leaned on the railing and looked at Gu Fenglan. It has to be said that her figure is the most feminine of any woman Lu Qingyuan has ever seen. Although her score is not as high as Bai Shuangxi's, it suits men's aesthetic taste. In Goddess Record, Gu Fenglan's card has already been lit up. Lu Qingyuan opened her attribute panel and took a quick look. Moon falls and flowers break. Gu Fenglan purple. Age, 24. Value, 96. Body type, 98. Favorability, a chance encounter, 36%. Secondary card. Ability card, pen and ink purple. He directly clicked on her favorability gift pack. A golden light flashed, and a golden subcard appeared in Lu Qingyuan's subcard column. Ability card, best calligraphy and painting gold. After closing Goddess Record, Lu Qingyuan poured the red wine from the decanter into the goblet, and then handed it to Gu Fenglan opposite him. Cheers to our cooperation. Gu Fenglan raised his glass and clinked it with Lu Qingyuan, then took a sip. Be more natural and don't be too stiff. Aren't women good at acting? Lu Qingyuan said with a smile. Gu Fenglan put down the wine glass with a smile, then walked to Lu Qingyuan and leaned directly on him. Is this okay? Sure. Lu Qingyuan raised his hand and took off her hairpin. Without the hairpin fixed in place, Gu Fenglan's soft long hair slid directly down behind her. What are you doing? Gu Fenglan said unhappily. I finally managed to put my hair up. Lu Qingyuan laughed and waved towards the opposite side. It's been so long, the photos should be enough. Not long after, a dark employee of Wanli Longfeng Tang walked into the villa carrying a camera and a mobile phone. Boss, this is everything he has. The photos are in the camera. You can take a look. Lu Qingyuan took the camera and asked casually, Have you sent the photos? They have all been sent. Looking at the photos in the camera, Lu Qingyuan said to Gu Fenglan, I didn't expect that we were so good at making photos. I'm afraid Zhao, he will be furious when he sees these photos. Throwing aside the work permit of the Golden Shield Security Company on his waist, Lu Qingyuan took out the memory card from the camera and threw it to Gu Fenglan. This is for you. You can do it yourself. Gu Fenglan put away the memory card, looking a little worried. What if Zhao He sees these photos and comes directly to Wuchuan City? What I want is for him to come over. Lu Qingyuan said calmly. But don't worry. He won't do anything out of line to you. For him, the time has not come yet. What is the timing you were talking about? Lu Qingyuan laughed, pointed at his nose, and said, the reason he came to Wuchuan City was not to see you, but to kill me. He will never touch you before he kills me. Lu Qingyuan laughed sarcastically. Because he needs you to know that he is the strongest person and you will never be able to escape from his palm. Chapter 63, Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Get the hell out of here. A row of bodyguards stood in the corner, not daring to breathe. The handsome young man's face was full of ferocity. How dare she? How dare she? Lifting a vase beside him and smashing it hard on the ground, Zhao Yi shouted angrily. She actually dared to hook up with another man? This bitch. After venting his anger, Zhao He took a deep breath, and the madness on his face suddenly disappeared. Go and find out who that man is. I want his whole family to die. The bodyguards nodded quickly and left the room quickly. Etc. Zhao He said calmly. Clean up the room and bring me a girl. More than 10 minutes later, painful screams were heard from Zhao He's room. While the bodyguard outside stood quietly outside the room with his hands behind his back, his expression unchanged. After a while, the door was opened, and Zhao He threw the unconscious girl out of the room, wiped the blood that had accidentally splashed on his face, and said lightly, she is yours now. The girl no longer had the composure she had when she first entered the room. Several clumps of her hair had been pulled out by Zhao He. Her face was covered in blood, and her body was covered in bruises. The bodyguards looked down at the girl and dragged her away with an expressionless face. Just as the bodyguard was dealing with the girl, a middle-aged man in a Tang suit passed by the bodyguard. He glanced at the girl and said to the bodyguard calmly, deal with it cleanly and don't cause trouble for Zhao He. In the room, several cleaning staff were wiping the blood and hair on the floor. Zhao He was sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed, not knowing what he was thinking. Zhao He, what are you doing? The man in the Tang suit frowned and asked, you will eventually inherit the Zhao family. Can't you be more stable? Zhao He opened his eyes and said with a smile, Uncle, when I inherit the Zhao family, I will be at least 40 years old. I am still young now, so what's wrong with having more fun now? Play? That's what you did just now. Zhao Yongfa snorted coldly. Do you know what kind of situation you will face if these things get out? Zhao He glanced at the cleaning lady who was kneeling on the ground and working hard, and kicked her lightly with his foot. Will you tell others what happened just now? The cleaner shook his head repeatedly. Master, don't worry, I will definitely not tell anyone. You see, they don't have the guts to say it. Zhao He leaned over and gently patted the cleaning lady's face. Good girl, get back to work. The cleaning lady shivered and continued to work with her head down. Zhao Yongfa shook his head helplessly and could only change the subject. The Yin family came to me a few days ago to discuss the engagement party between you and Gu Fenglan. When do you plan to get engaged to her? The smile on Zhao He's face disappeared immediately. He sneered. Tell the Yun family that there is no rush for this matter. We will notify them when we plan to get engaged. Zhao Yongfa was a little surprised. Before, Zhao He was completely fascinated by Gu Fenglan, so why is he not in a hurry now? But he didn't ask any more questions, just nodded gently. Okay, if that's the case, I'll go back and inform the Yun family. After Zhao Yongfa left, Zhao Yi took out the photos and shouted to the outside, contact the spies we sent out before and keep a close eye on them. Miss Gu, do you still want to eat and drink here? Lu Qingyuan sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, looking at her with interest. Although Bai Shuangying's figure score is 1 point higher than hers, if they really compare them with the naked eye, Lu Qingyuan will definitely choose Gu Fenglan. Gu Fenglan's figure was shaped exactly according to his aesthetic standards. Can I just eat and drink for free? Gu Fenglan rolled his eyes. I let you take advantage of me just now. Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. Leaning on my arm is considered taking advantage? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child who has never seen a woman? Putting the wine glass on the coffee table, Lu Qingyuan checked the time and said to Gu Fenglan with a smile, Zhao Yi should have received the photos by now. I guess he's almost pissed off. Sure enough, as soon as the voice fell, the dark-faced employee hurried over. Boss, there was a message on that person's phone. Lu Qingyuan took the phone and glanced at the message. Fortunately, I didn't throw away the phone, otherwise I would have lost a lot of operating space. Gu Fenglan curiously moved over and saw the message sent by Zhao He. She threw the phone back to him. In that case, you should follow us for the time being. Remember to take some intimate photos of us. Otherwise, I'm really worried that he won't come to Wuchuan City. The dark side employee nodded slightly and took the camera away. Lu Qingyuan touched his chin and happened to look down and saw the couple rings on his hands. What do you think? Should we use some props to make Zhao He believe that we are a real couple? Gu Fenglan blinked in confusion, not understanding what Lu Qingyuan meant. Let's go. We have nothing to do anyway, so let's go buy some props. Gu Fenglan stood up and followed Lu Qingyuan, following him step by step. When they reached the gate, Lu Qingyuan suddenly stopped. Gu Fenglan didn't have time to stop and bumped into his back. What are you doing? Gu Fenglan covered his chest. Are you taking advantage of me again? Lu Qingyuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Sister, there are 3 layers of cloth between us. What can I feel? Gu Fenglan's face turned slightly red. Although he knew that he was being unreasonable, he still stiffened his neck and shouted, Then why did you stop? Lu Qingyuan sighed helplessly. Sister, I solemnly remind you for the last time that we have already started pretending to be a couple. I hope you can be more positive, okay? Oh. Gu Fenglan gently took Lu Qingyuan's arm and looked up at him. Is that what you mean? Lu Qingyuan nodded calmly. I drove to the mall where I went shopping with by Gay Wan last time. When the salesgirl saw Lu Qingyuan, she was about to speak, but then she saw Gu Fenglan holding Lu Qingyuan's arm. Saleswoman. Damn, you are really good at playing. Have you been here before? The salesgirl said with a smile. Are you here to buy a pair of rings again this time? Lu Qingyuan knew that the salesgirl was implicitly reminding Gu Fenglan. Gu Fenglan glanced at him with interest, then smiled and said to the salesgirl, Which pair of rings did he look at last time? The salesgirl placed the wedding rings in front of Gu Fenglan, put her hands in front of her, and waited quietly for the show to begin. Gu Fenglan looked at the wedding rings and nodded with satisfaction. I didn't expect you to have good taste. Let's choose this pair. Salesgirl, huh? Lu Qingyuan took out his mobile phone to pay the bill. Under the watchful eyes of the salesgirl, he took out a pair of women's rings from the jewelry box and slowly put them on Gu Fenglan. Chapter 64, A Promise. Next, the two continued shopping. We had lunch together at noon and were still being affectionate in the afternoon. In the evening, Lu Qingyuan held Gu Fenglan's hand and slowly walked into the villa. Standing in front of the balcony on the second floor, Gu Fenglan sat on the bed. Lu Qingyuan looked back at her and slowly closed the curtains. Okay, today's work is over. Lu Qingyuan clapped his hands and said with a smile, I guess your family will call you tomorrow, and you can just tell the truth then. Gu Fenglan nodded slightly and watched Lu Qingyuan leave. After a long while, she suddenly realized that this was not her home. Just as she stood up and was about to leave, Gu Fenglan saw the key on the cabinet. After hesitating for a while, she casually put the key into her bag and turned back to her villa. Just as Lu Qingyuan said, the next morning, before Gu Fenglan woke up, a phone call came in. Gu Fenglan picked up the phone despite feeling sleepy and glanced at the caller ID. Dad. When I answered the phone, I heard a cold voice saying, Do you have a boyfriend? How did you know? Gu Fenglan leaned against the head of the bed, a faint smile on his face. Dad, how old am I? Do I have to inform you before I get a boyfriend? The man said coldly. You are indeed old enough to get married, but do you know that you are already someone else's fiancé? That's right. I just bought the wedding rings yesterday. Gu Fenglan asked with a smile. Dad, will you come when we get engaged? You. The man almost pissed Gu Fenglan off to death. Do you know that such behavior will harm the Gu and Yun families? It would be better for a family to disappear than to be saved by a little girl. Gu Fenglan hung up the phone directly and then found Lu Qingyuan's contact information. Lu Qingyuan was taking a walk with Shi Yun when the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, Lu Qingyuan answered the phone in front of Shi Yun and He Waning. What's the matter? My father contacted me. I think Zhao He showed him the photo. Gu Fenglan said coldly. What are you going to do next? Lu Qingyuan put his arm around Shi Yun's shoulders and said with a smile, Don't worry. If your parents haven't interfered with you yet, he will do it himself. When do you think he'll be back? Lu Qingyuan glanced at the time. This afternoon. Gu Fenglan hesitated for a moment. Then this afternoon? Will you come over? Lu Qingyuan glanced at Shi Yun beside him and said, Okay, I'll come find you around 1 p.m. After hanging up the phone, Shi Yun squinted at Lu Qingyuan and said, Busy man, which friend from another province are you going to meet this afternoon? Lu Qingyuan held Shi Yun's little face and kissed her hard. Hey! Shuri Yun subconsciously glanced at He Waning and found that she had already turned her head away and directly rejected the dog food from the two. It's still about those things about the Tang family. They will soon be concluded. Hearing Lu Qingyuan's answer, Shuri Yun nodded gently. Then I understand. You go and do your own thing, and be careful. Shuri Yun knew that Lu Qingyuan had always been thinking about the Tang family, so he didn't say anything sarcastic. If you need any help, just contact my father directly. He can still help a little. Lu Qingyuan patted her head and said, Don't worry. If your father is really used that day, I probably won't be much better. Be careful with your words. Shuri Yun glared at Lu Qingyuan unhappily. Don't say anything out loud. Do you understand? I know. After leaving the school, Lu Qingyuan went directly to Villa number 02 of Qinglong Lake Villa. The doorbell rang for a long time before Gu Fenglan slowly opened the door. When she saw it was Lu Qingyuan, she was obviously relieved. Why? Are you afraid that it's Zhao He outside the door? Lu Qingyuan walked into the villa and said calmly, Don't be so scared. Zhao He is not as scary as you think. You don't even know him, so you naturally don't understand how moody he is. Really? Lu Qingyuan looked at the messy living room, bent down to pick up the coat on the floor, and hung it on the hanger. In this world, no one else knows Zhao He better than me. Gu Fenglan curled his lips, obviously not believing what Lu Qingyuan said. Last summer, he personally organized a silver party. At the end of the second day, 6 girls who participated in the carnival party disappeared. Lu Qingyuan looked at Gu Fenglan meaningfully. Do you know where they are? How could I know? Gu Fenglan said unhappily. Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. But I know. This spring, a girl from a certain college in Huaizhou province found Zhao He and said that she was pregnant with Zhao He's child. You also don't know about this. Lu Qingyuan shrugged. But I still know. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Qingyuan put his feet on the coffee table and looked at Gu Fenglan calmly. I know a lot. Every one of them is enough to make Zhao He die 800 times. Gu Fenglan's eyes lit up. Why don't you call the police? Lu Qingyuan looked at Gu Fenglan as if he was a fool. Do you think the Zhao family is just a decoration? Have you forgotten who Zhao Yi is? The smile on Gu Fenglan's face disappeared. Then what's the point of you knowing this information? Of course it helps. Lu Qingyuan put his arms behind his head and said slowly, The Zhao family is powerful, but it also attracts attention. Guess what? If the Zhao family loses its power one day, how many noble families would want to step on the Zhao family, or even want to send the Zhao family off in person? The handle should be used in the right place. Lu Qingyuan pointed to his head. Remember to learn to use your brain. Gu Fenglan snorted coldly and sat next to him. Then teach me what to do? Lu Qingyuan smiled and shook his head. Students have to pay tuition to go to school, and you still want to get something for nothing from me? Gu Fenglan gnashed his teeth and asked, Tell me, how much is the tuition? Tuition fees, don't worry about it now. There's still time to pay it later. There is no need to rush about tuition fees. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. This kind of thing is like boiling a frog in warm water. It takes a steady stream of water to achieve the desired effect. Have you ever considered another scenario? Lu Qingyuan asked with a smile. What if the Gu and Yin families change their minds and ask you not to marry into the Zhao family? Gu Fenglan shook his head directly. Impossible. What if it's possible? Lu Qingyuan asked without hesitation. Gu Fenglan glanced at Lu Qingyuan, hugged his shoulders and sneered. If that's the case, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Okay, it's a deal. Chapter 65, We Need to Communicate. At Wuchuan Airport, Zhao He walked down from the plane with an expressionless face. Young master, the person you asked me to find has disappeared, Zhao He's bodyguard said in a low voice. Missing? Zhao He frowned slightly. The bodyguard nodded slightly. We can't contact him in any way. Do you think this incident could be caused by Miss Gu? Does she have that ability? Zhao He snorted coldly and strode out of the airport with the security team behind him. I'm offering a reward through special channels for the man who appears next to Gu Fenglan. I want to see him tomorrow night. Yes. Several Maybachs were parked outside the airport. When the drivers saw Zhao He coming out, they quickly opened the door for him. After getting into the car, Zhao He took out his cell phone and dialed Gu Fenglan's number. In the villa, Gu Fenglan looked at the caller ID on his phone with a helpless look on his face. Don't panic. Answer the call normally. Lu Qingyuan handed the phone to Gu Fenglan and smiled slightly. Act normally. I will cooperate with you later. Gu Fenglan took a deep breath and answered the phone. Hello? Fenglan, I'm in Wuchuan City right now. Zhao He asked with a smile. Are you free tonight to meet up for dinner? Gu Fenglan looked at Lu Qingyuan, who walked to the door and asked loudly, "Wife, where are my underwear?" Gu Fenglan. Lu Qingyuan blinked at her, and Gu Fenglan understood what he meant. She put the phone down a little and said helplessly, "How many times have I told you? It's in the second drawer. How many times do I have to tell you before you can find it?" Gu Fenglan picked up the phone again, only to find that the call had been hung up. Tisk! Lu Qingyuan also noticed the situation and could only shake his head helplessly. Sooner or later, he will be pissed off to death with such a temper. Gu Fenglan threw his phone on the bed and asked seriously, "You keep trying to irritate him. Aren't you afraid that he won't follow your instructions?" Lu Qingyuan shook his head. "How can you be so sure?" Gu Fenglan was a little unhappy. "I'm shaking my head to tell you that I'm not afraid of him." Lu Qingyuan smiled calmly. "It doesn't matter whether he follows my arrangement or not. At least in Wuchuan City, he doesn't have that much power." Lu Qingyuan ignored Gu Fenglan and took out his cell phone to send a message to Tang Xuanye. "Zhao He has arrived in Wuchuan City." A few seconds later, Tang Xuanye replied with 2 words, "Got it." Gu Fenglan took a deep breath and looked at Lu Qingyuan calmly. "I think we need to communicate." Lu Qingyuan put the phone back into his pocket. "How do you want to communicate?" Gu Fenglan lost his former elegance. "Aren't you going to help me solve the problem? What is your solution? Now that Zhao He is here, what are you going to do?" She asked one question after another, which seemed to express the anxiety in her heart. "First of all, if you want to solve the problem, you must find the root cause of the problem." Lu Qingyuan looked at Gu Fenglan calmly. "Do you think the root cause is Zhao He? Can your problem be solved by solving Zhao He? Your marriage with Zhao He was arranged between noble families. What's the point of just dealing with Zhao He?" Gu Fenglan said in disbelief. "You want to get rid of the Zhao family?" Lu Qingyuan nodded decisively. "Now I want to answer your second question." Lu Qingyuan smiled gently. "For a giant like the Zhao family, you must find its fatal point and hit it with one strike. Otherwise you will suffer instead of killing the snake. Dealing with the Zhao family is not something that can be easily solved by one person." "So what?" Gu Fenglan looked at Lu Qingyuan like an old madman. "Of course we have to unite multiple forces." Lu Qingyuan tapped the table with his index finger. "The Zhao family has cut off many people's financial resources over the years. They must be hoping that the Zhao family will die immediately, but they just don't have the ability to do so. As long as we can unite them, it will be enough for the Zhao family to deal with it for a while." Gu Fenglan shook his head gently. "Only absolute benefits and absolute certainty can make them unite. Do you think you can convince them?" Lu Qingyuan turned his head and looked at Gu Fenglan quietly without saying a word. "Why are you looking at me?" Gu Fenglan was stunned by his gaze. Lu Qingyuan grinned. "Because you are the key point." Lu Qingyuan smiled mysteriously. Although the Zhao family's strength is not an illusion, they are definitely not an iron bucket that is impenetrable. The Gu family and the Yun family are examples. If they had the opportunity to step on the Zhao family, they would definitely not hesitate. Moreover, Lu Qingyuan is now constantly hinting to Zhao He that he is from the Golden Shield Security Company and a member of the Song family. With Zhao He's temper, as soon as he received this news, he would definitely give the Song family a warning. After eating a big piece of shit for no apparent reason, Lu Qingyuan didn't believe that the Song family would swallow it. Of course, the prerequisite is that the Song family must never know that the person who beat him was Zhao He. Let Zhao He fight the Song family for a while first. If Lu Qingyuan handles things well during this period, he might even be able to drag Tang Qiyuan into this mess. As long as Tang Qiyuan takes action personally, Lu Qingyuan can completely use the tiger's skin and raise the banner to turn around and deceive the Gu family and the Yun family. With the Gu family and the Yun family, other small families, businessmen, etc. who have suffered losses at the hands of the Zhao family will form a group on their own and try to snatch a piece of meat from the Zhao family. At this time, the leverage Lu Qingyuan had in his hand came in handy. These were the straws that broke the camel's back. Rubbing his head, Lu Qingyuan said calmly, "As for the last question, you just need to remember that no matter how Zhao He contacts you, you just need to reject him directly." "What if he comes to our house?" Gu Fenglan asked coldly. "He won't." Lu Qingyuan looked at her calmly. "At least I won't let him get close to here. Zhao He is the most important person in his series of plans. Lu Qingyuan must always keep an eye on Zhao He's movements to prevent any accidents from happening." "Master, have you heard of Tang Xuanye?" The bodyguard approached Zhao He and said, "The abandoned child of the Tang family. Why are you mentioning him suddenly?" Zhao He asked with a frown. The bodyguard whispered, "Tang Xuanye is in Wuchuan City now. It is said that he has taken control of the underground world of Wuchuan City. Do you think we should investigate through him? After all, this is the fastest way. Zhao He touched his chin and said, if I contact him rashly, the Tang family won't react, right? The bodyguard was also a little entangled and said, I have considered this before, but he has been abandoned by the Tang family. Even if you really like him, can you still go to the Tang family to reason for him? Just a dog. Zhao He sneered. Go and say hello to my uncle. If the Tang family really cares, let him explain. Since my parents like it, I will send more in the future. Chapter 66, A Big Gift. Mr. Zhao, your presence here is truly a great honor to my humble home. Tang Xuanye hurried to the MLS's nightclub and saw Zhao. He's sitting in the empty hall with his horse and sword. Zhao He pointed to the chair opposite him and said with a smile, I just came to Wuchuan City, and I was thinking of paying my respects to the mountain. Otherwise, it would be bad if I caused any trouble. Tang Xuanye waved his hand to let the secretary leave, then sat opposite Zhao He and said in a flattering manner, Mr. Zhao, what are you talking about? I just did a small fight. Since you are in Wuchuan City, just tell me if you need any help. I will definitely do it without hesitation. The two bodyguards behind Zhao He looked at each other. The legendary, unruly, abandoned young master of the Tang family actually acted like a dog in front of his own young master. Mr. Tang has built such a huge business all by himself in Wuchuan City. This is something that no ordinary family member can compare to. Zhao He smiled gently and said, the Tang family really didn't know how to appreciate a valuable asset. If it were me, I would never treat young Master Tang like this. Tang Xuan put away his smile and said angrily, young Master Zhao, please don't mention the Tang family. Sooner or later, I will make them regret it. That's just what it should be. Zhao He clapped his hands and laughed, then asked his bodyguard to take out a photo from his briefcase and hand it to Tang Xuanye. Mr. Tang, I come here this time and hope you can do me a favor. Tang Xuanye glared slightly. What are you talking about, Mr. Zhao? Let alone one favor. Even if it's 10 or 8 favors, as long as you ask, I will definitely do it. Zhao He couldn't help but smile and pointed at Lu Qingyuan in the photo. I hope you can use your connections to help me find the person in the photo. Tang Xuanye took the photo and looked at it carefully for a while. No problem, I'll have someone check it out now. Taking out his cell phone, Tang Xuanye dialed a number and said seriously, I'll send you a photo later and ask our people to check all the security companies called Golden Shield in Wuchuan City. Zhao He was stunned for a moment when he heard what Tang Xuanye said. He quickly raised his hand and frowned and asked, Master Tang, do you know this person? Tang Xuanye blinked and shook his head quickly. Since you don't know this person, why did you investigate the Golden Shield Security Company? Zhao He's face showed an angry expression. Tang Xuanye, are you kidding me? Tang Xuanye waved his hands in fear. Mr. Zhao, how could I dare to play with you? Doesn't the man in the photo have a work ID hanging on his waist? Zhao He snatched the photo and found a work ID card on Lu Qingyuan's waist. Looking back at the two bodyguards behind him, Zhao He cursed coldly. A bunch of trash. The bodyguard lowered his head guiltily. They intentionally selected this photo from among many photos because Lu Qingyuan looked clearer in this photo. As a result, they only focused on Lu Qingyuan and forgot to observe other useful information. Mr. Tang, I'm so sorry. Zhao He apologized a little. I was too anxious just now. I understand. Tang Xuanye smiled and said, I have asked someone to check it out. I think there will be news in a day or two. Zhao He nodded slightly, stood up, and was about to leave. Mr. Zhao, do you have anything else to do this afternoon? Tang Xuanye stopped Zhao He and asked tentatively, why don't you go upstairs and rest for a while I make arrangements? This will also give me a chance to show my abilities. Zhao He didn't expect Tang Xuanye to be so sensible. After thinking for a while, he nodded decisively. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Tang. No trouble. As he watched Zhao He and his bodyguards walk into the elevator, the smile on Tang Xuanye's face disappeared. Walking to a corner, he called Lu Qingyuan, brother-in-law. Zhao He really came to see me, and I also hinted to him about the Golden Shield Security Company. Lu Qingyuan was driving to Jiaxue City at this time. He threw his phone on the passenger seat, turned on the hands-free mode, and said with a smile, make good arrangements for Zhao He in the next few days. After all, you will have no free time in the future. Tang Xuanye laughed. Don't worry, I will definitely make him drunk and die here. Okay, let's do this for now. I'm driving. Lu Qingyuan held the steering wheel with one hand. After 2 or 3 days, I can tell him the specific news. Good. Tang Xuanye hesitated for a moment and cautiously probed. Brother-in-law, once your information is exposed, Will he follow the clues to find your family? Do you want me to send a few people to protect them? I've thought of this a long time ago, but I still have to thank you. Lu Qingyuan said gently. I have already made arrangements. If Zhao He really wants to do something to my family, he will have to sleep with 2 bodyguards in his arms in the future. Lu Qingyuan knew Zhao He's character very well, so he had already asked Chu Lin to arrange people to protect by Shuangxi and by Guiyuan. Shi Yun also has a dark side employee responsible for protection, but Lu Qingyuan also plans to contact Shi Bailey. After all, he is the future father-in-law. Although he cannot eat the meat of the Zhao family, he can at least have a sip of the soup. He arrived at Weimu Fashion with familiarity, greeted the front desk, and then took Tang Xuewei's special elevator to the top floor. I knocked on the door gently, and Tang Xuewei's voice came from inside. Come in. Lu Qingyuan pushed open the door and looked at Tang Xuewei, who was working at her desk, with a smile. After noticing that there had been no movement for a long time, Tang Xuewei quickly raised her head. Qingyuan? Tang Xuewei stood up in surprise and walked over quickly. Why didn't you tell me you were here? I want to give you a surprise. Lu Qingyuan hugged Tang Xuewei and closed the office door with his foot. Tang Xuewei tiptoed slightly and gave him a sweet kiss. After a brief exchange, Lu Qingyuan hugged her and sat on the sofa. It's time for us to take action against Song Jiai. Song Jiai, Tang Xuewei's best friend. Because of her surname, Tang Xuewei secretly checked several times, but to no avail. But she was always worried in her heart, so although she got along well with her on the surface, she never told her some important things. What do you want to do with her? Tang Xuewei asked directly. Lu Qingyuan looked at her expression and asked with a smile. Why? Do you want to do it yourself? Tang Xuewei nodded slightly. Then I'll leave it to you. Lu Qingyuan patted her on the back. Remember to be quick and don't cause any trouble. Tang Xuewei rolled her eyes. You don't trust me at all? I wanted to prepare a big gift for you. Lu Qingyuan felt a little itchy. What gift? No. Tell. You. Tang Xuewei stood up from Lu Qingyuan's arms and smiled. Just wait patiently. I promise you will like it. Chapter 67. Dear, have fun. Lu Qingyuan stayed in the office helplessly to handle affairs for Tang Xuewei. Tang Xuewei skipped work early and went home to prepare a big gift for him. Mr. Tang, here's a copy. Tang Xuewei's secretary just walked into the office and saw Lu Qingyuan sitting in Tang Xuewei's seat. She didn't react for a moment. Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. Put the file there, Mr. Tang will deal with it tomorrow. The secretary nodded slightly, and while putting the documents away, she secretly glanced at Lu Qingyuan several more times. She knew Lu Qingyuan. It was because of him that the secretary got several extra days of vacation last time, and it was paid vacation. It's so cool. The sky gradually darkened and Tang Xuewei's call arrived as expected. Honey, do you remember where my home is? Tang Xuewei said with a smile. You can come over. I have prepared a gift for you. Lu Qingyuan looked forward to it. Okay, I'll go over now. After leaving the office, Lu Qingyuan drove to Tang Xuewei's villa. Tang Xuewei was waiting at the door of the villa early. When she saw Lu Qingyuan, she hurriedly went up to him, took his hand, and walked into the house. Are you in such a hurry? Lu Qingyuan followed behind Tang Xuewei and couldn't help asking, what is the gift? Tang Xuewei smiled slightly. Don't you know everything? Then why not guess what gift I prepared for you? Lu Qingyuan thought for a while and asked tentatively. The gift you mentioned is not Song Jiai, right? Tang Xuewei paused for a moment, then slowed down. How boring. Can't you just pretend you don't know? Lu Qingyuan. Is it really Song Jiai? Lu Qingyuan asked in shock. Tang Xuewei nodded slightly and looked at him with amusement. Why? Don't you like it? Lu Qingyuan pursed his lips and did not answer. If she said she liked him, Tang Xuewei would definitely be jealous. If she says she doesn't like it, then wouldn't all Tang Xuewei's preparations for this afternoon be in vain? He brought Lu Qingyuan to the basement and pushed open the heavy iron door. What came into view was an altar with Tang Zai's urn on it. Next to the altar was a special chair that Lu Qingyuan had often seen in short films. On the chair was the gift that Tang Xuewei had carefully decorated, Song Jiai. Modified. This? Lu Qingyuan thought that the gift was Song Jiai, but he didn't expect that Tang Xuewei prepared the gift packaging so exquisitely. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Modified. Xuewei, what are you doing? Song Jiai's heart sank, knowing that her identity must have been exposed, but she still pretended to be innocent. Put me down, Xuewei, please. Tang Xuewei stood opposite Lu Qingyuan with her arms around her shoulders, looking at Song Jiai with a smile. Jiai, we are good friends, so if I have something good, I might want to share it with you. Song Jiai's eyes were on Lu Qingyuan, and she looked a little embarrassed. Shuawei, I treat you as my best friend, and you treat me like this? Best friend? Tang Shuawei smiled coldly. The one who is responsible for monitoring my best friend? Song Jiai knew that she was really exposed, but she still insisted. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Lu Qingyuan sighed softly. Ms. Song, if I take a photo of you now and send it to Mr. Wu Yu, what do you think his reaction will be? Song Jiai's face froze, and his struggling movements suddenly stopped. Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. Who is Wu Yu? Tang Shuawei asked curiously. Lu Qingyuan leaned close to Tang Shuawei's ear and whispered, Song Jiai's fiancé. Tisk, Tang Shuawei shook her head gently. If Wu Yu saw this, he would probably be speechless, right? Hey, this name is quite appropriate. Lu Qingyuan was almost amused by Tang Shuawei. Deleted. In Song Jiai's horrified eyes, read the comment. Lu Qingyuan. Just like that, Lu Qingyuan walked over and looked down at her. Tell me, what did the Song family ask you to come here for? Song Jiai tried hard to hold back the tears in her eyes and whispered, My father asked me to come and contact Tang Shuawei, and then find out as much as possible about what she did every day and who she contacted. Chapter 68, He is not qualified to eat my leftovers. Deleted. Standing up and putting away the camera, Tang Shuawei walked to Lu Qingyuan and looked down at Song Jiai. How we will get along in the future will be the same as before. After my matter is resolved, I will give you the video. There will be no relationship between us anymore. Song Jiai let go of Lu Qingyuan and looked up at Tang Shuawei. Are you willing to let me go? There is no deep hatred between us. Why do you treat me like this without any deep hatred? Song Jiai couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Tang Shuawei didn't show any regret at all. First, your cooperation with the Tang family has touched my bottom line. Secondly, although my brother's death was Tang Qiyuan's idea, it was your Song family who did it. Third, you came here with a purpose to monitor me, so you don't allow me to fight back? Tang Shuawei sneered. The Song family has repeatedly violated my bottom line. I didn't find a group of men because you are my best friend. Song Jiai wiped the tears from her face and kept silent. Besides, I don't think you have anything to lose. You can't find such a good-looking man everywhere. Tang Shuawei hugged Lu Qingyuan's arm and said with a smile, With this figure and this appearance, it would cost tens of thousands to find a man to spend a night in a club. Lu Qingyuan couldn't help but look at Tang Shuawei sideways. My goodness, if you say a few more words, Song Jiai will hang himself. The reason why I said there is no deep hatred between us is because you didn't make me lose anything. Tang Shuawei picked up the clothes on the ground and handed them to Lu Qingyuan. Do what you should do. If I find out that you say one thing in front of others and another behind their backs, I will let everyone in the world know how dissolute the little princess of the Song family is behind others. Lu Qingyuan slowly put on his clothes, turned to look at Tang Zai's portrait, and suddenly felt something strange in his heart. Others are playing with their husbands. What about him? Widow series? Definitely not. Throwing a new set of clothes to Song Jiai, Tang Shuawei said calmly. Put on your clothes and leave here quickly. You should know what to do for the rest. Song Jiai silently picked up the clothes on the ground and slowly put them on under the gaze of the two. After she put on her clothes, Lu Qingyuan suddenly said, In a few days, Zhao He from the Zhao family will come to Jiashui City. You can go and meet him by chance. Song Jiai suddenly raised his head and glared at Lu Qingyuan. Do you think I want you to accompany him? Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. He is not qualified to eat my leftovers. Song Jiai's face turned pale with anger. He may ask you about the Golden Shield Security Company. You need to tell him everything you know about the Golden Shield Security Company. Of course, you'd better pretend to mention it casually. Lu Qingyuan stretched out his hand and lifted Song Jiai's chin. Just say that the Golden Shield Security Company has just hired a handsome guy, but it seems that he was arranged by the Song family to go to Wuchuan City to carry out a mission in the past 2 days. Song Jiai slapped Lu Qingyuan's hand away and said coldly, I understand. After watching Song Jiai leave, Lu Qingyuan stretched his body and said, Shuawei, is it time to go to bed? Tang Shuawei blinked her eyes, her face flushed with shame. You still have strength. Lu Qingyuan. Zhao He had a great time in Wuchuan City for 2 days. Tang Xuanya silently watched the girl being carried out of his room, anger welling up in his eyes. Mr. Zhao, are you having fun recently? Seeing Zhao He coming out of the room, Tang Xuanya hid the anger in his eyes and said with a smile, If you are not satisfied with anything, just tell me directly. Zhao He patted Tang Xuanya's shoulder with satisfaction. Mr. Tang, I haven't felt so good in a long time. Tang Xuanya laughed. As long as you were satisfied. Taking Tang Xuanya into the room, Zhao Yi opened a bottle of red wine and poured him a glass himself. I heard about your situation. I will go home and talk to the elders. If possible, we will provide help. Tang Xuanya stood up excitedly. Mr. Zhao, since you said this, I will not hesitate to ask me to go through fire and water, even if you ask me to do it. Don't worry. We are all children of noble families. I understand your difficulties. Zhao Yi waved his hand to let Tang Xuanya sit down, and then asked directly, have you found the person I asked you to check? Tang Xuanya handed the information he had prepared in advance to Zhao He. This person is called Lu Qingyuan, a native of Wuchuan City, and he just joined the Golden Shield Security Company not long ago. Having said this, Tang Xuanya paused and looked up at Zhao He. Zhao He sensed that something was amiss and raised his eyebrows to signal him to continue. Mr. Zhao, this Golden Shield Security Company is not in Wuchuan City, but in Jiashui City in the neighboring province. Tang Xuanya said cautiously. Moreover, this company seems to be an asset of the Song family. Song family? Which Song family? Zhao He was stunned for a moment. He quickly went through it in his mind, but he couldn't think of any news about the Song family. Tang Xuanya smiled and said, the Song family in Jiashui City has some cooperation with the Tang family, but the cooperation is not deep. The Golden Shield Security Company is their company. Zhao Yi suddenly realized. No wonder I haven't heard of it, but this little shrimp now dares to call itself a noble family? Tang Xuanya smiled gently. This matter. Zhao He narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it related to the Song family? Tang Xuanya hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, I don't know the details, but my people heard that it was the top management of the Golden Shield Security Company who sent Lu Qingyuan here to carry out the mission. No one knows what the mission is. Zhao Yi's face was filled with anger. Damn it! They sent people to poach my girlfriend? Maybe they don't know about you and Miss Gu? Fart! Zhao He was furious. Every family, big or small, knows about my engagement with Gu Fenglan. How come the Song family is the only one that doesn't know? Tang Xuanya sat on the sofa like a good kid. Maybe they did it on purpose. Chapter 69, It's Great to Have You. Brother-in-law, that idiot Zhao He left. He believe it? I believe it. Lu Qingyuan lay leisurely on the bed and said with a smile, I thought he would be suspicious of this answer, full of loopholes. Tang Xuanya chuckled. He is almost going crazy now. How can he have time to think about these things? Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingyuan pondered for a while and called Bailey. Uncle, are you interested in a business? Lu Qingyuan asked with a smile. What business? Most of Lu Qingyuan's words had meaning. Bailey guessed that Lu Qingyuan was probably eyeing other people's businesses and wanted to get them into his own hands. Jindun Security Company in Jiashui City. Lu Qingyuan handed a document to Bailey. This security company is probably going to be ruined soon. Do you have any idea of taking it over? Bailey looked at the file sent by Lu Qingyuan and couldn't help but smile. Very interested. What should I do? Listen to me. After ending the call with Bailey, Lu Qingyuan turned around and chatted with Yiyun to calm her down. Tang Xuewei walked into the room in her pajamas. You are busy enough every day. After saying goodbye to Yiyun, Lu Qingyuan rolled his eyes and said, It's all for you, isn't it? I know. Tang Xuewei leaned over and kissed Lu Qingyuan on the face. My man is always good to me. Lu Qingyuan smiled and shook his head, then got up from the bed. I'm going to take a shower, then go out to do something. I guess I'll be back very late. Gonna hook up with girls again? No. Lu Qingyuan shook his head solemnly. Go fish for the ant. Tang Xuewei. Seeing that Lu Qingyuan was really dressing up seriously, Tang Xuewei asked incredulously. Qingyuan, you are not really. No. Do you really believe it? Lu Qingyuan said with a smile. I was just teasing you. I plan to go find Song Jiai's mother. Tang Xuewei's eyes widened suddenly. Are you planning to sleep with Song Jiai's mother? Are you kidding me? Lu Qingyuan was speechless. A middle-aged woman who is average-looking. Am I crazy enough to want to sleep with her? Tang Xuewei muttered in a low voice. Some people just like this. Lu Qingyuan rolled his eyes. Song Jiai's mother is not a woman who keeps to herself. She has been having an affair behind Song Xian's back for a long time. Song Xian must be aware of this, right? Can he acquiesce to this cuckold being put on his head? Tang Xuewei couldn't quite understand. Song Xian is not a good person either. How many people can have a harmonious marriage like this? Lu Qingyuan tidied his hair and said calmly, the most important thing is that Song Jiai's mother has something against Song Xian, so she dares to accuse him so arrogantly. Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, now all the upper-class people in Jiaxue City are eager to taste what the mistress of the Song family tastes like. Tang Xuewei leaned into Lu Qingyuan's arms. What secret is it? Can I know? Time to relax. Of course. Lu Qingyuan stretched out his finger and scratched Tang Xuewei's nose. He killed his father, mother, and brother. Does this count as evidence? Ah! Tang Xuewei was stunned. She had never met such a beast in her life. Although it is said that people in aristocratic families will do anything for power, just like Tang Xuan murdered Tang Zhe for the few shares she had. But this was the first time she heard of patricide and matricide. Although the Song family is known as an aristocratic family, their strength is probably only enough to bully others in Jiaxue City. Lu Qingyuan carried Tang Xuewei to the living room and slowly told about Song Xian's dark history. Normally speaking, it would not be his turn to take over the Song family. After all, he has an older brother. Just for this? Tang Xuewei asked with a frown. Lu Qingyuan shook his head. Not only that, his parents refused to let him cooperate with other families, fearing that other families would swallow up the Song family. But if they don't rely on the strength of other families, the Song family will only bully others in Jiaxue City all their lives. In the eyes of other families, they will always be that small shrimp that can be crushed to death with just one finger. Then he hooked up with Tang Qiyuan. In order to be the head of the Song family, he drugged his parents and brother to death. Tang Xuewei gave a thumbs up. This is such a ruthless person. After thinking about it, Tang Xuewei asked again, do you want to use this handle to kill Song Xian? Will Song Jiai's mother agree with your idea? Yes, because I will promise her that after Song Xian dies, the Song family will be hers. Tang Xuewei suddenly realized. So, you want to control the Song family through her? Lu Qingyuan shook his head again. Tang Xuewei was even more confused this time. The Song family has no need to exist anymore. Lu Qingyuan gently held Tang Xuewei's hand. I promised you that I would make the Song family pay the price. Tang Xuewei leaned in Lu Qingyuan's arms and whispered, I know, but the Song family is an aristocratic family after all. If Song Xian counterattacks before his death, I'm afraid you will get hurt. Lu Qingyuan shook his head gently. Don't worry, he won't have time to struggle with me. Tang Xuewei wiped her eyes gently, hugged Lu Qingyuan's neck, and choked up a little. Qingyuan, it's great to have you. Lu Qingyuan smiled gently and stayed with Tang Xuewei for a while before getting up and going to the study to get paper and pen. After a moment, Lu Qingyuan handed the paper to Tang Xuewei. Find your confidence to contact these people. I have written down all their handles on the paper. You must use the lowest price to exchange for their shares. There is a fool in the Song family who will do it for me. You just need to quickly take over the Song family's assets. Lu Qingyuan smiled lightly. As for the children of the Song family, whether they can survive depends on their luck. Tang Xuewei nodded vigorously. After watching Lu Qingyuan leave, Tang Xuewei put away her little womanly demeanor, put on her previous strong attitude, and started making phone calls. She would never allow Lu Qingyuan's plan to go wrong. After leaving Tang Xuewei's villa, Lu Qingyuan looked at the time and drove to a commercial street in Jiaxue City. There is a very high-end tea restaurant there, which is the favorite place of Song Jiai's mother Wang Ping. Because it is close to Jiaxue City CBD, many white-collar workers like to go there for entertainment on their way to and from work. Wang Ping likes to fish here every day. Arriving at the tea restaurant, Lu Qingyuan looked around, then found the most conspicuous seat and sat down facing the door. Now, he just needs to wait for Wang Ping to come. Lu Qingyuan is very confident about his appearance, unless Wang Ping's taste is different from that of the general public. Finding pictures is harder than writing a novel. Chapter 70. Imagination is really scary. Half an hour later, a plump woman wearing gold and silver jewelry walked in from outside. Wang Ping looked around, and her eyes quickly locked on Lu Qingyuan. Walking in front of Lu Qingyuan, Wang Ping smiled gently. Handsome guy, is there anyone here? Lu Qingyuan raised his eyes and glanced at her. There are so many empty seats here. Why do you have to sit opposite me? Because you are so handsome. I can't even walk when I see you. Wang Ping smiled and said, Handsome boy, do you want to play with me? Lu Qingyuan leaned back in his chair and looked at Wang Ping. How do you want to play? Of course not here. Wang Ping looked around. But it's not impossible to be here, but I want to see how much the handsome boy costs. Lu Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief and blocked the foot that was teasing him under the table without leaving any trace. You can't control Song Xian with that handle for the rest of his life. He dared to kill his father and mother. What else does he need? Wang Ping froze for a moment, then teased his feet even more brazenly. Which family's little brother are you from? I never thought that other families would have such a handsome little brother. If I remarry now, will the handsome boy still want me? I definitely can't want you. But whether you want a Song family or not depends on what you want. Wang Ping finally stopped moving. She rested her chin on her head and looked at Lu Qingyuan with interest. What do you mean, handsome boy? Do you want to help me seize power? Is there still a chance of getting something for nothing in this world? Lu Qingyuan was quite surprised by Wang Ping's clarity of mind. Of course, there is no such thing as a free lunch, but some things are won by human efforts. Lu Qingyuan stared into Wang Ping's eyes and said calmly, Song Xian has already relied on the Tang family. With the Tang family's means, your handle is not very fatal to him. After all, if a handle is placed on a dead person, it seems to be of no use. Wang Ping smiled and shook her head. You are right, but how do you know he will kill me? He has come this far with my support. Lu Qingyuan nodded seriously. You did interfere very little in the development of the Song family, but you should consider that if the Song family accepts funding from a higher-level family, will Song Xian still take you seriously? It seems that he has reached the limit of his tolerance for your cuckolding behavior, right? The smile on Wang Ping's face finally disappeared. She looked at Lu Qingyuan uncertainly. What else do you know? Tell me all about it. Some things are just mentioned briefly. Lu Qingyuan stood up slowly. Why should I reveal all these things if I don't get any favorable conditions? Seeing Lu Qingyuan about to leave the tea restaurant, Wang Ping hesitated for a long time before standing up and chasing after him. What conditions do you need in order to tell me the rest? Wang Ping grabbed Lu Qingyuan and asked seriously. Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, Your daughter is very beautiful. Jai? Do you like Jai? Wang Ping was relieved. I can introduce Jai to you anytime. Lu Qingyuan smiled cheerfully. Let's do it another day. I don't have much time recently. However, although the current conditions are sufficient, do you really want to hear the follow-up? Lu Qingyuan lowered his voice and said, Once you know something, you can't turn it back? Wang Ping gritted her teeth and nodded. Just like you said, I can't let my life be in the hands of others. Take away what you like. Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, Zhao He from the Zhao family will arrive in Jiaxue City today. I guess he will come into contact with Song Xian soon. Zhao family. Wang Ping's face changed. The Zhao family's reputation is well known among the aristocratic families, and their strength has always been among the best. The remaining few top-tier families can almost be said to be indifferent to worldly affairs. Therefore, in the current circle of aristocratic families, with the top-tier aristocratic families not showing up, the Zhao family can be regarded as one of the top ones. The reason why Wang Ping was not worried when Song Xian had contacted the Tang family before was because although the Tang family was still powerful, it was now in its decline. Moreover, almost all the members of the Tang family were struggling for power and profit. After Tang Qiyuan cooperated with Song Xian, apart from providing help a few times, they had no time to pay attention to him at all. But the Zhao family is different. If Song Xuanjin gets the support of the Zhao family, the first thing he will do is to eliminate her as a threat. He handed a note to Wang Ping. This is my contact information. Once you confirm the information I gave you, we can contact each other again. After saying that, Lu Qingyuan turned and left. Holding the note, Wang Ping decisively got into the car and went home. She couldn't believe it. If everything Lu Qingyuan said was true, then how miserable her end would be. After parking the car in the parking space, Wang Ping walked towards the villa, carrying her bag. This entire villa area was developed by the Song family, and Song Xian reserved the best location for himself. As soon as she pushed open the door of the villa, Wang Ping heard Song Xian's hearty laughter. Mr. Zhao is truly a dragon among men. It's a pity that you have someone you love. Otherwise, I would really like to introduce my daughter to you. Prince Zhao. Wang Ping's pupil shrank suddenly. She quietly closed the door and walked towards the living room step by step. Wang Ping vaguely seemed to hear Song Xian whispering, Mr. Zhao, killing him is easy, but the follow-up matters will be difficult to handle. What's so difficult about it? I'm behind you to support you. What are you afraid of? Song Xian laughed excitedly and said, I feel relieved when you said that. Please stay here for now. I promise to handle this matter within 2 days. Wang Ping's face turned pale. She couldn't believe what she heard. She stopped and walked out decisively. I can't stay here any longer. If Song Xian really sees me, I probably won't see the sun tomorrow. Song Xian had no idea that Wang Ping had just been outside, nor did she know that she had been influenced by Lu Qingyuan to think that what he had just said was an attempt to kill Wang Ping. By the way, there is a question I forgot to ask you. How did he offend you? Song Xian asked with a smile, while looking at the photos of Lu Qingyuan. Zhao He looked at him with a smile. He is thinking about my fiancé. Are you satisfied with this answer? Song Xian knew that he had said the wrong thing and quickly kept silent. Besides, you don't have to look for him. Zhao He put away the smile on his face and said coldly, because this person is in the Golden Shield Security Company. As the boss behind the Golden Shield Security Company, you don't even know your own employees? Zhao He raised his glass and splashed the wine in Song Xian's face. Without the instructions of you, the boss behind the scenes, how dare you go to Wuchuan City to seduce my fiancé? My eyes are closed. What are you waiting for? Chapter 71, How Can I Get Rid of Such a Life? Song Xian didn't even have time to wipe the wine off his face and shouted in panic. Mr. Zhao, I really didn't know about this matter. Besides, I don't dare to arrange for someone to seduce. To find your fiancé. Zhao He picked up the wine bottle on the table and smashed it on Song Xian's head. I'll give you 3 days to find this person quickly, otherwise you and the Song family will disappear. Hello, who is this? Lu Qingyuan was driving back when he received a call from Wang Ping. What? Did you prove that what I said was correct? He has really leaned on the Zhao family. I've just heard his conversation with Zhao He. He plans to kill me. Wang Ping lost her usual composure and screamed into the phone in fear. I need your help. Don't you like my daughter? I can do something secretly and let you have her tonight. Lu Qingyuan showed a sarcastic smile. The presidential suite of Luyan Hotel in Jiashui City. I will see Song Jiai there tonight. No problem. I'll do it now. Okay. I'll wait for your news. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingyuan called Tang Shuawei directly. Shuawei, tell Song Jiai that Zhao, he doesn't need him anymore. There's nothing for her to do now. Okay, I understand. Pulling the car to the side of the road, Lu Qingyuan called Chu Lin again. Is Yang Jian still in Jiashui City? Here I am. Tell me his location and contact information. A rummaging voice came from the phone. There is a safe house in Jiashui City. Yang Jian has been staying there since the last mission. I will give him your contact information later and ask him to come find you. Lu Qingyuan calculated the time and said, that would be too troublesome. I'll give you an address and ask Yang Jian to go over and clean up one person for me. After telling Chu Lin the location of Song Xian, Lu Qingyuan said seriously, he was meeting a guest there just now. I need Yang Jian to create a scene where his guest murdered him. No problem, I'll notify Yang Jian now. After a series of problems were solved, Lu Qingyuan did not go back to find Tang Shuawei. Instead, he drove directly to a nearby park and waited quietly for news from Wang Ping and Yang Jian. 2 hours later, Wang Ping called first. Hello, I have brought Jiai to the presidential suite number 2 of Lian Hotel. What should I do now? Don't worry, I can definitely do what I said. Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. You can now prepare to take over the Song family. Really? There is a piece of news that will reach your ears soon, and then you will know whether what I said is true or not. Lu Qingyuan said calmly. Instead of saying this, you might as well keep an eye on Song Jiai for me. If she runs away when I go there, you should prepare to disappear with Song Xian. After hanging up the phone, half an hour later, a call from an unfamiliar mobile number finally came into his phone. Boss! Yang Jian's voice reached Lu Qingyuan's ears. It's me, Lu Qingyuan asked calmly. Is everything settled? The person you designated has been dealt with, but he seemed to have had an argument with someone else and was hit on the head with a wine bottle. I don't know if he is the person you want to frame. Lu Qingyuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that Zhao He's impulsiveness actually helped him secretly. He will only meet one guest there today. Lu Qingyuan couldn't help but smile. Yang Jian's tone was also full of ease. I haven't seen such a simple mission for a long time. The fingerprints of that person are everywhere. I don't even need to make any arrangements. Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. Deal with the scene and call the police when you leave. By the way, don't forget to handle the surveillance. Yang Jian couldn't help laughing this time. Boss, you may not know that there is no surveillance around his villa. I suspect he did it on purpose, but I didn't expect that it would benefit us in the end. Lu Qingyuan looked at his attribute panel. Assist card. Good luck, Gold. Is it you who played a role? The sun slowly set. Lu Qingyuan had been sitting in the car for a long time, so he opened the door and got out to move around for a while. Wang Ping's call finally came as expected. Did you do this? There was surprise in her voice. I don't know what you were talking about. Lu Qingyuan asked calmly. Wang Ping nodded excitedly. I understand. The key is on the carpet at the door, and no one will disturb you from now on. Wang Ping hung up the phone, and Lu Qingyuan looked at the phone and shook his head helplessly. Arriving at Luyan Hotel, Lu Qingyuan walked to the presidential suite number 2 on the top floor with familiarity. There was a sign, "No need to clean," hanging on the door handle. Lu Qingyuan looked around and bent down to find a room card from under the carpet at the door. Beep! The door lock was opened. Lu Qingyuan pushed the door open and walked in slowly. Song Jiayi was sleeping soundly on the bed. She seemed to have been knocked unconscious by Wang Ping in some way. Turning his head to look at the table, Wang Ping had thoughtfully prepared a series of tools for him, fearing that Lu Qingyuan would not have fun. Coming to the living room, Lu Qingyuan sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, and waited quietly for Song Jiayi to wake up. Time passed little by little, and Song Jiayi, who was lying on the bed, finally woke up. She covered her head in pain and looked around at the unfamiliar room. Faintly, she seemed to hear a sound outside. Song Jiayi got up from the bed in a daze, covering his head, and walked outside. When I opened the door, Lu Qingyuan's figure came into view. Woke up. Lu Qingyuan looked at her with interest. You've slept for the whole afternoon. Are you hungry? I just called the catering service. Their dishes taste pretty good. The moment he saw Lu Qingyuan, Song Jiayi remembered everything that had happened. Her mother, Wang Ping, personally put her daughter on Lu Qingyuan's bed. Tears fell down without cost. Lu Qingyuan took a bite of steak and said calmly, "Instead of spending time crying here, you might as well think about how to get rid of this kind of life." Song Jiayi looked at Lu Qingyuan with tears in her eyes and suddenly felt that what he said seemed to be right. Walking directly to the opposite side of Lu Qingyuan, Song Jiayi picked up the knife and fork and started eating with big mouthfuls. After everyone had eaten, Song Jiayi took out a tissue and wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth. He took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "I want to get rid of this kind of life. What should I do?" Lu Qingyuan looked at her with a smile and said nothing. Song Jiayi seemed to understand something, lowered his head, and whispered softly, "Yes, Tang Shuwei is such a proud woman. She can do that for you." In an instant, Song Jiayi seemed to understand a lot of things. "What's her name?" Song Jiayi smiled. "Lu Qingyuan." "Mr. Lu, I will be your concubine from now on. You can do whatever you want with me." Song Jiayi's eyes revealed a hint of resentment. "I only have one condition, that is to let that bitch die." In Lu Qingyuan's sight, a card suddenly jumped out of Song Jiayi's body and floated above her head. Chapter 72, Cards That Never Appeared. This was the first time Lu Qingyuan had seen such a situation. He raised his hand and gently touched Song Jiayi's head. After the card touched Lu Qingyuan's hand, it directly melted into his body. The next moment, a blue card appeared in the subcard column of his attribute panel. Supplementary card, Song Jiayi Blue. Lu Qingyuan was truly eye-opening. This is a card that Lu Qingyuan has never seen in the game. Even the game planner never said that. How to say it? The real game world is good. Song Jiayi seemed to have misunderstood Lu Qingyuan's meaning. She stood up and went to the bathroom to rinse her mouth, then knelt in front of Lu Qingyuan and whispered, "You can record it. You can insult me, but that's my only condition." After saying this, he lowered his head and served Lu Qingyuan. Gently stroking Song Jiayi's head, Lu Qingyuan smiled softly. "I accept this condition, and our cooperation officially begins." With the golden finger as evidence, Song Jiayi will never be able to escape from Lu Qingyuan in this life. This is fate. Song Xian's villa had been blocked at this time. Wang Ping slowly walked towards the villa, but was stopped by the police at the door. "Song Xian is my husband." Wang Ping whispered, "Let me go and take another look at him." A hint of joy flashed across Wang Ping's lowered eyes, but more of it was shock, or perhaps horror. "Who is the young man I met in the tea restaurant before? Which noble family does he belong to? Song Xian was actually dealt with by her just like that? Your name is Wang Ping?" A policeman walked out of the villa. "Did your husband meet guests here today?" Wang Ping hid the emotions in her eyes perfectly. "In the afternoon, he met a friend. I heard his name was Mr. Zhao, and I don't know anything else." "Have you been here this afternoon?" "I have been here." Wang Ping did not hide the fact. "I came back to look for my husband, but when I saw him meeting a guest, I turned around and left." The policeman nodded slightly, then looked around and asked, "Is there no surveillance camera in this villa area?" Wang Ping smiled bitterly. "The people who live here are either rich or noble. The property management did not install surveillance cameras to avoid trouble." The policeman frowned slightly. "Who is responsible for safety then?" "The security guards at the gate are very strict in patrolling outsiders." Wang Ping answered fluently. "In the villa area, the property management patrols every half an hour. You can see that there is a red button on every few streetlights." That is where the property management clocks in. It must be pressed every time a patrol is carried out. Captain, we've got the surveillance footage outside the villa area. Another police officer hurried over and handed a video to the police officer who was questioning him. Around the time of the deceased's death, there were 12 vehicles entering and leaving the villa area. I've had someone check it out. 11 of them were residents of this villa area. Only this Maybach is from outside. The police nodded gently. Send someone to check where this car went immediately. After finishing the questioning of Wang Ping, the police took away Song Xian's body and left. Sitting quietly in the empty villa, Wang Ping slowly took out her cell phone from her bag and called Lu Qingyuan again. After a long, busy tone, the call was finally connected. A girl's suppressed cry came from the phone. Wang Ping knew that it was the voice of her daughter Song Jiai. Is there something? Lu Qingyuan turned on the speakerphone and asked loudly. What should I do next? Wang Ping asked decisively. As if she heard Wang Ping's voice, Song Jiai shouted even harder. Do I need to take care of the rest? Lu Qingyuan asked with a smile. Can't you solve the Song family's problems? Wang Ping took a deep breath and said, I mean Zhao He. What if he is not convicted? What should I do? I can't afford the revenge of the Zhao family. So that's what it is. Lu Qingyuan took a few breaths and said casually, If Zhao He really asks, just say I arranged it. After saying that, Lu Qingyuan hung up the phone and blocked Wang Ping's contact information. Song Jiai looked back at him, as if waiting for Lu Qingyuan's answer. Don't worry, Zhao He will be fine, and the Zhao family won't let anything happen to him. Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. It's just that Zhao He is fine, but some people will have to be in trouble. Song Jiai couldn't help but smile. Master, please lie down and leave the rest to me. On the other side, Wang Ping put away her phone and breathed a sigh of relief. With Lu Qingyuan's promise, she felt relieved. Just as she was about to go out for a walk, the smile on Wang Ping's face suddenly froze. From the beginning to the end, she had no idea of Lu Qingyuan's name and identity. She hurriedly contacted Lu Qingyuan again, but found that his phone was always busy. Fuck you. Wang Ping threw her cell phone to the ground. After calming down, Wang Ping decided to put these things aside for the time being. Even if Zhao He had extraordinary abilities, he would not be able to get out for a while. She might as well take advantage of this stage to take control of the Song family as soon as possible. Unfortunately, what Wang Ping didn't know was that under Lu Qingyuan's arrangement, all the evidence of the Song family's involvement in the murder of Tang Zhe had been sent to the Public Security Bureau by Tang Xuewei. After all, Tang Xuewei is a well-known entrepreneur in Jiashui City. If such a person calls the police in person, the police will naturally take it seriously. After checking all the evidence, the police split into several groups and quickly arrested all the suspects. At the same time, Shi Bailey, who had notified Tang Xuewei in advance, also brought people to Jiashui City and was preparing to directly acquire the Golden Shield Security Company after its bankruptcy. Qingyuan, what are you doing? Tang Xuewei contacted Lu Qingyuan and said sweetly, I miss you. Lu Qingyuan had just entered the sage mode at this time. He smiled and asked, How is the progress of the things I asked you to handle? When Tang Xuewei heard Lu Qingyuan mention business, she lost her sweet words and said seriously, I have already contacted 2 people on the list you gave me, and the talks went smoothly. They are willing to exchange all their shares for leverage. Very good. Lu Qingyuan smiled and looked at Song Jiai, who was still talking. He murmured, Go as fast as possible. The Song family will be finished soon. I know. Tang Xuewei's voice softened again. Qingyuan, thank you. Lu Qingyuan smiled and shook his head. Do we still need to say the word thank you to each other? I said this on behalf of Xiaoza. Tang Xuewei sighed softly. If he knew about this, he would definitely thank you as his brother-in-law. Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, Things have just begun. Our target is the Tang family. After we have completely dealt with Tang Qiyuan, let Xiaoza thank me. Chapter 73, New Title System. After opening Goddess Record, Tang Xuewei's favorability level has unknowingly reached the point of telepathy, but it will take some time before they become soulmates. Clicking on Tang Xuewei's new favorability gift package, a golden light flashed once again. After opening the attribute panel, Lu Qingyuan did not see the new subcard in the subcard column, but there was one more entry in the attribute panel. Title: Harmony of the Qin and the Sei Tang Xuewei's exclusive title, Harmony of Harmony. After wearing this title, Tang Xuewei's favorability will increase by 25% faster, and the chance of a colored card in the favorability gift pack will increase by 1%. This is the first entry with an annotation. Only increasing the color card explosion rate by 1% is useless. Lu Qingyuan curled his lips, but still put on the title. After an update, the gold finger is indeed very different from the original one. Whether it is Song Jiai's supplementary card or the newly acquired title system, they have never appeared in previous games. I don't know how many unknown surprises are waiting for me in the future. Lu Qingyuan ended the call with Tang Shuawei, then patted Song Jiai's head gently. Okay, take a rest. Go report to Shuawei directly tomorrow, and stay at Weimu Fashion to help out in the future. Song Jiai nodded slightly, then lay carefully in Lu Qingyuan's arms. With victory achieved on all fronts, Lu Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief and slowly closed his eyes. Unlike Lu Qingyuan, who was relaxed, Zhao felt like he was screwed at this moment. I was already in a bad mood because Lu Qingyuan and Gu Fenglan had hooked up, but luckily I beat Song Xian up in the afternoon and got rid of a lot of the anger in my heart. After returning to the hotel, Zhao called for a special service and was having fun in the room when a group of policemen rushed in. In stark contrast to Zhao's mentality was the girl who was being abused by him. After seeing the police, she seemed to see hope and hid behind the police, trembling with blood all over her head. The leading policeman quickly took off his coat and put it on the girl, then said to Zhao He in a cold voice, "Are you Zhao He? You are involved in murder now. Please come with us." "Me? Murder?" Zhao He was so angry that he laughed. "Do you know who I am? And who did I kill?" The policeman took out the handcuffs expressionlessly and said, "Song Xian, he only received you in the villa this afternoon. If you have any excuses, save them for later questioning." After putting handcuffs on Zhao He, the policeman glanced at the naked Zhao He, looked at a certain part of his body with emphasis, and then curled his lips slightly. He threw the bed sheet to Zhao He. "Use it to cover yourself, and don't go out and embarrass yourself." Zhao He tied the bed sheet around his waist with a gloomy face, then followed the police out of the room. The two bodyguards at the door looked at Zhao He helplessly. "Young master," Zhao He said coldly, "go inform my uncle and tell him everything that happened." The policeman glanced at the two bodyguards, then pushed Zhao He hard. "Don't waste time. Hurry up and leave." A sneer appeared on Zhao He's lips. "You are the first person to treat me like this." The policeman raised his eyebrows. "Don't worry, there will be more people like this in the future." After the police took Zhao He away, one of the bodyguards hurriedly contacted Zhao Yongfa. Have Xiaohe and Song Xian started fighting? Zhao Yongfa was lying on the bed and was about to go to sleep, but when he heard the bodyguard's words, the sleepiness on his face instantly disappeared. Hearing Zhao Yongfa's question, the bodyguard whispered, "Because of Miss Gu's matter, the young master has been in a bad mood these days. When he was talking to Song Xian today, he hit him with a wine bottle." Seeing that Zhao Yongfa didn't say anything, the bodyguard hurriedly said, "Mr. Zhao, although the young master did it, Song Xian just broke his skin and bled a little. He will definitely not die." "Do you know who contacted Gu Fenglan?" Zhao Yongfa said with a sinister look. Xiao He was obviously framed. The bodyguard replied hastily, "We have photos. This young man is called Lu Qingyuan and is a native of Wuchuan City." "Lu?" Zhao Yongfa thought for a while, and after confirming that there was no Lu family in his memory, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao He must not get into trouble. "I will contact someone now. When Xiao He comes out, you must keep an eye on him and never let him have any overreaction." "No." After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yongfa contacted a high-ranking member of the Zhao family and told him everything about Zhao He. "Brother, this is the last time I will help him." The person on the phone said calmly, "You also know that my current position is already treading on thin ice. If you keep doing this kind of thing over and over again, do you still want to continue to climb up? Brother, you also know that Xiao He is the future successor of the Zhao family. If something happens to him, what will happen to the future of the Zhao family? Leaving the Zhao family to a man like him, there is no future." The voice on the phone said indifferently, "I still say the same thing. I will handle this matter for him. If something happens again in the future, let him fend for himself." The call was hung up directly, and Zhao Yongfa raised a smile. "You are just a member of a side branch family, and you dare to talk to me like this?" Zhao Yongfa smiled and shook his head. "Let you play your last bit of energy, and then give the position to others." The next morning, Lu Qingyuan slowly opened his eyes and found that Song Jiai had woken up a long time ago, but had been nestling in his arms without moving. "Why did you wake up so early?" Lu Qingyuan was a little surprised. After all, he had consumed so much energy last night. Song Jiai pouted a little aggrievedly. I'm hungry." Lu Qingyuan smiled and shook his head, gently patting her fair back. "If you are hungry, just get up and eat." Can I beat you up for this? Song Jiai nodded weakly, looked at the clothes torn into pieces on the ground, turned and looked at Lu Qingyuan innocently. After thinking for a while, Lu Qingyuan decisively picked up his phone and contacted Tang Xuewei, asking her to bring a set of clothes over. In less than half an hour, Tang Xuewei hurried to Luyan Hotel. She wanted to see who dared to steal her girl openly in Jiashui City. When Tang Xuewei opened the bedroom door, she saw Song Jiai curled up in the quilt. Tang Xuewei. It turned out that she was the one who delivered the shovel for digging the wall herself. Seeing Tang Xuewei, Song Jiai pursed his lips, stood up and knelt on the bed, lowered his eyebrows and called out, "Madam, Tang Xuewei." She couldn't believe her ears. "Jiai, you? What did you call me just now?" "Okay, that name is just for fun in bed. Song Jiai is a secondary card after all, and Lu Qingyuan doesn't have that kind of hobby, so he directly corrected the way Song Jiai addressed him. We should get along with each other as we should in the future. After all, we are still in the cooperation stage now. Just tell me if it looks good or not." Chapter 74, My Good Helper. Let Song Jiai go wash up first, and Lu Qingyuan took Tang Xuewei to the living room to eat breakfast slowly. "Don't you want to explain to me?" Tang Xuewei stood in front of Lu Qingyuan with her hands on her waist and asked in a pretended angry tone. Lu Qingyuan drank the porridge in the bowl and said, "It is said that acting is a woman's talent, but you are a little inferior in this respect." The smile on Tang Xuewei's face replaced the previous anger. She moved closer to Lu Qingyuan and nudged him gently with her elbow. "Tell me, how did you deal with Jiai?" Lu Qingyuan didn't beat around the bush and directly told Tang Xuewei what happened yesterday. Tang Xuewei smiled softly. "I didn't expect that this assist came from her own mother." Lu Qingyuan shrugged. In an environment like this of an aristocratic family, one shouldn't expect things like family, love, and friendship. To them, these are too precious. Tang Sui not se the osili. In an aristocratic family, everything depends on whether you have something to exploit, whether it is power or strength, all of which are used to increase your bargaining chips. Trash has no place in a noble family. Seeing Song Jiai, who had already washed up, Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. "Come over and have breakfast." Sitting quietly opposite the two of them, Song Jiai glanced at Tang Xuewei secretly, not even daring to pick up the chopsticks. "I once said that we don't have any deep hatred. The root cause of the last incident was because you are a member of the Song family." Tang Xuewei smiled softly, "But now it's different. Our relationship has changed from opponents to partners. Chung Yuan has also admitted this, so you can rest assured. As for our relationship," Tang Xuewei thought for a while and said, "Let's continue to get along as best friends." Song Jiai nodded slightly, then picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Looking at Song Jiai, Lu Qingyuan suddenly said, "Jiai, help me do something later." Song Jiai swallowed the bun in his mouth. "You say. You and Xuewei will go to the tea restaurant on the commercial street later and try to get the surveillance footage of Wang Ping and I talking yesterday afternoon." Lu Qingyuan leaned back in his chair and said with a smile, "After all, Zhao may not know who screwed him until now. We should at least give him a target." Song Jiai hesitated for a moment. "Once Zhao knows your identity, will there be any danger?" Lu Qingyuan looked at Song Jiai seriously, then smiled gently. "Thank you for your concern, but Zhao has a deep hatred for me. After seeing me, he will lose his mind even more. Unfortunately, he couldn't find me at all, so he had to change to a target that he could find quickly." Tang Xuewei's eyes lit up. "Wang Ping." Lu Qingyuan nodded. "Not only Wang Ping, but also the Song family. Zhao he received such an insult, and with his broad mind, he would not swallow it so easily. The Zhao family might give him a warning, but a general in a foreign army is not subject to military orders, not to mention Zhao He's personality. If he doesn't make the Song family pay the price, he will probably explode on the spot." Just as Lu Qingyuan guessed with the operation of the Zhao family, Zhao He walked out of the police station in a swagger at noon. "Master." Two bodyguards rushed over and asked, "Are you okay?" Zhao He's face was gloomy. "What do you think?" The bodyguard immediately shut up. Zhao He took a deep breath and asked coldly, "Who is plotting against me behind my back? Have you found out?" The bodyguard stole a glance at Zhao He and whispered, "Mr. Zhao has told you not to get involved in this matter in case anything else happens." Zhao He glanced at the bodyguard and slapped him in the face. "I'm asking you a question." The bodyguard paused and said, "Time is too urgent. There is no time to check." Zhao He sneered repeatedly, turned around, and got into the car. The two bodyguards breathed a sigh of relief and took Zhao He to Luyan Hotel. "Hello, are you Mr. Zhao?" The lobby manager of Luoyuan Hotel stopped Zhao He and handed him a document. This is a document that a friend of yours asked me to give you. He said it is what you need most right now. The bodyguard took the document from behind and opened the file bag in front of Zhao He. Master, there are some photos inside. The bodyguard handed the photo to Zhao He. Zhao He looked down at the photo in his hand, shaking with anger. Go back to the room first. After squeezing out these words from between his teeth, Zhao He quickly walked into the elevator. After returning to the presidential suite, Zhao He threw the photo against the wall and smashed all the decorations in the suite. Only then did he feel a little better. Pick up the photo. Zhao He panted and said to the bodyguard, Go check who the woman sitting opposite Lu Qingyuan is. Quick! The bodyguard picked up the photo and glanced at it, then frowned slightly. Master, this woman looks familiar to me? Look familiar? Yes, she seems to be related to Song Xian. The bodyguard suddenly realized. I remember that there is a photo of this woman in the information about the Song family. It seems that she is Song Xian's wife. Song Xian's wife? Zhao He asked, gritting his teeth. The bodyguard didn't dare to speak. Lu Qingyuan clearly worked at the Golden Shield Security Company, and he was also a team leader. How could Song Xian not know about this? Zhao He's eyes turned red with anger. And his wife? I just met Song Xian, and he died in the blink of an eye. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? The bodyguard was stunned for a moment, then asked cautiously. So, this woman is the one behind all these things? Is your head full of shit? Zhao He roared. There was nothing else at the scene of Song Xian's death except my DNA. Is this something a woman can do? The bodyguard's eyes gradually widened. It was done by the Song family. Zhao He smiled coldly. Let's go to the Song family now. I want them to pay the price. Just as Zhao He was about to walk out, the bodyguard quickly raised his hand and grabbed his arm. Let go! After a stalemate, the bodyguard finally let go. Accompanied by two bodyguards, Zhao He quickly left Luoyuan Hotel. Yang Jian was sitting in a coffee shop opposite Luoyuan Hotel. When he saw Zhao he called Lu Qingyuan directly. Boss, Zhao He has taken the bait. Lu Qingyuan clicked his tongue. This Zhao He is really a good helper of mine. He has made great efforts in the downfall of the Song family. Do you need me to give you a push? Yang Jian asked indifferently. Lu Qingyuan thought for a while and said, Go ahead and choose a good weapon for Zhao He. It would be best if he could leave the battlefield for a while. After all, he is no longer of any use. Clear. Chapter 75, I will make the Song family cease to exist today. After hanging up the phone, Yang Jian left the cafe directly, drove along the path, and took the lead to arrive at the villa built by the Song family. This is the Song family's base camp, and most of the Song family members live here. Now that Song Xian is dead, the only people who can take over the Song family business, besides Wang Ping, are some of the Song family's side branches. After changing into a black suit in the car, Yang Jian swaggered towards the gate of the Song family. Stop! The bodyguard at the door stopped Yang Jian. Who are you? I am Mr. Zhao's bodyguard. Yang Jian said calmly. I have something to see, Princess Wang. If Wang Ping wants to take over the Song family business, she cannot avoid these branches. While the bodyguard at the door was not paying attention, Yang Jian glanced at the surrounding environment without leaving a trace. There is only one surveillance camera installed at the entrance of the villa. 4 dark-side employees like Yang Jian, finding blind spots in the surveillance camera has become an instinct. After slowly moving into the blind spot of the surveillance camera, Yang Jian knocked the bodyguard unconscious, tied him up, and threw him into the trunk. Putting the rig gun he had prepared in advance on his waist, Yang Jian replaced the previous bodyguard and stood guard at the door. Not long after, Zhao He's Maybach stopped at the gate of the villa. Zhao He's bodyguard got out of the car and said to Yang Jian coldly, Get out of the way. We are from the Zhao family. Tell your family steward to come out and receive us. Yang Jian's nose was raised to the sky. What Zhao family? What Li family? In Jiaxue City, our Song family has the final say. Zhao He opened the car door, strode up to Yang Jian, raised his hand to slap Yang Jian, but was unexpectedly grabbed by Yang Jian. Zhao He struggled several times, but failed to break free, and then his eyes were on the pistol on his waist. Zhao He grabbed the gun and pointed it at Yang Jian's forehead. Do you believe I can kill you? Yang Jian obediently let go of Zhao He's hand, then turned around and pressed the button to open the door. The big iron gate of the villa slowly opened. Zhao He spat, turned around, and got into the car with his pistol. Watching Zhao He leave, Yang Jian shrugged helplessly. This fool is so easy to fool. Called Lu Qingyuan. Boss, I've sent the stuff to him. I tampered with it. The first shot will be fine, but the second shot will definitely explode. Okay, you can go and rest now. Lu Qingyuan sighed softly. Zhao He, you've been exhausted these past few days. Go home and rest. Yang Jian had a complicated expression on his face and couldn't help but remind him, Boss, isn't it a bit bad to bully a fool like this? Lu Qingyuan laughed. What you said makes sense. I won't bully him like this in the future. Yang Jian threw the bodyguard in the trunk directly into the bushes and drove away. Walking into the villa with a gun in hand, Zhao He shouted loudly, Is there anyone alive? Come out! Wang Ping and the Song family's branch are having a meeting in the conference room. After learning that Song Xian had died, these side branches of the Song family began to think about taking power in the Song family into their own hands. Wang Ping thought so too. For this reason, Wang Ping has been engaged in a tug-of-war with these branches of the Song family since last night. Hearing the shouting outside, Wang Ping frowned slightly. I didn't want to pay any attention to him, but Zhao Yi outside kept cursing more and more harshly. Wang Ping couldn't help it, so she slammed the table and walked out of the meeting room with the Song family's branch. That beast is yelling here? Wang Ping came to the living room, looked at Zhao He with a crazy face, frowned and asked, Who are you? When enemies meet, they are especially jealous of each other. Zhao He saw Wang Ping and walked over with his gun raised. You are messing with me? Tell me, where is Lu Qingyuan? Wang Ping was so frightened that she could not help but step back. Who is Lu Qingyuan? I don't know. I don't know, Zhao He said with a sinister smile. Then how was I taken away by the police? You Song family are really brave. You even dare to mess with me? Haven't you heard of my reputation? Zhao He? Zhao He? Are you Mr. Zhao? Wang Ping's pupils shrank sharply. It seems like you finally remembered. Zhao, he put a little more force on the finger on the trigger. Remember to stay away from me in your next life. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a hole appeared in Wang Ping's head. The two bodyguards had complicated expressions, not knowing what to do next. Zhao He has done many of these things overtly and covertly over the years, but this time is different. Not only did he alarm the police, but he also felt like they were in a trap. She's dead. We could talk about other things now. Zhao He wiped the blood splattered on his face and pointed the gun at the other members of the Song family. Don't you like to mess with me? I will make the Song family cease to exist today. The gunshots rang out again, and along with them came Zhao He's screams. It exploded. Zhao He looked at his bloody hand and couldn't help but scream. Master! The two bodyguards were furious when they saw this scene. One of them hurriedly took off his coat and wrapped it around Zhao He's hand, then hurried away with Zhao He. The members of the Song family's side branch stared at this scene in a daze, and it was unknown how long it took them to react. And what should we do? Call the police, an elder from a branch of the Song family asked in a low voice. Don't call the police. Another elder from the side branch said coldly. Why should we call the police? Now Song Xian and Wang Ping are both dead. As long as we kill Song Jiai, the Song family will be ours. The others' eyes lit up, and after looking at each other, they quickly cleaned up Wang Ping's body and the messy living room. Yang Jian didn't drive far. After seeing Zhao He running out in a panic, he raised his camera to take a picture of the scene before walking back leisurely. Uncle, are you ready? After Lu Qingyuan finished talking to Yang Jian, he smiled and said to Shirbali, Next, I hope you can cooperate with Shuiwei and take over all of the Song family's assets as soon as possible. Qingyuan, don't worry. You've already fed the food into my mouth. Don't you think I can chew it? Shirbali laughed heartily and said, The Song family's assets. I'm excited just thinking about it. Tang Shuiwei on the side smiled softly and said, Uncle, I am only interested in a very small part of the Song family's industries. The rest of the companies will be digested by Qinli Group, right? Lu Qingyuan also said, Shuiwei's fashion company is not suitable for participating in other enterprises, and Shuiwei doesn't understand those industries. It would become a burden for her to take over. But Uncle is different. Qinli Group is the most suitable to absorb these industries, just like the real estate company that the Song family worked hard to build. This is simply prepared for Qinli Group. Shirbali laughed. Since my dear son-in-law said so, I won't be polite. Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. Father-in-law, please feel free to do as you please. Chapter 76. Possession and Abandonment. The elders of the Song family side branches originally wanted to quickly control the heads of all the Song family's enterprises at lightning speed and seize all the company's shares as soon as possible. However, Tang Xuewei took a step ahead and used the various handles given to her by Lu Qingyuan to exchange interests and already took control of most of the shares of the Song family's enterprises in her own hands. Now that Sure Bailey has gotten involved, he is using tough measures to make the Song family elders want to kneel down and beg for mercy. Sure Bailey looked at them calmly and whispered, "If a tiger loses its claws and teeth, is it still a beast?" Tang Xuewei stood aside with her arms around her shoulders. Maybe, but using a tiger to describe the Song family is an insult to the tiger. Although what Song Xian did was disgraceful, he did lead the Song family to an unprecedented peak. Now that Song Xian is dead and Wang Ping has been killed, the remaining branches of the Song family are greedy but lack strength. Such people, even if Lu Qingyuan does not covet the Song family's property, they cannot keep these treasures. Lu Qingyuan was too lazy to get involved in the company's handover, and Tang Xuewei didn't have the patience either, so she simply left it all to Sure Bailey. The two returned to the villa. Tang Xuewei lay quietly in Lu Qingyuan's arms and whispered, "Is it over?" "It's over for now." Lu Qingyuan stroked her smooth hair. "The Tang family will need some time." Tang Xuewei shook her head gently, with a smile on her face. "These things are no longer urgent. Sometimes I wonder, I am living such a happy life now. Do I still need to be obsessed with those things?" Lu Qingyuan paused for a moment, then pinched Tang Xuewei's cheek. "Of course you have to be persistent. I still want you to take that position in the Tang family." Tang Xuewei rolled her eyes in annoyance. "I think you just want those things from the Tang family." Lu Qingyuan smiled and did not refute. "Some things are within your reach. Why give them up?" Since coming to this gaming world, Lu Qingyuan has always been thinking about how to possess things and has never considered giving up. Just as he said at the beginning, knowing how the plot would develop later and holding countless evidence, if everything were still the same as in his previous life, then what was the point of him coming to this world? Looking at the cards and goddess record that have not been lit up yet, Lu Qingyuan's mouth curled up slightly. The beautiful life in the future is beckoning him, and he needs to keep moving forward until all the plots are over, or there was no one who could threaten him anymore. Tang Xuewei's story came to a temporary end. Lu Qingyuan rarely had to think about so many things, so they both decided to relax. In order to reward Lu Qingyuan, Tang Xuewei called Song Jiai and asked her to accompany Lu Qingyuan to indulge himself completely. "Why are you so listless?" Sure Yun rested his chin on his hand and looked at Lu Qingyuan, his eyes slightly dangerous. "Where have you been these few days? Did you go to see your friend from another province again?" Lu Qingyuan covered his waist and smiled awkwardly. "How is that possible? My waist just feels a little uncomfortable." "What's wrong with your waist?" Lu Qingyuan blinked his eyes gently. "I was stretched while lifting heavy objects." He couldn't tell Sure Yun that he sprained his waist while interacting with Song Jiai, right? "You look so pale, as if you've been drained by that goblin." Sure Yun waved his hand unhappily. "Stop being an eyesore and go back to rest." Lu Qingyuan nodded quickly, lifted her chin, and kissed her, then left decisively. When he returned to the dormitory and heard the familiar sound of typing on the keyboard, Lu Qingyuan felt a little dazed. He always seems to forget that he is still a student. Pushing the door and walking into the dormitory, Kong Luqian and Ma Shun, two otakus, were still fighting with their computers. Only Yu Chong was curled up in bed in a depressed mood. "Old Kong, what happened to Yu Chong?" Lu Qingyuan asked curiously while sitting on his bed. "The Estra season has arrived again, and I have fallen in love with a girl." Kong Luqian stared at the computer and said casually, "Go after her if you like her." Lu Qingyuan was puzzled. Did she reject him? Being rejected is not so bad. Kong Luqian's computer screen turned gray. He turned around and looked at Lu Qingyuan and said with a smile, "But the signature of that girl's social account is, I can fly anywhere in the country." Lu Qingyuan, poof. "Wow, Yu Chong is really good now. He can even do airborne." He quietly pointed at Yu Chong and said, "He's not in a good state." "Is that girl a photo fraud?" Kong Luqian shook his head vigorously and whispered, "Not only is it not a fake photo, it actually looks better than in the photo." Lu Qingyuan couldn't understand it even more. "Buddy, you've got such a good deal. Why are you still so unhappy?" Kong Lugan coughed dryly and whispered, "I accidentally saw a message that girl sent him yesterday." "What is it?" Lu Qingyuan immediately started gossiping. Could it be that the girl fell in love with Yu Chong? Kong Luqian shook his head, then opened the album, found the photo, and handed it to Lu Qingyuan. "Take a look, and you will know why Yu Chong is so unhappy." The photo shows the chat history between two people. The first one was a hotel location sent by Yu Chong, and the second one was a reply from the girl with an okay gesture. Then the most important one is the last one. The girl sent a long text. Girl, I spent 3 hours putting on makeup, took a taxi for more than an hour to get to the airport, waited for 2 hours, flew for 3 hours, and took a taxi for more than an hour to come in front of you with a smile on my face. But when I bent down with my back to you to take off my shoes, you trembled? Lu Qingyuan. My friend knows an old Chinese doctor who is said to be very good. Lu Qingyuan didn't know what to say, so he could only pat Yu Chong's shoulder gently. It's okay. Speed has its advantages, after all. You can do it a few more times. Yu Chong. Woo woo woo. After chatting with Kong Lugan and the others for a while, Lu Qingyuan staggered back home. When I opened the door, I saw Bai Shuangying pinching her waist and looking at Lu Qingyuan with a cold face. Who are you? Lu Qingyuan frowned slightly. Where's my Aunt Bai? Bai Shuangying pulled Lu Qingyuan's ear and scolded him angrily. You disappeared for so many days, and you can't even recognize me? Lu Qingyuan said in shock. You're my Aunt Bai? I was wondering which girl in our building is so pretty. Bai Shuangxi was very happy in her heart, but she still didn't let Lu Qingyuan off the hook. You are really going too far now. Before, you would at least tell me when you were going away, but now you don't even say hello. Lu Qingyuan held Bai Shuangxi's hand and said with a smile, because I know that you will definitely know it, Aunt Bai, so I skipped this stage. Sitting on the sofa with Bai Shuangxi, Lu Qingyuan rubbed her shoulders flatteringly. Next time, I will definitely tell you next time. Chapter 77. You overlooked a very important issue. Bai Shuangying was too lazy to pay attention to Lu Qingyuan. After slapping his hand away, she turned around and asked, It's almost November 11th. What are your plans? Lu Qingyuan lowered his head and thought for a while. I made an appointment with Gui before, and 11 will take her out to play. Bai Shuangxing glanced at her and said, Aren't you going to accompany Yun? Lu Qingyuan chuckled. Bai Guiwan couldn't hide the existence of Shuri Yun, so Lu Qingyuan planned to take advantage of this national day to confess to her. It may affect the subsequent strategies, but, again, not a big problem. And Bai, don't stay at home all the time. Come out for a walk with us on the 11th day. Lu Qingyuan sat next to Bai Shuangxi and looked at her with a smile. Staying at home all the time is not good for your physical and mental health. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of the holiday and go out to relax. Bai Shuangying was a little hesitant and wanted to refuse him, but unexpectedly Lu Qingyuan made the decision for her. Then it's settled. We'll go on a self-driving tour during the National Day holiday and go wherever we go. Bai Shuangying glanced at Lu Qingyuan tenderly, but did not say anything to refuse. The affairs of the Bai family have always been a thorn in her heart, and the Bai family has never stopped monitoring her over the years. Although they don't keep an eye on her every day, they still send people to check on her social life from time to time. This is why she has stayed in Wuchuan City for so many years and has no social circle. After all, if the Bai family felt that Bai Shuangying was a threat, she wouldn't be the only one who would be hurt. Both Lu Qingyuan and Bai Guiwan might be implicated. After preparing a sumptuous dinner for Bai Shuangxi, Lu Qingyuan returned to his bedroom to make his next plans. Now that the Song family has been dealt with, Tang Xue's plot has finally found a breakthrough. The next step is to directly target Tang Qiyuan or even the Tang family. The same goes for Gu Fenglan. Zhao He is injured now and will need a long period of recuperation. Lu Qingyuan can use this time to let the goddess he has been thinking about lie in his bed. The next step is to contact the Gu family and the Yun family. Lu Qingyuan touched his chin. With their help, it should be enough to deal with Tang Qiyuan. As for Jian Lichu, among the several cards of Wuchuan City, the only one that has no intersection is Jian Lichu. Fortunately, there is still Jian Yu as a bond. After the National Day holiday is over, Lu Qingyuan also plans to start pursuing her. As for He Waning, there is no need to rush for now, as Shuri Yun is keeping an eye on her for him. In addition, among the several cards in Qingda City, 2 are about to trigger key plots, and Lu Qingyuan will definitely not miss them. Although it is not their official plot, the official plot was created because of this incident. Their interpersonal relationships were connected because of this incident. Lu Qingyuan briefly calculated it, and his expression suddenly looked a little strange. Without realizing it, there are already so many side quests? TSK, this is not easy to handle. Lu Qingyuan rubbed his head in distress. He doesn't know the art of shadow clone, so how can he take care of everything? Shuri Yun's favorability has remained unchanged for a long time. Not to mention that girl He Waning, she has always been on guard against him. Every time Lu Qingyuan and Shuri Yun were being affectionate, He Waning would stand by and say some sarcastic and provocative words. Let's solve the important side quests first. Lu Qingyuan finally put Gu Fenglan's matter first. After all, Yun's future plotline was completely disrupted by Lu Qingyuan, so there was no need to think too much about it. The same as Yun are He Waning and by Gui-wan. With this calculation, the only one who was not taken care of by Lu Qingyuan was Jian Lichu. A night of silence. When he got up in the morning, Lu Qingyuan prepared breakfast for Bai Shuangxi as usual, then went to the park to exercise for a while before setting off for Qinglong Lake Villa. Arriving at Villa number 01, Lu Qingyuan took a comfortable shower, then took out his mobile phone and contacted Gu Fenglan. Hello. Gu Fenglan answered the phone with his eyes closed. Who is this? Lu Qingyuan glanced at the time. It was almost 9:30. Why don't you get up so late? Are you going to stay in bed and grow mushrooms? Lu Qingyuan sat on the rattan chair on the balcony, looking at the autumn scenery of the lake, and said with a smile, Get up and pack up. I have good news to tell you. Hearing Lu Qingyuan's voice, Gu Fenglan opened his eyes abruptly. I'll go find you now. After hanging up the phone in a hurry, Gu Fenglan didn't even have time to wash up and ran to Lu Qingyuan's villa in his pajamas. Looking at Gu Fenglan, who was panting and walking in front of him, Lu Qingyuan asked with a smile, Don't you take meeting me so lightly? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Gu Fenglan asked excitedly. Didn't you say you had good news? Tell me now. Lu Qingyuan took a sip of tea slowly, and under Gu Fenglan's expectant eyes, he slowly said, Zhao, he will not bother you for a short time. Handing the photo Yang Jian had taken earlier to Gu Fenglan, Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, I estimate that this period of time is at least a month. Only a month? Gu Fenglan took the photo, looked at Zhao He, who looked in pain, and his hands wrapped in clothes, frowned and asked, What happened to him? The pistol exploded. Gu Fenglan turned to look at Lu Qingyuan. Did you do this? What else? Gu Fenglan was a little confused. Why is he so obedient? Lu Qingyuan smiled helplessly. In fact, you have been ignoring a very important issue. Gu Fenglan looked at Lu Qingyuan in confusion. The Zhao family's brilliance is so dazzling that you subconsciously overlook what kind of person Zhao He is. Lu Qingyuan said calmly. He is a selfish, irritable, and narrow-minded person, and the environment in which he grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth has infinitely magnified these shortcomings of his. He is the future heir of the Zhao family, so all he needs to learn is how to manage the Zhao family. The Zhao family can take care of the rest for him. He's used to having everything go his way, so naturally he has lost the ability to think. If he gets into trouble, the Zhao family will clean it up for him. Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. For this kind of person, you just need to create a trap for him and provoke him, and he will naturally jump into it according to your idea. Gu Fenglan sat opposite Lu Qingyuan and was silent for a while before continuing. But a month is too short, it will pass in a flash. What I want is to entrust him with everything forever. I understand your idea, but Zhao can't die now. Lu Qingyuan turned his head and looked at the scenery outside. 1 month is plenty of time. We can use this month to do so many things. Chapter 78 Contrast? Without chatting with Gu Fenglan for too long, Lu Qingyuan left her villa. As for meeting those people from the Gu family and the Yun family, let's wait until after November 11th. During the National Day holiday, Lu Qingyuan plans to take a holiday. Looking at the 2 cars in the garage, Lu Qingyuan touched his chin, turned around, and went back to Gu Fenglan. Why are you here again? Gu Fenglan opened the door and looked at Lu Qingyuan outside, thinking something had happened. Let me ask you something? Lu Qingyuan scratched his face. What kind of car do you drive? Big G, what's wrong? Lu Qingyuan. Do girls all like this kind of contrast? Well, let me borrow your car for a while, and I'll return it to you after the National Day. Lu Qingyuan handed his 2 car keys to Gu Fenglan. If you need any help, you can drive my car for emergencies. Lu Qingyuan also handed the key to the villa to Gu Fenglan. Gu Fenglan threw his car keys to Lu Qingyuan. The car is in the underground garage. Go get it yourself. After saying that, he closed the door. Staggering to the underground garage, Lu Qingyuan looked at the pink Big G and fell into deep thought. Are you going home on the 11th? Lu Qingyuan approached Master Yun and asked with a smile, Do you want me to take you home? Yun glanced at him and said, Okay, I was planning to book a ticket. Since you are willing to take me back, I will give you a chance. Lu Qingyuan's forehead was bulging with veins. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Yun glanced at him and said, Why? Do you still want to abuse me? He Waning watched the 2 people's battle of wits and courage with her chin resting on her head, just like she was watching a primetime ethical TV drama at 8 o'clock in the evening. Lu Qingyuan took a deep breath and said, You are awesome. I am too lazy to talk to you. Yun turned around and hugged He Waning's arm, smiling, and said, Waning, you have nothing to do on October 1st, so come with me to Qingda City to have some fun. Otherwise, it would be boring for you to stay in school. Well, Waning hesitated for a moment, then thought of those classmates with whom she had a bad relationship and nodded slightly. This time, it was Lu Qingyuan's turn to be dumbfounded. He already drives a pink G-class. If there's another person named He Waning, wouldn't Bai Guoan be furious? Okay, stop standing here and go back to pack your things. Sure Yun waved his hand as if shooing away a fly and said, We will be staying in Qingda City for several days. Lu Qingyuan looked at Sure Yun and suddenly remembered that it seemed like he hadn't taken Sure Yun to see the night view for a long time. Although it's not night yet, the scenery is just as good during the day. Wening, I'd like to borrow Yun for a while and return her to you this afternoon. Lu Qingyuan carried Master Yun on his back and ran out of the school. Lu Qingyuan, did I give you face? Sure Yun's face was red and she patted his back hard. There are so many classmates in the school. How can I stay in school if they see me? Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. Why don't you just cover your face? You. Bringing Master Yun to Luyan Hotel, Lu Qingyuan suddenly felt that he should apply for a membership card here. Otherwise, it would be too much trouble to book a room. More than an hour later, Lu Qingyuan lay on the bed with a relaxed look on his face. His waist and legs no longer hurt. Indeed, harmony of yin and yang is the most nourishing. Sure Yun was still floating on the top of the clouds like a fairy. After she was completely sober, the two of them stayed together for a while before leaving Luyan Hotel. Sure Yun went to school to pack up her things, while Lu Qingyuan drove back home. Aunt Bai, it's time to pack up. We'll leave tomorrow. Lu Qingyuan pushed open the door and said loudly. Bai Shuangying sat cross-legged on the sofa eating KFC and threw the chicken bones elegantly into the trash can. She smiled slightly and said, Just buy whatever you need. How can I have time to pack up? Lu Qingyuan. Having money means being generous. In the evening, Bai Guoan also returned home excitedly. After seeing Lu Qingyuan, she didn't even say hello to Bai Shuangying, but threw herself directly into Lu Qingyuan's arms. Bai Shuangxi stood aside, snorting coldly as if she had eaten a fly, and watched TV in a cold manner. Rubbing Bai Guoan's little head, Lu Qingyuan smiled softly and said, Hurry up and wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Okay. Bai Guoan skipped towards the bathroom, seemingly completely forgetting that there was another person in the house. Only after sitting on the chair did Bai Guoan yell to Bai Shuangying, Mom, come and eat. Bai Shuangying snorted coldly, still watching TV seriously, and ignored her at all. Bai Guoan looked at Lu Qingyuan in confusion, wondering what was wrong with his mother again. Lu Qingyuan grinned, sat next to Bai Guoan, picked up a chicken wing, and said loudly, Guoan, try this chicken wing, it's so delicious. And these spare ribs, oh, this is delicious. Bai Shuangxi's stomach growled loudly. She glared at the two of them angrily before standing up from the sofa and walking to the dining table. You didn't even call me for dinner? Just as Bai Guoan was about to speak, Lu Qingyuan gently kicked her, then grinned. Aunt Bai, hurry up and eat. I made your favorite spare ribs. Bai Shuangxi snorted proudly before picking up her chopsticks and sitting down to eat. Bai Guoan tilted his head and looked at Bai Shuangxi. Why did he suddenly feel that his mother was so childish? After finishing the meal, Lu Qingyuan said to Bai Guoan while washing the dishes, Guoan, hurry up and pack your things. I'll take you out to play tomorrow. Yeah. Bai Guoan ran into the bedroom excitedly to prepare the necessities for the trip. Bai Shuangying is still acting like an exquisite woman, lying on the sofa with a facial mask on and soothing music playing on her mobile phone. Lu Qingyuan washed his hands and sat gently on the sofa. After hesitating for a while, he gently placed his hand on Bai Shuangxi's leg. One could clearly feel Bai Shuangxi's body tense up and then slowly relax. Lu Qingyuan massaged Bai Shuangxi's calves as if he was unaware. Looking at her white little feet, he suddenly wanted to be Abin. Landlady, you don't want Gay One to know your secrets, right? Although he was fantasizing, Lu Qingyuan still kept his bottom line and rubbed Bai Shuangxi's legs seriously. Bai Shuangxi has taken on too many things over the years that she shouldn't have. In the past, Lu Qingyuan was young and ignorant, and he didn't know these inside stories, so he just let it go. Now that he knew this, his only thought was heartache. The alarm clock rang. Bai Shuangying took off her mask and looked at Lu Qingyuan tenderly. Okay, you should go back and rest too. You have to get up early tomorrow. Lu Qingyuan nodded slightly, stood up, and walked into the room. Looking at the computer on the table, Lu Qingyuan murmured in a low voice, By family, I wonder when I can contact you. Chapter 79, Women's Intuition. Qing Yuan, can you explain to me where this car came from? Bai Xuanxian looked at the big pink breast in front of her and asked with a smile. Bai Guiwan stood beside Bai Xuanying and looked at Lu Qingyuan with suspicion. Lu Qingyuan said calmly, I borrowed it from a friend temporarily. Although the pink G-class is difficult to explain, it would be even more difficult to explain if a Cullinan or Koenigsegg were to drive over. Damn, I should have gone to find Tang Xuanye earlier. How could I forget about him? Bai Xuanxi didn't ask any further. In fact, she thought the car was borrowed from Tang Xuoei. The two of them sat in the back seat. Bai Xuanying looked at the scenery outside and asked curiously, Where are we going? Go pick up Yun. Lu Qingyuan did not hide anything and spoke directly. Bai Guiwan raised his head and looked at Lu Qingyuan, pursing his lips and saying nothing. Like Bai Xuanxi, Shi Yun sneered when she saw the car driven by Lu Qingyuan. Qingyuan, your taste is very unique. Lu Qingyuan smiled awkwardly. It's just a temporary loan. Please make do with it. Shi Yun snorted coldly, opened the back door, and was about to get in, when he saw Bai Xuanxi and Bai Guiwan inside. Annie. Shi Yun was stunned for a moment, then quickly smiled and said, Are you going to Qingda City too? Bai Xuanxi smiled slightly. Yes, it's exactly 11 o'clock. Qing Yuan wants to take me and Guiwan out to relax. Coming home late? Shi Yun looked at Bai Guiwan, and his heart suddenly sank. Bai Guiwan's foundation is really good. Because of Shi Bailey's identity, Shi Yun has seen too many pure girls, but in front of Bai Guiwan, they are like stars compared to the bright moon. There is no comparison at all. This is my daughter, Bai Guiwan. Seeing the vigilance in Master Yun's eyes, Bai Xuanying finally explained. Daughter? Shi Yun understood something in his heart. No wonder Bai Xuanying's attitude was so tough the last time Lu Qingyuan and she went back to Qingda City to meet Master Bailey. It turns out that in Bai Xuanxi's eyes, Lu Qingyuan has long been her son-in-law. Bai Guiwan also noticed the vigilance in Shi Yun's eyes, but her inner thoughts were completely different from Shi Yun's. She felt somewhat happy. It seems that I am still competitive. As for the remaining He Waning, it is not right for her to leave, nor is it right for her to stay. Ian, please sit in the passenger seat. Lu Qingyuan looked at He Waning outside and said with a smile, Waning, please stay with Aunt Bai. He Waning nodded slightly and sat next to Bai Xuanxi. Among the people in the car, except Lu Qingyuan, the inner thoughts of everyone else were more complicated than each other, especially the white amaranth. How come the child that I raised suddenly becomes like a different person? When did it become so attractive? It has only been a short time, and there are so many girls around me, and each one is prettier than the other. Can Bai Guiwan really defeat them? Seeing that the atmosphere in the car was too depressing, Lu Qingyuan played a light-hearted song, which just broke the atmosphere in the car. How old is Guiwan this year? Shi Yun spoke first. The college entrance examination will be held next year. Bai Guiwan smiled slightly. I have chosen my major, Wuchuan University. That's great. Chung Yuan will graduate next year. When he was here, he was the most handsome boy in Wuchuan University. When you come, I guarantee you will be the most beautiful girl in Wuchuan University. Shi Yun smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Now you and your sister will be the most handsome boy and most beautiful girl in Wuchuan University. Bai Guiwan was not willing to be outdone and smiled softly. How can that be possible? Even if brother Qing Yuan graduates, there is still sister Yun in the school. How can it be my turn? Shi Yun didn't say anything this time. Only then did she remember that she was only 1 year older than Bai Guiwan. Lu Qingyuan glanced at Master Yun and shook his head slightly. When it comes to sharp tongue, Shi Yun seems to be the worst one. But he couldn't bear to watch the two quarrel, so he smiled and said, Although I have graduated, I will most likely stay in Wuchuan City. In the end, it's all the same. Bai Xuanxi was bored enough staying at home, and she finally saw such an interesting scene, so she was unwilling to let Lu Qingyuan go. Qingyuan, Miss Tang from Jiashui City, has invited you several times. Don't you plan to go and take a look after you graduate? Lu Qingyuan. Aunt Bai, when did your personality change to become sinister? Bai Guiwan and Shi Yun both put aside their conflicts and looked at Lu Qingyuan in unity. Explain, how did your friend from another province invite you? Lu Qingyuan gave a dry laugh, but before he could explain, his cell phone rang at the perfect time. Lu Qingyuan took a glance and felt instantly disappointed. Oh, it's a video call? Shi Yun said sarcastically, then picked up Lu Qingyuan's phone and answered the video call. Tang Xuoei's pretty face appeared on the screen. She noticed that it was Shi Yun in the video, and her smile remained unchanged. Yun? Where are you guys? Sure, Yun still maintained her aura of keeping people at a distance. It's 11 now. Cheng Yuan can just take me home. Tang Shuewei suddenly realized. I'm so sorry to bother you. It's like this. I need to consult Mr. Liu about some things in the company. Lu Qingyuan reached out to take the phone and asked in a pretentious manner, Boss Tang, what's the matter? Tang Shuewei knew that he was in an inconvenient situation, so she didn't cause him any trouble. There's a problem with the formula. I sent it to your email, but you didn't reply, so I came to ask you specifically. Lu Qingyuan smiled apologetically. I'm really sorry I'm driving. It's fine. How about this? We'll probably stay out for about 5 or 6 days, and I'll reply to you when I get back, okay? Of course. Tang Shuewei smiled unchanged. Thank you for your help, Mr. Liu. You're welcome. After ending the call, Lu Qingyuan put the phone aside and said to Shi Yun with a smile, You are the only one who is suspicious every day. Mr. Tang and I are just an employer-employee relationship. How can she, the president of a big company, look down on a student like me? Shi Yun was also confused by the conversation between the two people just now, and he didn't know whether he should be suspicious or not. But her woman's intuition told her that something must be going on between Lu Qingyuan and Tang Shuewei. Especially recently, Lu Qingyuan has disappeared more and more frequently. Who knows, he might be going to find this vixen. The car was silent for a while, and then Bai Guwan's cell phone rang again. Seeing the caller ID, Bai Guwan said and then answered the call. Sister, what do you want to talk to me about? Lu Qingyuan pricked up his ears, trying to hear the voice on the phone clearly. But I'm not in Wuchuan City, Bai Guwan said with some disappointment. My brother took me to Qingda City to relax. Why don't I wait until I get back to find you? After a few seconds of silence, Bai Guiwan said happily, Okay, I'll send you the location when the time comes. Chapter 80. You are so stupid. After arriving in Qingda City, Lu Qingyuan did not go directly to find Shi Bailey, but took them to Luyan Hotel. In fact, there is no point in looking for Shi Bailey, as he is still in Jiashui City cleaning up the mess. Although she was wary of Bai Guiwan in her heart, on the surface the two of them quickly became close friends and best friends. With He Waning around, this small group looks particularly warm. Bai Guiwan was well prepared and even had a map of Qingda City in his bag. Shi Yun came over, pointed at the scenic spots on the map, and said with a smile, I grew up in Qingda City, I know best where to have fun. Let me take you for a good stroll these few days. Children are children after all. When it comes to playing, they instantly forget about Shi Yun's identity as a rival in love. Bai Shuangxi smiled and shook her head, then went over when she had nothing to do. Taking advantage of this time, Lu Qingyuan went to the corridor and called Tang Shuewei. Shuewei, what did you want from me just now? It's okay. Tang Shuewei and Song Jiai came to the underground garage and said with a smile, I just missed you. It's good to see you. That? Okay. I have something to do first. I'll contact you when I'm done. After hanging up the phone in a hurry, Tang Shuewei and Song Jiai got into the car together. Let's go. Let's give Cheng Yuan a surprise. Who is it again? Gu Fenglan frantically climbed out of the bed and opened the door of the villa with messy hair. The middle-aged man outside looked at Gu Fenglan coldly. The Gu family's rules taught you to be such a sloppy girl? Second uncle, why? Why are you here? Gu Fenglan looked a little flustered and subconsciously wanted to close the door. The man stretched out his hand to block the door and said calmly, Your father asked me to take you back. The engagement ceremony with Zhao, he is not long away. It's not right for you to be out there alone. I'm not going back. Gu Fenglan realized that he was not as strong as the middle-aged man, so he simply let go of his hand and quickly ran to the bedroom on the second floor. The middle-aged man walked towards the living room and said calmly, Fenglan, resistance is useless. Besides, Zhao He's background is enough to ensure that you will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Gu Fenglan locked the bedroom door, hurriedly took out his cell phone, and called Lu Qingyuan. Hey, Lu Qingyuan, come and save me. My second uncle wants to take me back. Gu Fenglan's voice was a little choked with sobs. I don't want to go back. You have to think of a way. Lu Qingyuan's steady voice came over. Don't panic. Give the photo I gave you yesterday to your second uncle. Then what? That's all. Lu Qingyuan said with a smile. He will weigh it himself. Aristocratic families care most about profit. As long as the benefits can meet their expectations, they can do anything. The Zhao family is not only the fate that Gu Fenglan cannot escape, but also the fate that the Gu family cannot escape. Who made the Zhao family so powerful? But if there is a glimmer of hope now, it is not certain whether the Gu family will have other ideas. A tree that is moved will die. A person who moves will live. No one wants to hang on a crooked tree for the rest of their life, let alone have to keep their head down and be submissive for the rest of their life. Gu Fenglan took a deep breath, hung up the phone, and followed Lu Qingyuan's instructions to find the photo. After searching for several rounds, Gu Fenglan finally remembered that she had placed the photo on the table in the living room since yesterday and had never moved it. After tidying up his hair, Gu Fenglan mustered up the courage to open the door and walked into the living room. Before he could say anything, he heard his second uncle ask in a deep voice, "When was this photo taken?" Gu Fenglan was delighted, knowing that the photo had worked, and quickly said, "It was taken these past 2 days." Gu Rubin placed the photo on the coffee table and looked up at Gu Fenglan. "How did you get this photo?" My boyfriend gave it to me." Gu Fenglan paused and said through gritted teeth. "Boyfriend?" Gu Rubin sneered. "I heard from your father that you have a boyfriend outside, but I don't think your boyfriend can do this." Gu Fenglan said without hesitation. "If you don't believe it, you can go to Jiashui City to check whether the Song family is still there. This is all my boyfriend's trick." Lu Qingyuan had mentioned the affairs of the Song family to Gu Fenglan before, so she knew some inside information. Gu Rubin was waiting to hear Gu Fenglan's words. He took out his cell phone and decisively contacted his friends in Jiashui City to ask about everything about the Song family. Within a few minutes, Gu Rubin got all the information. Song Xian from the Song family died at the hands of Zhao He, and Zhao He was taken away by the police for questioning. Song Xian's wife has disappeared, and no one knows whether she is dead or alive. Most of the Song family's businesses were acquired by Qingda City Qinli Group, and the surname was changed from Song to Sure long ago. Except for a few companies that were acquired by Jiashui Weimu Fashion. Gu Rubin was the second in command of the Gu family after all. After receiving this information, he could tell at a glance that Zhao He had been used as a butcher. The person behind the scenes didn't even show his face, and wiped out the Song family without leaving any trace. However, Gu Rubin cares more about Weimu Fashion and Qinli Group. The former is a company founded by Tang Xuewei, the abandoned daughter of the Tang family, and the latter is a group controlled by the underground king of Qingda City. What is the relationship between these two people and the boyfriend Gu Fenglan mentioned? Gu Rubin had some thoughts in his mind. He wanted to meet the boyfriend that Gu Fenglan mentioned. The fact that he dared to hook up with Gu Fenglan, set a trap for Zhao He, and play Zhao He at his will shows that he is not afraid of the Zhao family at all. Would there be any benefits if the Gu family cooperated with him? He looked up at Gu Fenglan. Yes, everything was caused by Gu Fenglan. If he can really help the Gu family get out of this situation, it is not impossible to marry Gu Fenglan to him. Just sit here quietly. I'm going to go out and make a phone call. Gu Rubin stood up and said something to Gu Fenglan, then quickly left the villa. Gu Fenglan also took this opportunity to contact Lu Qingyuan and told him what had just happened. Lu Qingyuan made a tisk sound. If things continue to develop in this way, the Gu family will most likely consider whether they can gain more benefits from Lu Qingyuan or move closer to the Zhao family as originally planned. And the easiest way is to meet with Lu Qingyuan. Your second uncle might ask to meet with me. You can try to stop him. Lu Qingyuan felt helpless. It was a rare vacation. Why did these things come to him again? Gu Fenglan nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I will definitely stop him. You are so stupid. Lu Qingyuan sighed faintly. If I really plotted against Zhao He because of you, then do you have to refuse to see me? Gu Fenglan was stunned. Lu Qingyuan looked inside the house and could only sigh. If your second uncle insists on seeing me, then come to Qingda City to find me. Chapter 81 Hook. More than 10 minutes later, Gu Rubin returned to the living room and placed his cell phone on the coffee table. Fenglan, take your second uncle to meet your boyfriend. The voice of Gu Fenglan's father came from the phone. Gu Fenglan pursed her lips slightly. Does it have to be today? Gu Fenglan's father was silent for a moment, with a hint of smile in his voice. Isn't this what you have always wanted? If it is really possible, I also hope that you can be happy. Gu Fenglan chuckled. Happiness? If it was really for my happiness, you would have spoken up long ago. Why would you change your choice only after seeing new benefits? Gu Fenglan shook his head slightly. Okay, he is in Qingda City now. I can take you to find him. Gu Rubin frowned slightly. What is he doing in Qingda City? It's the National Day holiday, and he went out to play. Gu Rubin? National Day? Holiday? Gu Rubin looked at Gu Fenglan in disbelief. He's a student? Gu Rubin never considered that Lu Qingyuan was just a worker. After all, if you can plan to this point, even if you are a worker, you can become a working emperor. Unless he is deliberately hiding his incompetence. But now it seems that Gu Fenglan's boyfriend has no intention of hiding his shortcomings. Upon learning that Gu Fenglan's boyfriend was still a student, even her father fell silent. Ruben, go meet him first. Gu Fenglan's father said calmly. We'll know whether it's a mule or a horse after we take it out for a walk. Brother, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Gu Ruben looked at Gu Fenglan and said, go pack up, and then we'll leave for Qingda City. Gu Fenglan nodded slightly, went back to the bedroom, and began to tidy himself up. Looking at himself in the mirror, Gu Fenglan thought of the agreement he had made with Lu Qingyuan. So, everything you do is actually aimed at me? Gu Fenglan gently put her hair behind her head and smiled slightly. If it's really as you said, I might as well do it. If the Gu family and the Yun family change their minds, what does it matter if I give it to you? At least you, Lu Qingyuan, are 10,000 times stronger than Zhao. After changing in her favorite Chong Sam, Gu Fenglan slowly walked downstairs. Gu Ruben looked up at Gu Fenglan and said calmly, have you packed it up? Then let's go. Following Gu Ruben out of the villa, Gu Fenglan looked in the direction of Lu Qingyuan's villa and said to him, I will drive to Qingda City by myself. Gu Ruben did not refuse. Seeing Gu Fenglan walking in another direction, Gu Ruben was a little confused. Fenglan, where are you going? Get the car. Looking at the two cars in the garage, Gu Fenglan chose Cullinan without hesitation. Is this your car? Gu Ruben raised his eyebrows. Gu Fenglan shook her head slightly. My boyfriend's. Gu Ruben didn't ask any more questions. No matter how many questions you ask, it is not as practical as seeing the person in person. The two men left Wuchuan City one after the other and drove quickly towards Qingda City. Brother Qingyuan, we are planning to go to the aquarium later. Do you want to go with us? Bai Guiwan put his arm around Lu Qingyuan's arm without any hesitation and asked with a smile. Lu Qingyuan shook his head gently. I have something urgent to do this afternoon, so I may not be able to accompany you. Bai Guiwan was suddenly a little disappointed. Bai Xuanxin frowned and asked, is it Miss Tang? Lu Qingyuan shook his head. It's not her, it's another friend's elder. Rubbing Bai Guiwan's head, Lu Qingyuan said apologetically, let Ian accompany you this afternoon, and I will play with you for a day tomorrow, okay? Huck. Okay, pinky promise. The group went out in a grand manner. Sure Ian walked at the back and threatened in a low voice. If I know that the person you are going to meet is your friend from another province, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Qingyuan said seriously. Don't worry, it's definitely not from other provinces. Sure Yun nodded with satisfaction. Gu Fenglan is indeed not from another province. She is clearly in Wuchuan City. Staying alone in the room waiting, Lu Qingyuan also took advantage of this free time to think about some things about the Gu family. The overall strength of the Gu family is pretty good, and with the help of the Yun family, although it is not as good as the first-tier families, it has already taken the lead among the second-tier families. If Gu Fenglan and Zhao He really marry, then it is only a matter of time before the Gu family becomes a first-tier family. Of course, compared to the Zhao family, Lu Qingyuan can help the Gu family and the Yun family reach a higher level at a faster speed. He took out his cell phone and contacted one of the members of the elite club in China. After just a few seconds, the call was connected. Boss, what can I do for you? It seems that Lin Qingxian has already told other members of the elite club Lu Qingyuan's contact information. Do you have time recently? Lu Qingyuan glanced at today's date. If you have enough time recently, I may need you to go to Huaizhou province in a few days. If time is limited, send someone you trust and contact me directly when the time comes. The member of the elite club on the other side called the secretary over and asked about all the recent schedules in detail. Then he said apologetically, Boss, I don't think I can spare the time. That's fine. Let your trusted aide go there in person. Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. As your boss, I should also lighten your burden. You mean, you should know Xuantong Technology Company Limited, right? Lu Qingyuan smiled heartily. If you were given a chance and help, are you sure you can eat it? Boss, are you kidding? The elite club member said seriously. If what you said is true, then I need to start preparing now. Lu Qingyuan calculated the time silently in his mind. Let's prepare. It may only take 1 or 2 months. As the cash cow of the Zhao family, Xuantong Technology has managed to bite off a large piece of meat among the major internet companies. The Zhao family has invested a huge amount of effort in Xuantong Technology. If there are problems with it, it can completely shake the foundation of the Zhao family. Understood. I'll have someone prepare a plan now. The elite club member said seriously, Boss, I'll send the contact information of my trusted people to your email, and you can contact them directly when the time comes. After ending the call, Lu Qingyuan tapped the table lightly. In the game, Lu Qingyuan went to great lengths to bring down the Zhao family completely. Shuantong technology is one of them. There are two other butcher knives that are the most deadly, and they are all descendants of the Zhao family. Zhao Huang, one of the Zhao family side branches, was a high-ranking official. It was unknown how many troubles he had solved for the Zhao family in secret. However, a side branch is still a side branch. After utilizing all his value, the Zhao family directly drove him out of that position and replaced him with the Zhao family's direct descendants. The other was the daughter that the Zhao family had once betrothed to. After obtaining important intelligence about the opposing family through her, the Zhao family decisively annexed this family. After the betrothed daughter had used up all her remaining energy, she was kicked out of the house and left to live alone with her child. The Zhao family doesn't care whether he lives or dies. Chapter 82, please remember, we are acting. There are many people like this in the Zhao family, but they are the only two who can pose a threat to the Zhao family. Moreover, the Zhao family is secretly involved in the interests of too many people, and those people will not let the Zhao family fall easily. The Zhao family must always exist, but those people don't care who is in charge of the Zhao family. And this is exactly what Lu Qingyuan planned. The story of Bai Shuangxi has not started yet, and Lu Qingyuan has no information about the Bai family. He had to prepare for the worst. That is, the Bai family is the legendary top-tier family. After all, Bai Shuangxi is just a colorful card. Just like the Zhao family or the Tang family, even if Lu Qingyuan has a lot of leverage over them, he can't just beat them to death directly. He must get help from many parties and cut off all their escape routes before he can completely complete his plan. What about the Bai family? Lu Qingyuan sighed softly. Looking back at the game plot, the Bai family never appeared from beginning to end, so Lu Qingyuan also had a guess. The story of the Bai family will most likely be brought out by Bai Shuangxi herself. And the real trigger point might be the showdown between Lu Qingyuan and her. It seems that he still has a lot of time left. Gently opening the goddess record, Lu Qingyuan looked at the cards that had not been lit up yet, and a smile appeared on his lips. Fortunately, I still have a lot of cards up my sleeve. Lu Qingyuan flipped through the goddess records and looked at the colored cards. 3 years is a long time, so let's follow the original plan and confront Aunt Bai when the game officially begins. In the game, the status of golden cards is very noble, enough to make first-tier families avoid them. Colored cards are above gold cards. In Goddess Record, except for Bai Shuangxi, each of the 4 colored cards is a character standing at the top of the world. If Lu Qingyuan had gained their recognition before the game started, he couldn't imagine how happy he would be. What Zhao family, Tang family, they're all small karami. Patting his forehead, Lu Qingyuan came back to his senses. Enough of daydreaming, it's time to think about serious matters. The reason why the colored cards is not only that they represent their identities, but also that they illustrate the complexity of their stories and the dangers they experience. Lu Qingyuan's current attribute panel is already luxurious enough, but if he rashly enters their plot with his current strength, it would be good if there is nothing left. So it's better to keep your feet on the ground. Lu Qingyuan glanced at the time and estimated that Gu Fenglan and the others should be here soon. More than 10 minutes later, Gu Fenglan called, "Qingyuan, we're here. Are you coming down to pick us up?" Lu Qingyuan shuddered suddenly. Gu Fenglan's voice was so sweet that he could hardly bear it. Knowing that she was acting, Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, "Be good and wait for me in the hall. I'll be down soon." When he arrived at the entrance, Lu Qingyuan saw Gu Fenglan wearing a cheongsam. "Qingyuan." Gu Fenglan threw herself into Lu Qingyuan's arms like a young swallow. Lu Qingyuan smiled and hugged her waist. Before he could make the next move, he heard Gu Fenglan whisper a reminder, "Please remember, we are acting." Lifting Gu Fenglan's chin, Lu Qingyuan slowly approached her under her gaze and then gently kissed the corner of her mouth. Letting go of Gu Fenglan, Lu Qingyuan turned to look at Gu Rubin beside him and directly activated the temperament card, elegant and romantic, colorful, in the secondary card column. Lu Qingyuan had never experienced the several temperament cards in the secondary card column since he obtained them, so he took this opportunity to try out their effects. "Hello, Mr. Gu." Lu Qingyuan put his arm around Gu Fenglan's waist and said with a casual smile, "I've always wanted to meet you, but unfortunately, I never had the chance." Gu Fenglan lowered his head and stroked the corner of his mouth, then nudged Lu Qingyuan with his elbow. "How can we have this conversation in the hotel lobby?" Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, "Mr. Gu, this way please." Gu Rubin nodded slightly and walked into the elevator under the guidance of Lu Qingyuan. Although it was the first time he met Lu Qingyuan, Lu Qingyuan's temperament and cultivation had already won his favor. This is also why everyone subconsciously has the illusion of resistance or trust when meeting a stranger. This illusion is mostly caused by the temperament of the person opposite. Some people are born to make others like them, while some people are obviously very kind and don't look fierce, but they're just not liked. Lu Qingyuan brought Gu Rubin to the suite. He stood in front of the wine rack and asked with a smile, "What would you like to drink, Mr. Gu? Red wine or tea?" "Tea," Gu Rubin said lightly. Lu Qingyuan took out a box of brand new tea from the cabinet beside him. Gu Fenglan walked over to Lu Qingyuan and took the tea leaves. "You can go and chat with your second uncle, just leave these to me." Lu Qingyuan smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your help." Sitting opposite Gu Rubin stared into Lu Qingyuan's eyes and asked calmly, "You just said that you wanted to meet me for a long time?" "That's right." Lu Qingyuan nodded generously. "Rather than saying it was you, it would be better to say that the people I actually met were Fenglan's parents." "Oh." Lu Qingyuan sat upright on the chair and went straight to the point. "Don't you think that it's a waste of talent for a girl like Fenglan to marry Zhao He?" Gu Rubin chuckled. "Zhao He is a handsome man, and he and Fenglan are a perfect match. Besides, the Zhao and Gu families are well matched, and their marriage will be of great help to both families." Lu Qingyuan chuckled and shook his head, seemingly disagreeing with Gu Rubin's statement. "I need to explain a few points. Please listen to my opinions," Lu Qingyuan said calmly. "First of all, the idea of being well matched is actually a joke. The Zhao family has never taken the Gu family seriously. Otherwise, they would not have forced you to marry Fenglan to Zhao He by secretly suppressing the Yun family. Secondly, the so-called benefits are a joke. Do you think Zhao He's short-sightedness, selfishness, and narrow-mindedness are acquired? Without his parents' genes, even if the environment of the aristocratic family is bad, can a child be raised like this? Do you think the Gu family will gain anything if Fenglan marries him?" Lu Qingyuan showed a sarcastic smile. From the beginning to the end, it was Zhao He who fell in love with Fenglan, not the Zhao family who fell in love with the Gu family. Third, you should be aware of Zhao He's hobbies. Do you really want to send Fenglan over? Lu Qingyuan looked at him with a smile. Or do you regard Fenglan as a bargaining chip? Lu Qingyuan smiled cheerfully. If that's the case, then I advise you to give up this thought. I am not strong enough to attack the Zhao family, but I can still give it a try for a mere Gu family like you. Chapter 83 Profits always come first. Try. Gu Rubin also laughed. No matter how bad our Gu family is, it is not comparable to the Song family. You don't really think that by destroying the Song family, you can easily deal with other families, right? Lu Qingyuan smiled and shook his head. "Mr. Gu, you have made a mistake." Lu Qingyuan spread his hands and said calmly, "Just like when I dealt with Zhao He, I was never the one who took action from beginning to end." Looking at Gu Rubin, Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. "In your eyes, the Zhao family is the culprit for oppressing you. But in the eyes of other weak families, aren't you the same?" With a smile in his eyes, Lu Qingyuan looked at him with interest. "I always believe in one truth. The enemy of my enemy is my friend." It seems like the protector of the Gu family hasn't made any further progress in a long time, right? Gu Rubin's calm expression finally moved. The position of the Gu family member is not unshakable, and he has secretly helped the Gu family many times. Although he has avoided many sights, it does not mean that no one knows. Lu Qingyuan leaned back on the sofa and raised his eyebrows. "I always like to exchange interests. Guess how many people are willing to pull down the umbrella of your family? Besides, without the protective umbrella, what do you think your Gu family is in the eyes of the Zhao family?" Gu Rubin's eyes were filled with viciousness. "Even so, as long as I kill you, our Gu family will remain as safe as before. Look, your ideas are still so funny." Lu Qingyuan shrugged. "We are sitting together to talk about things now. I know everything about your Gu family, but the Gu family knows nothing about me." Lu Qingyuan clicked his tongue. "In this situation, I don't understand who gave you the courage to speak harshly to me." Gu Rubin took a deep breath and looked at Gu Fenglan beside him. "You want to threaten me with Fenglan?" Lu Qingyuan crossed his hands in front of his chest. "In fact, according to the style of the family, I can completely abandon Fenglan. After all, as long as my own value is still there, beautiful girls can be easily obtained at any time." Gu Fenglan looked up at Lu Qingyuan, then placed a brewed tea in front of the two of them. The viciousness in Gu Rubin's eyes disappeared, and he calmed down again. After pouring himself a cup of tea, Gu Rubin said calmly, "The Gu family has no conflict of interest with you. On the contrary, We should be on the same front. Really? Lu Qingyuan looked at Gu Fenglan meaningfully. I don't think I noticed it. Gu Rubin took a sip of tea. The root of all this is because Fenglan is going to marry Zhao He, isn't it? At present, Fenglan is not engaged to Zhao He. If you can help the Gu family get rid of the current situation, it would be a good choice for us to marry Fenglan to you. Lu Qingyuan gently held Gu Fenglan's hand and looked at Gu Rubin with a smile. Is this your personal idea, or is it the decision of the Gu and Yun families? Is this question important? Gu Rubin was a little puzzled. Normally, when the topic came to this, Gu Rubin would have already been negotiating with Lu Qingyuan on behalf of the Gu family. Very important. Lu Qingyuan held Gu Fenglan's hand with a little force, because this is related to a promise. Gu Rubin said without hesitation, I now represent the Gu family and the Yun family. Gu Fenglan on the side rolled his eyes. She seemed to be able to guess that when she was alone with Lu Qingyuan later, she would definitely hear him mention the previous agreement. I accept the conditions. Our cooperation can begin now. Lu Qingyuan released the hand that was holding Gu Fenglan and extended his hand to Gu Rubin. I will go to the Gu family to visit Mr. Gu in person in a while. When that time comes, we will talk about these things in detail. Gu Rubin frowned slightly. How long is a while? After 11. There was a knock on the door, and Lu Qingyuan and Gu Rubin looked towards the door at the same time. Who will be knocking on the door at this time? Lu Qingyuan couldn't figure it out either. Bai Guiwan and the others clearly went to the aquarium, and they had room cards, so they didn't need to knock on the door. Fenglan, go open the door. Gu Rubin said seriously, be careful. Gu Fenglan walked slowly towards the door. She did not open the safety bolt, but directly opened the door. Through the crack in the door, she saw Tang Xuewei and Song Jiai. Gu Fenglan. Noticing Gu Fenglan's expression, Lu Qingyuan had a bad feeling. Gu Fenglan opened the safety bolt and opened the door directly, revealing a very standard smile. It turns out to be Miss Tang. Gu Fenglan knew Tang Xuewei, but unfortunately Tang Xuewei didn't know Gu Fenglan. Who are you? Tang Xuewei glanced at Gu Fenglan and felt very angry. How long has it been since Lu Qingyuan hooked up with another girl? She was confident of victory when facing Shuri Yun, but when looking at Gu Fenglan, she always felt that they were the same kind of people. When Lu Qingyuan heard Gu Fenglan's address, his heart suddenly sank. Gu Rubin was also very interested in this title, and he also knew that Tang Xuewei's shadow was around Lu Qingyuan. Looking at Lu Qingyuan with great interest, Gu Rubin felt a little emotional. This guy is also a romantic guy. Mr. Lu has a guest, so I won't bother you anymore. Gu Rubin stood up and shook hands with Lu Qingyuan. I'll wait for you in Huaizhou province. We can discuss the rest in detail next time we meet. Lu Qingyuan stood up and shook hands with him, showing a friendly smile. Then I won't see you off. No need. Gu Rubin smiled slightly. Do you need me to take Fenglan with me? Lu Qingyuan shook his head. I can still handle this matter. Gu Rubin did not refute. After greeting Gu Fenglan, he nodded slightly at Tang Xuewei and Song Jiai, turned around and disappeared from Lu Qingyuan's sight. This is also what Lu Qingyuan likes most about the aristocratic family. These people who live in aristocratic families are accustomed to the bottom line of the society, so they have a high tolerance for many things. Just like the current situation, even though he knew that Lu Qingyuan and Tang Xuewei had an unclear relationship, he still generously allowed him to have some relationship with Gu Fenglan again. In aristocratic families, interests always come first. Xuewei, why are you here? Lu Qingyuan had a headache. It wasn't because he was worried that Tang Xuewei interrupted his conversation with Gu Rubin, but because none of the people around him on this trip were good people. Bai Xuanjie was hard to fool, and Shuri Yun was even more jealous. He Waning has always stayed out of the matter and seems to be an outsider, but after seeing this kind of scene, how can Lu Qingyuan conquer her in the future? As for the little girl by Guiwan, Lu Qingyuan was really afraid that she would turn evil. Isn't it that I'm disturbing Mr. Lu's good thing? Tang Xuewei said with a fake smile. How about I go to the lobby on the first floor and wait for a while? Chapter 84. Good sister? Sweet sister, we are all family. There is no need to be shy about some things. Lu Qingyuan said with a smile. A family? Gu Fenglan snorted coldly. Tang Xuewei looked at Gu Fenglan with interest. If there is no rebuttal, doesn't that mean it is an admission? As for Song Jiai, how could she, who was so weak and helpless, dare to speak? Qingyuan, please introduce yourself. After all, Tang Xuewei didn't know Gu Fenglan, so she could only wait for Lu Qingyuan to speak. Lu Qingyuan held Tang Xuewei in his left hand and Song Jiai in his right hand, and smiled as he introduced them to Gu Fenglan. Fenglan, Let me introduce you to this person, Tang Shuawei from the Tang family, whom you should know. The other person you are not familiar with is Song Jiai, the eldest daughter of the Song family in Jiashui City. Tang Shuawei looked at him with a smile. If Aunt Bai saw you behaving like this, her worldview would probably collapse, right? Lu Qingyuan subconsciously imagined Bai Shuangxi's expression, then quickly shook his head. Lu Qingyuan is always the good boy in front of Bai Shuangxi, but at present, this behavior seems to be slowly becoming a superficial phenomenon with the passage of time. From the moment her teacher Yiyun appeared, Bai Shuangying began to have doubts. Later, the appearance of Tang Shuawei further confirmed his guess. If she sees Song Jiai and Gu Fenglan again, Bai Shuangying probably won't even have to guess. This good baby that I raised must have some secrets outside. But this is something that cannot be concealed. You can conceal it for a while, but not forever. It would be better to let Bai Shuangxi know a little bit, so that it would be easier for Lu Qingyuan to confront her later. Putting all this aside, Lu Qingyuan introduced Gu Fenglan to the two of them. This is Gu Fenglan, the eldest daughter of the Gu family in Huaizhou province. Shuawei should know her. After knowing Gu Fenglan's identity, Tang Shuawei seemed to understand why she was related to Lu Qingyuan. The two looked at each other and immediately felt a sense of mutual sympathy. Have you also been tricked by her? Tang Shuawei and Gu Fenglan shook hands gently and teased with a smile. Gu Fenglan smiled slightly. No wonder he is so skilled at this kind of thing. It turns out this is not his first time. Tang Shuawei was even more curious and asked tentatively, "How did he set you up?" Gu Fenglan glanced at Lu Qingyuan and said, "My family originally asked me to marry Zhao He from the Zhao family, but he told me that he could change my family's mind and let them betroth me to him." Tang Shuawei looked at Lu Qingyuan with a smile. "Qingyuan, Fenglan still has a process. Why do you ask for it directly from me?" Lu Qingyuan drank his tea calmly and said, "I might have been a little anxious at that time." Tang Shuawei smiled and didn't expose him. Gu Fenglan at least had his family to discuss it with him, but the Tang family, everyone in the Tang family wished that she and Tang Xuanye would die quickly. "So it seems that your family has already planned to find someone else for you to marry?" Tang Shuawei said jokingly, "Fenglan, your fate is really not very good. You just escaped from the tiger's mouth, and then you turned around and met a pervert." Lu Qingyuan curled his lips and snorted. Gu Fenglan looked at Lu Qingyuan with a gentle gaze. "At least, this is the life I chose." This time it was Tang Shuawei's turn to curl her lips. It's tiring enough to compete with a group of young girls for a man, and now a heavyweight has come. However, Tang Shuawei glanced at Song Jiai beside her and felt a little more confident. She didn't believe that those little girls could let go when they were with Lu Qingyuan. But she is different. Tang Shuawei and Song Jiai cooperate with each other to allow Lu Qingyuan to enjoy a life like a king. We are an old couple, and I don't know how many poses we have unlocked. Can those little girls compare? Friendships between women always arise out of nowhere. Tang Shuawei and Gu Fenglan hadn't known each other for long, but they were as close as best friends who had known each other for years. Even Song Jiai joined in. The three women gathered together, and their laughter echoed in the suite. Lu Qingyuan looked at the beautiful scene and sighed softly. Not only did all these beautiful things have nothing to do with him, but when the night came, Lu Qingyuan still had to face those jealous people. Especially Bai Shuangxi, she is the hardest one to fool. The sky gradually darkened, and Lu Qingyuan was like meat on a chopping board, waiting for them to cut him. The sky turned completely dark, and laughter could be heard faintly in the corridor. Lu Qingyuan took a deep breath. Whether you stick your head out or hide your head, you will be killed. As long as you can get through tonight, things will be easier in the future. Bai Shuangxi was the first to open the door, but when she saw the situation in the room, the smile on her face froze unconsciously. Shi Yun followed behind Bai Shuangying and asked, "Aunt Bai, why are you standing at the door?" After taking a look inside, her little face instantly turned gloomy. He Waning blinked, feeling a little curious. Could it be that Lu Qingyuan was caught cheating in there? What to do? "Do you want to buy some popcorn?" "Aunt Bai, you're back?" Tang Shuawei stood up and said with a smile, "I'm really sorry. There was something urgent at the company that needed Cheng Yuan to solve, so I came here in person." She knew about what happened between Tang Shuawei and Lu Qingyuan, so she nodded gently. "Boss Tang is busy with official duties. I can understand." "Shi Yun, I can't understand." He Waning. Don't block it. Let me see." Seeing Bai Shuangxi's eyes on Song Jiai, Tang Shuawei smiled and explained, "Aunt Bai, this is my secretary, Song Jiai." Song Jiai nodded generously to Bai Shuanging. "Hello, Aunt Bai." Bai Shuangxi laughed inwardly. "Secretary?" Judging from the way you addressed me, there must be something going on between you and Lu Qingyuan. Who is this? Bai Shuanging looked at Gu Fenglan and asked with a smile. Boss Tang, is this also an employee of your company? Tang Xuewei glanced at Lu Qingyuan mischievously. This is Qingyuan's friend. I don't know what he does specifically. Lu Qingyuan? Xuewei, is this how you treat me? Bai Shuangxi and Shiriyun looked at Lu Qingyuan at the same time, hoping that he could give them an explanation. Lu Qingyuan took a breath silently and smiled. She is a very good sister who helped me a lot. Lu Qingyuan wanted to throw Tang Xuewei onto the bed 100 times. He originally thought that Tang Xuewei could help him cover it up, but Tang Xuewei just kicked the problem back to him. This also resulted in Lu Qingyuan not having time to prepare an answer, and he could only give an ambiguous reply. Good sister? Sure, Yun sneered. Could it be a sweet sister? Bai Guiwan was the last one to enter the room, but when Lu Qingyuan saw the person next to her, his eyes almost popped out. Jian Lichu, what the hell are you doing here? Jian Lichu looked at the situation in the house curiously and said without any pain in her waist, Hey, why are there so many beauties here? Lu Qingyuan. Chapter 85, Give You a Choice. Jian Lichu's words completely detonated the powder keg around Lu Qingyuan. Shuri Yun's eyes turned visibly red. Lu Qingyuan walked up to Shuri Yun with a headache and said, Don't you know what kind of person I am? How can I not know? You damn scumbag. Don't you know how we got together in the first place? Shuri Yun pursed her lips, tears welling up in her eyes. I knew from the beginning that you were not a good person. Bai Shuangxian raised her eyebrows. Yun, how did you two get together? Not yet. Sensing that Lu Qingyuan's demeanor seemed a little off, Shuri Yun calmed down immediately. Isn't it because Qingyuan is too handsome? He's indeed a playboy. Shuri Yun's heartbeat quickened. She almost forgot that Lu Qingyuan was a good boy only in front of Bai Shuangxi. After spending so much time with him, Shuri Yun even began to forget Lu Qingyuan's commanding look. It was not until this time that Shuri Yun reacted. She is the girlfriend that Lu Qingyuan has always acknowledged to the public. Apart from her, even Bai Guiwan is just a younger sister. After thinking this through, Shuri Yun also knew that he had violated Lu Qingyuan's taboo, so he bowed his head and admitted his mistake decisively. Boss Tang, I'm really sorry. I made a big fuss. Tang Xuewei was a little surprised, but when she thought about the identity of Shuri Yun's father, she understood a lot more. It's okay. If I were you, I would probably do no better than you. Tang Xuewei walked to Shuri Yun and took her hand. We will meet many times in the future, and I will inevitably trouble you. Shuri Yun understood what Tang Xuewei meant. No matter what, as long as she and Lu Qingyuan don't break up, Shuri Yun will always be Lu Qingyuan's official girlfriend. No matter how powerful Tang Xuewei and her friends are, they are still concubines of the imperial family after all. After figuring this out, Shuri Yun pulled Lu Qingyuan's sleeve and said weakly, Qingyuan, I was wrong. Don't be angry. Lu Qingyuan smiled softly and gently held Shuri Yun's hand. I have never been angry. It would be best if Shuri Yun could figure it out. If he couldn't figure it out, Lu Qingyuan would have no choice but to give Master Yun's exclusive title to someone else. As for Shuri Bailey, he wouldn't say anything. The cooperation between the two no longer needs Shuri Yun as a bond. Bai Shuangxi looked at Lu Qingyuan gently, knowing that the child she had raised finally had his own secrets. And even she couldn't know this secret. At this point, Bai Shuangying also realized that except for her and Jian Lichu, the rest of the people in the room seemed to have different relationships with Lu Qingyuan. Bai Guiwan, forget it, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. We've been playing all day, and everyone is hungry. Bai Shuangying clapped her hands and said with a smile, Let's go out for dinner. We have other plans tomorrow. Lu Qingyuan smiled and nodded, holding Shuri Yun's hand and said with a smile, I'll have to ask Yun for this. After all, she was born and raised in Qingda. Shuri Yun smiled slightly. I know a very delicious restaurant, not far from here, very convenient. As an outsider, Jian Lichu noticed many details. Shuri Yun clearly wanted to say something just now, and what she was about to say seemed to reveal some of Lu Qingyuan's secrets. It was just that Shuri Yun noticed Lu Qingyuan's mood changes and narrowly avoided the disaster caused by his words. Even today's drama seemed to revolve around Lu Qingyuan. Looking at Lu Qingyuan's figure, Jian Lichu became more and more curious about him. My younger brother is obviously unruly and can face his parents' scolding without any scruples, but in front of this man, he dare not even breathe. Lu Qingyuan, Lu Qingyuan, what secrets do you have that I don't know? Lu Qingyuan held Shuri Yun's hand and walked at the back. Sure Yun looked up at Lu Qingyuan and asked in a low voice, Qingyuan, you were angry just now, right? I guess so. Lu Qingyuan did not deny it. He said calmly, Yun, I have never admitted that I'm a good person. You should know this. Lu Qingyuan looked at Shuri Yun. After all, the reason we can be together is because I am a threat to your father, so your father wants to use you to tie me down. Shuri Yun nodded slightly. Gently kneading Shuri Yun's hand, Lu Qingyuan smiled softly. Thank you very much for keeping the secret from me. Shuri Yun shook her head, bit her lip, and whispered, Between us, do we still need to say thank you? Of course not. Lu Qingyuan stopped and looked at Shuri Yun seriously. Yun, there is one thing you must understand. As long as there is no problem in our relationship, you will always be my girlfriend, even my future wife. Some things may not be hidden from you, and I don't want to hide them from you, so I'm giving you a choice today. Now that we have laid our cards on the table, let's do it thoroughly. If you can't stand this kind of life, then I respect your choice. Lu Qingyuan looked at her calmly. Shuri Yun lowered her head and looked at her toes. After a long silence, she slowly raised her head and looked at Lu Qingyuan with tearful eyes. Qingyuan, you know, my father once told me alone that if you were not there, I might be the only one left in the future. Lu Qingyuan nodded slightly. This is the story of Shuri Yun. Her father, her brother, and her sister were all taken away by law enforcement officers, leaving her alone to support Xinli Group. Your appearance has changed the trajectory of my life and given me hope again. Shuri Yun gently hugged Lu Qingyuan's waist and said with a sob, I can't imagine what I would do after losing you. I can't imagine what my life would be like without you. So, I will stay with you forever. Lu Qingyuan gently stroked Shuri Yun's back and said softly, I can't promise you anything, but as long as you need me, I will definitely be by your side. Shuri Yun stood on tiptoe and kissed Lu Qingyuan hard on the lips, without caring about the surrounding environment. After a while, Lu Qingyuan took the lead and separated from her. He raised his hand and gently wiped her tears. That's enough. It won't look good if you cry anymore. Shuri Yun's eyes were a little swollen, and she said with a pursed mouth, No matter how ugly she is still your girlfriend. Just bear with it. Lu Qingyuan smiled and took the initiative to hold her in his arms. The relationship between us is actually not mixed with other things. You just need to be happy for the rest of the time, and I will help you with the rest. Shuri Yun nodded vigorously. After sorting out their previous emotions, the two continued to chase after the others. Where did you two go just now? Wai Xuanxian looked at the two of them, noticed Shuri Yun's red and swollen eyes, and said casually, It's a rare holiday. You two should go out alone. We won't be the light bulb for you. Chapter 86, I hope you can pay attention to safety. Lu Qingyuan had never seen Shuri Yun so crazy before. As if to make up for the mistake he had just made, Shuri Yun gave almost everything he could to Lu Qingyuan. He is kind-hearted, and what he said is true. Gently stroking Shuri Yun's hair, Lu Qingyuan whispered, Go to sleep if you are tired. Some things don't need to be taken to heart. Shuri Yun nodded gently, leaned in Lu Qingyuan's arms, and quickly fell asleep. Open Goddess Record, and on Shuri Yun's card, there is another favorability gift package floating around the card. After taking a look at Shuri Yun's favorability level, he found that it had successfully risen from being together day and night to having a tacit understanding. When I opened the gift package, there was another golden light. When Lu Qingyuan opened his attribute panel again and saw the new secondary card, his face looked a little strange. Assist card, Dear Antler Gold. Lu Qingyuan? This is another card I have seen for the first time. There are no such weird things in the game. However, Lu Qingyuan still accepted it happily. Even though some things may not be used temporarily, it does not mean that they will not be used in the future. It is still worth learning from the idea of preparing for a rainy day. In addition, Gu Fenglan's favorability level has also risen to acquaintance, which is only 12% away from being together all the time. When Gu Fenglan's favorability gift pack was opened, as expected, there was golden light again. Today is such a good day for harvest. There is an extra skill card in the secondary card column. Skill card changeable gold. Lu Qingyuan scratched his face. The only bad thing about this cheat code was that there were no notes on all the secondary cards. You just give me a name. How would I know how to use this thing? Do you want me to make love with you in bed? Lu Qingyuan blinked and silently accepted the secondary card. I'll give it a try when I get a chance. If this skill card is really about this, Lu Qingyuan can really find a club and become a gigolo. Bah! What are you thinking? After resting for a whole night, Shuri Yun slowly opened his eyes at almost 10 o'clock the next day. Woke up. Lu Qingyuan looked at her with a smile and tapped her nose with his finger. It's almost noon. get up quickly. Shurian picked up his cell phone and checked the time, then jumped out of bed and ran to the bathroom to wash up. Lu Qingyuan smiled and shook his head. After washing up with her, he went to meet up with Bai Shuangxi and the others. Tang Xuewei and the others also guessed that Bai Shuangxi had seen through the relationship between them and Lu Qingyuan, so they were too lazy to go back and just stayed with Bai Shuangxi. Anyway, the National Day holiday is also a rest, so it doesn't matter where you rest, right? After contacting Bai Shuangxi, Lu Qingyuan and his master, Yiyun, leisurely found her. Let Sure Yiyun go find Bai Guiwan. Bai Shuangyin grabs Lu Qingyuan, who wants to leave with Sure Yiyun. Aunt Bai, what's wrong? Lu Qingyuan asked with a smile. Bai Shuang looked at him quietly and said softly, Qingyuan, Xuewei, and the others are not simple people. I don't know what you did, but I hope you can be careful. Lu Qingyuan felt warm in his heart, and inexplicably had an urge to confront the issue directly. Lu Qingyuan suppressed his impulse and grinned. Aunt Bai, don't worry. Bai Shuangyin nodded, let go of the hand that had been holding Lu Qingyuan, and slowly walked towards Bai Guiwan and the others. Lu Qingyuan looked at Bai Shuangying's back, and always felt that her figure was a little sad. In just one night, the group of women successfully became friends, especially Bai Guiwan, who had long forgotten all her little thoughts and was having a great time. Do you have any plans for today? Lu Qingyuan stood beside Bai Shuangxi, looking at everyone with a smile on his face. Tang Xuewei looked at Lu Qingyuan, then at Bai Shuangxi, and then accidentally met Gu Fenglan's eyes. Both of them had a strange feeling in their hearts. If I hadn't known in advance that Bai Shuangying was Lu Qingyuan's guardian and elder, I would always feel that they were a couple, and Bai Guiwan was their child. Guiwan, is there any place you want to go? Sure Yun sat next to Bai Guiwan and asked with a smile. If she hadn't appeared, perhaps Bai Guiwan would be Lu Qingyuan's real partner? How about the amusement park? Bai Guiwan said happily. I want to see what the difference is between the amusement park in Qingda City and the one in Wuchuan City. Sure Yun is also a loyal fan of the amusement park, she said excitedly. Let me tell you, the haunted house in Qingda City Amusement Park is much better than the one in Wuchuan City. Really? I'll take you there, and you'll know, right? Bai Shuangxi and the others looked at Bai Guiwan and Sure Yun helplessly. I'm so old. Should I accompany you to the amusement park? So, everyone was divided into two teams. Bai Guiwan, Sure Yun, Jin Lichu, He Waning, and Lu Qingyuan went to the amusement park. Bai Shuangxi, Tang Xuewei, Song Jiayi, and Gu Fenglan went for a spa. Lu Qingyuan looked at Tang Xuewei pitifully, hoping that she could lend a hand. Tang Xuewei patted Lu Qingyuan's solid back with a smile. Have fun. After watching Lu Qingyuan leave in anger, Bai Shuangxi also stood up and said to Tang Xuewei and the others, Let's go enjoy ourselves too. The few of them went to a club recommended by Sure Yun, whose sister Sure Li was one of the bosses behind the scenes. While enjoying the spa, Bai Shuangxi asked with a smile, Fenglan, have you been in Wuchuan City before? Yes, Aunt Bai. Gu Fenglan said with a smile. Let's go shopping together when we have time in the future. Tang Xuewei sighed aside. I don't have the time. The company has been so busy lately that I don't even have time to take care of my skin. Song Jiayi's presence is almost zero. It's better to be busy. The busier you are, the more money you can make. Bai Shuangxi said with a smile, Xuewei is also amazing. If it were me, I really wouldn't be able to control such a big company. Glancing at Gu Fenglan, Bai Shuangying's true intentions were exposed. Fenglan, how did you and Qingyuan know each other? Gu Fenglan had long guessed that Bai Shuangying would ask this question, and he took out the answer he had prepared long ago. Aunt Bai, you may not know that I am actually Qingyuan's senior. Really? You also graduated from Tekawawa University? Yes. Bai Shuangxi had nothing to ask this time. This answer blocked all of Bai Shuangxi's subsequent words. With nothing to say, Bai Shuangying simply took a nap. Gu Fenglan, Gu family. Could it be that this Gu Fenglan is really related to the Gu family? Bai Shuangxi has a headache. There is the Tang family in front and the Gu family behind. None of them are ordinary people. Bai Shuangying was really worried about how Lu Qingyuan would face these aristocratic families if he got into trouble. The spa comfortably, Tang Xuewei hugged Bai Shuangxi's arm and said with a smile, We have nothing to do anyway. Let's go shopping. Chapter 87. Hey, long legs are good. Night falls as promised. Lu Qingyuan returned to the hotel as if he had lost his soul. Bai Shuangying looked at him with a smile. Qingyuan, why are you like this? Are you not having fun? Lu Qingyuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. If I play a little longer, you can start the feast directly. When can we stop going to the amusement park? Lying weakly on the bed, Lu Qingyuan vaguely saw that Bai Shuangxi seemed to have an extra necklace around her neck. And Bai, this necklace suits you very well. Lu Qingyuan said to Bai Shuangying with his head tilted. Really? Bai Shuangying said happily. Jiai bought it for me. Lu Qingyuan glanced at Song Jiai and smiled at her. Bai Guiwan and the others came back from outside excitedly and started to criticize Lu Qingyuan as soon as they came in. Brother Qingyuan, why are you running so fast? Bai Guiwan ran to Lu Qingyuan and shook him vigorously. This amusement park also has night shows, and there will be fireworks later. It's because of you that we can't watch them. The corners of Lu Qingyuan's mouth twitched slightly. Guiwan, if you want to see fireworks, I will buy dozens of them later so that you can see enough. He didn't want to stay in the amusement park for even a second. Bai Guiwan snorted unhappily and then inadvertently noticed the ring on Gu Fenglan's hand. Looking down at the ring on his necklace, Bai Guiwan said in surprise, Sister Fenglan, your ring is the same as mine. Gu Fenglan glanced at Lu Qingyuan without leaving a trace, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. That means we are destined to meet. Lu Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Qingyuan was really afraid that Gu Fenglan would say that he bought it. In that case, he wouldn't have to sleep tonight and could just coax Bai Guiwan. A group of women sat together and whispered. Lu Qingyuan was too lazy to stay in the room, so he left. Taking out his phone and checking today's date, Lu Qingyuan contacted Chu Lin. Where is Tianyi now? He has been under our surveillance. Chu Lin asked directly. Do you need us to bring him here? Need not. Lu Qingyuan said seriously. From now on, send someone to follow him directly and don't let him find out. Clear. Beginning at 8 tomorrow morning, report his location to me every hour. Yes. Lu Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Tianyi is related to the plot of the other two card characters in Qingda City. If Lu Qingyuan misses him, it would be a waste of his time traveling back to 3 years before the start of the game. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Bai Guiwan and her friends went out to play in a group again. Lu Qingyuan found a random excuse to stay in the hotel. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the first email appeared in his mailbox on time. Inside is a location and a photo. The location is Tianyin's home, and the photo shows Tianyin lying on his bed playing with his mobile phone. As time passed, emails appeared in his mailbox one after another. It was not until 11 o'clock that a new email appeared and Tianyin's position finally changed. Lu Qingyuan smiled gently, took his phone, and turned to leave Luyin Hotel. At 12 o'clock, new emails appeared. Tianyin was now in a warehouse in the suburbs. Also in the photo, Tianyin was holding a young girl and struggling to drag her into the warehouse. After driving to the vicinity of the warehouse, Lu Qingyuan contacted Chu Lin and asked him to notify the employee who was following Tianyin to let him leave. Lu Qingyuan hid quietly in a corner, waiting for another protagonist of the day. There's a saying that goes, villains die because they talk too much. So is Tianyin. Before committing each crime, he likes to play tricks. He would set up a very cozy candlelight dinner scene, then put himself in the shoes of the victim's spouse and slowly talk to her. He will not commit a crime until he gets bored. About 10 minutes later, a figure appeared in Lu Qingyuan's sight. He was a middle-aged man in police uniform. Another protagonist finally appeared. Lu Qingyuan glanced around at the situation around him, and after the middle-aged man entered the warehouse, he quietly approached him. Standing behind the door and taking a look, he saw a girl dressed very cutely tied to a pillar. After making sure that there were no suspects around, the middle-aged man quickly went over and tried to untie the rope for the girl. Tianyin walked out from the shadows, raised an iron rod, and hit the middle-aged man hard. The dull voice made Lu Qingyuan feel pain in his flesh. The middle-aged man fell directly to the ground and turned his head with a painful expression. You again? Tianyin licked his lips perversely. How did you realize it was me? The middle-aged man took a deep breath, and the severe pain made him tremble uncontrollably. You were originally one of our suspects, but we just had no evidence. The iron rod slid gently on the ground twice, and Tianyin sighed helplessly. I wanted to do it again, but I didn't expect that the last time would be a double-barreled one. The iron rod was aimed at the middle-aged man's head. Tianyin grinned and said, Now that we know the real suspect, you shouldn't have any burden if you die, right? Lu Qingyuan looked around, then bent down and picked up a stone from the ground, weighed it in his hand twice, and then smashed it hard at Tianyin's head. Damn, too much nonsense. Unfortunately, Lu Qingyuan's accuracy was not good enough, and the arrow just happened to brush Tianyin's scalp. Depend on assist card. Good luck, Gold. What are you doing? Shouldn't this be the time to show off your power? Who's outside? Your father. Lu Qingyuan rolled his eyes. In this situation, can he still be your accomplice? Lu Qingyuan walked out from behind the door and went straight towards Tianyin. Lu Qingyuan had tolerated his procrastination for a long time. 3. Tianyin grinned. Today is a record. Lu Qingyuan curled his lips. How confident are you in yourself? After considering for a long time, Lu Qingyuan was not sure which fighting technique to use to deal with Tianyin. Tianyin rushed over with an iron rod in his hand. Lu Qingyuan sighed helplessly and kicked him back in the simplest and most brutal way. Hey, long legs are good. Looking down at Tianyin, Lu Qingyuan curled his lips in disdain and kicked him unconscious. Turning his head to look at the middle-aged man lying on the ground, Lu Qingyuan smiled and asked, "Uncle, are you okay?" The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. Lu Qingyuan walked to the girl, squatted down, and untied the rope for her. The girl glanced at Lu Qingyuan secretly and whispered, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Lu Qingyuan showed a sunny smile, turned around, and helped the middle-aged man up. "Uncle, what should we do with him?" The middle-aged man pointed to the rope beside him and said, "Tie him up. Don't let him run away after he wakes up." Chapter 88. 3 questions. After tying up Tianyin, Lu Qingyuan first helped the middle-aged man sit aside and looked at the extent of his injuries. There is a black and blue mark on his back. Fortunately, he joined the army early and continued to exercise after retiring. If it were an ordinary person, he would have gone to have tea with the king of hell. Turning to look at the girl, Lu Qingyuan handed her the phone and said, "Report your safety to your family. Otherwise, if you suddenly disappear, they will probably be very worried." The girl timidly took the phone and bowed to him very sensibly. Lu Qingyuan scratched his head. "Sister, you are 5 or 6 years older than me. Why are you pretending to be a minor?" After taking a moment, the middle-aged man took out his mobile phone to contact his colleagues. Now that the series of rape and murder cases have been solved, he can finally take some time off. Lu Qingyuan stood aside and looked at the middle-aged man and sighed softly in his heart. This middle-aged policeman is naturally not a card in the goddess record, but his daughter is. According to the original game plot, after being injured, the middle-aged man risked his life to save the fake Lolita. After injuring Tianyin, he died due to the serious injuries. Tianyin was seriously injured and could only flee the scene quickly. In the end, the fake Lolita escaped and called the police using the middle-aged man's phone. It is precisely because of this that the middle-aged man's daughter and this pseudo-Lolita will have a connection on the interpersonal relationship line. "Thank you for saving me today." The fake Loli handed the phone to Lu Qingyuan and said gratefully, "If it weren't for you and this uncle, I would probably be." As she was talking, the pseudo-Lolita's eyes turned red and she was about to start dropping gold beans. "I was hired by your father to protect you, and this is my duty." Lu Qingyuan smiled gently. "Ms. Jiang, please don't get rid of the bodyguards your father arranged for you in the future." Jiang Yufu pouted, lowered her head, and kicked the stones on the ground unhappily. "I know." Lu Qingyuan's identity was made up by him. After all, anyone would be suspicious of him if he suddenly appeared here. Especially since there is an old detective next to him. It is not an easy task to fool him. If he becomes suspicious, how can I win over his girl in the future? Just as Lu Qingyuan guessed, the first people to arrive at the scene were not the middle-aged man's colleagues, but Jiang Yufu's father and his security team. Yufu, Jiang Yufu's father Jiang Zhuojuan rushed into the warehouse in a hurry. After seeing that Jiang Yufu was safe and sound, his anxious heart finally calmed down. "Dad!" When Jiang Yufu saw Jiang Zhuojuan, the feeling of grievance she had felt before came back to her, and she threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. After all, she is just a pseudo-Lolita who has never seen the world. Now that she has met her relatives, all the psychological defenses she had built up before are broken. After finally coaxing Jiang Yufu, Jiang Zhuojuan finally found time to look at the other 2 idlers in the warehouse. "Dad, I'm really grateful to the man you hired for protecting me today, otherwise..." Jiang Yufu sniffed, feeling a little scared. Jiang Zhuojuan frowned slightly, but before he could wonder, Lu Qingyuan walked up to him and said with a smile, "Boss Jiang, I have fulfilled my mission and protected the young lady's safety." The moment he got close to Jiang Zhuojuan, Lu Qingyuan whispered something in his ear. Anyone would think that Lu Qingyuan was reporting everything that happened today. However, Jiang Zhuojuan's micro-expression was noticed by the middle-aged policeman. He was very familiar with Jiang Zhuojuan's micro-expressions. He had often seen them when interrogating prisoners. It was that how-do-you-know look. As an old criminal policeman, the middle-aged man has seen too many repeat criminals, so there is no way he could be wrong. Zhang Zhuojuan took a deep look at Lu Qingyuan, then smiled and patted his shoulder. You performed very well today. Go back and get an extra month's bonus. Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. The middle-aged policeman looked at this scene strangely. His intuition told him that Lu Qingyuan seemed to have nothing to do with Zhang Zhuojuan. But it doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with him. The middle-aged policeman's colleagues arrived quickly and took Tianyin away. They also asked Lu Qingyuan and the fake Lolita Jiang Yufu to make a statement. After finishing all these things, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Zhang Zhuojuan sat calmly in the car and said earnestly to Jiang Yufu beside him, Little ancestor, I beg you, can you bring the security team I hired for you with you when you go out in the future? But I don't want anyone to follow me. Jiang Yufu pouted unhappily. I don't have any freedom at all. It's so annoying. Zhang Zhuojuan sighed helplessly. Just listen to Dad. Look at the situation today. Fortunately, someone protected your safety. Otherwise, how would Dad live? Oh, I know. Jiang Yufu covered her ears, looking annoyed. Lu Qingyuan sat quietly in the passenger seat, listening to the interaction between the father and daughter, and shook his head with a smile. Jiang Zhuojuan's private car stopped in front of a building. He said to Jiang Yufu beside him, Go to my office and rest first. I'll take you home later. Jiang Yufu snorted, opened the car door, and left unhappily. You get off too, Zhang Zhuojuan said calmly to the driver. Only Lu Qingyuan and Zhang Zhuojuan were left in the car. 3 questions. Zhang Zhuojuan stared at Lu Qingyuan's back. Who are you? What is your purpose in contacting Yufu? What else do you know about that matter? My name is Lu Qingyuan, and I'm from Wuchuan City. Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, There are 2 reasons why I contacted Miss Jiang. The first is that a gentleman would love to marry a beautiful lady. The other is that it is convenient for me to meet you. As for the matter you asked, I'm sorry to say that I can't tell you at the moment. Zhang Zhuojuan frowned. Why? Looking down at the message by Shuangying sent him on his phone, Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, Because I don't have much time recently, and there are some things that you can't do anything about even if you know them. After opening the car door, Lu Qingyuan threw a note to Zhang Zhuojuan before getting out of the car. This is my contact information. I will contact you in 3 days. Of course, you can also contact me in advance, but I am not sure whether I will have time. Lu Qingyuan got out of the car in a dashing manner, waved at Zhang Zhuojuan, turned around, and disappeared from his sight. Lu Qingyuan. Zhang Zhuojuan slowly got out of the car, looked in the direction where Lu Qingyuan disappeared, and slowly walked into the building. Zhang Zhuojuan is a businessman who is more successful than Sure Bailey, and is also one of the top philanthropic entrepreneurs in Qingda City. Compared to Sure Bailey's black that cannot be washed away, Zhang Zhuojuan's whiteness is definitely white that cannot be dyed black. After he earned his first pot of gold from starting his own business, he continued to do charity work, building Hope Primary Schools, sponsoring poor children to go to school, and improving life in poor mountain villages. If this kind of person were placed in a fantasy world, the golden light from his merits would probably be enough to blind Sure Bailey's eyes. Chapter 89. You cheated me. Hibiscus in the distant mountains. Jiang Yufu blue. Age 26. Value 97. Body type 89. Favorability. Chance encounter 17%. Secondary card. Skill card fine carving blue. Lu Qingyuan casually opened Jiang Yufu's favorability gift pack, and a flash of colorful light flashed across the room. Lu Qingyuan? Color cards revealed? Lu Qingyuan couldn't wait to open the attribute panel and look at the newly acquired secondary card. Assist card. The secret to staying young color. Lu Qingyuan blinked. Now I don't have to worry about getting old? Looking at Jiang Yufu's character card, Lu Qingyuan couldn't help but smile. I really didn't expect that Jiang Yufu could actually get a colorful card for him. But her figure, looking at Jiang Yufu, who was wearing Lolita dress on the card, Lu Qingyuan sighed softly. Jiang Yufu's figure is so hard to describe that even if you turn off the lights, you can't even tell the difference between her front and back. After returning to Luyun Hotel, Bai Shuang looked at him warily. Where did you go again? I went out for a walk when I had nothing to do. Lu Qingyuan sat next to Bai Shuangxi and asked with a smile, Aunt Bai, we've almost finished playing in Qingda City. Do you want to go to Jiashui City for a walk? Bai Shuangxi glanced at the delighted Bai Guiwan and said calmly, It's enough to have played for the past few days. Guiwan hasn't done his holiday homework yet. Bai Guiwan. In an instant, Bai Guiwan fell from heaven to hell. Let's go back tomorrow. Bai Shuangying looked at Lu Qingyuan and said to him with a smile, you don't have to see me off. Just wait until the holiday is over and go back with He and Waning. How can that be possible? Yin quickly came to Bai Shuangying's side and said, Aunt Bai, Waning and I have almost finished shopping. Let's go back together tomorrow. Well, Waning also nodded. In that case, we'll go back tomorrow. Tang Shuwei smiled and said, I haven't been to the company for a few days. I guess there are a lot of things waiting for me to deal with. Jin Lichu looked left and right, and finally confirmed that Lu Qingyuan was the link between everyone. He was not in Qingda City, and everyone else was planning to leave. Then let's wait for the next gathering. Bai Xuanxi smiled gently and said to Tang Shuwei, Shuwei, if you have time in the future, come to Wuchuan City again, and I will personally entertain you. After finally having a meal together, Tang Shuwei and Song Jiai left overnight without waiting until the next day. Jin Lichu felt that it was not a good idea to stay any longer, so he said hello to Bai Guan and drove away from Qingda City. On the way back, Jin Lichu took out her phone and contacted her bestie. Baby, have you checked everything I asked you to check before? Of course, I'm not the kind of person who just agrees but doesn't do the work. The girl opposite said with a smile, Li Chu, you have good taste. Now you actually like this kind of handsome guy? Jian Lichu couldn't help rolling her eyes. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Tell me what you found out. Nothing special. He grew up in Wuchuan City. His parents were abroad and he was raised by his aunt. The girl opposite said helplessly, That's all I found out. It's a very normal growth history. Jian Lichu frowned slightly. Nothing else. There is none left. Jian Lichu hung up the call directly and carefully recalled Lu Qingyuan's every move in the past few days. Normally, an ordinary person's life is almost the same as the information her best friend has looked up. But Lu Qingyuan doesn't look like an ordinary person at all. Can an ordinary person make Jianyu so timid? How can an ordinary person gather so many girls around him? And each girl has a different relationship with him? Scumbag? It's not like Jian Lichu hasn't seen scumbags before, but which scumbag can make so many of his backups get along harmoniously with each other? And regardless of whether Lu Qingyuan is a scumbag or not, the temperaments exuded by Tang Shuwei, Song Jiai, and Gu Fenglan do not seem like those of ordinary girls. If Tang Shuwei was in love, Jian Lichu could understand it. After all, Lu Qingyuan was really handsome. So Song Jiai and Gu Fenglan are also in love? How did Lu Qingyuan just happen to gather so many love-minded people together? And there is Yun. Jian Lichu only knows one person named Sure in Qingda City, Sure Bailey, the chairman of Qianli Group. If Yun is really Sure Bailey's daughter, then how bold must Lu Qingyuan be to treat Sure Bailey's daughter like this? Aren't you afraid that Master Bailey will know that you drowned Lu Qingyuan in the river? After thinking it over, Jian Lichu took out his cell phone and contacted Jianyu. What's wrong again? Jianyu answered the phone angrily and said, Please stop bothering me. Listening to the noise on the phone, Jian Lichu's face darkened. Did I tell you to stay away from your group of bad friends? You have no right to interfere in my affairs. Jianyu sneered. Don't think that you can control everything just because you are my sister. Jian Lichu was so angry that she laughed. She asked coldly, Do you know where I am now? Where do you have anything to do with me? I'm in Qingda City. I just had dinner with Lu Qingyuan. When Jianyu heard the name Lu Qingyuan, he suddenly fell silent. He was beaten up in the MLS's nightclub last time. Jianyu has been thinking about revenge all the time. During this period, he also considered sending people to scare Lu Qingyuan's family, but thinking of what happened in MLSS, Jianyu forced himself to endure it. His parents are both business elites and are surrounded by several bodyguards. But the sturdy man who beat him up that day had a look in his eyes that seemed to show that he didn't care about human life, and even had a kind of contempt for life. Jianyu knew that he couldn't afford to offend such a person, and there was no need to offend him. He still has a bright future ahead of him, and he only needs to complete the small task that Lu Qingyuan asked him to do. Why should he make an enemy of him? How did you say that to him? Jianyu stuttered. Did he say anything to you? Jian Lichu said without hesitation. He told me everything. Jianyu was stunned for a moment, and then a light laugh came from the phone. Sister, you are cheating me. You may really know Lu Qingyuan, but Jianyu smiled helplessly. Forget it, as long as you are happy. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Jian Lichu narrowed her eyes slightly. She is a very smart person and immediately noticed the loophole in the matter. If Lu Qingyuan can threaten Jianyu, it means that Lu Qingyuan must have some fatal black material on Jianyu. And Jian Lichu's mistake was that she shouldn't have acted so calmly. She should be angrier. What a shame. Such a great opportunity was wasted. Chapter 90 Destiny. The next day, Lu Qingyuan and others finally set out on their journey home. Turning his head to look at the unhappy Bai Guiwan in the passenger seat, Lu Qingyuan said comfortingly, "Okay, don't be unhappy. I can take you out to play when I have time later." Bai Guiwan groaned unhappily. "I'm having a great time. Can I go home a day later? It's so annoying." Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, "This year is the most important year in your life. Things will be relatively easier once you go to college." There were only Lu Qingyuan and Bai Guiwan in the car. The rest are with Gu Fenglan. Lu Qingyuan gently placed his hand on Bai Guiwan's leg, his expression unchanged. "How about I take you out to play alone next weekend?" Bai Guiwan looked down at Lu Qingyuan's big hand, bit her lips lightly, and moved his hand inside. A faint smile appeared on Lu Qingyuan's lips. While controlling the steering wheel with one hand, he discussed the secrets of the new world with Bai Guiwan. For Bai Guiwan, everything he is experiencing now is like a new world, so attractive. A few minutes later, Bai Guiwan hummed softly and his whole body relaxed unconsciously. After recovering from the shock, Bai Guiwan blushed and took out a tissue to wipe Lu Qingyuan's hands. She said shyly, "Brother Qingyuan, this is a secret between us. Don't worry, we are the only ones who know about this." After returning to Wuchuan City, Lu Qingyuan went home directly with Bai Guiwan, while Gu Fenglan sent Shiyun and He Waning to Wuchuan University, and then went home with Bai Shuangxi at her invitation. Lu Qingyuan lay comfortably on the sofa. "It's still more comfortable at home." Bai Guiwan smiled sweetly, then decisively went into the bathroom. "Fenglan, come in quickly." Bai Shuangxian pulled Gu Fenglan into the living room and glared at Lu Qingyuan, who was lying on the sofa. "Don't take up space here. If you want to lie down, go back to your bedroom and lie down." Lu Qingyuan pouted helplessly and could only get up and walk towards the bedroom. Gu Fenglan looked at Lu Qingyuan with interest, who was completely different from his private self, and suddenly became interested in Bai Shuangxi. The woman who can turn Lu Qingyuan into a good boy must be no simple person. Lu Qingyuan lay on his bed, quietly recalling the recent events. After contacting the Gu and Yun families, it's time to deal with Tang Qiyuan. Lu Qingyuan murmured in a low voice. With the help of the Gu and Yun families, it should be more than enough to deal with him. Tang Qiyuan has always been a thorn in Tang Shuiwei's heart and a target that Lu Qingyuan must face. In his plan, if the Tang family's affairs could be resolved quickly enough, they could even become Lu Qingyuan's helper in dealing with the Zhao family. Of course, everything depends on whether the plan goes well. The relationships among the aristocratic families are complicated, and the Gu family and the Yin family may not be of one mind. At least Lu Qingyuan was sure that there must be Zhao He or someone from the Zhao family in the Gu family and the Yin family. It's getting more and more interesting. Lu Qingyuan smiled softly. And Jian Lichu and He Waning, it's time to start the strategy. After conquering all the cards in Wuchuan City, Lu Qingyuan can now travel to other cities without any worries. Gu Fenglan didn't stay for too long. He chatted with Bai Shuangxi for a while and then left. The room returned to its previous tranquility. Bai Shuangxi stretched her body gently, stood up lazily, and said to Lu Qingyuan, "Qingyuan, you will help Guiwan with his studies later. I'm going to take a rest." "Okay." Lu Qingyuan came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Aunt Bai, it feels like you haven't been active like this for a long time." Bai Shuangxi smiled gently. After taking a shower, Bai Guiwan walked out of the bathroom and sat next to Lu Qingyuan with her homework in her hands. Lu Qingyuan smelled the fragrance on her body and secretly glanced at Bai Shuangxi. She lay on her side in bed, apparently planning to get some beauty sleep. Lu Qingyuan felt itchy in his heart, so he leaned over to Bai Guiwan's ear and whispered, "Guiwan, you smell so good." Bai Guiwan subconsciously glanced in the direction of the bedroom, her face flushed. "Does it smell good? Then Brother Qingyuan, do you want a kiss?" Lu Qingyuan lifted Bai Guiwan's chin and kissed her gently on the lips. Bai Guiwan slowly closed his eyes and, under the guidance of Lu Qingyuan, slowly fell into the clouds. Ahem! Hearing Bai Shuangxi's cough, Bai Guiwan pushed Lu Qingyuan away and pretended to lower his head to study. Lu Qingyuan looked towards the bedroom and saw Bai Shuangxi was still lying on her side. What Lu Qingyuan didn't know was that Bai Shuangxi was not sleeping, but was listening to what was happening outside with her ears pricked up. The reason she coughed just now was because she vaguely heard Bai Guiwan's murmurs. Lu Qingyuan pursed his lips and did not dare to continue provoking Bai Guiwan. Although it was exciting, Bai Guiwan was too thin-skinned. If Bai Xuanxi really found out, she probably wouldn't dare to interact with Lu Qingyuan for a long time. Miss Gu, should we talk about our previous agreement? On a new day, after Lu Qingyuan got up, he drove directly to Qinglong Lake Villa and walked into Gu Fenglan's villa with a swagger. Gu Fenglan sat elegantly opposite Lu Qingyuan. Do we still need to discuss our agreement? My elders have already decided to betroth me to you, depending on the situation. Isn't this what you want? Lu Qingyuan smiled and shook his head. It would be hypocritical if I didn't admit it, but I still want to ask you what you think. After all, in this regard, I still hope that the other party is willing. Gu Fenglan was silent for a long time. In fact, for children from aristocratic families, freedom is a very luxurious word. We cannot have the life we want. Everything we do needs to benefit the family. In fact, I know this is what we should do. After all, we have benefited from the family's dividends and enjoyed things that many people cannot enjoy. Gu Fenglan looked up at Lu Qingyuan, but no one has ever asked me, is this kind of life really what I want? I hate the word destiny. It makes me feel that my life is already predetermined. Gu Fenglan smiled. So I ran away from home, resisted their orders, and opposed their arrangements. Only at this moment do I feel that my life is in my own hands. Gently walking in front of Lu Qingyuan, Gu Fenglan said with a smile, then you appeared and completely changed my destiny. Lu Qingyuan put his arm around Gu Fenglan's waist and said, have you considered something else? What? Is this actually your true destiny? Picking her up and placing her on his lap, Lu Qingyuan said with a smile, all your resistance, including meeting me, is actually part of fate. So, everything you do is not against fate, but obeying fate. Gu Fenglan stared at Lu Qingyuan in a daze, then raised the corner of his mouth slightly. If it is really as you said, then I am willing to obey my fate. Chapter 91. Do you like me like this? Whether in the game or in reality, Lu Qingyuan always thought that Gu Fenglan was a quiet beauty. It was not until he had close contact with her that Lu Qingyuan was surprised to find that Gu Fenglan was actually the type of person who was two-faced. She was clearly a young girl in the previous second, but in the next second, she seemed to have opened up her run and do meridians and was able to master many postures without any instruction. Lu Qingyuan took great pains to deal with her. This also caused Gu Fenglan's villa to look like a battlefield, with smoke of war everywhere. Leaning in Lu Qingyuan's arms, Gu Fenglan took a few breaths before he struggled to get up and picked up his phone. Lu Qingyuan looked at her in confusion and saw Gu Fenglan leaning back into his arms, opening the camera and taking a selfie. Looking at the photos just taken, Gu Fenglan's face still had a blush, and his eyes were like a pool of spring water, making people want to explore deeper. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she leaned happily in Lu Qingyuan's arms, but Lu Qingyuan's face was not shown in the photo, only his chest could be seen. How about this one? Gu Fenglan handed him the phone and asked with a smile. Lu Qingyuan blinked and understood her thoughts. Do you want to send it to Zhao He? No, I want to post it on WeChat Moments, and it will only be visible to him. Gu Fenglan edited the text quickly and then clicked send decisively. Lu Qingyuan clearly saw the text she edited. Feeling the joy of being a woman for the first time victory and the corner of Lu Qingyuan's mouth twitched slightly. When Zhao He saw this post on WeChat Moments, he must have been so angry that he died, right? After thinking about it, Gu Fenglan felt that this photo did not seem to stimulate Zhao He enough, so he moved down decisively, stuck his head down, and took a photo by the way. Lu Qingyuan. This is quite exciting. Seeing that Gu Fenglan was about to send the photos she had just taken to Zhao He, Lu Qingyuan quickly reached out to stop her. In Gu Fenglan's puzzled eyes, Lu Qingyuan said helplessly, although I also want to make Zhao He angry to death, this is not based on the position of humiliating you. Lu Qingyuan thought much more than Gu Fenglan. The scale of the photo just taken was indeed enough to make Zhao He vomit blood, but if he went all out and spread the photo, it would damage Gu Fenglan's reputation. Gu Fenglan's expression softened. She sat astride Lu Qingyuan and looked at him with blurry eyes. To be honest, you really captured my heart. With his hands behind his head, Lu Qingyuan looked at Gu Fenglan and suddenly remembered the jade rabbit pounding medicine that had always accompanied Chang'e in Guanghan Palace. He gently wiped the liquid that overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and under Lu Qingyuan's gaze, Gu Fenglan swallowed it directly. Do you like me like this? Gu Fenglan asked with a smile. I love it so much. Hugging Gu Fenglan, Lu Qingyuan whispered, accompany me to Qingda City tomorrow. Going to Qingda City again? Gu Fenglan lazily lay in Lu Qingyuan's arms. You are not going to hook up with the little girl again, are you? Lu Qingyuan leaned over to eat dates and said vaguely, I didn't hook up with the girl. Fake Lolita is also Lolita, not a little girl. She patted Lu Qingyuan's head in annoyance and said, get out of here quickly. If you want to drink milk, go find your aunt. Bye. Lu Qingyuan almost choked to death on his own saliva. Just now, he really imagined such a scene in his mind. Gu Fenglan, whose newborn baby was just beginning to show, was too lazy to move, so Lu Qingyuan could only carry her to the bathroom to take a shower. After replacing the bedding with new ones, Lu Qingyuan wanted to throw the ones he had just changed into the laundry room, but was stopped by Gu Fenglan. Give me the sheets and put the rest in the laundry room. After folding the bed sheet neatly, Gu Fenglan put it into a corner of the closet under Lu Qingyuan's gaze. What are you looking at? Gu Fenglan rolled her eyes at him unhappily. I'm hungry. Hurry up and cook. Sure enough, although there is only one character difference between girl and woman, the difference in their personalities is as different as heaven and earth. Looking at the empty refrigerator that was almost covered with spider webs, Lu Qingyuan's mouth twitched slightly. Fenglan, how did you live before? I eat takeout occasionally, but most of the time I eat out. Gu Fenglan wore only an oversized shirt and lay on the sofa, looking at Lu Qingyuan with a smile. I don't want to let my hands touch those kitchen utensils. Lu Qingyuan. After searching the entire villa, Lu Qingyuan finally found 2 unopened bags of instant noodles that had long expired. Why don't we order takeout? Gu Fenglan's eyes were full of smiles. Or you can take me out to eat. Let's order takeout. Lu Qingyuan rubbed his brows and asked, do you still have the energy now? You can carry me on your back. Gu Fenglan licked his lips. I'm not heavy. Lu Qingyuan chuckled. After playing around enough, Lu Qingyuan got down to business. Fenglan, please take some time to contact your family. I'll go back with you to see them in about a week. Do we really want to go back? Gu Fenglan hesitated. Not everyone in the Gu family is as easy to talk to as my second uncle. Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. That's because you didn't give them enough benefits. In Lu Qingyuan's eyes, aristocratic families are perhaps the easiest trouble to deal with in this world. As long as there is enough benefit, they are willing to put aside their shame and be your dogs. Okay, then Gu Fenglan took out his cell phone and contacted Gu Rubin directly, telling him the specific time. Gu Rubin responded very promptly, and then there was no further response. The takeaway arrived quickly, and after satisfying their appetite, the two went to bed and rest. Lu Qingyuan didn't go anywhere the whole day and stayed with Gu Fenglan the whole time. I suddenly feel that this kind of life is pretty good. I don't have to worry about anything, and there are people to help me shelter from the wind and rain. Gu Fenglan looked at Lu Qingyuan with sparkling eyes. You said, we will always be like this, right? Lu Qingyuan nodded gently. Don't worry, this matter will be completely resolved soon, and then you can enjoy a truly free life. Lu Qingyuan remembered the prefix on Gu Fenglan's attribute panel. The moon falls and the flowers break. This is not a nice word. The moon falls and the flowers die. Describes the death of a beautiful woman. The prefix of a card represents the life of the character on the card, and Gu Fenglan's prefix also represents her past destiny. If Lu Qingyuan had not intervened, Gu Fenglan would have faced only death. Whether it is to escape fate or to obey fate. Gently stroking Gu Fenglan's smooth back, Lu Qingyuan looked at Gu Fenglan, who had fallen asleep, and whispered, since I have come to this world, I should change something. Otherwise, how can I prove that I have been here? Chapter 92. Why did you express your opinions so quickly? When he came to Qingda City again, Lu Qingyuan's mood was completely different. The first time he came was to intimidate Sure Bailey, and that time Lu Qingyuan did gain a lot of benefits, and he took the first step very smoothly. As for the subsequent times, most of them were due to Tang Shuiwei's matter, and they had in-depth cooperation with Sure Bailey. Just as Lu Qingyuan had planned, the countless benefits made Sure Bailey happily call him good son-in-law and forget about Lu Qingyuan's romantic affairs. Sure Bailey tacitly put certain things behind him. Gu Fenglan sat lazily in the passenger seat, half squinting her eyes and looking at the scenery outside. Where are we going? Lu Qingyuan pointed to a building not far away. Mengfu Group. The dream is Lu Mingruo's dream, and Fu is Jiang Yufu's Fu. The former is Jiang Zhuojuan's wife, and the latter is his daughter. What are you doing here? Gu Fenglan took off her shoes and placed her feet on the storage box in front of the passenger seat. Seeing Lu Qingyuan looking over, she winked playfully. I just washed it this morning. Do you want to try it? Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, in the evening. Gu Fenglan spat lightly. I won't play with you tonight. I still haven't recovered from it. Walking into Mengfu Group with Gu Fenglan, Lu Qingyuan said to the front desk, Please inform Mr. Jiang that Lu Qingyuan has something to talk to him about. The receptionist picked up the phone and dialed a number. After saying a few words, he hung up the phone. Mr. Liu, Mr. Jiang is waiting for you in the office. As she walked into the elevator with Gu Fenglan, she asked curiously, what evidence do you have on Jiang Zhuojuan? On the contrary, I'm here to cooperate with him, Lu Qingyuan said mysteriously. Gu Fenglan was kept in suspense by him and simply didn't bother to ask him. Anyway, he will tell Jiang Zhuojuan everything after meeting him later. The elevator slowly opened, and Jiang Zhuojuan's secretary was waiting outside. Mr. Liu, right? Please follow me. Pushing open the door of the office, Lu Qingyuan walked in with Gu Fenglan. Boss Jiang, long time no see. It's only been 3 days. Jiang Zhuojuan glanced at the two of them and said calmly, Mr. Liu, is it fun to pretend to be a riddle man? Not only is it interesting, but I also enjoy it. Lu Qingyuan felt like he was back home. He sat casually on the sofa and looked at Jiang Zhuojuan with a smile. How is Mr. Jiang's recent investigation of me going? Nothing much was gained, Jiang Zhuojuan admitted generously. All the information is ordinary, and it even makes me feel that all your resumes seem to be fake. It's not a fake, but everyone has some secrets. Lu Qingyuan spread his hands. Aren't you also confused by a secret? Jiang Zhuojuan turned to look at Gu Fenglan. Miss, who is Mr. Gu Xiangsong to you? Gu Fenglan was a little surprised. He is my grandfather. This time it was Jiang Zhuojuan's turn to be moved. As a businessman, he has come into contact with quite a few aristocratic families, and the Gu family is one of them. Some time ago, there were rumors that Gu Fenglan was going to get engaged to the eldest son of the Zhao family, but now it seems that she and Lu Qingyuan are actually very close. The look that Gu Fenglan gave Lu Qingyuan was not the look between ordinary friends. I didn't expect that Mr. Jiang also knew the Gu family. Lu Qingyuan raised his hand and put it around Gu Fenglan's waist, smiling at him. I had planned to go back with Fenglan in the next few days, but something unexpected happened, so I can only postpone it for a few days. Jiang Zhuojuan's eyes were uncertain. After hesitating for a long time, he finally asked, Mr. Liu has supernatural powers. I wonder if you can tell me the secret about my deceased wife. I came here for this matter. Lu Qingyuan looked at Jiang Zhuojuan calmly. Since Mr. Jiang is a businessman, you should understand that some things must be exchanged for an equal value, right? Of course I understand. I wonder what price Mr. Liu wants me to pay. It's not about paying a price. I just need Mr. Jiang to do me a favor. Lu Qingyuan said calmly. I want 7% of the shares of the Tang group in Beijing. Jiang Zhuojuan didn't respond, but fell into deep thought. As a businessman, he had to have a long-term vision. So he was not considering why Lu Qingyuan wanted the shares of Tang group, but whether Lu Qingyuan and the Gu family should cooperate to take action against the Tang family in Beijing. If it is true as he guessed, then can Mengfu Group benefit from it? What do you think, Mr. Jiang? Lu Qingyuan looked at Jiang Zhuojuan with interest. If you think this condition is acceptable, then our cooperation is concluded. I can tell you part of the secret you want. As for the rest, you can either exchange it for the shares of Tang Group, or you can follow this clue to investigate on your own. Jiang Zhuojuan was undecided and finally asked directly, Mr. Liu, are you planning to cooperate with the Gu family? Lu Qingyuan laughed. Boss Jiang, this is another question. Shouldn't I know? Of course you can, but you may not be able to afford the price. Lu Qingyuan's smile faded. Once you know something, there is no turning back. Jiang Zhuojuan smiled and shook his head. Mr. Liu's words are really humorous. Can I still turn back now? If Lu Qingyuan and the Gu family really intend to take action against the Tang family in Beijing, then Jiang Zhuojuan and his Mengfu Group will be the vanguard. The Tang family may not necessarily seek to settle accounts with the Gu family due to the power of the Gu family, but Jiang Zhuojuan is just a businessman. Can't the Tang family afford to offend him? So in Jiang Zhuojuan's eyes, when the topic came to this point, Lu Qingyuan was already forcing him to take sides. I'm a businessman. No matter what the situation, a businessman will always consider whether his own interests will be damaged. Jiang Zhuojuan weighed his words and said slowly, if it can help Mengfu Group move to a higher level, then even if this matter is very dangerous, I will not hesitate to do it. Gu Fenglan looked at Jiang Zhuojuan in surprise. It seems that Lu Qingyuan didn't say anything. Why are you expressing your opinion now? Mr. Jiang is a wise man. Lu Qingyuan smiled. Then our cooperation is concluded. Under Jiang Zhuojuan's expectant gaze, Lu Qingyuan revealed the secret. Mr. Jiang has been kind to others over the years, but have you ever thought that not everyone in this world is kind? Under Jiang Zhuojuan's puzzled gaze, Lu Qingyuan said calmly, On the contrary, there are too many people who not only don't know how to be grateful, but are blinded by greed and want to get more. Jiang Zhuojuan's expression turned cold. Mr. Liu, you mean that the person who did this was someone I funded before? Lu Qingyuan nodded slightly. Chapter 93, You're Bad Enough. A few years ago, Jiang Zhuojuan was busy with group affairs and seldom went home, so Lu Mingru was in charge of taking care of Jiang Yufu. And on that sunny afternoon, Jiang Zhuojuan received the news that has caused him pain to this day. Lu Mingru was in a car accident while taking Jiang Yufu out for a trip. Lu Mingru died on the spot, but Jiang Yufu was lucky enough to have only minor scratches as she was sitting in the back. The driver decisively called the police after the accident and cooperated fully with the police investigation. The final investigation result was just a traffic accident. Originally, the matter would have ended there, and Jiang Zhuojuan did not think much about it. However, after the car accident, the young Jiang Yufu received several written threats and was even nearly kidnapped several times. It was only at this point that Jiang Zhuojuan realized that something was wrong. He began to hire a security team to protect Jiang Yufu's safety and privately investigated the previous traffic accident. What made him furious was that the driver died of illness while serving his sentence, and it was shown that the driver was already terminally ill before the accident. His family has now moved abroad and is living a prosperous life. Putting all these things together, it was clear that it was a retaliation against him. Lu Qingyuan looked at Jiang Zhuojuan and shook his head slightly. It is said that good people do not live long, but evil deeds last for thousands of years. Maybe this is the reason. Jiang Zhuojuan is a typical representative of Confucian businessmen. He does things in an upright manner and has never used any other disgusting means even in business wars. It's a pity that such people are never understood. A pinch of rice brings gratitude. A pinch of rice brings hatred. That's right. Mr. Liu, you should know who they are. Jiang Zhuojuan gnashed his teeth and shouted, Tell me, who are they? Lu Qingyuan's face was calm. Boss Jiang, don't forget our cooperation. Once you give me what I need, I will give you the list. Of course, if the shares you give me exceed my expectations, it's not impossible for me to bring them to you. Jiang Zhuojuan slowly calmed down and took a deep breath. Don't worry, I will personally give you what you want within 2 months. Gu Fenglan shook his head secretly. If she were Jiang Zhuojuan, she would probably want to kill Lu Qingyuan right now. It's not a pleasant feeling to be controlled by others, but in order to know the secrets of the matter, you have to endure it. Lu Qingyuan, you are really not a good person. Mr. Liu, can you tell me more about the Tang family? Jiang Zhuojuan calmed down and asked in a low voice. After being a knife in your hand, I should also gain some benefits, right? Mr. Jiang, do you really want to get involved in this mess? Lu Qingyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. 7% of the shares will not be a big deal for the Tang group, and you don't necessarily need to offend the Tang family to get these shares. However, what you want to know involves our plan. If you really know it, even if you don't want to offend the Tang family, we will find a way to make the Tang family hate you. Lu Qingyuan showed a harmless smile. Have you really considered the dangers and benefits? Jiang Zhuojuan was undecided. He glanced at Gu Fenglan, lowered his eyes, and said softly, In fact, when you brought Miss Gu to see me in person, I already had no way out. Lu Qingyuan clapped his hands and laughed. Mr. Jiang is a smart man. I can only say that imagination is indeed terrible. Lu Qingyuan did nothing but revealed his unique relationship with Gu Fenglan, which made Jiang Zhuojuan think of a lot. Coupled with Lu Qingyuan's request for cooperation, Jiang Zhuojuan subconsciously thought that Lu Qingyuan had already cooperated with the Gu family and was planning to take action against the Tang family. In fact, this 7% stake is not what Lu Qingyuan himself wants. Instead, he planned to return it to Tang Xuewei. It was because of this 7% stake that Tang Qiyuan killed Tang Zhe and sent him to heaven. All I can say is that the smarter a person is, the more they consider and the more likely they are to think in the wrong direction. If you really want to get involved, then you should do your best to get the shares of Tang Group. Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. Except for 7%, I can give you the rest. It is very obvious what Lu Qingyuan and the Gu family want. Lu Qingyuan wants Tang Qiyuan to die, wants Tang Xuewei to return to the Tang family, and even more hopes that Tang Xuewei can take charge of the Tang family. What the Gu family wanted was never money, but the status and connections of the Tang family. Once you have status, you can have as much money as you want. You don't even need to think about how to make money. The money will just flow into your pocket. As for the Tang family's enterprises, most of them must naturally be held in their own hands. Otherwise, it would be useless for Lu Qingyuan to have an empty shell. Whoever wants to eat the remaining soup can take it away. Lu Qingyuan gained benefits and also earned favors. Zhang Zhuojuan nodded with satisfaction. With your words, I now have an idea in my mind. The communication with Zhang Zhuojuan was very pleasant. After the two agreed on the time for the next meeting, Lu Qingyuan took Gu Fenglan and left Mingfu Group. Sitting in the car, Lu Qingyuan took out his cell phone and called the person in charge of Wanli Longfeng Hall. I'll give you a list and ask the employees in the open to keep an eye on them and make sure they don't die or get taken away. How long do you need to watch it? About 2 months. Gu Fenglan sat aside and looked at Lu Qingyuan curiously. After he hung up the phone, she asked carefully, the people you ask people to keep an eye on are not the ones Zhang Zhuojuan wants, right? Yes, that's them. Lu Qingyuan nodded generously. What if Zhang Zhuojuan finds them and then stops working? Gu Fenglan smiled sarcastically. You are bad enough. Lu Qingyuan curled his lips. Is this bad? If I were really bad, I should have found a way to let those people kill Zhang Zhuojuan, and then I would sleep with Jiang Yufu so that I could control the Mengfu group naturally. Gu Fenglan felt a chill all over his body. Compared to you, I am really an innocent little girl. Lu Qingyuan smiled and said nothing. Innocence? I did not kill Bo Run, yet Bo Ren died because of me. If you Gu Fenglan hadn't hinted at Jiang Zhuojuan, would he have thought that Lu Qingyuan had already cooperated with the Gu family? If it weren't for Gu Fenglan, Lu Qingyuan wouldn't have to plot against Jiang Zhuojuan to deal with the Tang family, nor would he have to go to so much trouble to fatten up Jiang Zhuojuan and then turn around to deal with the Zhao family. How can a pure-hearted person be born in this big melting pot of a society? Gu Fenglan looked at the scenery outside idly. Where are we going next? Let's go meet someone. Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, a very important person who has been ignored by the Zhao family. Gu Fenglan asked curiously, who is it? You'll know when you get there. Chapter 94, that's called the Virgin Mary. Damn it. I'm telling you, if you dare to scold my child again, I'm going to kill you. Old lady, half buried in the ground, believe it or not, I will let you see the king of hell in advance. In the car, Lu Qingyuan and Gu Fenglan watched the scene quietly. Is she the one you're looking for? Gu Fenglan glanced at Lu Qingyuan. A shrew? Lu Qingyuan said with some emotion. If you hadn't met me, you would probably be the next one. Gu Fenglan was stunned. She quickly looked at the woman and then said in shock, she is Zhao Muya? Lu Qingyuan nodded slightly. Can't you recognize it? Why has she changed so much? Gu Fenglan was a little confused. Gu Fenglan had met Zhao Muya before. At that time, she was still a member of the Zhao family. She carried the halo of a noble family and enjoyed everything that the family brought. At that time, Zhao Muya looked down on everyone with an arrogant expression that was almost overflowing. We haven't seen each other for just a few years. How could Zhao Muya become so vulgar? Strange, Lu Qingyuan said calmly. A girl who has never been exposed to the real world and has grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth can only package herself like this when facing the real world. The more of a shrew she acts, the safer she and her children will be. Gu Fenglan looked at the little boy hiding behind Zhao Muya with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. If I remember correctly, Zhao Muya seems to have married into the Zhou family. Gu Fenglan turned to look at Lu Qingyuan. Did the Zhou family kick him out too? Lu Qingyuan laughed sarcastically and said, the Zhou family is not as strong as the Gu family, not to mention that they have Zhao Muya's cooperation. The Zhao family has successfully sniped all of the Zhou family's industries. The Zhou family now completely depends on the Zhao family to survive. It would be better for them to be destroyed directly. Lu Qingyuan sighed. Now the Zhou family can only eat the leftovers of the Zhao family. If there is nothing to eat, they still wag their tails and shamelessly ask the Zhao family for it. In this case, can they still keep Zhao Muya? That child is always innocent, right? Gu Fenglan asked indignantly. Innocent. Lu Qingyuan smiled and shook his head. Don't be naive. If Zhao Muya hadn't tried her best to protect the child, the Zhou family would have dealt with the child secretly long ago. Gu Fenglan remained silent. When she was determined to resist the marriage, her grandfather used the example of Zhou Jiaju. If Gu Fenglan didn't marry Zhao He, the Gu family and the Yun family would be the next Zhou family. Are you going to help her? Gu Fenglan asked in a low voice. Lu Qingyuan looked at Gu Fenglan with a smile. If I tell you that I just want to use her, what will you do? Gu Fenglan pursed her lips and said, please help her. It's not easy for a woman to raise a child alone. Lu Qingyuan smiled helplessly. Fenglan, you must understand one thing. The reason why you can be here and think about her now is because I helped you solve the problem. Think about it from another perspective. If you are forced to marry into the Zhao family now, and Zhao Muya is still a member of the Zhao family, do you think she will plead for you? Don't be too kind, Lu Qingyuan said calmly. At least don't beg for mercy when your own life is still a mess. That's called being a saint. Gu Fenglan remained silent. Seeing Zhao Muya walking into the corridor with the child, Lu Qingyuan opened the car door and said, let's go talk to Zhao Muya. Gu Fenglan followed Lu Qingyuan quietly, looking at his back with complicated feelings. Lu Qingyuan's words just now completely shattered her naive worldview. Although Zhao Muya is pitiful, then isn't she herself pitiful? What would her future be like if Lu Qingyuan didn't appear? Should she refuse to marry and watch the Gu and Yun families decline? Or marry Zhao He and be tortured and abused by him every day? Boom, boom, boom. The knock on the door woke up Gu Fenglan, who was still in deep thought. Unknowingly, the two of them had arrived at the door of Zhao Muya's house. Who is it? Zhao Muya opened the door and noticed Gu Fenglan behind Lu Qingyuan. The anger on her face froze. Gu Fenglan? Are you here to laugh at me too? Gu Fenglan shook his head slightly. Then why are you here? Zhao Muya said coldly. If you have nothing to do, get out of here. I don't want to see anyone from the aristocratic family again. Lu Qingyuan walked past Zhao Muya as if he was back home, sat next to his son, and looked down at him doing his homework. The little boy looked at Lu Qingyuan in confusion, then turned back to look at his mother, and then obediently lowered his head to continue doing his homework. You got this question wrong. Lu Qingyuan pointed at the math problem in the book and said with a smile, there are 4 apples. I ate 3. How come there are still 2 left? The little boy blinked his eyes. Can I pick up another one? Pick it up? Yes, the fruits I eat are all from my mother. Zhao Pu, go back to your room and do your homework. Zhao Muya yelled angrily. Also, when did I ever teach you to talk to strangers? Zhao Pu was frightened by Zhao Muya and ran back to his room quickly with his homework. Lu Qingyuan put away the smile on his face and said calmly, Miss Zhao, do you want to change your current living conditions? Who are you? Do you want those who hurt you to pay the price? Lu Qingyuan looked at Zhao Muya and smiled slightly. I can help you. Zhao Muya glanced at Gu Fenglan, who was still outside the door, and took a step back. Come in and talk. Gu Fenglan walked into the room silently and sat gently beside Lu Qingyuan. On the shabby coffee table, there was a fruit plate with a few apples, and there were traces of being cut by a knife on the apples. If what Zhao Ci said was true, then these fruits were most likely rotten and not wanted by other people. Has a member of the Zhao family fallen to this point? Zhao Muya pulled a chair over and sat opposite them. Gu Fenglan, who is he? Your lover? Is this how you resist the Zhao family? Gu Fenglan picked up an apple from the fruit plate, rubbed it on his clothes a few times, opened his mouth and took a bite. Very sweet. You. Zhao Muya bit her lips, not wanting to cry and make a fool of herself in front of Gu Fenglan. Muya, I don't know what impression I have on you, but I still want to persuade you. I hope you can trust my boyfriend. Gu Fenglan looked up at Zhao Muya. He is the only person who can help you get revenge. Revenge? Zhao Muya smiled bitterly. Gu Fenglan, don't be silly, let alone you alone. Even if you include the Gu family, can you really shake the Zhao family? What if we can? Gu Fenglan said seriously. We must always have hope for the future. Chapter 95. The truth is always so hard to believe. Zhao Muya shook her head. I have lost hope for a long time. You know that I have been looking forward to someone from the Zhao family to communicate with me all these years. But what is the result? The Zhou family called me a slut, and my husband and father-in-law wanted to kill us both. The Zhao family turned a blind eye to my current situation. If I were not a threat, the Zhao family would probably be the first to kill me. There's no going back to the way things were before. Zhao Muya sighed quietly. Now I just hope that Zhao Pu can grow up safely and healthily, become an ordinary person, marry a wife and have children, and I will be satisfied. Lu Qingyuan raised his eyebrows. Is this also the reason why you ran to Qingda City and changed his name to Zhao Pu? Zhao Muya nodded slightly. Gu Fenglan clenched her fists. Zhao Muya's current living conditions had shattered her previous views of aristocratic families. She once naively thought that she could live happily even without the aristocratic family. But now it seems that under the sniping of the aristocratic families, being able to live safely is already a luxury. For someone like you who has been abandoned by aristocratic families, being safe and healthy is just a daydream. Lu Qingyuan raised his eyes and looked at Zhao Muya. As long as you are still alive, you will always be ashamed to the Zhou family. Do you know why the Zhou family hasn't taken action yet? Lu Qingyuan sneered. because they are still watching the Zhao family's attitude. They want to see what you, Zhao Muya, are in the eyes of the Zhao family. In addition, there are some things you must know. Lu Qingyuan hinted to Zhao Muya. There are countless people who have been suppressed by the Zhao family. If you are really sure that the Zhao family's attitude towards you is dispensable, then you will become their hope for revenge. Zhao Muya asked in a low voice. I am an abandoned woman. What can they get from me? Lu Qingyuan shrugged. There will always be people who deceive themselves. They will think that they can't resist the Zhao family, so can't they start with you? After a moment of silence, Lu Qingyuan sighed. Actually, you are quite lucky. You didn't foolishly go back to the Zhao family to seek help. Otherwise, Zhao Muya understood the interests involved. If the Zhao family directly kicked her out, it would be equivalent to announcing to the public that she, Zhao Muya, was no longer a member of the Zhao family. Needless to say, she knew what was waiting for her. After a long silence, Zhao Muya slowly raised her head and said, You said you could help me? That's right. What are the conditions? Zhao Muya looked at Gu Fenglan. I am alone now. Apart from Puer, I am the only one left. Do you think you can still be interested in a broken woman like me? Lu Qingyuan looked at Zhao Muya. Zhao Muya hasn't had a very good life in the past few years. The hardships of life have caused her appearance to decline significantly, but fortunately, she has a good foundation, and even though she has been eroded by life, her former beauty can still be seen. If Zhao Muya was said to be a widow, Lu Qingyuan would still be a little interested. But the condition is very simple. Give me your old diary. Lu Qingyuan said calmly. I will help you deal with the rest. Diary? Zhao Muya recalled the things recorded in the diary and didn't understand why Lu Qingyuan cared about the diary she had written. Which one? All. Zhao Muya stood up and walked towards the bedroom, then placed several diaries in front of Lu Qingyuan. These are what I brought out when I left the Zhou family. You can take them all. Lu Qingyuan nodded with satisfaction. Tell me your conditions. Zhao Muya gnashed her teeth and said, I want Zhou Mingrui to die in front of me. It would be best if I could kill him with my own hands. Okay. Lu Qingyuan nodded, stood up with the diary in his hand and said, Wait for my news. It will take at most 2 months. I will make him kneel in front of you. Walking out with Gu Fenglan, Zhao Muya stopped Lu Qingyuan and said, I don't have your contact information. Fenglan should have it, right? Lu Qingyuan glanced at her and said, If you have anything, just contact Fenglan directly. She will pass it on. Back in the car, Lu Qingyuan looked down at the dates written in the diary, and finally his eyes stopped on a diary from 5 years ago. I've heard of Zhao Muya's habit, but I didn't expect her to keep her diary so well. Gu Fenglan turned to look at Lu Qingyuan. What do you want her diary for? Naturally, I am choosing the way the Zhao family will die. Lu Qingyuan opened the diary and found the diary of June 19th, 5 years ago, based on his memory. Gu Fenglan also came over and looked at the contents recorded in the diary. I feel really bad today. I was just careless. The living room is not an important place. I just came in. Why do you scold me so harshly? And that ugly foreigner, his name is Miller Virgil, a name that really suits his appearance. I don't understand why my uncle is so respectful to him. Luckily, I will be leaving here soon. When I marry into the Zhou family, I will be the legendary young mistress, and I won't have to endure bullying anymore. Lu Qingyuan folded this page of the diary and put it into the storage box. Is this diary important? Gu Fenglan was a little confused. The diary is not important, but the foreigner's name recorded in it is very important. Lu Qingyuan grinned and said, This name is enough to make the Zhao family disappear into thin air. Gu Fenglan tilted his head and looked at Lu Qingyuan. Actually, there is something I haven't asked you yet. Can you explain it to me? Tell me about it. Why do I always feel that you are so sure about everything, as if you can predict the future? Gu Fenglan looked at him curiously. It seems that all people and things cannot escape your palm and are at your mercy. Lu Qingyuan recalled the scenes from his previous life when he was playing games. He smiled calmly. Do you think it is possible that I have already experienced this in my previous life? Gu Fenglan curled his lips and said, If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Why do you have to use such a lame excuse to perfunctorily deal with me? Lu Qingyuan shook his head helplessly. The truth is always so hard to believe. Are you ready? We are leaving for the Gu family. Lu Qingyuan looked at Gu Fenglan with a smile. Huaizhou province is the territory of your Gu family. I will trouble Miss Gu to take care of you in the next period of time. Gu Fenglan pulled Lu Qingyuan's ear playfully. That's easy to say. As long as you serve me well, I guarantee that you will have a smooth journey in Huaizhou province. Lu Qingyuan laughed. I dare not say anything else, but in this regard, I guarantee that you will be very happy. Gu Fenglan blushed slightly and patted his arm unhappily. Your words are too rude. Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. However, when he thought of Bai Shuangxi, the smile on Lu Qingyuan's face disappeared. How should I explain to Bai Shuangxi that I will be in Huaizhou province for the next period of time? Chapter 96 Life Goals. Xuewei, please. Lu Qingyuan said with a shameless face. Only you and Aunt Bai can tell this kind of thing convincingly. Tang Xuewei rolled her eyes in annoyance. Why? You and Feng Lan are living together, and I am left to take the blame for you. Then you make your conditions. Lu Qingyuan rubbed his brows and said, as long as I can do it, I promise to complete it for you when I come back. Tang Xuewei blinked and smiled. After returning from Huaizhou province, you must stay in Jiashui City for at least a month, not a day less. That's it. Why? Do you think it's taking too long? Not long. I guarantee you'll complete the mission. After hanging up the video, Lu Qingyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. After dealing with Bai Shuangxi, Lu Qingyuan no longer had any worries. As for Shi Yun, he had already talked to her about it during the National Day holiday, so Lu Qingyuan didn't need to hide these things. Lu Qingyuan contacted Shi Yun directly and told her that he would need to go to Huaizhou province for a period of time. How long will it take? Shi Yun was a little unhappy. It feels like I haven't seen the night view for a long time. Lu Qingyuan received the signal and said with a smile, don't worry, if everything goes well, you should be back in less than a month. Well, you must be careful and safe. Shi Yun lay on the table and said obediently, I will wait for you in Wuchuan City and prepare a big surprise for you. Okay. Lu Qingyuan smiled softly. After we get back, I'll take you out for a walk, just the two of us. Shi Yun thought about it and finally shook his head. There will be plenty of time to have fun in the future, so take care of your own affairs first. Lu Qingyuan looked at Shi Yun with a softer gaze. Okay, if you have anything to say, let's talk in person when we meet. After hanging up the video call, Gu Fenglan half leaned on the bed and said meaningfully, the little girl's ardent love, even you can't hold on? Lu Qingyuan was silent for a moment and slowly shook his head. I have my own goals in life, and no one can stop me. But, Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. I am willing to stay for a short time for Yun, or take her with me. Gu Fenglan rolled his eyes. Just say that you are a scumbag, and you say it so brightly. Lu Qingyuan was too lazy to pay attention to Gu Fenglan. He lay on the big bed in the hotel, took out his cell phone, and contacted the person in charge of Wanli Longfeng Tang. Boss, what can I do for you? I remember that the headquarters of Wanli Dragon and Phoenix Hall is in Qingda City, right? Lu Qingyuan said with a smile. Can I go for a visit? You must be kidding. I'll send someone to pick you up now. Please tell me your location. Liu Yun Hotel. More than half an hour later, Lu Qingyuan received the news and brought Gu Fenglan downstairs. A Maybach stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Seeing Lu Qingyuan coming, a strong man considerately opened the door for him. Gu Fenglan looked at this scene curiously and vaguely felt that she was about to come into contact with Lu Qingyuan's true secret. After Lu Qingyuan and Gu Fenglan were seated, the sturdy man drove to the edge of Qingda City. Where are we going? Gu Fenglan asked in a low voice. Lu Qingyuan smiled mysteriously. Secret. A huge manor built on the mountain came into view. Gu Fenglan looked at the manor in surprise. There is actually such a place in Qingda City? I didn't even know it. Lu Qingyuan was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that the headquarters of Wanli Longfeng Tang would be so ostentatious. After passing the entrance inspection, the sturdy man parked the car in front of a building. Boss, we're here. After getting off the car with Gu Fenglan, a man with gray hair, about 60 years old, walked out of a building about 3 or 4 stories high. Boss, I'm Huang Wu, one of the leaders of Wanli Dragon and Phoenix Hall. Leading the two of them into the building, Gu Fenglan held Lu Qingyuan's arm tightly and looked around carefully. This is where we work, Huang Wu said with a smile. More precisely, this is the center where we issue and receive tasks. Most of the training grounds are underground and in the mountains. After all, our training is somewhat special, and ordinary core equipment cannot meet our needs. After visiting the building, Huang Wu took Lu Qingyuan and Gu Fenglan to the basement floor by elevator. As soon as the elevator opened, intensive gunfire was heard. Gu Fenglan widened his eyes in disbelief. She never expected that in such an environment, Lu Qingyuan actually had an armed team. Lu Qingyuan looked at the members who were training and asked curiously, are they in the open or in the dark? Most of them are in the open, and the hidden training grounds are in the mountains. Huang Wu explained. Huang Wu looked at Gu Fenglan, who was like a curious baby, and asked with a smile, "Boss lady, do you want to try it?" Huang Wu waved and called a female employee over, saying to her, "Take the boss lady to experience it for yourself, and be sure to pay attention to safety." The female employee nodded and said respectfully, "Please follow me." Lu Qingyuan stood aside, watching Gu Fenglan raise the gun, aim at the target, and carefully pull the trigger with a smile. After watching her play for a while, Lu Qingyuan finally talked to Huang Wu about serious matters. "Arrange a security team for me. Both open and covert employees are needed." Huang Wu asked directly, "How many people are needed?" 10 to 15. Lu Qingyuan thought for a while before replying to Huang Wu. This trip to Huaizhou province means that Lu Qingyuan has officially intervened in the fight between the aristocratic families. It will no longer be a small fight like facing Shi or Song Xian. Lu Qingyuan had joked before that Huaizhou province was the Gu family's territory, but to be precise, the Zhao family was the big hand covering Huaizhou province. Compared with the Zhao family, Shi, who is so powerful in Qingda City, is not even as good as a child. Lu Qingyuan believed that he had the ability to protect himself, but it is easier to dodge an open attack than to guard against an arrow from the dark. What's more, he also has the Golden Power card, Wanli Dragon and Phoenix Hall. If he doesn't use it, wouldn't he be stupid? Moreover, he has a burden, Gu Fenglan, by his side, and he always has to ensure safety. "Boss, if that's the case, I'll arrange 15 visible employees to be responsible for your safety." Huang Wu thought about it and said seriously, "I will send 5 hidden employees to act in secret to eliminate all unstable factors around you." Lu Qingyuan did not refuse. "When can the security team be arranged?" "Anytime. Let Gu Fenglan continue to play." Huang Wu brought Lu Qingyuan to the office and handed him the roster. "Boss, this is the information of all our employees. You can choose by yourself."